And he laughed. But, I mean, and now that I think about it, an electrical cable, that just probably means that it's what you plug in for power, and the mic cable is what you plug in the mic. So I didn't know. It's the Cooney laziness. My wife, she calls it weaponized incompetence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, oh, I didn't know that. My face exploded. Actually, when I do the electric cable on the search show, we'll talk about it. And she gets mad at me because like I'm not really like trying to figure it out because I'd rather just be tweeting. Oh man, I wanted to wait till later. I'm gonna wait till later to get into this. Yeah, but how are you doing? I'll do it great. Thank you for asking. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I would prefer to not speak fucking Spanish, dog. Weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city, dude. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence. Oh, I can explain it to you. Yeah, I'm gonna be incompetent when you do it, so I can weaponize my feelings towards you. It's when you put, there's a why not. I was gonna do some stuff, but no, weaponizing competence, that's just me. Well, competence means you're stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon, right? So I'm like, kind of, as a way of like not doing things, I'm using it as a, like I don't know how to do it to get at him. I was doing a bit where I was acting like I didn't know weaponizing competence means because I was being incompetent in that, but all that saying, though, all that being said, though, is that I didn't want to get into this so early in the podcast. I just told people to start listening to the podcast that I see all the time, and they were like, send me episodes, stuff like this, and they're going to check it out on the big screen. They were saying, like, yeah. And this is the first thing they see. Upset, pissed off. Well, that's an accurate depiction of your neural. That's not true. They're like, oh, it's just like we just saw the other day. He's the same as the show as he is in real life. That's great. That's what I just start yelling at them. It's just like on the show. And I don't even have to pretend. I'm just this stupid person. I was peeing at an In-N-Out bathroom, right? Okay, like this is where this is coming from. Okay. Granted, this is gonna be like Memento because it goes back in time, but like I have like a delay of emotion sometimes, where like how I feel about something I won't know it until tomorrow. Like, wait a minute, I hated that, kind of thing. I don't know why, maybe because my parents made me up on the guys gonna beat me in the shower when I wouldn't eat them, stuff like this, right? So what's it called? I was peeing in an In-N-Out bathroom. And I was like, dude, I got so pissed about a conversation I had yesterday. Oh, shit, okay, yeah. Because talking about white people doing this whole thing about fucking, like, minorities and shit like that. And then they're like, creating their own ecosystem of language to, like, define what our experiences are so that they feel better, but it's still kind of like white power. Anyways, I was peeing at In-N-Out thinking about this. Okay, yeah. And it was, but you were thinking about that from a conversation that I can't really talk about. You can't talk about. What's an example of that conversation? Microaggressions, shit like that. Oh, but is that white? No. I guess I know it's white. Okay, this lady was white, unfortunately. And she used the phrase, what, microaggressions? She was using a lot of first bathroom? Remember the delay here? He's having some, ramp down. So on Monday, weaponizing it again. Sorry, go ahead. I really just want to be funny. I didn't even try. No, I'm making fun of white people, so it's not going to hurt even. Microaggressions suck ass. I have always hated that too. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's white people that made that. But then I watched Jeff Die today, dude. Yeah. And he's talking about, like, suck it up and this and that. And that's me when it comes to terms like microaggressions. Like, suck it up. And I start feeling like Jeff Die, dude. I feel like shit because of white people, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's confusing. Like, white people, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's confusing. No, it's not confusing. It's like, Die, everything sucks. Everyone sucks. Nothing's real anymore. All we're doing is talking to each other and putting people down.
Iron and along the lines of defense protection for all the recent, both the reviewing and the hidden. The miracle of Yona's had signed one but 14 years ago. Holy Soul told the Annie saw for Eric and saw on the merits of the speedy arrival of Mashiach. But Daniel and Bathsheba Papa of Eric's son, which is the second version of Bathsheba's father, Shlomo ben Yehuda Aryeh Day of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Thomas. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 pieces of the European American by Thomas Over, only the Thomas Alvin Aliyah, the family thing of Hammer, only the Shani, the Bush Gavin, for those 10 quarters, so I can talk to the Shani, Homer hostages, some of the color, should our holy soldiers to be successful. I say, they won and yes, so it should be benched. The third fellows in the comments and good also, we got the last year, the last really incredible dance ahead of us. Today's dance is with Valley 14, and we are picking up the next session on Yud Gimel Release 13B. We left off up to the two dots before the Mishnah. So it is.
I wasn't even there when it happened. But they were still having this argument about this thing.
6, 8, 10, 12. 46, 18, like 20 runs up from the bottom. The Yaakov is Zabin Sandals. Once again, in yesterday's Mishnah, we were talking about the concepts. Once again, we continued discussion about halacha emancipation rights in stores that may be the celebration itself being concerned that inadvertently going ahead and so Rabbi Yaakov is Zabin Sandals. Rabbi Yaakov went ahead and bought a pair of sandals from one of these Amali Chalachavas, and they encountered each other after Amali Chalachavas. So one said to his fellow, Yasma, you orphan, other Radbahati, would your Rebbe have acted like this? And it's like, when you call each other orphan, that was a step, right? What do I mean by that? So obviously, just like the orphan doesn't have a parent, they were accusing each other of being like orphans of a Rebbe. Like, the orphan, you don't have a Rebbe? You know, like, what are you an orphan? Would your Rebbe have done this? I'm not a Ida. The other one was like, so one said that to the other, then the other one responded, Yasma, you're the Yasim. I'll be glad for hockey. Right? Don't call me a Yasim, you're a Yasim. Right? When you drug that you're after the same person, obviously, you're both doing what you're giving each other stuff. They're having patronized the store owned by
I just feel trapped when I can't fucking express myself freely. Like, anyway, aside from race, it's just, I say fuck all white people because that's hilarious to say, and honestly, everyone agrees. But no, I just don't like person yesterday that I know where else, like, I fucking hate you. I didn't say this out loud, but in my mind, I'm like, dude, I can't stand you, you suck ass, you're like Whitney Cummings incarnated.
Whole issue of patronizing the store of an uncle and having the uncle pay taxes to whatever the local level. These other establishments, that was only did in local established finance store owners. But again, about a bite, he just goes ahead and sells stuff from his home. The tax force was not paying the tax, and therefore local limits was permitted. So in fact, interestingly enough, they both had engaged in committed activity, but they both thought that they both assumed that the other had bought from a merchant. Which I must say is such a fascinating idea. I mean, if you think about this, there's pretty heated words, right? To call someone a Russian, right? Because essentially that's like saying that obviously you have no Rebbe, obviously you have no one. It's a pretty strong statement, and incredibly enough, they came to that realization just based on what they saw. And again, they both were wrong. Shemai was supposed to hospital. How often does this happen to us in life? We see a situation, we see a circumstance, we see a person doing something, we automatically create an entire narrative around their behavior. We need to find out. I was wrong. So one of those guys, you know, says, the Omer Rabbi Avda, Omer Abba, Brave, the Pira, Abba, Moshe, Abba, Daphne, Natada, the Shachim, Sunday, This whole publisher patronized the store of an apple is that only by a former proprietor by a store. Why? Because when you purchase in a store, the shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay the taxes.
This conversation turns into something else, and then it's just like I'm trying to navigate this world of vocabulary that I didn't create, and I'm trying to speak the same language as this person that's in this different world. It's like this white person is just in their own fucking world that white people created to make us feel a part of, but I don't feel a part of. Anyways, I wanted to expand on my experience. I want to start damn. So, and then I was peeing. In and out. Shockingly, Sakiri Balabanis have also.
So this is interesting. So the Abba seems to be highly raised. Practices seem to have evolved and changed, and your workplaces that did collect taxes even from Balabati. Like an individual stamp, like an individual guy just selling something right now, and see if they collect taxes from Balabatis, have also. Ultimately, again, she would have asked for this practice as well. In other words, the issue is going to be changed to back in the Balabati because the also inadvertently supporting Amos and Zara. Ella is working that in voice and here's the problem. And he was making something of the Abba, which is probably the time to reach with Jacob and Amelia on the thing as well. In which case, he said the fact that Jacob was able to buy the sandals. So the other was able to buy the bread because they both know Balabais. And now the Abba is deciding to do Balabais to pay taxes. So what's happening over here? How are they permitted to go ahead? How is it to make their respective purchases if they're going to be paying taxes, if the Balabais paying taxes? So we made just an indication, you might say, Ella Ibu Efizabi, how Rabbi Abba and how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi Asar, how Rabbi Yaakov are very able to buy the sandals and the bread if the Balabais is also paying taxes, which the Gemara says, the Balabais Ke'ino Kavua, they bought it from a Balabais who doesn't regularly sell items. So look at Rashi. Rashi says Ke'ino Kavua. Rashi says, V'lo Masik Nuksi Akakai L'Nidin Yinayin, V'lo Kavua V'lo Balabais Kavua. So apparently, even though already in terms of Rabbi Abba, everybody was paying taxes. Muslims were paying taxes, Balabais regularly, so Thomas paying taxes, but that's only if you were what we call someone who sold stuff on a regular basis. But if Halacha L'Maisa, again, you tend to go like that, an episodic seller. It's recreational, so you're cleaning out your garage, so you put stuff on the garage, so you're not an established merchant, they would not tax you. So apparently, again, when Yaakov and Amelia bought your sandals and the bread, you're buying it from one of these two Balabati. It turns out at the end of the sugya that there's essentially three categories of sellers. There's a classic Haga, who is the merchant, who Mishnah tells us again, on any day there's a young girl who can purchase from that person. Now, both I can't point out, and this is a little bit different. Remember again, beforehand we were talking about just engaging in transactions with an offer. This is now in a more commercial setting, and Mishnah tells me I can't do that only if you have a young girl. Why? Because you're going to pay taxes to the holders. That's category one. Category two is a Balabais who is also an established merchant. What's the difference between the Haga and the Balabais? The Balabais is saying, I don't know, from his house. But this is what he does. He's an established vendor. He's also apparently going to pay taxes. Therefore, again, you can't patronize him either. That's on the other. The third category is just Balabais is not cover up. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff, but not really in an established fashion. Such a person, again, doesn't pay taxes at all, and therefore, again, Allah wants you to patronize it from the individual. Okay, fascinating. So let's continue on the same theme here. So Mishnah, every time I assume the Mishnah of the following things, and so now a little bit of switching gears, the following things you cannot sell to an offer. Now, again, we're going to see how you can sell this to the type C, to the service of so you can't sell the following things. What can you sell them? Find what that is in the Gemara. Who knows? Shua, find what that is in the Gemara. This is two colors. And look at these colors. And then we
I know they're not believing to tell the truth, and then the truth is like, yeah,
kind of
maybe
both
it's like someone's gonna tell you not to, and you're gonna be like, I know they don't like me talking about this, so they do it when you get it.
it's also a white Easter. That's going to be good. That'll be fine. But he's not to get out smoke. What happens if you want to sell a single white Easter to the apples? So the
But
says,
send text us like, and so you just want them to be like, I'm not totally putting something in wrong, but the subtext of like, oops, if you said that, I mean that.
Lost. Okay, thanks for the call on the cross, and let's make it sound like a copy back. Interestingly, apparently by the athlete, if the animal is deficient in phosphorus, it will offer. So apparently you're going to see the summary of white boosters. So if you're going to show a white booster ultimately against the apples, then cut off one of the cross and ultimately sell it. If you show not even cut the level of the cross, ultimately again, because they do not go ahead and work, they do not go ahead and offer up cluster a deficient item to their apple desire. It's a very, very interesting idea. It's also a tremendous misconception about it as well. That even of the apple desire, if you're going to do it, make sure you do it in solid fashion. Don't be a passer. So many times you say, right, you start things, you do things, and you're going to just kind of like, you don't give it all. The halakha elements is that if you're going to do something in life, make sure that it's solid. You're going to engage in spiritual service, make sure there's a sense of plainness. Even the apple desire, understand. Don't offer up something that is incredible. You shot calling hard, and again, all other items.
Yo, what up, Christian? Shalom, shalom. How are you?
All the other items, essentially, if you just sell it staff to an apple, ultimately, again, it's going to be better.
Let's go. Well, make yourself at home. You're amongst one. Absolutely. Just watching some podcasts.
That man says you also can't sell a decal cup. And what a decal cup literally sounds like a good palm tree. Good palm tree. You can't sell a good palm tree and a chatzah. This is a meat, so always good. Here we go. That one is out. Let's go. Says Gemara. My experiment. What's an experiment? Tony son. It's a Tony son. Very helpful for us. Rashi says over here, right? What's Tony? So Rashi. Min eresu the shifta to the Rosh Hashanah. What's the type of symmetry? Thank you. A type of symmetry. Okay, we went to the middle. Where the question is actually about two definitions. And Sifu Ale, the lesson now, this is right that we're putting over here, happens to be that Shmita, that's the English use. So now it says that Shmita, or Sifu Ale, and Allah says it's the little way, Mukhsassin Ubino Shua. So these are items ultimately again that are included in the Shmita tradition. Yes, if you saw that it's the Muslim Paranisa means that if you think that the is in fact this target, so the type of cedar is this item really included in the Shmita prohibition. Now listen, this is very interesting. Why isn't the cedar tree included in the Shmita prohibition? It's fascinating. When he says it's not, Kosher Yishlo Ikar, Yishlo Shvius. So Kosher Imlo Ikar, Imlo Shvius. Now listen, it's actually a fascinating halakha. Ikar means a root. So the Gemara says whatever has a root, ultimately is subject to the laws of Shmita, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the laws of Shmita. Now, what is the root? That's the second line line, second line from the top. Kosher Imlo Ikar, which claims the art to be most like the Sunday. He goes to sure the root. So like, any object, any item, item that has a root, he goes to the root.
Just go up there. I also think it'd be funny if the CIA guy ever made this happen. Is tell you what to do and tell you how to
what it's the rule. Now, there's a Torah stuff, a type of secrecy. Nothing that can't be true. Why? Because again, in the Mishnah over here, exactly the Mishnah Shabbos. So the Mishnah Shabbos, it says the following items are subject to Shmita, including in that list, it's the rule. Only items subject to the laws of Shmita are items that have root systems which enjoy during the winter. And it's the rule, and again, the Tarisa, specifically, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, Tarisa, it's the movement can't be Tarisa. That's the thing we want to do. Ella, I'll just also point out, the wording of it is very beautiful. Kosher use for Ikar, makes no use. You know, saying that one of the beautiful things we have in our Yiddishkeit is Shabbos. The Shabbos is what makes Shabbos so special. What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos is Shabbos is the day in which you really reach the collective benefits of how you spend through. And a powerful Shabbos is one that follows on the heels of a powerful Sheshes Yomim Chashem L'Achtecha. It's 6 days I'm plugging away. The 6 things I'm working on, not just at my job, but in my witness. Like literally again, I'm learning, I'm dabbling, I'm doing Chashem, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing. And Shabbos ultimately becomes so powerful. Shabbos is a composite of 6 days of dynamic activity. So things like you also, Kosher Use for Ikar, whoever has a purpose in his life, whoever has an Ikar in the way that he lives, Sunday through Friday is what he is. The 7th day Shabbos will be incredibly special. Zero said, otherwise, if they are in the seasons, Shabbos will be a day in which I fast and just working very hard during the week. In this case, the most from Shabbos physically rested but not necessarily spiritually restored. Or Shabbos could be a day where ultimately the collective benefits of how I play a game is what's useful for whoever ultimately again is purposeful, intentional, living life, Sunday through Friday. That person Shabbos will be. That's the mission that anyone will have us. So again, and what's that? It's delivering. I'm going to start off. Piri Da'arisha. So it's delivering is not the secret to itself. Otherwise, it's delivering. Ultimately, again, it is the fruit of the cedar tree. The fruit of the cedar tree. Piri Da'arisha. The thing he ushered out on the Raza. Piri Da'arisha. Ultimately, again, the fruit of the cedar tree. Incredible. Okay, so nice. Therefore, we got our first definition of Salo. So apparently, again, coming out with all these items is going to be that people actively use in our bodies. So you can't go ahead and sell whatever that one is out. It's still okay, next. The notes Shua. Amara Barachana Amar Yochanan to White dates. Once again, it looks like nothing special to say about these items except that just they were actually used for our bodies on a purpose. Okay, next, cookie colors. What up, you guys? I'm going to open up the say when it's sunny. So it's like, so again, remember, cookie colors are stems. So when you read the Mishnah, what it sounds like over here is that cookie colors is a separate category, right? Because these are things you can't sell to an overflow color. You can't sell it absolutely. It's only established as the fruit of the cedar tree. Right? Next, you can what can you do? Shua, white dates, and it says cookie colors, stems. Almost on the stems is the third category. Now, what's an interesting enough word is stems is actually a modifier on the previous two. What it means is the dates, and the fruits of the cedar tree ultimately again, those can't be sold with their stem. So Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, the tree will say and shun it, first point by Rashi, cookie colors can I think a lot moving back in action. Cookie colors, right, the stem is not as always category or a happy summer, a mocha and a culture, it's a little bit over the shmak in the oxayan, the future, hold it also the Pia bonus for others. the background of them, the top, is very interesting. What would they do with the right dates, and what would they do if they did the right thing necessary? And the 1560, they would dangle it. So what they would do is they would keep it on the stem, they would tie the stem of the idol, hang it on the idol, hang it next to the idol, so the stem, the necessary parts ultimately of the tree. Okay, it's kind of a live on frankincense, I'm a mitzvah, I'm a Rabbi. Live on a zaka. It's not just any frankincense, that's any live on a, but live on. Okay, so it's this kind of, when you put a local in Havila, this is very interesting. Now, I can't sell live on a for the apple, and then that's interesting enough. I'm sort of point that up until now, everything you've been dealing with has been very much a whole either, date centric or date specific. Like, in other words, can't transact business with an alcohol on a particular day, or a certain number of days leading up to a particular day. If you notice over here, this conversation has switched, and now it has nothing to do with date, and everything to do with cost. The following items are items that are regularly used in the worship of our Lord Sarah. Therefore, it doesn't matter when you cannot sell these to you cannot sell these to an alcohol. Now, if you do not give an instruction to it, the instruction says, but you can't do it, you can sell to them in bulk, essentially. So I could sell, let's say, the bono to an alcohol in bulk. Now, what's the logic behind that? Because since I'm selling it in bulk, the assumption is he's going to resell it to others. That's the assumption. So somebody's buying something for that, but you're going to buy a small amount. You're buying a large amount, the cost is the way to resell. So you become a company, how much is considered being a large amount? And so you can say that in company, what's the case in this color's money? 3 min. That's 3 mana, I should say. 3 mana. I believe that you're not also the Muslim after you not free. What does that mean? Well, let's say this. Now, the Mishnah says it like this. The seller, let's say, I don't know what I want to call the small one. The seller made it from over the bone to put out from a now about the unit. Because ultimately, I really use it for a whole Zara. And if you sell them a large amount of the bone, no? Because I know that's when you sell. That's when you sell. He's not going to sell. That's when you sell it. It's like the Gemara. Maybe I should be considering that he in turn is going to sell it to someone else who's going to use it for Avodah Zarah. So I still participatory in Avodah Zarah, in the performance of Avodah Zarah in some way. Rabbi, I literally the Fakinon, I literally the listening on the Fakinon. I am charged ultimately again with, or I am thinking it from literally even of seeking itself, right? What is that's the beginning of the receptor. Why can't I sell? Why can't I transact business with other having after I am young? I didn't see those on these items because again, I am putting somebody's rock on. I am consuming one of the reasons is that I am facilitating the performance of his Avodah Zarah. So you want to say, when is this called? This is direct participation, right? Or direct presentation, but what we call literally the ritual, where essentially I'm precepting it to us. Let's say now, I'm going to sell it in bulk to the outcome, which is committed because he's doing the resale, and he's going to resell it to someone else, and that's not a problem. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. I'm looking at that thing on, I'm looking at the listening on the Fakinon. So let's say also that lesson over here is so profound as well. Now obviously, the listening is talking about over here, listening even or seeking itself. You have to tell me about the front of someone. When you selling the Levon, let's say for an apple, that's listening either. You selling the bulk of the apple, and when you sell and with someone else that's called listening, that's the news. And remember, this whole thing is rabbinic to begin with. We're not going to start legislating additional layers of rabbinic prohibition. Answer that the lesson itself is so beautiful. In life, when you entertain the possibility of taking on something new, or you entertain the possibility of taking ourselves in a different direction, or just embarking on a new adventure, taking on additional responsibilities. Often, what you end up doing is you try to figure out and you try to contemplate all of the different things that could happen. And I want to pivot in my life, so if I do this, so this could go wrong, this could go wrong. And obviously, one can't live life blindly. The simple thing that happens is that you overthink things to a point that it renders us absolutely helpless. Everybody knows what they're telling us is, I'm looking at that here. When you make decisions in life, definitely contemplate what's in front of you. But I look at the ritual, love the fucking life. If you learn to begin to contemplate every single what if, every single what if, first of all, there's no end to the what ifs in life. You can contemplate every single one what if. And you can one sort of conclusion is inaction passivity and non-performance. Life is this fascinating balance between, on the one hand, thinking about the possibilities and the dangers and the what ifs that usually I look for, but I look for systemic life of passivity. Incredible for a life of systemic passivity. Carnival lover, next, don't sell life boosters to an apple. Says, I'm not scared. You think I'm not scared? I'm not scared. What happens if an atom comes on, right? And an atom sharply shows up and he says, listen, I need a life booster. Trouble, right? Run. That's why we didn't do it, right? We'll go summit because that's trouble is ours.
Take care, big dog.
Now, what's neat about this case? He's not going ahead and asking for a life booster. He's just saying, whether it's a Muslim carnival level, in this case, again, you might say, he's selling a life booster. Why? Because since he's not asking for a life booster, the assumption is he's not being market for a life booster. Therefore, he's selling a life booster. That's what he's defining as Zara. Most times you know carnival level and bigger carnival. So we need to say, remember what did I get to say? We need to say, if you sell an apple a life booster, if you're selling them a pepper booster, right? So I'm telling a group of these kids, and he decided to use is a life booster, that is commercial selfies. We want to say, think about me, what's the case? He made it become like carnival love on the news, carnival love on the news. So if the Akum is saying, listen, he has a life booster, right? This is what he says. Who has a life booster? Who has a life booster? Ask me for that. And ultimately, again, then you have carnival non-hero. Then get a look at it. If he's asking for a life booster, then I love on the right side. Even if I'm selling you a group of boosters, I still should not be able to sell him a life booster. I will allow him to come out carnival with me. Rather, it must be what's the case. The case is really just checking for a rooster. Like, who has a rooster? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, there's no mentioning a white rooster. Rabbi Rabbi, the Rabbi Huda Dana carnival with him, if they have small bow. So we'll say, what do you see from here? But if I don't know that, even if you just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit you have to sell them in white rooster is when you're selling this in a group. In a group of roosters, or a kind of combo, it's totally different to say that it's non-hero. So it's actually a friend that kind of combo. You can't sell them a white rooster under any circumstances, even as part of a rooster cover. I'm not going to use the fuck my skin, what's the case? So the Amar, that is that. What's the case? What I'm saying is very interesting. But ultimately, again, the Akum says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at that. How come I skin is the Amar Zed? Masculine below that you would get the Asmo, or kind of come on a gamre, that's going to be a Tara and come on the shop of the other. Therefore, that's very interesting. So let's say the Akum says, I'll take a white rooster, a black rooster, and a red rooster. Right? So what happens? You work all kinds of roosters. So that you look at the Akum, also give them a car, the Ash the Shopper lovers, was when they car, Nami probably was lovers, the Ash the Shopper, you really are on. Yes, so you will say, in that case, here, since he identified any kind of actually identified as a white rooster, even if Allah comments you're buying in the context of group, the purchase is really prohibited. The only time ultimately again a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified. You just find a separate group. Then ultimately again a white one is incredible. You know, kind of not like that. What's the point of the a Mosai? When is it Mosai? It's not the Amar, I'm sorry, when is it Oscar? Right? But not so much on it goes that love. About an Amar, that, Mosai. So it's not much of a beautiful, but yes, the beautiful say that I love, and I said, it is a white piece of really problematic as well. When the Mamish identifies it. He identifies, I want that rooster, right? Kind of goes there. But if he says that, and again, if he goes ahead and he identifies it too, now again, in this person of Yudah, even if Halacha L'Maisa, so Yehud is not always going ahead and
all this stuff's happening now because he didn't have a phone. He doesn't want to answer the question. Yeah. But it's like a tactic, right? He's saying because he didn't have a phone, he only knows what's been going on for the last 4 months, but if it was on social media, he doesn't know. It took me a while to get there. Because I literally,
weird.
But,
Right.
that's I have a person that comes
Anyways, we'll say, so Halacha L'Maisa, right, even if that even on my time goes that, since I remember you came out second time, my time goes that lava. About it, I'm not that, so Halacha L'Maisa, the Gemara says like this, that if you just go ahead and you identify a white rooster, that's one thing. And if Halacha L'Maisa, you say terrible, that lava, it's like about an Amr that so Halacha L'Maisa again, if you go ahead and find the Yudah, and you're buying a group of roosters, even if the Akli goes ahead and identifies
So now he has a lot to say
that he
about
wants a white rooster, ultimately I don't
it's not right now.
because Bafido Amashani goes that, only to
Has a
come
lot
to
to
us
say
in
about
the
it.
window,
Yeah.
only
Even
to
though he's a
hold up his face,
Even
so
though he's a
look up. What's the exception to this one? What's the exception to this one? If Halacha L'Maisa, if Halacha L'Maisa is measured
It's a
like
way
this,
to get out of
if
it.
Halacha L'Maisa
It's
is
a
always will
standard.
come says, if he's making a mission, making a party for his son, or he has someone who is ill inside of his home, ultimately he is going to be mutter. Now let's say, now what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is, again, he has someone who's ill inside of his home. That means he's using the rooster for what? Consumption purposes, not for worship purposes. Therefore, Halacha L'Maisa, that would be mutter. I, the Gemara says, V'hatanya, Ovei Tochavi Sha'asa Mishtav, no. Eino Asa Ela Osa Hayom Va'osa Yishtav. We just said before that in general, when an Ovei Tochavi is giving a salvation for us, this is back to the beginning of the chapter, right? That under circumstances like that, Halacha L'Maisa is always awesome. Right? In other words, we've seen that before. That those that think, right, Ovei Tochavi is giving a salvation for his son, that's kind of a that's that we would give thanks to your deity. So isn't that dafka an acute issue of Apol Zara? To which the Gemara says, also is Yasa. So again, so you want to say you can't go ahead and sell a white rooster to the Apple. Why not? Why not? Because he's going to use it for Apol Zara, nothing else. But if you know that he's making a simcha for his son, or you know that he's going ahead and has a hole inside of his house, sell the white rooster. Why? Because it's clear that he's purchasing it for consumption purposes. I didn't know what's that thing? He said before that on the day when he's making a salvation for his son, that's not a day to white lot, but he's going to go ahead and he wants to see his little jar. He's going to see his little jar. What's going on here? Already stuck out of his house, yeah. He touched it. He touched it. He's another touched it. And Mr. Becoming Muslim goes turn the Lord the party the least bit that I saw a white rooster not Mr. Kopas to know. To have Dada and Hakelis over the spot on right, it's a wedding. The wedding certainly can't sell a white rooster because the person would go ahead and definitely give thanks to their holy Zara on a day where they're making a free cup of this. So what's the fire we're talking about over here? The Mishnah Shom Reos shows in the you know, us, very high people that was talking about over here. Come stay together. So how can we supposed to get together for his friend? Get my friends a little bit. Right, so nice again. There's no life cycle event over here. You will be again except a group of guys getting together. What happens when a group of guys get together? Again, they're going to enjoy themselves. So there's no This is Apple is Zara. The Apple goes to some. You try to go to the other guy, the Lord says, you try to go from someone with the police, like all other items, all the time, stam on motor, which you just sell in stamp. So an atom is going to be motor. Perushal also, but if you explicit or it sounds like it's explicitly sold by Bolzano, it's going to be also. My stam activation. What does that mean exactly? What is stam? What's Perushal? You name a stam of the TT right? Perushal become a lot of stuff. So it can be like this. Maybe stam means says I'm buying white meat. I'm buying white meat, right? And he doesn't say what it's for. He says I'm buying white meat. And Henrik means he says I'm buying white meat. Or I bought a lot of other things. Where it says, no stomach feet on the right meat, right? No pollution feet on the wrong meat. So that's an obvious case. That's an obvious case, right? That goes without saying. So obviously, if an obey comes on, the obey can come and says, I'd like to buy white meat. Right? And it doesn't specifically say what it's for, then why can't you go ahead and sell it? And if you say, I'm buying white meat for a Bolzano, of course you're not allowed to sell it. So what's going on here? Ella, because if someone takes how much easy, they lose them how much easy. And it was happening over here. If an apple comes along and says, I want to buy meat. He doesn't say what kind of meat, he doesn't say what it's for. He just says, then ultimately again, that is going to be what? That's the case of stam. The case of Pirush is very white. White meat, and that's going to be problematic because again, explicitly asking for white meat, you think they can be using it for apples. You know, I said, well, the kind of gola, he was someone Nanilo. Now, what's like, this is the case very weak. Now, we must keep supposing that a rooster is going to be even more common than a rooster. Or we can refer from here that whenever an apple asks to buy a rooster, it's most probably for apples purposes and even stamp. Like, even if he doesn't explicitly say white wine is for apples, he still cares to sell it. Which he says, under the Olam standard Amar, if you back to become a TV. I'm sorry, the Olam standard Amar, the case of stam is where an Akum says, the Parish case is where he says, I'd like to purchase white meat for a Bolzano. I will say, if an Akum rolls into your store, obviously you can't go ahead and sell that thing. So what's the challenge? The Gemara says, the Perushan is secret. So this is fascinating. The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why it's necessary. So I'd like to tell you, right? I can't I would have thought like this. Even when the Akum comes over to me and he says he's looking to buy white meat for a Bolzano, he's actually buying it for a Bolzano. Not really for a Bolzano. I said, why did you say a Bolzano? Hello, maybe he's the object by Bolzano. Listen, the guy is going to have Bolzano. Right? He wants a Bolzano. The suburb, the air that will now have public place, fully Almandami actually.
But I don't even think they would say no because they had a Ray fan.
So sometimes, you open up a Bolzano, right? And he says, listen, he's a big over there Bolzano. And he assumes, he wishes a Bolzano, therefore what? Everyone wants a Bolzano. Right? That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me because this is fascinating, right? How, like, we often assume that the way we think is the way other people think. What we do is what other people do. This guy comes over to me, we like to see something over there Bolzano also. And therefore, it's the late movie. This is great. So when he says, I'd like to buy some white pizza, he doesn't need it, right? And what is he trying to do? What's happening over here? He's looking for a deal. He's looking for a deal. One only that on the dark, right? Let's but it doesn't. By the way, what a fool, right? What a stop. Somebody coming over to you to over that Bolzano. Like, what must I be doing wrong in my life? If someone thinks that I'm also over that Bolzano, he doesn't need it. What he's just trying to do is he's trying to get a deal over here, right? And therefore, again, I might have thought that he's not, no, busy day at the ball. So I might have thought that he's just going in and kind of dropping up Bolzano just to get a discount. Kamash Monon, I will say, now, what does Kamash Monon mean over here? Kamashma could mean maybe he is doing that, maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what he's doing. But Allah if he says about the Zara, you can't get involved in such a transaction. That's the bottom line of it. Okay? So by Ravashi. Ravashi is a kasha. Or right, article 11 cuts well. This lesson is very interesting. What happens if the Akum is in the marketplace and he's asking who has an amputated rooster. In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger claw digits, right? Who has a rooster missing something? So now Winkarlo, Carnival Love on Shalom. So we'll say, so let's say I don't have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster. Right? Am I allowed to sell him the white rooster? Now, what's the shadow? So on one hand, the fact that he's looking for an amputated rooster would clearly indicate that what? This is not for us, right? Because travelers they don't use this kind of roosters. Maybe I can sell him the white rooster as well. Oh, Dilma, you really come out. Or maybe this is right. This is playing a trick. This is a ruse, right? White roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably have white roosters, and if they'll be able to get white roosters, incredible. So the American Indians, so Loma High really could come out. If you want to say that the whole thing is a ruse, and he's really just trying to get white roosters, the American says, Carnival love me, the Yagale Shaka, the Shako, the Yagale Other Shako, Maulin Carlo, Lava. So what's the following case? Let's say where the Akum comes along, the Akum says, I'm looking to buy a white rooster. And what happens? I say, I don't have a white rooster, but I'll sell you a black rooster. And he buys it. Or a red rooster. And he buys it. And I then sell him a white rooster. Why? So the Gemara says, so on one hand, since he bought the white rooster and the black rooster, then obviously he's not using his roosters for idolatrous service, and therefore selling him the white one is not a problem. Oh, Dilma, Hirumi Kamahar, or maybe not, maybe the whole thing is ruse. In other words, the Akum is a smart idol, so he knows he needs to get the white rooster. He's not going to get the white rooster straight out, so maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care, ultimately in order to get the white rooster. To which the Gemara says, take it. Okay, so one of these is an open-ended question. Right there. The Amir Omer Af Dekel, so the Amir said, even. What he calls Dekel Toss. What is this? Gemara says, Kamiri was incredible. Kamiri, the Avodas go from the Avmavinu, Dalit Mea Sirke Havna. You have Masora, the Avmavinu also have Yesachas Haval Bizarra. That's not Yesachas Haval Bizarra, because once I get Avmavinu also have to know how to navigate the Avodas are realities of his time. So what's this? Avmavinu's Yesachas Haval Bizarra was 400 prakim. 400 prakim. The Gemara says, whereas our Masechah Sabal Bizarra is only 5 chapters, and yet we struggle with it. So it's obviously interesting enough the fact that Abraham's Masechah Sabal Bizarra was 400 chapters indicates that first of all, this was halach l'maisa, right? They found halach l'maisa day in and day out. He had to know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of his time. So 400 trucking, and ours is only 5. So we'll say, so interesting enough, I just point down how beautiful is this. Right? The Gemara says, Avinu had Masechah Sabal Bizarra, and we have Masechah Sabal Bizarra. One of the most beautiful things also, when you open up a block like here, we're on Avodah Zarah Daf Yudaleh. Just to understand that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, everyone saw the same page with the same word. It's something so beautiful to know, and this is the power of Torah in general. Torah links you to the entire historical continuity and the future continuity of Klal Yisrael. My children look at the same black Gemara, and my grandchildren will see the same black Gemara, and my great-grandchildren will see the same black Gemara. It's the most and beautiful and overwhelming thing in the world. And you see this. There are so many things in life that will change. But Masechah Sabal Bizarra, Daf Yudaleh, it was the same for generations before me, and will be the same for generations after me. So often in life, there are so many things that we put our effort into, or we spend our time with, and they may endure or they may not endure. One thing is clear: when I took an investment in Torah, that was an investment that will last completely, but it has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely unequivocally last until the end of time. Right? How incredible is it to think you pick up these money, you hold up over Zara, Avram Avinu also had over Zara. Now, granted, his over Zara, I don't know how many Chalakim that is right? 400 chapters, or chapters like this, the shelf, right? But when I saw, they say, how incredible is it to think about Avram Avinu, how 2 seconds of over Zara, and you and I do this like for the own second, like the new Christian, you do something that is mixed. So many things in our life that we spend our time on are fleeting. In reality, are generally unimportant. Totally absolutely incredible. So the word says, right now, so what you turn on the mirror, check our class, the concept of the Nicholas, also the fellow of the I can remember the mission said all of these items. So now let's talk about the Gemara says, so deck of focus of Lama Dinon, not deck of Kushnis Abinon, honestly, you can't sell a good palm tree, good akum, but you can sell a bad palm tree, like, just trying to figure out what do you need? What's one, a more from a particular paragraph. And we learned that in general, you can't sell an akum anything that is attached to the ground. I must say, I will get to this in just a couple of days, but you're not allowed to sell an akum red. Here's the red. Right now, again, we're going to discuss this. Clearly, it's very slow. We'll talk about this, but again, so what's how am I able to sell my palm tree at all, right? Because at the end of the day, I've found palm trees attached to the earth. So I got to palm tree off. Good palm tree, bad palm tree, so the Gemara says, anyway, my decal code. What is decal code? Payros decal code. And ultimately, it refers to the fruit of a palm tree. The date of Rabino, Payros decal code. Okay, versus I don't know from the rest of it. So you can't tell me again. You can all items that we use for our purposes. Chatzab, what's a chatzab? Kashba. Okay? A chatzab is a kashba. Rashi says over here, minced mud, type of dish. Niklas, what's a niklas? Yasser Americano by Yosef, Kulaiti. Right, okay, Rashi says over here, min chaos, another type of seed. Only a higher Rapini. Now, niklas, below Yadina, nothing. So again, so Rapini said, we learn niklas, we don't know what niklas is. The axe on the Kulaiti is a type of fruit. Below Yadina, Maya Hanasman. So I'm a lay. It's also said that here's the issue. It's not like politely helps us all that much more than what Niklas is. Okay, so what's Niklas is politely. What's politely is Niklas. What do they both mean? I have no idea. Right, but the message, how exactly do these alternative definitions supposed to be? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. My opinion is like, Amalei Ahani, to be Azmus Hassan, Omer B'Hu Niklas, Olon Yadi, Omer B'Hu politely, Yadi become a ultimately, that's actually why it does help. It helps at the end of the day because if you go to yourself and you say plus, you might not know what it is, but the funny politely, and ultimately, again, you have to point out.
There she is. There she is.
He's still sleeping, like he said, so he can come in here and get set on up and say, excuse me, sir, we're going to need you to wake up. It's time to wake up. You got to open your eyes.
All right. Well, that's great.
We're going to get a hospital bed that's coming tomorrow from the hospital. And they're going to be transporting him back.
Oh, yes, also, Minion 650 this morning.
Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful news. You'll be able to see Papa in 24 hours.
Yes.
You hear my voice. Nice. So I'm sorry that that's
That's great.
I'm excited.
Ooh.
How was your day? I had a wonderful day.
It sounds like it. So far so good. I stayed up most of the day and was able to talk to and promote my project to a bunch of people. Got another 50 followers, which is good. And then took a little nap. And then Zoot was in here and we were chilling. and just had a overall thankfully good day so far. Now I need to get this and make it better. Ooh.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Our annual commentary sponsor,
Yes, ma'am.
for dedicating all the Sherman drugs.
You need 5 more wins, and then you have 200.
Our commentary sponsors for the month of
Yeah, is right. Get those two. No
Our
doubt.
Alana
They should-
Weinberg, thanks to our son for all of his blessing, both revealed and hidden. The miracle of Jonathan Shai Weinberg 14 years ago.
Oh, the toughest shot in the game. The toughest shot in the game.
But Daniel and
Give me
Batsheva
one.
Papa of Eretz Yisrael, the creation of the second yahrzeit of Batsheva's father, of Shlomo ben Yehuda Aryeh Vey of Philadelphia, which is on the 7th of Tammuz. He was a child survivor of Auschwitz and left over 100 descendants. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Sal and Aliyah, the families in the Chama,
Okay, you
all
need
of
to
those
get
who
this one. Everybody knows you're going to get this one.
hostages.
They shouldn't even make you do it. They shouldn't even make you do
Our
it.
holy soldiers to be successful.
'Cause they just know you're going to get it. A perfect spare. Maybe one of the greatest spares in the history of the world. Now give me... No, but I have to get these 4. These 4 would be giant. That's not what we want. It's Aquarius. I've got 9 every single time. 9, 9, 9.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 18, about 20 lines up from the bottom. Rabbi Yaakov Zabin Sandalis. Once let's remember again, in yesterday's mission, we were talking about the concept. Once again, we continued discussion about how patronizing stores that maybe give access to the Avodah Zarah.
That was big time.
Especially again on the day of the actual celebration itself, being concerned that if one goes and patronizes one of these establishments,
Miss Aquarius answers with a perfect match. No one's touching our folks. Turn out the lights. The party is over. Miss Aquarius with the win. No doubt. No doubt.
They encountered each other after having made their respective purchases. It's a very interesting exchange. So one said to
It's over, Miss Aquarius.
You orphan. I
cannot win.
Acted like this. Now both sides. Now when they called each other orphan,
And
that was
Miss Aquarius, she's closing in.
teasing each other.
Closing in, Miss Aquarius. You need 4 more wins, and maybe you might get one right here.
Would your Rebbe have done this? The other one said, so one said that to the other. Then the other one responded, Yasma, you're the Yasim. Avid Rab Fahachi, right?
That's
don't
a
call me
lie.
Yasim, you're a Yasim. Right? Did your Rebbe have acted this way? So it's obviously what they were both doing was they were giving each other a shtar
That's a spare.
for having patronized the store owned by an Akim. So the rest is one second. Hold up. What happened? The Tarbayu, Mibala Bayis is 7. Now the truth is both of them, both of the purchases were totally legal. Why?
Maybe.
They actually did not buy it from shopping.
Maybe not.
Rather, who did they buy it from?
That's not what we wanted, Mr. Aquarius. That was one of the worst rows we've ever had.
That this whole issue of patronizing the store of an Akum and having the Akum pay taxes to whatever the local establishment.
You got 4, or you got 6.
Established proprietors.
You got 4 left, and you're going to get them right here. So it's not even a big deal. Not even a big deal. Not even a big deal. You've gotten 2 spares in a row. Miss Aquarius, folks, has gotten 2 spares in a row.
So in fact, interestingly enough, they both had engaged in committed activity, but they both assumed that the other had bought from a merchant, which I must say is such a fascinating idea. If you think about this, they said pretty heated words, right? To call someone a yasim, right? Because essentially that's like saying, like, obviously you have no right.
Miss Aquarius is starting to pull away, folks. She's going to get this. This looks perfect. Folks,
they came to that
she might have 2 wins
and
here.
again, they both were wrong. We see a person doing something. We ought to not create an entire narrative.
She's going to get a strike here and put this game out of reach.
I was wrong. I was wrong. So the Gemara goes
Really
back to the Gemara
good.
says the
Really good. Get this one.
This shock
Oh, she got the spare. Folks, Mrs. Purse has gotten 4 straight spares.
Only by a formal proprietor.
No.
The shopkeeper is going to go ahead and pay the taxes. When you purchase from a household, they're just stomagayas, but he's not paying taxes on anything.
Thank you, madam.
Ultimately,
Folks, if you're keeping track on Mrs. Purse is dominating. Pure dominance. Pure dominance. She's going to get her 5th straight spare right now. She put up a big score. 78 is a big score.
So this is interesting. So Rabbi seems to be highly
That's big time. That's big time.
Seem to have evolved and changed. And there were places that did collect taxes even from Balabatim.
Oh, what a comeback. What a comeback right here at the end.
Stuff out of your house.
What a comeback right here at the end. This is Aquarius. Rabbi.
That's right.
That's right. I win,
you
you win. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in both. Yes, ma'am.
Here's the problem. Now, the Gemara is making it
You too, God willing. And great news about Chassav.
Yes, thank you. I know.
Because they bought it from So what's happening over here? How are they permitted to go ahead? How are they permitted to make their respective purchases if they're going to be paying taxes? So it's very interesting to which the Gemara says, Ella Ilu Hechi Zabu. So how Rabbi Abba and how Rabbi Abba and Rabbi how Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah were able to buy the sandals and the bread for Balabayas and taxes, to which the Gemara says, the Balabayas she'ino kavua zabu. They bought it from Balabayas who doesn't regularly sell them. So take a look at Rashi. Rashi says she'ino kavua. Rashi says, V'lo masik muksi adatayu l'migdi minayu. So apparently, even though already in terms of Rabbi Abba, everybody was paying taxes. Merchants were paying taxes. A balabais regularly sold from his home was paying taxes. But that was only if you were what we call someone who sold stuff on a regular basis. But if halacha l'maisa, again, you kind of are like, I don't know, an episodic seller, just a recreational seller, cleaning out your garage. So you put stuff for a garage sale, but you're not an established merchant, they would not tax you. So that apparently, again, when Rabbi Yaakov and Rabbi Yirmiyah bought their sandals and their bread, they were buying it from one of these kind of balabatim. Okay, so it turns out at the end of the sugya that there's essentially 3 categories of sellers. There's the classic tagar, who is the merchant, who the Mishnah tells us again, on any day where there's a Yom Tiv, you can't purchase from that person. Now, I just want to point out how this is a little bit different. So remember again, beforehand we were talking about just engaging in transactions with an agom. This is now in a more commercial setting. So the Mishnah tells me I can't do that on the day of the Yom Tov. Why? Because they're going to pay taxes to the Avodah Zarah. That's category 1. Category 2 is a balabayis who is also an established merchant. What's the chiluk between the tagar and the balabayis? The balabayis is selling, I don't know, from his house. From his house. But this is what he does. He's an established vendor. He's also apparently going to be paying taxes. Therefore, again, you can't patronize him either. That's on the Yom Tov. The third category is just a stam balabais who's not kavua. This is an individual who's going to go ahead and sell stuff, but not really in an established fashion. Such a person, again, doesn't pay taxes at all, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, you could patronize such an individual. Okay, fascinating. So we're going to continue on the same theme over here. So Mishnah, the following things, I will say, so now a little bit of switching gears. The following things you cannot sell to an akum. Now again, we're going to see why you can't sell them is because these were things that were often used in the service of Avodah Zarah. So you can't sell the following things. What can't you sell them? It's tarublin. Okay, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. Benos shuach, we'll define what that is in the Gemara. Pitu taros. That wasn't a pitu taros. Literally means stems. Again, We'll define what that means in the Gemara as well. Ulavona, frankincense. Tarnagol halavan, a white rooster. Rabbi Yehuda says, Mutter limkar lo tarnagol lavan bina tarnagolin. Rabbi Yehuda says, if you're selling an akum, a bunch of roosters, and in that chevra, in rooster chevra, there's also a white rooster, that's going to be permitted. That'll be fine. What happens if you want to sell a single white rooster to the akum? So the Gemara says, you could cut off one of its fingers. One of its I don't know, is it a finger or a toe by a rooster? Claw. Okay, right. Go to cut off one of the claws and ultimately sell it. What's the chaf with that? So interestingly enough, apparently even by the akum, if the animal is deficient, if it's chaser, they don't offer it. So apparently we're going to see there's something with white roosters. So if you're going to sell a white rooster, ultimately again to the akum, then cut off one of the claws and ultimately sell it. Ultimately again, because they do not go ahead and offer up chaser, a deficient item, to their avodah zarah. So this is a very, very interesting idea over here, which also tremendous Moshe Haskell, if you think about it as well, that even of the avodah zarah, if you're going to do it, make sure you do it in a shalim fashion. Don't do it chaser. So many times we say in life, we start things, we do things, and then we just kind of like, we don't give it our all. So halacha l'maaseh, again, if you're going to do something in life, make sure that it's shalom. You're going to engage in spiritual, so let's make sure there's a sense of shleimus. Even the old avodah zarah understand. Don't offer up something that is chaser. Incredible. Ushar kol hadvarim, and again, all other items, staman muter, uperushan aser. So we'll see exactly what this means. All the other items, it sounds like what it's saying is if you just sell it stam to an akum, ultimately again it's going to be muter. But perushan, if you go ahead and it's explicit, and again we'll have to define what this means. Aser. Rameir says, Omer af dekel tav, the chatzav aser l'mkol dekel tav. Rameir says you also can't sell a dekel tav. And we'll say dekel tav literally sounds like a good palm tree. A good palm tree, you can't sell a good palm tree and a chatzav. See what that means? Good. You're supposed to say, here we go, tap of $1. Let's go. Says the Gemara. My itztarublin. What's an itztarublin? Tarnisa. It's a tarnisa. Very helpful for us. Rashi says over here, right? What's tarnisa? Tap Rashi. Min eresu vihi shita. Kitam Rosh Hashanah. So it's a type of cedar tree. Thank you. A type of cedar tree. Okay. So Gemara says Raminu. Gemara is the kasha. Is that true? Is that a true definition? Hosifu alei. I will say now. This price that Gemara is quoting over here happens to be by Shemitah. Rashi says the Ian Shvius. So now it says by Shemitah, Hosifu aleihem alachsin v'itztarublin muchsasin ubnos shuach. So these are items ultimately again that are included in the Shemitah prohibition. So the Gemara says v'isa itztarublin tarnisa me'isa b'shiyas. Now if you think that the itztarublin is in fact this tarnisa, which is a type of cedar, is this item really included in the Shemitah prohibition? Now this is very interesting. Why isn't the cedar tree included in the Shemitah prohibition? Is fascinating. He says, "Disnan ze'aklal kol sheyesh lo ikar yesh lo shvius, v'chol she'ein lo ikar ein lo shvius." So this is actually a fascinating halacha. Ikar means a root. So the Gemara says, whatever has a root ultimately is subject to the laws of Shemitah, and whatever doesn't have a root is not subject to the laws of Shemitah. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is the second line from the top. Kosher eno ikar liskayim ba'aretz b'yemos hagishamim kigon kishurim v'luim. So listen to this. Any object, any item, planted item that has a root that is able to live through the winter, ultimately is subject to Shemitah. But any item that has a root source that dries up or that withers away during the winter is not subject to Shemitah. Fascinating halacha. So therefore, again, apparently, this itztarublin. So if the itztarublin, see, here's our problem, right? Let's just go trace this. Mishnah says you can't sell the itztarublin to the akum. Gemara, what's itztarublin? Gemara's answer: Tornisa, a type of cedar tree. Gemara says that can't be true. Why? Because again, in the Mishnah over here in Shvius, or I should say, it's actually Mishnah in Shabbos. In the Mishnah in Shabbos, it says the following items are subject to Shemitah. Included in that list is itztarublin. Only items subject to the laws of Shemitah are items that have root systems which endure during the winter. And again, the Tarnisa, the cedar tree, does not have that type of root system. Therefore, again, Tarnisa is Tarupman can't be Tarnisa. That's the point the Gemara is making over here. Ella, I'll just also point out the wording over here is very beautiful. Koshi Yeshlo Iker Yeshlo Shvius. We'll say that one of the most beautiful things we have in our Yiddishkeit is Shabbos. Shabbos. So the shaila is what makes Shabbos so special? What is it about Shabbos that's so incredible? So the real power of Shabbos is the day in which you really reap the collective benefits of how you've spent your week. Right? A powerful Shabbos is one that follows on the heels of a powerful Sheshes Yomim Tasa Melachtecha. If for 6 days I'm plugging away, for 6 days I'm working hard, not just at my job, but in my ruchnius, right? Literally, again, I'm learning, I'm davening, I'm doing chesed, I'm doing everything I'm supposed to be doing, then Shabbos ultimately becomes so powerful. Shabbos is the composite of 6 days of dynamic activity. So it's really the lesson over here also. Kol sheyesh lo ikar. Whoever has a purpose in his life, whoever has an ikar in the way that he lives, Sunday through Friday, yesh lo shvius. The seventh day Shabbos will be incredibly special. So Rabbi said, otherwise, and you see this, Shabbos could be a day in which I crash from just working very hard during the week, in which case you emerge from Shabbos physically rested but not necessarily spiritually restored. Or Shabbos could be a day where ultimately the collective benefit of how I toil during the 6 days, Koshi Yeshlo Iker, whoever ultimately again has purposeful, intentional, driven life, Sunday through Friday, Yeshlo Shvius. That person Shabbos will be, that's the Mamishin Ein Olam Haba. So again, it's the Rublin. El Amrav Safra, Piri Da'arza. Oh. So it's the Rublin is not the cedar tree itself, rather what is it's the Rublin? Ultimately, again, it is the fruit of the cedar tree. The fruit of the cedar tree. Piri Da'arza. V'chein ki asa Rabbi Amar Belazar, Piri Da'arza. Ultimately, again, the fruit of the cedar tree. Incredible. Okay, so therefore, we've got our first definition now. So apparently, and again, common denominator amongst all these items is going to be that these were actively used in Avodah Zarah. So you can't go ahead and sell Avodah Zarah, it's the Rublin. Okay, next. Benos Shuach. Amra Barachana Amra Yochanan Te'eni Chirasa. White dates. White dates, once again, I will say nothing special per se about these items except that just they were actually used for Avodah Zarah purposes. Okay, next, Pitu Taros. What are Pitu Taros? I'm going to be open on Bepit Chusehen Shani. So we'll say, so again, now remember, Pitu Taros are stems. So when you read the Mishnah, what it sounds like over here is that Pitu Taros is a separate category, right? Because the Mishnah reads, these are the things you can't sell to an Ovid Kocharim. You can't sell, it's the Rublin, which now we've established as the fruit of the cedar tree. Right? Next, what can't you do? Benot Shuach, white dates. And then it says Pitu Taros, stems. Almost sounds like stems is a third category. And also, interesting enough, the Gemara says, no. Stems is actually a modifier on the previous two. What it means is the dates and the fruits of the cedar tree, ultimately, again, those can't be sold with their stem. So Rashi points out over here, look at Rashi, Pitu Rosehen Shanu, first short line in Rashi, Pitu Taros Temasnisin Lav Minhu Ba'api Nafshe. Pitu Taros, right, the stems is not its own category, Elahaki Kamar, a Mochel Lahem called Elu, it's the Rublin, Ubenos, Shuach, Be'uktseyen, Lefisha Tolin Osam Bifnei Avodas Kochavim, the Darkan La'avdan Bekach. This is very interesting. What would they do with the white dates? And what would they do with the white figs, I should say? And the fruit from the cedar tree, they would dangle it. So what they would do is they would keep it on the stem. They would tie the stem and apparently, hang it on the idol, hang it next to the idol. So the stems were necessary parts ultimately of the fruit. Okay, incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. Levona, frankincense. Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi Shimon Lakish. Levona Zako. It was not just any frankincense, not just any Levona, but pure Levona. Okay? So it says, Tana, Umikulan Mochel Lahen Chavila. So it says, this is very interesting. So now, I can't sell Levona to an Akum. And again, I will say, interestingly enough, I just want to point out, up until now, Everything we've been dealing with has been very what we'll call either, date-centric or date-specific, right? In other words, I can't transact business with an akom on a particular day or a certain number of days leading up to a particular day. If you notice over here, the conversation has switched, and now it has nothing to do with date and everything to do with product. The following items are items that are regularly used in the worship of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it doesn't matter when, you cannot sell these to an akum. Now, the Gemara gives an interesting exception to this, which Lakish says, what you can do is you can sell to them in bulk, essentially. So I could sell, let's say, Lavona to an akum in bulk. Now, what's the logic behind that? Because since I'm selling it in bulk, the assumption is he's going to resell it to others. That's the assumption. In other words, if somebody's buying something for their Avodah Zarah, you're going to buy a small amount. You're buying a large amount of pashta, so you're going to resell. So the Gemara says, how much is considered to be a large amount?
I hope everything goes well this happening.
Three minutes. Right, 3 months, I should say. 3 months. For a second. So let's say again, so now the Mishnah says it like this. To sell, let's say, I don't know, whatever, for a small amount. To sell a ladle full of Lavona to an akum, I'm not allowed to do, because ultimately, again, you can use it for Avodah Zarah, but I can sell him a large amount of Lavona, because I know that's for resale. He's not going to use it for others, he's going to resell. Besides the Gemara, maybe I should be considering that he in turn is going to sell it to someone else who's going to use it for Avodah Zarah. So aren't I still participatory in Avodah Zarah, in the performance of Avodah Zarah in some way? So you see, and Rabbi, so this is very interesting. I am charged ultimately again with, or I am prohibited from lifnei iva lositei nefshal, right? This goes back to the beginning of the chapter. Why can't I sell? Why can't I transact business with an Oved Kochavim on his yard? Because I really have to on some of these items. Because again, I am creating a stumbling block for him. I am facilitating, one of the reasons is that I am facilitating the performance of his Avodah Zarah. So the Gemara says, when is this prohibition? With direct participation, right? Or direct what we call lifnei the lifnei, where essentially have 2 steps to mix. We're afraid now I'm going to sell it in bulk to the akum, which is committed because he's doing it for resale, and he's going to resell it to someone else, and that's my problem. That's not my problem. I'll lifnei mefaktinon, I'll lifnei the lifnei lo mefaktinon. And let's say also that Rashi over here is so profound as well. Now, obviously, the lifnei is talking about over here, lifnei iva lo sitei nefshal. Do not place a stumbling block in front of someone. So me selling the Lavona, let's say, to an akum, that's lifnei iva. Me selling in bulk to the akum, and him reselling it to someone else, that's what's called lifnei the lifnei. It's 2 steps removed. And remember, this whole thing is rabbinic to begin with. We're not going to start legislating additional layers of rabbinic prohibition. Let's say that there's a certain, the Russian itself is so beautiful. In life, when we entertain the possibility of taking on something new, or we entertain the possibility of taking ourselves in a different direction, or just embarking on a new adventure, taking on additional responsibilities. So often, what we end up doing is we try to figure out, or we try to contemplate all of the different things that could happen. And I want to pivot in my life, and if I do this, so this could go wrong, this could go wrong. And obviously, one can't live life blindly, but sometimes what ends up happening is that we overthink things to a point that it renders us absolutely passive. So then what the Gemara is also telling us is, when you make decisions in life, definitely contemplate what's in front of you. But if in life you begin to contemplate every single what if, so first of all, there's no end to the what ifs in life. If you contemplate every single what if, that'll lead you to only one inescapable conclusion, which is inaction, passivity, and non-performance. Life is this fascinating balance between, on the one hand, thinking about the possibilities and the dangers and the what-ifs in front of you, the alifnei, but alifnei to lifnei, thinking things out too much, unfortunately, just lends to a systemic life of passivity, incredible, or a life of systemic passivity. Technical love. Next, don't sell white roosters to an akum. Says the Gemara, I'm Rabbi Yonah, I'm Rabbi Zera, I'm Rabbi Zera. Take it to Master, I'm Rabbi Yonah, I'm Rabbi Zera. Technical love. Listen to this. What happens if an akum comes along, right? And an akum is shopping for a carnival. He doesn't have, obviously, if the akum shows up and he says, listen, I need a white rooster, trouble, right? Run. That's like you didn't hear him, right? Don't go summit because that's what all these are. So let's say he shows up and he says, carnival to me. In other words, who has a rooster I can purchase? Now, what's unique about this case? He's not going ahead and asking for a white rooster. He's just saying, where's the rooster? In this case, again, the Gemara says, you can sell him a white rooster. Why? Because since he's not asking for a white rooster, the assumption is he's not in the market for a white rooster. Therefore, he can sell a white rooster. He's not going to use it for a white desire. Yehuda says as follows. So Yehuda says, remember again, what did our Mishnah say? Yehuda said that you can sell an akum, a white rooster, if you're selling him to a chevra rooster. Right? So I'm selling a group of roosters, and inside the group is a white rooster that is permitted to sell. The Gemara says, hey, what's the case? Even if the Kamar trying to go love on the knee, so if the akum is saying, listen, who has a white rooster? Right? This is what he's saying. Who has a white rooster? Who has a white rooster? He's asking for that. Then ultimately, again, they had trying to go in Nami-lo. And you're going to go say, if he's actively asking for a white rooster, then halacha on my side, even if I'm selling him a group of roosters, I still should not be able to sell him a white rooster. And Allah, the Amar, trying to go to me. Rather, it must be what's the case. The case is where he's just shopping for a rooster. Right? Who has a rooster? And even in that case, when he's not even mentioning a white rooster, Safi Lohafi, Rabbi Yehuda Beina trying to go in, Bifnei Atzmo Lo. So we'll say, what do you see from here? That according to Rabbi Yehuda, even if he's just asking for a non-specific rooster, the only permit you have to sell him a white rooster is when you're selling it to him in a group. In a group of roosters. So it's kind of kamo. If you look at kind of going up non-go, so it's actually according to kind of kamo. You can't sell him a white rooster under any circumstances, even as part of a rooster chevra. And you're not going to use what's the case? He's going to Amar What's the case here? What's that? It's very interesting. Well, ultimately, again, the outcome says, I'll take this rooster and that rooster. Look at Rashi. Chacham asking the Amar Zeh. Mastis needs a little Rabbi Yehuda b'fnei atzmo. Lo tanakama legamrei. Us going to make kara atkar lavan b'shachar ba'adam. So this is very interesting. So let's say the Akum says, I'll take a white rooster, a black rooster, and a red rooster. Right? So what happens? He wants all kinds of roosters. So Rabbi Yehuda b'fnei atzmo also gives you make kara atkar ba'ach b'shachar lavan. Ba'adam make kara nami chabi lavan. B'hai da'ach b'shachar yume arar. So Rabbi Yehuda will say, in that case of here, since he identifies anything that you actively identify a white rooster, even if halacha you're buying in the context of the group, the purchase is going to be prohibited. The only time, ultimately, again, a white rooster is permitted is when color was not identified, and you're just buying the chevra of roosters. A group, then ultimately, again, a white one would be incredible. So the most time, that's the first person of Yehuda. A Masai, when is it mutter? Is man sha'amar carnival? When is it aser? Right? Is man sha'amar carnival zeh lava? Avalim amar zeh mutter. So as it's now the Gemara says that Yehuda will hold like this. That Yehuda will say that halacha l'maisa the only time that a white rooster is going to be problematic is when the akum mamish identifies it. He identifies, I want that rooster. Right? Carnival zeh. But if he says zeh, but again, if he goes ahead and he identifies a group, now again, in this version of Yehuda, even if halacha l'maisa, so in Rabbi Yehuda's model, he's going ahead and.
So I can see why everyone is stressed out. But it's also There's Diet Coke. Dude, we're drinking Diet Cokes, we're watching Brendan Job, dude, everything's fine. People hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid, I think. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I, express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did.
Okay. Anyways, we'll say so. So I love for myself, like, even if ואפילו אומר goes that, since I remember we were doing said this bunch of goes that lava. About it, Omar that so I love for myself, the Gemara says like this, that if you just go ahead and you identify a white rooster, that's one thing. And if halacha l'maisa you say turnable zeh lavan, it's sorry about Amar zeh mutter. So halacha l'maisa again, if you go ahead and and you're buying a group of roosters, even if the Achum goes ahead and identifies that he wants a white rooster, ultimately again it is going to be permitted. Good. Dashido Amar turnable zeh obit tzom she'asim sh'levno o shehayachol lebesof beso mutter. So there is an interesting exception to this rule. What's the exception to this rule? If halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says like this. If halacha l'maisa, the Ovid Kochav says, if he's making a mishnah, he's making a party for his son, or he has someone who is ill inside of his home, ultimately it is going to be mutter. Now what's the logic behind that? The logic behind that is if he's making a party right for his son, or ultimately again if he has someone who's ill inside of his home, that means he's using the rooster for what? Consumption purposes, not for worship purposes. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, that will be mutter. The Gemara says v'hakanya. Ovei Kochav she'asa mishlevno eino aser ela osa hayom va'osa ishbel. One second. You just said before that in general, when an Ovei Kochav is making a celebration for his son, we'll say this is back to the beginning of the Sefta, right? That under circumstances like that, halacha l'maisa is always awesome, right? In other words, we've seen that before. That those are times that Ovei Kochav is making a celebration for his son. That's the time when Dafka he would give thanks to his deity. So isn't that Dafka an acute issue of Avodah Zarah? To which the Gemara says, so again, see what's happening over here? So the Gemara says you can't go ahead and sell a white rooster to the Akum. Why not? Because he's going to use it for Avodah Zarah. Now the Gemara says, but if you know that he's making a simcha for his son, or you know that he's going ahead and has a cola inside of his house, he's selling the white rooster. Why? Because it's clear that he's purchasing it for consumption purposes. I think one second. You said before that on the day when he's making a celebration for his son, that's not a day when what? When he's going to go ahead and be worshiping his Avodah Zarah. He's going to be Avodah Zarah. So it's over here. Already discussed by B'Shashia, the Tabzi. The Tabzi. What is that? What's Tabzi? Rashi says over here, Tabzi, last Rashi on that. The party, when you stay to allow to sell a white rooster, Lav Mishtech Fupas below. To have Vada with Hakodes over this Kocham. You're right, if it's a wedding, you certainly can't sell a white rooster, because the person would go ahead and definitely give thanks to their Avodah Zarah on a day where they're making a simcha for their son. So what's the party we're talking about over here? Ela b'mishta shel mereos she'osim ha'na'arim zeh in zeh v'dilo chashiv t'lei ha'ishim people level tzad. What are we talking about over here? Chav is getting together. So Akum is hosting a get together for his friend. They're vibrating a little bit. So nice again. There's no life cycle event over here. Literally again, it's just a group of guys getting together. What happens when a group of guys get together? Again, you're going to enjoy themselves, but there's no necessarily Avodah Zarah component to this. That is going to be mutter to sell them a white rooster under those circumstances. Incredible. So the Gemara goes out. The Gemara says, remember again, Mishnah ended up by saying something very interesting. And everything else, right, all of the items told the Baran of stam on mutter, if you just sell them stam to an akum, it's going to be mutter. Hirushan also, but if you explicit, or it sounds like it's explicitly sold by Avodah Zarah, it's going to be also. The Gemara says, my stam, my Hirushan. What does that mean exactly? What is stam? What's Hirushan? The Gemara says, Ilema stama dekama hitis levarta. So Hirushan dekama lavodas kochaben. So give me like this. They stam me. The Chum says, I'm buying white wheat. Right? And he doesn't say what it's for. This is buying white wheat. And English means, he says, I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah on the base. The Gemara says, so most stomach people may imagine this being right. But the Rusha people may do almost being right. So I say that's an obvious case. That's an obvious case, right? That goes without saying. So obviously, if an Obed Kocham comes on, and Obed Kocham says, I'd like to buy white wheat, right? And it doesn't explicitly say what it's for, then why can't you go out and sell it? And if he says, I'm buying white wheat for Avodah Zarah, of course you're not allowed to sell it. So what's going on over here? Ella, very interesting. Staman, the Ka'amar Hiti, Perushan, the Ka'amar Hiyurka. Rabbi says, it's happening over here as follows. If an Atom comes along and says, I want to buy wheat, he doesn't say what kind of wheat, he doesn't say what it's for, it just says, then ultimately again, that is going to be murder. That's the case of stam. The case of Pirish is where it says white wheat. White wheat, and that's going to be problematic because again, explicitly asking for white wheat seems to indicate that he's using it for Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, Mechlau, it's on the Gola Afilu Staman Namilo. Now we'll say, this is the case by Eid. Now the Gemara is presupposing that a rooster is going to be even more common than a wheat case. And we can infer from here that whenever an Akum asks to buy a rooster, it's most probably for Avodah Zarah purposes, and even stam. Like, even if he doesn't explicitly say white one for Avodah Zarah, he still can't sell it to him. To which the Gemara says, I'm the Olam Staman with Amar, I'm sorry, the Olam Staman with Amar, Rushon, the Ka'amar La'avodah Zarah. What's the Gemara saying? No, it's not the case. Let's revisit the case. The case of stam is when Akum says, I'd like to purchase white wheat. That's the stam case. What's the Parish case? The Parish case is when he says, I'd like to purchase white wheat for Avodah Zarah. Now listen. If an Akum rolls into your store or comes to your house and says, I'd like to buy white wheat for Avodah Zarah. I say, what's the shot? It's obvious. Obviously, you can't go ahead and sell that to him. So what's the shot? The Gemara says, so this is fascinating. The Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why it's necessary. Starlight Kamina, High Kavra, Lav La'avodas Kochabri Kabai. What's the case happening? I would have thought like this. Even when the Akum comes over to me and he says he's looking to buy white wheat for Avodah Zarah, he's not really buying it for Avodah Zarah. It's not really for Avodah Zarah. I said, why does he say Avodah Zarah? Ella, maybe he's the other Avodah Zarah. Listen, the guy isn't an Avodah Zarah guy. Right? He is. He works Avodah Zarah. The Sabar, Yehi Gavugavra Avukay, fully Amanami Aviki. So listen to this. So sometimes, right, the Obed Avodah Zarah comes over to me, right, and he says, listen, he's a big Obed Avodah Zarah. So he assumes that since he worships Avodah Zarah, therefore what? Everyone worships Avodah Zarah. Right? That's what he's assuming. Therefore, he comes over to me, which I must say just is fascinating, right? How, like, we often assume that the way we think is the way other people think. What we do is what other people do. So this guy comes over to me, he like assumes I'm an Obed Avodah Zarah also, and therefore he says, Hey Mahachi, he hates me the lace fully. So I said, this is great. So when he says, I'd like to buy some white wheat for Avodah Zarah, he doesn't mean it, right? What is he trying to do? What's happening over here? He's looking for a deal, right? He's looking for a deal. So come on, one Obed Avodah Zarah to another, right? You know, let's. By the way, what a imagine what a shock! Somebody coming over to feed me to an Obed Avodah Zarah. Like, what must I be doing wrong in my life? If someone thinks that I'm also an Obed Avodah Zarah, see, he doesn't need it. What he's just trying to do is just trying to get a deal over here, right? And therefore, again, Allah, I might have thought that he's not really using it for Avodah Zarah. He's name dropping a little bit. Busy day at the college today, how poor, that's right, So I might have thought that he's just going in and kind of dropping up Avodah Zarah just to get a discount. Kamash Molan, I will say, now, what does Kamash Molan mean over there? Kamash Molan could mean maybe he is doing that, maybe he's not doing that. I don't know what he did. But halacha l'maisa, if he says Avodah Zarah, you can't get involved in such a transaction. That's the bottom line over here. Okay, so by Rav Ashi. Rav Ashi is a
Also,
Catholic.
they have
Right?
plenty to say
Trying to go
about
loving cuts well.
drug
Me.
laws.
This is very interesting. What happens if the Akum is in the marketplace and he's asking who has amputated rooster? In other words, who has a rooster missing a finger claw, digit, right? Who has a rooster missing something? So now we follow. Trying to go love on Shalom. So let's say I don't have an amputated rooster, but what I do have is a perfectly whole and healthy white rooster, right? Am I allowed to sell him the white rooster? Now what's the Shiloh? Me, I mean, on one hand, the fact that he's looking for an amputated rooster would clearly indicate that what? This is not for Avodah Zarah, right? Because for Avodah Zarah, they don't use this kind of roosters. Maybe I can sell them the white rooster as well. Oh, Dilma is really from an Arab. Or maybe this is a right thing. This is plain and straight. This is a ruse. Right? Like, if he's a smart guy, he knows that the Jews are not going to sell him white roosters. So what does he do? He pretends like he doesn't care what kind of rooster it is, knowing full well that the vendors probably have white roosters, and therefore they don't care white roosters. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Vintin to Loma Hayrin could come out." If you want to say that the whole thing is a ruse and he's really just trying to get a white rooster, the Gemara says, "Trying to go love on me, the yard with a shako, the yard with a adam shako, ma'ulim kono lava." So what's the following case? Let's say where the Akum comes along and the Akum says, "I'm looking to buy a white rooster." And what happens? I say, "I don't have a white rooster, but I'll sell you a black rooster." And he buys it. Or a red rooster, and he buys it. And I then sell him a white rooster. Why? So the Gemara says, so on one hand, since he bought the white rooster and the black rooster, then obviously he's not using his roosters for idolatrous service, and therefore selling him the white one is not a problem. Oh, Dilma, Irumi come out, or maybe not, maybe the whole thing is ruse. In other words, the Akum is a smart guy, so he knows he needs to get the white rooster. He's not going to get the white rooster straight out, so maybe he's just pretending like he doesn't care. Ultimately, in order to get the white rooster, which the Gemara says, take it. Okay, so what leaves this as an open-ended discussion. Right here. Rabbi Omer Ab Dekel, so Rabbi Meir said, even what he calls Dekel Tov. What is this? I'm a later sister. Miri, okay, incredible. Miri, the Avodah Schaled the Avnavinu, Dalit Mea Pirkei Havir. So you have Masorah, the Avnavinu also had Mesachas Avodah Zarah. Does not Mesachas Avodah Zarah. So you must say again, Avnavinu also had to know how to navigate the Avodah Zarah realities of his time. This Avnavinu's Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400 prakim. 400 prakim. The Gemara says the Anon Chamisha Tanan below Yadina, whereas our Mesachas Avodah Zarah is only 5 chapters, and yet we struggle with it. So it's obviously interestingly enough, the fact that Mesachas Avodah Zarah was 400 chapters indicates to us that first of all, this was Halakha L'Maisa, right? The found Halakha L'Maisa in India. You have to know how to navigate the theological complexities of the spiritual landscape of his time. So 400. Talking on ours is only 5. So let's say, interestingly enough, I just point out how beautiful is this. And the Gemara says, we had Mesachas Avodah Zarah, and we had Mesachas Avodah Zarah. One of the most beautiful things was, when you open up a block from like here, we're on Avodah Zarah Daf Dalit. Just to understand that our fathers, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, everyone saw the same page with the same word. It's something so beautiful to know, and this is the power of Torah in general. Torah links you to the entire historical continuity and the future continuity with Providence Law. My children look at the same black Gemara, and my grandchildren will see the same black Gemara, and my great-grandchildren will see the same black Gemara. It's the most incredible and beautiful and overwhelming thing in the world. In this case, there are so many things in life that will change. But Mesachas Avodah Zarah, Daf Dalit, it was the same for generations before me, and will be the same for generations after me. So often in life, there are so many things that we put our efforts into, or we spend our time with, and they may endure or they may not endure. One thing is clear: when I put an investment in Torah, that is an investment. that will last the Olam, but it has lasted up until this day, and it will absolutely unequivocally last until the end of time, right? How incredible is it to think you pick up you hold Avodah Zarah, Avinu also had Avodah Zarah. Now granted, his Avodah Zarah, I don't know how many chalokim that is in our scroll, right? 400 chapters. One chapter is like a shelf, right? Right? But the Maisa will say, how incredible is it to think about that? Avinu how isn't sex Avodah Zarah? And you and I, as we go through our day, we'll get almost sex Avodah Zarah. The continuity of Torah, to be rooted in something that is nitzki. So many things in our life that we spend our time on are fleeting. In reality, are generally unimportant. But the Torah we have is absolutely eternal. Incredible. So the Gemara says, oh my gosh, what's the issue? Because Rabbi Meir Omer, after Dekel Tav, the Chatzav, the Niklas, Pasha, Krona, Obed, Zohar. So the Gemara says over here, I remember the Mishnah said all of these items. You're not allowed to sell to Obed, the Gemara says, so Dekel Tav for the Lomar Dinon, hot Dekel, Fish Musab Dinon, so you can't sell a good palm tree to an athlete, but you can sell a bad palm tree. Like, just trying to figure out what does it even mean? But now, in North Carolina, when we learned about it in general, you can't sell it from anything that is attached to the ground. I will get to this in just a couple of days. But you're not allowed to sell an akum land. You can't sell land. Right now, again, we're going to discuss this. Clearly, it's Eretz Yisrael. As you put about Eretz Yisrael, we'll talk about this. But again, someone says, I'm not able to sell a palm tree at all, right? Because at the end of the day, a palm tree is attached to the earth. So I'm going to say palm tree, oh, good palm tree, bad palm tree. So the Gemara says, Amalei, my Dekel Tov. So what is Dekel Tov? Peiros Dekel Tov. It ultimately refers to the fruit of a palm tree. And the name of Peiros Dekel Tov. Okay, let's say now we're going to go through the rest of this. So you can't sell it again. These were all items that were used for Avodah Zarah purposes. Chatzav, what's a chatzav? Kashpa. Okay, a chatzav is a kashpa. Rashi says over here, mint morin. It's a type of date. Niklas, what's a niklas? Yes, Rabbi, I'm going to call it by say, kuraiti. Kuraiti, okay? Rashi says over here, mint peiros, another type of food. Only by Rabbi, Tian niklas, loya dinan ma. So again, so Rabbi, so we learn niklas, we don't know what niklas is. The ashkamet kuraiti is a type of food. So loya dinan maya hanastan. So Amalei is also, so again, here's the issue. It's not like kuraiti helps us all that much. More than what Niklas is. Okay, so what's Niklas is Karaisi. What's Karaisi is Niklas. What do they both mean? I have no idea. But the nice is how exactly do these alternative definitions help me? To which the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. My understand. Amalei Achani, Luchu, the Azlis Hassan, Omer Lahu Niklas, Kalo Yadi, Omer Lahu Karaisi, the Yadi is a Kamakula. Ultimately, I'll tell you why it does help. It helps at the end of the day because if you go to Eretz Yisrael and you say Niklas, you might not know what it is, but they'll tell you Karaisi, and ultimately you're going to be able to point out to you what it is. So apparently, again, Niklas was the more uncommon name. Karaiti was the more common name. So although for us it might not be exalted, when you go to Eretz Yisrael, and again you go and you say Karaiti, they'll be able to point you in the direction of what it is that they are discussing. Those are Shkoya, Sabah today, tremendous stuff. What's else? Yes, also Minion 650 this morning, last Minion after Kaplan Shiva home, that is 650 and 3112 Hatton Road. For the development community, much appreciated. Should be simchas. Chabran Zoom, I'm sorry that I'm frozen. I think you still hear me because you're all still here. And this means you hear my voice. Right? So I'm sorry that somehow I froze. And the tech team is not on site today. You know, it's had a great day, really.
You're absolutely right. That's okay. That thing that looks like one of those hostess things, that thing that looks like what I'm doing up here, boys, the hostess thing over there, the fat thing. So he's like, put a chip in him, because he never talks to him really. He has his staff go sneak up. I mean, probably don't even have to sneak really. Just go up to Jelly Roll and put the chip in his neck, and then it changes him, and he becomes like a country guy, from a rapper to a country guy who's has manners.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Toshim Shach of Eretz Yisrael, dedicating all the Shulim Drushos this year Deze bus, so besonders aus an Israel. Von Deutschland nur Stephen about the October Stephen Carizin, loving the rich, loving Doris in Laura Basta, so young, second of the running sponsors, the short version of his father's birthday, Shmuel Ben Shimon Hailey, just on the drop off, anonymous sponsorship within tremendous gratitude to the entire share for gentle encouragement, starting to do that for over 2,700 days ago in the second of Zara, celebrating Shmuel Shas and America beginning round 2. Memory Fleischman, the memory of Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Shmuel, Yudel, Ben Yom Yaakov, Zechron Lebracha, and his neshama having a little bit of America by family Torah, all of the Neshama Savnavi, the family came to follow, all of those who needed to force left until all over Israel, the Hashem provide Aliyah for the Neshamas of all the precious soldiers who were killed in the roadside bomb in Gaza. Shemet Hashem, giving the comment to their Mishpachas, Shemet Hashem, and the hostages B'Kara. Shemet Hashem give incredible strength and Yishmael to our holy soldiers. Give community sales to our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael and Palestine and Eretz Hashem. Continues to give Hatzlacha, Ziracha, and the Eretz Hashem victory to Shalom Yisrael, to Am Yisrael, to Eretz Yisrael. So with that, let us begin today. That is signing with a lot to be carried by Hashem. We are picking up on Vav on the day 6b, and we left off. Let's pick up actually Tanya Kabbalah Seigerei Shlokish. So which is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines down from the top on Vav on the day. Remember again a little bit we were talking about yesterday. We left off in the middle of Machlokas with the Yochanan and the Machlokas. And the Machlokas was regarding the following. In a scenario where, again, Mishnah highlighted that one is not allowed to transact business or other types of deals with an alcohol within 3 days before they're young. What happens if one didn't? Right? What's the status of the proceeds of such a transaction? So the Yochanan said, Asa. Proceeds are Asa by law. Reish Lakish says the proceeds are a mutter buying. That's the time of Machlokas. That's what we're in the middle of right now. And that's kind of like Reish Lakish. There's a price that supports Reish Lakish. Amru, Asa v'lo seisi money. When Chazal said that you are not permitted to go ahead and do business in Akum, lo asu ela b'davar ha'niskayim. The only prohibited something, let's say for example, selling the Akum something that is going to last up until the young, up until they're young. Because again, then the assumption is if the sold item will last up until they're young. Then halacha l'maisa goes with thanks to their deity. But let's say you sell something that's not going to last. For example, to sell akum vegetables. So if I sell the akum vegetables 3 days before they're young, so it's not going to last up until they're young. So tell you what to do. Davar she'niskayim, mokum lehem, about a mokum lehem. So he did partially agree. He said, you can sell them something that will not last, but you cannot purchase from them something that will not last. A lot of things over there, because the Akum has tremendous income when he sells like something that will last. For example, again, vegetables, he has to be able to go ahead and make money before it drops. You might tell the story over here. Ahumi knows, very interesting, Ahumi knows, the suddenly Yara, he started out the Zubon Siyad Yomido. So there was a particular min. It's a heretic. It was a heretic who sent Rabbi Huda a special coin. Dinar, he signed off. Everybody he's going to keep Salian dinar. He sent him a gift. Now, when did this heretic send Rabbi Huda this gift? On his Yom Tov, on the Avodah Zarah Yom Tov. So Rabbi also gave it to Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish was sitting before Rabbi Huda. Amar Hefi Avi. So the Huda said, what should I do with the gift? Ashkelei, if I accept the gift, Azul Moda. Then ultimately, again, this heretic begins will give thanks to his deity. And that's not good. Well, Ashkelei, if I don't go ahead and accept it, Havila Eva can cause animosity. So once we're going to talk about this concept of Eva, creation of animosity with the outside world. And we have to be careful with that as well. So we want to talk again, we see it in context. So you didn't see, I wasn't sure what to do with the coin. So Shlokish gives me an interesting answer. He says, only Reish Lakish, always welcome. So the bar, just to go into a pay. Take the fact that into a pay. He says, oh, sorry, Kol Bizarre, also the bar. Just go throw it in the face, right in front of this character. I'm going to lay, first came to Havila Eva. So it's literally, he's going to see it says, well, it's like a creation of animosity Ain animosity Gidol Nizol. Right? That's pretty much kick the guy off. Which is like no, kill a half and that's the Kamina. Which like I meant like kind of make it look like an accident. In other words, it's not like you tripped and like you lost the point. In other words, obviously you can't hold on to it, but holding on to a gift. And it was there's actually even a different kind of gift, because remember, this case over here, this one next mitzvah, this case over here, the gift is actually being given on the Yom Tov itself, which is even a bit more problematic than the 3 days before the Yom Tov, as we'll discuss. Says to him, pretend like you tripped, you lost it. This way again, you don't keep the gift, but you also don't create any additional animosity. Okay, so we'll say, so how do we pass in the whole Shabbat and Rish Lakish, right? So at the end of the day over here, what do we do in this scenario? So remember again, so the Jew violated the rabbinic prohibition, transacted business with an akum on the 3 days before his Yom Tov. What is the halacha? So the Rambam passes in Hilchos Avon B'Zara, Parak halacha, because like a lot of halachas in this packed into this one halacha over here. The Rambam writes, Abar b'nafsa iman ba'osu shlosh yomim harei zeh mutar b'hanot. So Rambam passes that if you violate and you transact the business on the 3 days before their Yom Tov, you are permitted to benefit from the proceeds. So the Rambam Paskins like Rish Lakish. However, the Rambam does very interesting. If you transact business or any of these transactions with an akum on their Yom Tov itself, then the proceeds are asur b'ana. Right? So 3 days before, if you violated mutar b'ana, you can benefit from it. On the Yom Tov itself, you can't benefit from it. All right, incredible. Let's go back first. Lahashkivan v'yushomen. So next, ultimately again, lahashkivan v'yushomen. So what about lending them or borrowing from them? So again, we used to set both these up from the 3 days before the Yom Tov. So Bishlam Lahashkivan v'yushomen. I understand why I can't lend something to an akum in the 3 days before his Yom Tov, because again, I'm not simply benefiting, because again, he's growing his assets, right? He now has additional assets to his name. So the Gemara says, however, why can't I borrow from him? Right, at the end of the day, to borrow from him, again, that's diminishing what he has. So why should that be prohibited? Rabbi Zera Lishon Meher Atu Lahashkivan. Rabbi is concerned that if you borrow from them, you may come to go ahead and lend to them. That's a bite. Rabbi says, no, Kulam Yishum Ba'azil or Moses. So Rabbi says, no. The issue over here is in general, the akum is going to go ahead and give thanks to his name. And we're going to see this much focus occur over and over. So what Rabbi is really saying is like this. When an akum sees that a Jew is dependent on him, that gives him so fascinating, right? Then what does the world want? Because the world always wanted. The world has always wanted subservient Jews. That's what the world wants. The world always wants dependent Jews. So the mice again, and that's why the world is difficult to see when Jews stand up for themselves, and when Jews fight back, when Jews don't have to rely on others. In any event, so Rabbi says over here that when the Jew borrows from the akum, as much as from an asset perspective, the akum has less. At the end of the day, he still will give thanks to his deity, because the Jew is dependent on him. Therefore, again, you can't borrow or lend. Next, to lend or to borrow from them. So I understand why I can't lend the akum, because by lending him, right, he has more property, he has more assets. And a little but why can't I borrow from him? Because again, if something over here when you borrow, you're diminishing the assets of the akum. Rabbi is considered a level so once again, Rabbi says it's concerned that if we allow you to go ahead and borrow from them, you may come to lend them. Rabbi once again says, no, all of this is because when the akum sees that the Jew is dependent on him, he will give thanks to his deity. Incredible. Another right there. Vishlama, sometime in the forerun. First of all, like the forerun to go ahead and literally again pay back the akum and to collect payments from him. So we must Vishlama the forerun. So I understand why I can't pay him back. You shouldn't become our vessel. Because at the end of the day, I'm increasing the assets. However, if Roa man But again, ultimately, to exact payment from the Akum, that's diminishing his assets. Why should that not be mutter? Rabbi, once again, Rabbi is concerned if we allow you to go ahead and pay back, to extract payment, you may come to pay back. Rabbi Amar, Rabbi says, all of this is because, again, the Akum feels a sense of gratitude when he knows that the Jew is dependent upon him. Incredible. We'll say, so the obvious question is, why do you need all these cases? In other words, whenever you see a repetition of cases, and the cases are all highlighted in the same basis of principle, the fundamental question comes up, just say the case once, highlight the principle, and we got it. We know how to apply things after the fact. We need all of these cases. Why? Allah says, so if the Tanakh were just credited doing business with an Akum in a few days before his did, you shouldn't become our because again, obviously, if you're purchasing something from the Akum, he's gaining money. It makes sense that we'll go and give gratitude to his deity. About Lishomen, but I would have thought that to borrow money from the Akum would have been to borrow something, because when you borrow something, you're taking the object away from the person. That wouldn't be a source of gratitude to the Akum. Therefore, I would have thought that would be mutter. And if it would have just said you can't borrow from the Akum, which means that when someone has to borrow something from me, what does that show? Someone has to borrow something from me, what does that show? I have and you don't, right? I have and you don't. So you're dependent on me. So I thought, okay, therefore I can't do that with an Akum because he's going to go ahead and give gratitude to his deity. About little boss man, but ultimately, again, to borrow money from an Akum, that's Sarah the Alma. Unless it's very interesting. To borrow money from someone only causes the lender size. Right? Why does it cause the lender size? Because ultimately, again, it doesn't know if he's going to get paid back. Gemara says, Sarah the Alma is like Amar Tuv Lo Hajazuzi. And whenever you lend money, there's always the possibility that you will not get paid back. Therefore, I would have thought that should have been mutter. Akum's not going to have simcha from that. But even where you just tell me the case, I can't borrow money. No, because Yaakov will say, no, I'm going to get my money back. One way or another, I'm going to extract my money from the Jews, and I'll lift from my hand the Sula Haji Matsara is the below Azulamoda. But let's say to extract him from the Akum, I would have thought that's mutter, because there's no simcha involved in that. Therefore, he's not going to go into thanks to his deity. And I would have thought that would be mutter. Therefore, simcha. People will say, look, I'm in all these cases, because you would not be able to extrapolate one from the other. Bottom line, all of these things are going to be prohibited, either because the Yaakov is going to be happy, because at the end of the day, he's gained something additional and going to be thanks to his deity, or he's going to be happy because someone else is dependent on him. The fact that someone else is dependent on him highlights his aggrandized status, and therefore he's going to give thanks to his deity as a result of that. And the Jew can't be involved in anything that in any way amplifies, increases, or enhances the relationship between the Akum and his deity. Okay, incredible. But you go in front. So let's remember again, Rabbi Yehuda holds the halacha l'maisa. You are allowed to go ahead and extract payments from an Akum 3 days before, right in front of him. You can't collect payments. Why? Because Rabbi Yehuda assumes that halacha l'maisa, there is no simcha involved in going ahead and paying your debts. So therefore, again, the Akum is not going to come to go ahead and give thanks to his deity because he repaid his debt. Interestingly enough, the Tanakh says, the Rabbanim say, no, the Rabbanim say, no, you can't collect the debt from the Akum. Why? Because even if he's distressed, right in the moment about paying back, he'll be happy in the long run. He'll be happy in the long run. I think as soon as he paid off the debt, he'll be happy in the long run, and therefore he can't express it. Gemara says, 1 second. Gemara says, I don't understand. Don't understand. Rabbi Yehuda, the last thing Rabbi Yehuda, is Rabbi Yehuda, so we'll say, so apparently, what's at the core of this machlokes over here, which Rabbi Yehuda and Tanakh, is this idea that if something causes you temporary sadness but long-term happiness, are you allowed to engage in that type of transaction with an action. So there's really only one thing that fits into that category, which is collecting payments from an action. Right now, will cause some distress, but later on, it's good to know that you paid off your debts. So Rabbi Yehuda says that's not a problem. We just look at what the transaction is now. We don't look at what it is in the future. And the comment says, no, we look at what it is now and what it is in the future. So the Gemara says, I understand that Yehuda doesn't hold with this concept about how he doesn't hold with this concept that something that causes you temporary distress but long-term happiness is considered in general to be happiness transaction. So the Gemara says, Yehuda says, a woman should not go ahead and put wine on her face. So women used to use wine like a facial. Right? So you cannot apply wine. So the way it worked with wine is when it was on you, it was distressing. You would leave it off a certain amount of time, and then you would take it off, and it would cause wonders for the people. Right? So the Gemara says over here that a woman should not go ahead and apply wine on her face on Chalamai. Right? Why? Because it causes distress. It's going to take it from a snikas yamtiv because her face is covered in wine. So the Gemara says, I guess like a shorter, shorter duration, where she can put the lime on and then give it off, then it's okay. Right? Why? Because it's distressing for her now. Ultimately, again, she'll be happy afterwards with her complexion afterwards. So what do you see from there? Rabbi Yehuda does hold of this concept. And I love like that. If you have an event or a transaction that causes short-term distress or long-term happiness, we look at that as a happiness transaction. If that's the case, then our Mishnah should say you can't extract payments from an akum 3 days before his Yom Tov, because even though it causes him immediate distress, it will cause him long-term happiness. So interesting, the Nachman Yitzchak said, don't bring in the halachas of Chalamai. Because in general, remember, Chalamai, you're really not allowed to do malacha. You're allowed to wear things for Okal Nefesh, and it's perhaps to stave off some type of law. So in general, anything you're allowed to do on Chalamai is things that cause you temporary distress. In other words, because it's work, temporary distress, but for some longer term or for some down the road simcha. So you can't be between the right and Chalamai. This Chalamai is a little bit different construct. Rabbi says, so it's interesting. Rabbi says that in general, when it comes to paying back a debt, so Ovid Kochalim is always in a state of distress. Paying back debt is just distressful for an act. In other words, by a Jew, you can have the concept of something that is temporarily stressful, like temporarily difficult, to yield long-term happiness. By Akum, they don't have that construct, and therefore payment of a debt is always just going to be distressful, or difficult. So we'll say, by the way, this happens to be a fascinating idea. So I think it just makes it all the people come to the and it could very well be that the difference by the Jew, right? What is unique about our people, right? Just if you think about it, what is unique about Am Yisrael? Well, see, about Am Yisrael can really be summarized in this one phrase. Like the whole yesod of Klal Yisrael is that we are willing and able to deal with immediate pain and immediate difficulty because we believe that it paves the way for long-term good. Is almost like our mantra. That's how we've gotten through everything in the last 2,000 years up to literally this present day, because we believe, right, that the tsar of the action, the tsar, the difficulties, the challenges of the now are only here to pave the way to some greater good later on. But that may be something that hashkafa may be something that is unique to Israel. It may be something that is unique to our people. It's embedded in our DNA, and it's what allows us to overcome every single challenge. And I will say, by the way, it's not just on the national level, it's on the personal level as well. How do we navigate life's challenges? Life is still, I'm talking about on a personal level. I'm not talking about Iran. I'm talking about us, right? Like just like day to day in our own personal lives. how will we go ahead and navigate those things, which we encounter every single day? Because the hashkafa of the Yid is life is incredibly difficult. It is very difficult for me right now, but I believe with all of my heart, I will get through this. I will get through this. Not only will I get through this, ultimately again, I'll be successful again. Not only will I be successful, but somehow, some way, this difficult circumstance will set me up for dynamic growth going forward. It's not just that I'll live through this. It's not just that I'll get through this. It's that this tsar in and of itself lays the foundation for the simcha that is going to come later on. This one line of us, one line, this anything, and this is what we are. This is who we are as a nation and as individuals. Rabbi that comes along and says, by the way, they don't have this. They don't have this. Whether that means they live in the here and now, whether that means they lack the ability to have future-oriented perspectives to understand the sorrows of today pave the way for the sweetness of tomorrow. But Rabbi is just simply saying, this is so. This is the hashkafa of the Yid, and it's unique to our people. Incredible. So, Mara says, Mastis Rabbi Bishel Bekarcha. I'm just going to say, I'll be able to or just going to say. Malva Bishtar is very interesting. Malva Bishtar in Yisrael Mehen, Malva Al Hes, Yisrael Mehen, they should make some others. We'll say, the Shimon Karka makes a very interesting distinction here. The Shimon Karka says that halacha l'maisa, everything depends on the nature of the loan. If I lend money to an uncle, if I lend in a document, don't collect for the 3 days before the Yom Tov. Why? Just wait. Because since I have a document, I'm good. I can collect whenever I want. If however it was a verbal loan or an oral loan, which is a very, 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 very bad idea, you collect that whenever you can. Because that's always in fear of being lost. So if you're able to collect it, it's just 3 days before the Yom Tov, and ultimately again you take care of that. So it's interesting again, our Mishnah does not make that distinction. Yosef okay, Akari Rabbi Abba. Yes, Rabbi Abba coming up to us. Yosef the Kama. Hilchasa, Rabbi Shimon Karka. Hilchasa, Rabbi Yehuda. So ultimately again, what happened? So Yosef is sitting behind Rabbi Abba, and Rabbi Abba is sitting before Rabbi Yehuda. And Yehuda said, "Follow Halacha Rabbi Shimon Karka." And the Halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda. Hilchasa Rabbi Shimon Karka. Hada Amran. So what they said, the halacha of Shimon Karka, that's what we just said before. So ultimately, Rapuna was making this decision, and he said it depends on the nature of the loan. If it's a written loan letter, if it's only recorded in a document, do not collect it in the 3 days before the Yom Tov. Collect it afterwards because it will remain collectible. And it's halacha l'maisa again. It is a no ba'al, it is a verbal loan. Then collect that as soon as you can, even in the 3 days. That's halacha there. What about study? What does it mean? What do we do? It's a sanya. So what's the definition? And those things Sarah lets out on the swallow of the mitzvah shachar. Shachar is small. So let's watch this case. I give my milk to a dyer, D-Y-E-R. Like I give my milk to a dyer. I say, well, dyer, I want you to dye it black. And he goes ahead and dyes it red. He dyes it red. So what's the halacha? What do we go here? So what's the top of time with Aleph? The Meir says, no sin low, who makes some low. The Meir says essentially the dyer is obligated to refund me the value of unprocessed low, undyed low. In other words, he refunds me back what I gave to him, and he keeps the finished product. Okay? The Yehuda says no. Now let's say that the reason Yehuda is dramatically opposed to that is because you set up a scenario where the dyer profits. Just think about this in just a moment, right? I told him I wanted it dyed black. He dyed it red. It's still okay. He didn't do what I wanted, but the value of dyed wool we assume is always greater than the dyer undyed wool. So essentially, what's going to happen over here is the dyer is going to get dyed wool for the value of, for the price of undyed wool. So he says, how can you do that? You're allowing the dyer to profit, even though again he did something wrong. So he says like this: no sin less Yitzia. Yitzia Yisera ala Shabbat, no sin less Shal. So Yehuda says like this. There are two costs of it, right? So let's say, so on one hand, there is the appreciation, right? How much more now is the wall worth, and is the expenses. So essentially, Yehuda says the owner of the wall pays the dyer the lesser of those two amounts. Right? So whatever is the lesser of this, we give the appreciation of the wall, now that it's dyed wall, or the expenses. He pays the dyer, so again, I, the owner of the wall, pay the dyer the lesser of those two amounts, and take my wall back. So the Gemara says, and therefore, again, both is fair enough. But Rabbi says that the halacha follows Rabbi Huda in this case. And in this case over here, again, I pay the dyer the lesser of the expense, the lesser of the two amounts being appreciation or expenses. Sajur of Yosef Lachei. So Rabbi Yosef heard this, and Rabbi Yosef turned away. So let's say this act of turning away, right, was an act of like
46 times.
Not disrespect, an act of displeasure with what was said, right? So he turned away as like very, very displeased with this whole discussion. So Bishna Allah Yisrael it's there. So now why was he upset? So first they say like this. I understand why you need to make a declarative statement that the halacha falls from Yisrael Karha, right? Why? So Rabbi said that in terms of his collecting of a debt from his akum, it all depends how the debt was recorded. If it's a debt in a document, you are not allowed to collect it on the 3 days before the month, because it'll be collectible after that. But if it's a verbal loan, you gotta collect it as soon as you can, because we're in real danger of losing that debt. So I understand why that statement had to be made. Why? So generally, the halacha is like this: when you have focusing on the individual and the group, the halacha follows who? The group. Again, therefore, again, the Gemara is coming to tell us, or Rabbi is coming to tell us, that halacha l'maisa we pass in like the Mishnah like Rabbi. I understand why that statement was necessary. Why the need to make a declarative statement that halacha was Rabbi? Remember again, bless you. That's the case where I give the wool to the duck. Higher, right? I want to die, so I have 2 guys in bed. So Yehuda says what? I give him the lower of the two amounts, appreciation or expenses. I pay him the lesser of those 2 amounts and take my wool back. But why was there the need to say the halacha like Rabbi Yehuda? Shita, that's obvious. Why? The machlokes, the achas stam. So I said this is fascinating. In Gemara, whenever you find two Mishnayos, Mishnah number 1 records a machlokes. Mishnah number 2 is a stam Mishnah. What's a stam Mishnah? A stam Mishnah is a Mishnah that records one opinion without attribution. So whenever you have machlokes and then stam, the machlokes always follows stam Mishnah. That is a Talmudic principle. Now watch this. I will say now in our case over here, machlokes the Baba Kama. I will say now ultimately again, the machlokes that we quoted before is in Baba Kama. Okay, so that's the Gemara that we just quoted before, right? It's Baba Kama. Right? I know seeing Semer, the Saba is full. So the machlokes of Yehuda and Rabbi Meir is in Baba Kama. Stam the Baba Mitzvah. Then there's a stam Mishnah Baba Mitzvah. What's the stam Mishnah Baba Mitzvah? It's not. Hakala Mishane Yada Ala Tachtona. The Chola Chozirbo Yada Ala Tachtona. What was the stam Mishnah in Baba Mitzvah? The Mishnah said like this. Whoever changes the parameters of an agreement he is put at the transactional disadvantage. Just like the person who retracts is put at the transactional disadvantage. So what does that mean for our purposes over here? So again, remember, in this case over here, I gave the wool to the dyer. I want it black. He dyed it red. Because he changed the dyer, changed the parameters, changed the details, therefore he is put at a disadvantage. That's the Stam Mishnah, which would then tell me that what? Therefore, I only have to pay the lower of the 2 expenses, either appreciation, or the lower of the 2 amounts, either appreciation or expenses. So I have the Stam Mishnah. Now, what do I have? I have my focus in Baba Kama, between, as we just mentioned before, Rabbi Meir and Rabbi Yehuda, and then a Stam Mishnah that's the next halacha like Rabbi Yehuda. So whenever you have a machlokes and then a stam, the machlokes always follows the stam. So why do you need to tell me that the halacha follows Rabbi Yehuda? That's obvious. That's obvious. That's why Yosef was annoyed. So he's trying to like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you making like this declarative statement when it's obvious just based on Talmudic principles? Rav Huna, so why did Rav Huna feel the need to say that Allah caused him? Why did he feel the need? Listen to this website. Rishon De'in Seder L'Mishnah. So this is very interesting. Because Rav Huna felt there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. What does this mean? Because I will say, okay, Rav Huna will say like this. I agree with the principle. Now, whenever there's machlokas and then stam, the machlokas follow, the halacha follows the stam, which I will say makes sense, right? Because like Talmudically, what's happening over like the Gemara goes and discusses the machlokas, and then the appearance of the stam says the halacha is like this. So that makes a lot of sense. Both those are Rav Huna's problem. Rav Huna's problem, or what was Rav Huna's issue? Rav Huna said, well, there's not necessarily an order to the Mishnah. Because there's not an order, therefore what? It could very well be that what? The stam came before the machlokas. Well, if the stam comes before the machlokas, and you can't define principle, 1 second, hold on. Ihachi, kol machlokas, the achar stam, lema in seder Mishnah. 1 second. If you're going to throw out that idea of in Seder Mishnah, that there is no order to the Mishnah, then what have you done? You've effectively encoded that entire principle. And you can never apply that principle of machlokas v'achar stam, the halacha is stam. Why? Because who knows which reason came first? Which rest is going to know. But who knows? Ilo aminon ein seder echad l'masechta, v'tremak sefta aminon. Which the Gemara says like this. Who says like this. When do we rely on an order of Mishnah? That's in one Masechta. Right? In one Masechta, which is an order. In two Masechtas, there's not necessarily an order. So in this case over here, because I have one Mishnah, so again, whenever you have two Mishnayos in one Masechta, so again, we can always say, machlokas v'achar stam. But in two separate Masechtas, there's not necessarily an order to Mishnayos. So therefore, in our case over here, because one Mishnah is in Bava Kama, one Mishnah is in Bava Metzia, you can't rely on the principle of machlokas v'achar stam. Therefore, Rav Huna felt compelled to say what? That again, that you pay the lesser of the two of them. Incredible. So Yosef, now I will say, if that's the case, then Rav Yosef was going to turn away a little bit like in this pleasure. So Rav Yosef, why getting all like this? Rav Yosef, Kulim the Zikin had the necessity. Because Yosef, full of the Zikin, has the status of one Masechta. And therefore, again, he felt that the statement that Allah was unnecessary because he couldn't intentionally rely on the concept of the achar sorry, the focus achar stam. Levi Zema, Mishum the clearly gabi lochas of sikta. But Yosef also felt that this is different. Why is this different? Because in this type of case, the Mishnah itself gives the definitive ruling. What the definitive ruling? While a Mishana Yodo Arakona, the Falafozebo Yodo Arakona. The definitive ruling was in general. If you change the deal, right? If you change the parameters of the transaction, you are put at a disadvantage. So the Yosef felt that that is such a declarative and accepted statement that there was no need to state the halacha follows. Okay, that was like the halacha does follow. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. The halacha does follow like you do. Then halacha relates again in this kind of case. Let's say again, I gave the roll to the dyer to dye black. He got it red. I pay him the lesser of the two elements, either the appreciation or expenses, and I get back my roll. That's the way it works. And you see that halacha follows the Shabbat as well when it comes to collection of debts 3 days before the young kid. If the debt is reported in document from collected, we class the young kid. However, again, if it's a verbal or an oral loan, halacha relates to collected. Why? Because again, there you're in real fear, real danger of being. I both said good idea. So now, by the way, that I mentioned Yishom and Karcha, we're just going to do a whole bunch of Yishom and Karcha pieces, which are really great. Listen to this. So listen to this. I need workers. I need Ruvain to come work for me. So I'm not allowed to say Shabbos Ruvain. Maybe we'll meet up after Shabbos. So again, obviously, we're not catching easy. Right, but rather again, I'm thinking, maybe you'll show up to work together. You'll come stand next to me after Shabbos, which is another way of saying maybe you'll come do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos. That's kind of common. Shimon Karcha Omer Adam Lechaver Niyot Shetamot Milael. So Shimon Karcha says it's mutter. It's mutter. Now why is it mutter? Because I want to notice in that statement I made no reference to work. So Shimon Karcha says the only time that it's problematic is if I were to go ahead and make a mention of work. Will you come? Can we meet up on Motzei Shabbos so that you can go ahead and do some work for me on Motzei Shabbos? Very problematic. But to make a statement that doesn't reference work, but just says, it would be wonderful to see you, right? Will I see you on Motzei Shabbos? Rabbi Shimon says that is a mutter statement, makes no reference to work. So we'll say this is part of the greater motif that in general the way we speak on Shabbos has to be different than the way we speak about when we speak during the week. So therefore, we speak about business matters during the week. We shouldn't speak about business matters on Shabbos. But Shimon says as long as my speech doesn't reference any explicit business matters, it's going to be mutter. Amar Rabbi Bar Bar Yochanan, Hilchasa Rabbi Shimon. And again, Rabbi says, that again, this statement, because at least just taking it at its surface, is an innocuous statement. Well, I see you, right? We want to get together Motzei Shabbos, because it makes no explicit reference to business, therefore it is mutter. So it's another interesting case. So they watch this. I asked the Shaila to a Chacham, and the Chacham ruled that the item is tamei. Well, you shall don't ask someone else. Right? Don't ask someone else in order to get a more lenient opinion. Or l'chacham ba'aser, well, you shall l'chacham. If you ask the Shaila and the answer is aser, don't ask another Shaila in order to get an answer of mutter. Hayu shnayim. What happens if there are two rabbanim, two chachamim, echad kind of echad mitayer, echad also echad matir. So what happens if you happen to ask two rabbanim, like two chachamim sitting next to each other? You ask the Shaila. One says tamei, one says tar. One says mutter, one says aser. So what's the halacha? Let's say one of them is greater than the other. Now I think the Russian of you that's more of an expression, right? So again, if one of them is greater than the other, then what's the halacha? Then follow the greater chacham. The im lav halach akar hamachmir. And if not, follow the machmir opinion. We'll say now watch the Shomei Karcha hold up there. So those we actually put in such what's nice in our topic. The Shomei Karcha Omer, the Shal Torah halach akar hamachmir. The Shal Sofrim halach akar hamachmir. Hold up. You don't always have to be machmir. In case of biblical law, if the Shaila is a biblical one, okay, then go to the machmir opinion. If the Shaila is a rabbinic one, then ultimately again go after the protection. I'm going to go see. Don't listen to Shomei Karcha. And what's the real thing? Says Allah to Shomei Karcha. And what's that? That is again, indeed, how he's asking. Right? Again, when you have a suffix in halacha, so suffix the oraisa, doubt in biblical law, will go before law. Suffix the rabbanon, ultimately again with people. Okay, let's say I have someone who is possible because of the divorce. So Rashi points out over here, now if you can get Rashi seems over here, let's focus on the guy who is a thief. A thief is possible ages. A thief is possible ages. So I'll say, give it this by the way. Such an incredible Gemara. Right? So now let's say you have a thief, and the thief did tshuva. He does tshuva restore his ne'emanut? Does it restore ultimately, again, his believability or reliability? Does it restore his status as being someone who's trustworthy? Now, for example, is he allowed to show up in Beis Din and go and give testimony? So Rabbi Meir says no. In Makabel also, once you ruin your status, once you ruin your credibility, you cannot restore it. Like scary sheep. But if you don't ruin the status, in Makabel also, if our Hesya, Makabel also. So this is something very interesting. Rabbi Yehuda seems to say, now, the way it literally translates is like this. If he did tshuva privately, we do not restore his credibility. If he did tshuva publicly, we restore his credibility. So we'll say, which is interesting. So it sounds like, again, everything depends on the public versus the private nature of the tshuva. Alternate version of this. Asu divrei matmonios v'kavlanosan. So on the base. So the hasim v'kavlanosan. So we'll say the alternate version of this is what was the nature of the Avera. If he did the Avera, if the Avera was an Avera done privately, then ultimately, again, credibility can be restored. If it's a public Avera, credibility can't be restored. What's the logic over there? Well, say all of us commit Averas. But at least if I commit an Avera, ultimately what? People do it privately. Right? What does a private Avera show? What does a private Avera highlight? That halacha l'maisa, there's a sense of shame. Right? If I do something privately, and I will say, shame is incredibly important. Because what does shame highlight? What does shame highlight? Right? That I know what I'm doing is wrong. I will say, the most important. I'm not going to say raise your hand if you sin, right? Because when I say we all sin, I'm pretty sure actually what since we woke up this morning, right? It's only 6:31, right? I'm sure some of us already a couple of Averas today, right? So the fact that we sin, that's obvious. What is incredibly important is that halacha l'maisa, you feel a sense of embarrassment. Because at least the greatest challenge is not when you sin. What's the greatest challenge? When I begin to justify my sins, right? That's where there's a lot of challenge. Because I think we do this all the time, and it's incredible how we do this, right? We go and we make excuses why this is not a bad behavior, or the truth is I'm not bound by some other things because I have a different hashkafa, or this, or that. We come up with all kinds of creative reasons why we are allowed to do the negative behaviors. And besides the fact that it's just exhausting, it's so much better instead to say, I'm a human being, I'm frail, I make mistakes. And maybe even be more honest and say, you know what? I'm not even correcting certain things right now. I mean, but as long as I keep constantly in mind that I know that it's wrong. We all live like this and like this. I know that it's wrong, but I'm still doing it. We have to always remember, we have to be honest with ourselves and honest with the Kodesh. So Moshe has tremendous patience for someone who sins and is honest. When he loses his divine patience is when we sin and we're dishonest. We pretend that it's not a problem. So the Gemara says like this. Everything depends on how you sin. If you sin privately, that means there's a sense of busha. If there's busha, if there's embarrassment, that means I know that it's wrong. If I know that it's wrong, that means there's tremendous hope for me because my moral compass is intact. When a person sins publicly, public sinning is a much bigger deal. Because public sinning means that to a certain degree a person has lost their moral compass. So on the Igidami over here, Rabbi says like this. If you sin publicly, you cannot restore your credibility. If you sin privately, you can restore your credibility. And we'll say, get ready for this. The best line to today's daf. They're all excellent lines in today's daf. One of the best lines on a personal level. Rabbi Shimon, we'll say, second line. No, doesn't matter what you did. Doesn't matter what you did. You sin privately, you sin publicly. You do tshuva privately, you do tshuva publicly. Whatever you do, you should always restore your credibility. Why? Because no matter how severe the sin, no matter the location of the sin, no matter you justify to yourself, you lie to yourself, you're honest, you're dishonest, whatever you did, whoever you are, tshuva is always accessible. Shuvu Banim Shomim. One simple statement. Return wayward sons. Who's the wayward son? Who's the wayward son? It's me. Who's the wayward son? It's you. We're all the wayward sons. And so God speaks to all of us and says, just come back. Just come back. Just come back. Just get things together. Just get on the rails. Stop spending all of your mental and emotional energy trying to justify why you did and why it's really not wrong. Just own it. Just lean into it. Just accept it. We all sin all the time. We're all doing things against the Lord of His Bible. But we just get our act together and just own what we've done. He says, I'm waiting for you. The door is open. The door is open. Yeah, we're going to say there's no judgment. There is judgment. But the door is still open. Shul on the shoulder. So the Shabbat Shabbat says, no matter what you've done, no matter who you are, you can always restore your credibility. Incredible. And we'll say this is the best time in the world. The open on Hilchasah. The open says, the halacha l'maisa and the hashkafa l'maisa follows Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Shimon. And also, when I say anyone could restore their credibility, obviously, and also from a judicial perspective, or from an English perspective, there are certain steps a person has to take in order to restore their credibility. That is absolutely the halacha. But from a hashkafic perspective, no matter what I've done, no matter how badly I've messed up in life, the door to tshuva is always open. Shuvu banim shavir. Remember again, who even heard this statement? Who even heard this? Even Elisha ben Avuya. Right? Even Elisha ben Avuya heard this statement. Everyone, if you're in the Shema here, calls out every single day, Shuvu banim shavir. Then the Shema hears it. I just have to be courageous enough to act on it. Incredible. All right, Rabbi say, Mazel Tov on finishing the first Mishnah in Masechet Avodah Zarah. Now it's the long Mishnah. Now our second Mishnah. Here we go. So, Rabbi Shlomo, we actually referenced this in yesterday's download. Rabbi Shlomo Omer, Shlosh Lefnei, Shlosh Lacharei Us. Rabbi Shlomo actually holds that that's only the 3 days before their Yom Tiv, but it's the 3 days after their Yom Tiv that you're not allowed to transact with an Akum as well. The Chum say, Lefnei Idei and Usher, the Acher Idei and Mutter. Come on the other hand, say no. It's only the 3 days before the Yom Tov that's problematic, not the 3 days afterwards. Says the Gemara, I'm not talking about the Yom Shmuel. The Achad the Rabbi Shmuel the Olam also. So also remember again, we saw this yesterday. Rabbi Shmuel holds Sundays. You are never allowed to transact with an Akum on Sunday. Sunday is the Yom Tov. Never know Sunday. And I remember again, according to Rabbi Shmuel also holds that 3 days don't include the day of. So effectively, according to Shmuel, you're really never allowed to transact business with the Akum. But again, that was yesterday's time. The Chum said, "May they also have day motor." Come on, Tanakama. So the Chumim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the first Mishnah. Right? They seem to be saying the same exact thing. You're not allowed to transact business, or you're not actually business. You're not allowed to engage in transactional activity with an Akum 3 days before his Yom Tov. So again, the Chachamim of our Mishnah seem to be saying the same exact thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah. So what's going on over there? Which the Gemara says maybe, hey, maybe the point of the contention of both sides is going back to yesterday's daf. Do the 3 days include the Yom Tov, or is it 3 days not including the Yom Tov? So the Gemara says, Tanakama Sabrahim below day. Tanakama, the previous Mishnah holds that it's 3 days plus the Yom Tov, so a total of 4 days. But Rabbanan Basrai Sabrahim day, whereas the Rabbanan Bar Mishnah might hold that no, the 3 days include the Yom Tov itself. You might say, well, another potential point of view. Once in other words, all we're trying to do is try to figure out the distinction between the Chachamim of our Mishnah and the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah, who seem to be saying the same thing. Ibay said the other possibility is Nasa and Nasa Ikabinah. So what's the other possibility is what happens if you violated and you did transact with the Akum in the 3 days before the Yom Tov? What is the status of the proceeds? So the Gemara says Tanakama Savar Nasa Mutter. Alright, the previous Mishnah Tanakama held that the proceeds, although you did something prohibited, the proceeds are permitted. Rabbanan Basrai Sabri Nasa Benasa Asur. Whereas the Rabbanan of our Mishnah hold that no, the proceeds will be prohibited. Okay? Some other possibility is Shmuel, the point of contention between them is Shmuel. Remember Shmuel said, but Gola ain't us al Yom Eden. Listen, this is great. Shmuel said in the diaspora, so once I remember again, the Oteko Kavim in Eretz Yisrael and so many Christmas. So once again, Shmuel says in the diaspora, when it comes to transacting with the Oteko Kavim, ultimately again, you only have to worry about transacting with them on the day of the Yom Tov itself. Now, what's the reason for that? So if you look at Rashi says Bagola. Rashi says this is great. Ein ha'ovdei kochavim adukim kol כך ba'avodas kochavim. Kidamino lekamon. Ovdei kochavim shechutz la'aretz. Lav ovdei kochavim nivu. Bonus versus this. Apparently, the ovdei kochavim of chutz la'aretz are not so from. They're not so committed. They're not so committed. Estimated. The chutz la'aretz of ovdei kochavim, they're not as intense. Like I just think like I don't know, whatever. Then I don't know. I don't know, whatever it is. They're also got a whatever it might be. So the nice is fascinating. So therefore, again, I will say, and again, we're going to see this. That ultimately, again, in the Gola, in the diaspora, I'm sorry. Shmuel statement. So the Gola, so again, Shmuel holds that in the Gola diaspora, ultimately, again, only only transacting with them on the day of the actual exemption is problematic. But ultimately, again, but the other 3 days are not. So Tanakama is like Shmuel. So Tanakama, in other words, our previous Mishnah holds like Shmuel, and ultimately Rabbanim must very less than Shmuel. But the later Rabbanim ultimately again don't hold with Shmuel. Okay, Levi saying that the possibility is Nachum Hamadi Kikabina. Right, ultimately again, so other possibilities and this is incredible because this is actually going to rule a lot about our next segment. The statement of Nachum Hamadi ultimately again is the practice. Sanya. Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Aser Eligion Echolif Megidim. So there's another sheet of Nachum Hamadi. Nachum Hamadi holds that there's no 3 days, there's only 1 day. There's only 1 day. There's 1 day ultimately again that is problematic. Tanakama, less than Nachum Hamadi. Ultimately again the Tanakama, the previous Mishnah, does not hold Nachum Hamadi. But Rabbanim must write this with Nachum Hamadi, whereas the later Rabbanim ultimately again hold of Nachum Hamadi. Okay, so we'll say, point over here is, although it sounds like the Chachamim of our Mishnah are saying the same thing as the Tanakama of the previous Mishnah, they are in fact separate and distinct things. We'll say, first line, design of the days. Kufa, Nachum Hamadi Omer, Eino Asa Elion Echad B'Snei Yidei. So Nachum Hamadi Zabiyatim, he says that it's not 3 days without prohibiting some transaction activity, but rather what? 1 day. Let's do this. Amulo, so they said to Nachum Hamadi, Nishtaka Davar Below Ne'ema. Right? Let's forget that and let's not talk about it. Another way of saying incorrect. Let's not talk about it. But Rabban about that said, well, second. You just said before that Rabban of our Mishnah hold like that. So how can you forget it? You must man Chachamim no. Where does come about Mishnah? So that means that it's not Hamadi. So there is this singular opinion that it's not 3 days, rather it's 1 day, and you now have to come saying, forget about that shit, you don't talk about it. Can you either? Nachum Hamadi, Omer Shlosi, so now that we mentioned Nachum Hamadi, we're going to keep mentioning Nachum Hamadi again. So we're just going to point out that in this discussion regarding like days about transaction prohibited, essentially what you see over here is the problem. There really are 3 different opinions. There is this opinion of Rabban, or the Tanakama will call it, 3 days before the Yom. Like there's the opinion of Rabbi 12, 3 days before, 3 days after, and then apparently there is this opinion of Nachum Hamadi that's just 1 day before. 1 day before. Now Nachum Hamadi seems to be taken out of play immediately. Right? That's when I said no one subscribes to this, he's taken out. But just something that he's here. Now that it's Nachum Hamadi, you might say, "What's going on after Nachum Hamadi?" So we need to kind of do that. Nachum Hamadi Omer, Mochel and Sus Zachar, the Zachar in the Chama. What's very interesting. We're going to take this from a moment that I was in the of the we're going to talk about this concept, a rabbinic concept, that you're not allowed to sell certain types of animals to Rabbi Lagasa, large animals to non-Jews. We'll get into that and why that is. It's actually a Shabbos issue. There's another interesting discussion about going ahead and selling. What about selling? Well, fine. So Gemara says how. So if you look at Rashi, it says that we have Mochel and Susakim, Sokam Mochel, Shina Lekavel, most most is like this. You could sell a male horse that is old. Right, so an older horse ultimately again would happen during war. Now what does this mean? So actually I'll say stop here for today. I'm not gonna rush through it. Stop here for today. Tomorrow is Rosh Chodesh. Tomorrow is Chodesh, so Meretz Hashem. We begin at 5:45 Meretz Hashem. Shabbos at 7 o'clock. We're also doing an additional Hisoros. Sorry, 6:30 Shabbos. We'll also be in Meretz Hashem tomorrow, an additional Hisoros movement. Meretz Hashem with some additional singing, some music, and that'll be at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. I'm sorry? Tomorrow. Right? I have some information. So I said, right? So in Meretz Hashem, so that'll be tomorrow, 7 o'clock. So we put that out on the email as well. So that's all for today. We have a lot to do tomorrow, but in Meretz Hashem, we will get this. Oh, yeah.
I always feel like that almost.
All right, so have a great day, everyone.
So like everyone was no. The enemy is my enemy. Yeah. I mean, it is fun. Then when I replied to one of the tweets, I was like, said if you're at a table, box your brothers to the table, and a bunch of bunny people had like had two rounds and then another guy didn't find out to go on with him. He said, I'm sure you can chance to take respond to it. This is what the DOJ I wrote communities, and there's millions of files that haven't been released. Just imagine the allegations made these fires sometimes ties to the states of the human being are acting out. They are not been by the most powerful, protected people within your society. I could not give less of a fuck who they are. They don't do it. They're all they all knew about it. They have to close it. And they're all returned. There's a sickness, a sickness in your country and in your democracy. They are war criminals. That's why nothing works. That's why they're beholden to this one. Some of the things they do, like
You're a green shot. You're a green shot.
they're actively their team and also
All right, guys, good morning. Good morning. I get the Vox. I'm very thankful to be able to continue in the steps of all the Zara together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual counterpart sponsor for 5785 Trucks and Pay, the Pilsen, the Shop of our Shishal, to dedicating all the Sherman Justice this year. These are close to the service levels for Andy Sarah. I'm the sponsor for the month of Sivan. Above in Latova, Stephen Karizin, and loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zim, Deborah Basra, we saw Yoel on the occasion of a 50th yard site. Our week of learning sponsor, Jeff Schwartz, information of his father's yard site, Shmuel Ben Shimon Halevi, Zipon Lebracha, and an anonymous sponsor, which we lit off that yesterday. Merit Hashem. Yitzi Statman, I just have to say, he's probably going to get upset when he can on the recording. Yitzi Statman, with tremendous gratitude for the encouragement to start doing that Yomi over 2,700 days ago. At the beginning of the second of Zara, the Yitzi just celebrated his Siyam HaShas yesterday at Ner Tamid. Kiddush at Ner Tamid, Mazel Tov. So Yitzi will do it now and this the rest of the time. So whatever. Right, but today, that's Hashem again. But of course, the Siyam is very nice. It's even better than the Siyam HaShas. It's starting it the second time. So we wish Yitzi incredible Mazel Bracha Simcha Natzlacha as he begins this next journey. He also, of course, is always dedicated our learning. This is our precious hostages. May Hashem bring them home with shalom and the korah. And the skills of our holy soldiers, may they be successful in Yetz Hashem on land, on air, and by sea. In Yetz Hashem, the Choma Sedim, the Kishpach, who shower them with Shmiri, Serach, Shkoch, Aplakas, may they be successful in all of their endeavors. And Kishpach, from Yetz Hashem, watch over our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, keep them out of harm's way. Those who have been injured in the latest barrage, in the Iranian barrage, may they have a complete and enduring refuah. And may Yetz Hashem be a week of bracha, hatzlacha, and shalom for Klal Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Mostly with that, let's go. So today's daf is Dalit, and here's Hashem. We are picking up on Gimel days. We left off Amrei Shlokish, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines up on the bottom. Amrei Shlokish, beautiful Gimel out of us today. Kala Osi V'Torah B'Layla, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Kala Chut Shel Chesed V'Yom. Beautiful Gimel. Whoever learns Torah at night, HaKadosh Baruch Hu literally extends upon him a foot. It's like a string or a thread of Chesed. And I will say chesed is kindness, but chesed sometimes also in Gemara could also mean like a thing, like a type of favor. So Hashem endows a person who learns Torah, right? And Hashem endows them with a certain level of chesed, a certain level of pain by dish. Ne'emar Yom Mitzvah Hashem Chesdo, U'Balayla Shiro Imo. So there's Matan Yom Mitzvah Hashem Chesdo. Why is it that HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and literally again command his chesed to be with someone by day? Because my nation has sung at night. So the singing will reference the Talmud Torah. If you learn at night, that endows ultimately again your day with a certain type of chesed. So you can just before we go on, there's just tremendously so tonight. There's two so much. First of all, it can mean if you go in and you learn Torah at night, there's a foot shel chesed by day. So understand, the day begins at night. So really what it's saying is like this. On one level, a person who begins at night is really beginning their calendrical day with Torah. When you begin your day with Torah, there is a special chesed that develops upon you, a special divine favor, a special divine kindness that develops upon you the entire following day. That's number one. Number two, in general, what's nighttime? Nighttime is the time that we relax. Right? Nighttime is the time that we take ourselves, we work hard during the day. I understand to be so. I don't want to be up night. I want to take it easy. I want to relax a little bit. A person who takes time out of their really allocated relaxation time to be able to learn Torah and get to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. There's a special chesed, there's a special thing, there's a special reward that comes to a person like that. Incredible. Igidam, the others explain. Amr Lakish. All right, one word, one more word to read this one also, is the idea of also Fatala Balayla. Laila is often a reference to difficult times. Yom is a reference to good times. Laila is a reference to difficult times. So someone who's Osik Batola Balayla means someone who never allows his dedication to Torah to labor, even in difficult times. Obviously, life is good. Things go according to plan. It's easy to learn. What about when there's difficulty, adversity, challenges? So Kala Osik Batola Balayla. Whoever adapts to learn Torah when things are difficult, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Alav Chut Shel Chesed Bayom. HaKadosh Baruch Hu will make sure that in Eretz Hashem you are able to see the chesed of what? The chesed of Yom. Incredible. Incredible. Shema God. Ikidam, the other interpretation. Amr Lakish. Kala Osik Batola Olam Hazeh Hadom Lelayla. Whoever makes Torah in this world that is often compared to night, Torah writes in this world is compared to night because of the difficulties, because of the challenges. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Moshe Alav Chut Shel Chesed Ba'olam Haba Hadom Lelayla. Ultimately, Hashem will extend upon them the spirit of chesed in the world to come that is compared to the day. She'ne'emar Yom HaMitzav Hashem Chasdo. So it's a beautiful idea. If you put in the time in this world, we've seen this motif over and over. You put in the time in this world in Eretz Hashem, you will reach the benefit in the world to come. This world often compared to nighttime difficulties, but if you put in the effort, if you keep it up, then in Eretz Hashem, you will be zirka to the Yom Shekula Yom, to the Olam Shekula Yom, or the Yom Shekula Yom. The mother right there. I'm going to use the word Shmuel. My Dixie was the first one on the bottom. My Dixie. Now, the also other can get Hayam, can Remes Lom Moshelbo, Laman Ishmael Adam can get Hayam. What's the really strong Gemara? Why are people compared to fish? The Gemara says, and the first one the Gemara is quoting, also from Chabako, that the also Adam can get Hayam, can Remes Lom Moshelbo. Why are people compared to fish? Magdalene Shalian Kilim Shekilis only about Shami Yad Mason. So when it comes to the fish of the sea, once they go ahead and they come up on the shore, once they come up on the shore, what's time up? They go ahead and they die. Miyad Mason immediately die. After the other, Kivam Shekarshim the Divrei Torah Min HaMitzvos, Miyad Mason. So we'll say that water is to fish, Torah and mitzvos is to us. Just like the fish cannot live out of water, at the end of the day, a youth cannot live without Torah and mitzvos. Incredible. So there's a possibility. And if you notice over here, it's very important also watching up Divrei Torah Min HaMitzvos. So we'll say, so again, it's actually interesting when you have those Mitzvot, there are different yourselves over here. Some just have it in the Divrei Torah. But it's interesting over here, the years of the United we have Torah Min HaMitzvos. Because I think over here, even in this line itself, Chazal telling us something very important. What is the goal of Torah? The goal of Torah ultimately is to lead to dynamic activity. Right? When we know this, if all I do is learn, but my learning doesn't translate into anything dynamic, there is time for that. There's definitely reward for that, but that's stunted Torah. Torah that leads to mitzvahs, Torah that leads to a lifestyle, Torah that leads to change and enhance dynamic activity, that's the Torah. So you ultimately, again, without Torah that leads to mitzvahs, there's like a fish out of water. The Gemara does right there. The Gemara says, "Madagim Shabiyam Kevin Shekadra Lein Chama Miyad Mason. Kaspane Adam Kevin Shekadra Lein Chama Miyad Mason." This is very interesting. Another possibility. What's the comparison between people and fish? Just like the fish, if the sun begins to shine down on the fish, so ultimately again the fish die. So too again. The people, if the sun begins to beat down on them, they die as well. So what is that talking about? Some say this reference to the sun being the source of a person's death is a reference to the sun in this world. Others say it's the sun in the world to come. What does this mean? Very interesting. Everything in the hands of heavens except what? Heat and chills. In other words, help. your health. Or I should say, taking certain precautions regarding your health. Obviously, my general health is in the hands of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But at the end of the day, sometimes I have to make sure that I'm taking care of just myself on a day-to-day basis in order that I do not become subject to literally, again, fever and chills. Look at Rashi. Shemayim, Nechushos, Umachobos, Habarim, La'adam, Kulam, Ayidei, Gzir Shemayim. So in general, illness, sickness, that's all from Hashem. Chutz Sinim Abakim, Sinim, Sana, Hakim, Holy, Haba, Ayidei, Chol. Chills and fever. So it's interesting over here that the idea that Chazal felt that at the end of the day, there are certain things you can control about your basic health. So the Gemara calls this chills and fever. So the Gemara says over here, so therefore HaKadosh Baruch Hu goes ahead. Sinim Pachim that Ikesh, Shomer Nafsho, Yitzchak Mehem. Everybody say one more. How about something that doesn't refer to the sun or to the heat of this world, rather refers to the heat of the world to come. Just that Gemara Sinim Pachim is also very profound Gemara. Because what the Gemara's highlighting is like this. Whereas in this world there are many things that we cannot control. But there are absolutely many other things that we can control. And the challenge of the human condition is that sometimes we tend to focus so much on the things that we can't control that we abdicate responsibility for the things that we can. Right? Things happen in life and we get so upset and so disillusioned and so depressed. And meanwhile, again, there's nothing I can do to change in this particular reality. I can't change this reality, but there's 10 other realities that I can shape. So there's so many things in life that are like big things, but there are so many other things like that are single happen. Right? Fevers and chills, those are the things you can't control in life. Put your effort towards them and stop worrying about the stuff that you have no control over. Some say this serves a reference to what to come. What is Gehenna? What is Gehenna? Now, really it says, Ein Gehenna Ma'aseh Lavo Ela. So what is Gehenna? What is Gehenna? HaKadosh Baruch Hu Motzi Chama Minaz Tika. Listen to this. Hashem takes the sun out of its covering. This is a reminiscence of what we saw yesterday by Sukkah. Hashem takes this sun out of its covering, and it causes it to beat down. Now what happens? You shut him going by, you shut him up burnt by it, or you judge by it. The tzaddikim mislapid by. So yet the tzaddikim are healed by the rays of the sun. You shut him going by, the wicked are judged by it. Was a top of Dalit. Exceed Hine Hayom Ba Boer Kasana, Saya Kol Sedim, the Kol Osa Risha Kash, the Lahat Osam. היום הבא אמר השם צבקות, אשר לא יעזוב להם שורש בעולם. לא שורש בעולם הזה, and no root in this world, ולא ענף לעולם הבא, no branch in the world to come. צדיקים נשלחים בה, וצדיקים are healed by this sun that is beating down. בצד, וזאת לכם יראה שני, שמש, סיגתו, מרתם בכנפתה. This is another quoting this passage. Moses speaking from Marathi, consecutive speaking from Marathi. The sun will come out for you, those who fear and revere my name. It'll be a son of Stockholm, Martha, a son of righteousness, kindness, healing son that will heal you. This is so incredible. Now we are the tzaddikim healed by this sun, but rather again they actually enjoy it. Right? It's actually beneficial to them. Lots of sun and kishtam she'egel my day. So again, so first of all, this is incredible Gemara. Because what Gemara is describing over here is Gehenna. So what's Gehenna? Because Rabbi takes the sun out of its sheath, it burns the Rishayim, and it heals, and it's enjoyable ultimately again for the tzaddikim. Which of us is quite a dramatic picture of what Gehenna is. Same experience, same exact experience, but how you enjoy it all depends on how you live in this world. This is reminiscent of another Gemara, which the Gemara highlights the idea that Olam Haba is the Suda, and again the tzaddikim are able to partake, and the Rishayim have their hands tied. They have their hands tied, so they see the beautiful Suda happening in front of them, and for a Jew, that is Gehenna. That is Gehenna. So it has his hands tied and can't partake of this. You see this motif occurring a couple of times in Chazal, where they describe this experience, and it's the same exact experience. But how you experience the experience is framed by how you lived your life in this world. So it's the same sun. It's the same sun. If you are a Rasha, it burns you, and if you are a tzaddik, it heals you. Incredible. All dependent on how I spend my time here on this earth. Incredible, listen. So another possibility. Why now going back now we have a comparison between people and fish. Between people and fish. Because men, people are like fish of the sea. Listen to this. Just like fish of the sea, right? The big fish swallow the little fish. So to Afbani Adam, so to people, human beings, work not for the fear of government. The strong would swallow up the weak. Human nature, I will say human nature is survival of the fittest. And right, it's not just human nature. Nature is survival of the fittest. So the big fish swallows the small fish. The strong person would swallow up the weak person. So what stops that? What stops that dynamic? Some say government, societal systems. Behind the sun, about says incredible Gemara. And the community of Scanatron and Omer. And in the style of the Shlomo Shamalpus. Always daven for the success and for the shalom of your monarchy. For not for the fear of monarchy, right, or government. Says, ultimately, again, people will swallow each other alive. I will say this is an incredibly important Gemara, right? This is why, right? This is why. Again, just even ourselves, we daven for the president, we daven for the vice president, and again, that is an apolitical tefillah. It doesn't make a difference whether you like the person sitting in that office or not. At the end of the day, we have a system of government at the end. People absolutely go ahead and swallow each other up. So it's such a profound insult. And again, independent of the person we like, we don't like, I will say, it also is a tremendous opportunity for us to pause and to express our profound hakaras hatov to the president and to the members of the brave armed forces of the United States of America who carried out that dramatic attack in Iran yesterday. You know, it's incredible. So Jerry's on here, Jerry sent me a beautiful video today from the OCD Shan. They were reciting Haro after davening today. He said without a we have to understand what happened over here. What happened over here. And again, it's just important to understand whatever you think about the president, don't think about the president. And the president's already facing tremendous backlash about this. Just understand what happened. Right? That the greatest superpower in the world made Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael's war their war. Their war. We heard what the Iranian, whatever the spokesman said. Now every American soldier, every American base is a target. They made it their war. They made it their war. Right? They bombed these nuclear sites. Only that B-2 bomber was the only free fighter jet that's big, could carry a full payload that could go and do incredible. And the president promised more if Iran does not back down. What it means to have hakaras hatov, the government is exactly that. You don't have to like the president. You don't have to vote for him. I think he's running again, he said. Right? You don't have whatever it is. But just understand what happened. So whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, hakaras hatov is hakaras hatov. And we all know that not every person sitting in that chair would have done what the president did. Again, not a political statement, not anything, but please understand the need for hakaras hatov. Government sometimes maintains secret, and sometimes government really steps up and does dramatic things. So we express, of course, our profound hakaras hatov to President Trump for what he has done for our nation, for our homeland. Most of all, we express our hakaras hatov to Shrat Kodesh Baruch Hu, because Lady Malach in the hearts of kings and the hands of our Kodesh Baruch Hu, nothing happens without the Ribono Shel Olam's choreography. That is the sort of hakaras hatov for government, for just the basic secret that they maintain. And again, the days in which we are living this invaluable assistance to our nation, to our homeland, to our Jewish soldiers, is something dramatically amazing and incredible. Love is right there. Lakuna bar Papa, Rabbi Sif. Lakuna bar Papa. Make sure man should be amazing. Anytime I say something, you got to remove the little back up and stick off the comments. That's like it. That's how
My 7-Eleven is so really people on your life. Yeah, no, people. So if I was at work the night that I posted it, my friend he's like my best friend. I said to him, I think you should post it.
The Gemara says, it is putting over here from
I don't think you should post it. You don't want to put that out there. It's bad. I was like, shut the
pretend
fuck
like you guys
up,
know that
post it.
pasta. Yeah,
And then I don't know if you'll fuck with me, but 3 hours later, I started blowing up
I
quick
still
instant.
said you in the note.
And he texts me, he's like, oh, my break because we're at 7
Please. Yeah, so plus it says, yes, thank you. It's a very educated friend over here. So let's do this all. So Shaggy Lamatanu. Sadi kor umusfat v'lo tzedaka lo ya'aneh. So it says, "V'ksiv u'kata tzedaka v'ksiv kado Adonenu v'rav koach v'ksiv yimincha shem le'adoni b'koach." So it says, interesting enough, the first passage from the Old seems to indicate that HaKadosh Baruch Hu again, so to speak, diminished strength, and then the second psukim highlights the idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu has enhanced strength. So how do you reconcile those psukim? Which was a lokasha, kind of b'shas adin, kind of b'shas milchama. Ultimately, the Gemara says it's not a contradiction. Kind of b'shas adin. B'shas adin ultimately again means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu delivers judgment. This is incredible. When Hashem delivers judgment, not putting on upon Klal Yisrael, He does so with a diminished power. Intentionally, tries to do whatever he can ultimately to the word of the Din on Klal Yisrael can be Shas Milchama. This is beautiful and very nice and awesome. It's not has to do war. He has to go to war for Klal Yisrael. Then he can see. But he can't everything around the sea. He can't everything in contact with sleeping. But one hand it says, Kima Eini, Uksiv Nukim Hashem Uba'achima. So one passage says I had no anger. Then it says Hashem is about Kima. No kasha, Khan Yisrael, Khan Ba'okeh Ba'achim. Where does HaKadosh Baruch Hu have no anger? That's the Klal Yisrael. Where does he have much anger? That's the Ba'okeh Ba'achim. So what's this obviously what does that mean? The Baruch Hu always does express anger towards Klal Yisrael. But rather again, it's this same motif. We're going to see that the Baruch Hu tries to blunt a little bit the effect of fear on Klal Yisrael. He tries to blunt the effect of his sin of his anger on Klal Yisrael. It's not the same as what he meant for his nation. The thing about Papa Amar, Kima Eini, is very funny. He wasn't very well. The thing about Papa Amar, he was like this. But God, with this Kima Eini, I can't believe yet to literally mean I have no anger. What it really means in this context is I do not express the full measure of my anger. Why not? Shekvani Shebachim. Because I already swore. Because I already swore. So we'll see what this means in just a moment. Shekvani Shebachim was a unique Shalom Shebachim and add anything that I have not sworn. She was a Kenya Shamir Bishop. I will totally destroy. Ma'ayin the Amir of Alexander United States, Shayab Yamaru, Avakish Lahashmi Beskol Agoyim, Avakish Mimi, Omer HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Avakish, B'Nidnei Shalachim. I was looking at literally the Chronicles, the history books of the nations of the world. In each one of the books, if I think the Ayana has some merit, testing, I will redeem the nations. Meanwhile, but if they have no merit, Hashmido, I will destroy them. The Ayah of Amarabba might say, Lord boy, Yishlach Yad, in the Idol Lahem Shua, Amen HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yisrael. Kishanim Shabbos says, by the way, the Nishpati, ultimately, was talking about the idea that HaKadosh Baruch Hu went ahead and he made a shvua, about his children, and I still believe that. He made a shvua ultimately and to our ancestors not to destroy Klal Yisrael. If I did not have that shvua, you would feel the full measure of my anger. And now ultimately again, HaKadosh Baruch Hu does not express his full measure of his anger to Klal Yisrael, but does express that full measure of his anger to the nations of the world. Now, that being said, if the nations of the world absolutely takes that into account. So the mother was like, I'm not going to follow Yisrael. When I judge Klal Yisrael, I mean, Dan Osam to Olvei Zochanu. I do not judge them like the nations of the world, but the idolaters. It says, Ava Asimena. Hello, I will lift from the hand to keep the shop and the door. It must be like this. So ultimately, again, when I judge the Olvei Zochanu, the Lord holds the process from the Testa. Ava Asimena. Ava is like a lotion of Avon, like iniquity. But when I judge Klal Yisrael, so I judge myself to pitch a kind of goal. Now, it really means like the pecking of the roosters. What does this mean? It's just like when a chicken or a rooster, when it pecks, like it pecks a little bit at a time. The question is when I punish Vlad and Swell, I punish them only a little bit at a time. This way, again, I blunt the full measure as opposed to punishment coming like in one way. I spread it out like the pecking of a rooster, that way that diminishes the full effect of it. I the idea of it as well. As I said, by the way, you see this theme of a little bit of punishment at a time coming in many times. For example, when the sumo brings down, there's a person reaches into his pocket and he meant to take out a quarter, but instead he takes out a nickel, he must that's the suit. That's divine punishment. What does that mean? Interestingly enough, sometimes the way that I was followed is busy. Because the truth is, a lot of us are deserving of punishments because we've done our days, we've done bad things, we haven't done tshuva. So what Baruch Hu often does as a chesed is he turns our punishments into a series of sustained inconveniences. And those inconveniences ultimately, again, they take the form of punishment. And I must say, this is very important to so in life. So the Rosh talks about this in Ghana and Nura. He says this is why, like, a person has to really take the inconveniences of life in stride. You get stuck in traffic, you get a flat tire, right? All the things that really, really annoy us in life. Just understand, sometimes it can be for something good, but sometimes it is a form of olash. Sometimes it is. But so much better to get the ocean of life in the form of inconveniences than in the form of straight up punishment. Now, sometimes, again, those inconveniences are for some greater good, right? Some greater good. Obviously, we have no idea how to know what is what. But what I suggest that all that mindset of Akar set up, it's so much rather take the ocean of life as an inconvenience than anything else. Someone is like, Dobra Akar, I feel like you saw also mitzvah, you want to keep in the act to take that kind of golden. So we're not from the ashkol, I mean, it's not in the Kashmir. I will say this is so beautiful. First of all, what does it mean when it says that actually compares us to the pecking of the rooster? Because what's like the student Christ only does a little bit of a mitzvah. Right? A little mitzvah. Just like the pecking of a rooster, I go ahead and I combine that to Sestrim Gavo. So let's say this is Shana, not in the field where I love go to Africa. So this is what's the idea? Such a beautiful soul. This is often just when we the text a little bit at a time. So if you does a little mitzvah, you might think that perhaps like a little bit of disjointed mitzvahs, or a lot of disjointed mitzvahs, don't really combine to form something substantive. It's literally every single thing that we do, every little thing that we do, combines to some greater amount in the eyes of our Baruch Hu. So this is so important because so often we think that only sustained dynamic activity is important. But like a one-off mitzvah over here, a one-off thing over here, actions and that, it's not sustained. It's not true. It's not true. Everything makes a difference. Everything adds up. And even a one-off, unsustained, beautiful moment of mitzvah witness means so much. Incredible. Incredible. The start, Shema'avim Lefonai Ani Moshiach. Furthermore, again, the other possibility is, in the start that they cry out before me, I say, Klal Yisrael. Behind the Omar, Rabbi Abba, my B'tzir, Banoti Echdein, Behema Yidu Alai Kislavim. And Yamarti Echdein, this is incredible. So Yamarti Echdein, but I want to go on Mazah. Kedishnis Bidi Olam Haba. So Yishmael said, I figured that I'm going to redeem them with their money in this world, in order that they will go ahead and merit the world to come. Now let's say, what does this mean? So let's look at actually just a moment. It's almost right across. The right across is actually about 10 lines up. 100 points, so that's not right across. Okay, good. Right across 10 lines up. I don't know already. But everything you saw on the wall, behind the picture kind of going, pouring ma'at, shit stuff up. So let's say this is incredible. So the idea over here is, there's a lot of actual discussion about this Rashi and what exactly this means. Because Baruch Hu causes us sometimes to lose money in this world, so that we have the ability to be zokah to Olam Haba. But there are different forms of yisur, there are different forms of punishment. And sometimes what the Rosh does is, sometimes one of the most painful forms of punishment, of ashted, not punishment, one of the most painful forms of loss is financial. Like we work very hard for our money, and when I lose some of it, at the end of the day, it hurts. So there's no thing that someone does that, everything the Mamonan, who gives us with monetary loss that will be built at Hashem to the world to come. That sometimes that loss, which is most painful and acute, that Rashi points out over here, or ma'at b'noshek tzedakah. So it says, sorry, this is actually interesting story that Sfarim brings out that every year a person is destined to quote unquote to lose a certain amount of money. So what's my choice? So the one choice I have is I can quote unquote lose it through tzedakah, or I'm going to lose it some other way. In other words, the amount of money going out is already set. It's already set. What I have the ability to choose is how it's going out, which is a tremendous idea. Because sometimes when we're tempted to kind of withhold a little bit on stuff because we think that we're saving, it doesn't work that way, right? The money's going to go out in some other fashion. We might as well direct the contribution. This is not a building fund thing, right? Just like it's just a profound mistake. Because again, a lot of us struggle with this, right? We work hard, I want to use it for things that I want. Just understand whatever's supposed to go out is already determined. So my financial is very, very important. That when we suffer some type of financial setbacks, it's important to understand that sometimes that's for one of the ways is that the Father who redeems us from the baggage of our averos, setting us up for a beautiful Gan Eden. You must say, "Hey, what's the Alex? I'm not going to talk to you. So you're about my district, but I'm a site of Kazaki Zosin, but I flash you. I'm not going to talk to you. I need to ask him this from all of us. So Kashbach was like, it was incredible. Kashbach's like this, my whole question is, I give them a little bit of difficulty, a little bit of adversity in this world, in order that they should be strong in the world to come. They lie, you touch the rock, and yet they think so poorly of them. So okay, this is a tremendous demand. This is almost like the bonus from all the venting a little bit his frustration. That's his frustration. Kashbach says, yes, I visit difficulties upon my children. But do you know why I visit difficulties upon my children? Do you know why? It's just to purge them of their negative baggage. So they can get rid of whatever the baggage is in this world. So that Yetz Hashem, the world to come, to be good and beautiful. And yet, what's their reaction to the experience? What's their reaction to the difficulties? Kashbach says, they get righteous with me. They get upset at me. Like a parent who's trying to do good for their child, right? And yet what the child is resentful because the good of the parent doesn't feel good. Whereas like the mother that's always used, like in this parent, to bring the child to the inoculation at the doctor's office. But it's in the eyes of that baby, that baby, that parent is a Russian Marusha, right? That parent is a mullet, right? Marco Tinta, how can you do this to me? You're holding me down, you're doing this. Meanwhile, again, the parent's like, come on, you understand what I'm giving you right. And you know, so look, it's incredible. The pastor says, yes, I visit the serious on my children. I visit difficulties upon Klal Yisrael. I do it. But do you understand why I do it? I do it because I'm setting you up for eternal bliss. Because God says, I need you to get with the program. And let's say, by the way, this is about, I think this is also one of the big distinctions between Eretz Yisrael and Chutz La'aretz. I think this is, and I'm trying to say in this video this morning about the Hallel. It was interesting, to be honest with you. It never dawned on me for a second to say Hallel this morning. It never dawned on me. But when there are 83 people injured in the latest barrage, you see these images that come out, like literally again, there are like Magin David Adon and some of those like carrying children out of demolished buildings. Hashem seems like no fatalities, but like, Israel gives an incredible ability to see the Avas Hashem even in the Yisrael. That is the ability to see, okay, like things hurt, they hurt. But this is the Yad Hashem, and even the stuff that hurts is there. It's coming from a Father who loves us. We think very much like in Gullus, like we see things in a very one-dimensional way. There's like Nisim and there's Yisurim. And so there's the ability to see the Nisim and the Yisurim. And the Bracha in the Yisurim is sometimes lost on us a little bit. And I have to say, I was like a little bit of shame that I didn't think to myself, like to say, I don't know. I mean, I draw a lot of suggestions for shit happening this morning. But that's That's just because it's Sunday, right? It's sunny outside. It's just good happening. And so let's say, but again, but you understand what a profound demur this is. And this is such illogical sophistication. Like, how can you react when things are difficult in life? If you're caught up so just become ultimately like immediately like suspect and resentful of us. And I think for a lot of us, like that's our reflexive reaction. Why are you doing this to me? There's no what there's like this, like I'm upset, I'm disillusioned. I'm very like which of course I understand suffering is not easy. But the more like that what we aspire to is something so much more theologically sophisticated. What we really aspire to is to be a little bit more like our Eretz Yisrael brethren, and that when the difficulties come, to be able to say, yeah, it's difficult, and of course I don't want this, but I understand that these we serve are also a gift from HaKadosh Baruch. The suffering is also a gift. Because sometimes the difficulties to the challenges to the suffering is incredible bracha. There's bracha in the world to come, and often there's bracha in this world as well. You just have to have the ways through which you see that divine suffering. It's incredible. So it's like, great story here, great story. Yisarech Lima Abba, meaning, Rav Safra, the Adam Gadol. Okay, so let's watch the study of all. Praise the Safra to the meaning. What's the meaning of like the question, heretics? So he praised the Safra, that the Safra was a great time from the Adam Gadol. And what's it as a result? Shafulei Mitzvah, the place. As a result, so apparently, again, wherever this story is happening, I don't know the geographic location of this story, but these meaning, these Apikosim were in charge. They were in charge. So let's say, so now because right now Rabbi Abo, they respected Rabbi Abo, and because Rabbi Abo ultimately then praised the Safra, they exempted the Safra from taxes. Because he was Adam Gadol, was a great man. For 13 years, he didn't have to pay taxes. Okay? He went to Yom HaChad, listen to this, Yom HaChad Ashkafu, so one day these heretics ran into a Safra. I'm like, sit, Rak, Itchem Yadakim Yikol Mishpachon Sardama, Al Kim Ekchod Aleichem Es Kolav Osechem. So the heretics brought up this puzzle. In Amos, and asked of Safra, what's the shot in this pasuk? What does the pasuk say? Rak eschem yadatim says, I only know you, Klal Yisrael, from amongst all of the families of the earth. Therefore, I will visit upon you the punishment for all of your sins. Okay? So the heretics said to Safra, Mandi is the Sisa, Barakami, Masikle, someone who has someone who he loves. Right, someone who loves. That he uses all of his anger upon the one that he loves. Right, the most of the passage is very interesting. Because the fact that he's saying, I love you so much. I love you so much. I know you just amongst the nations of the world, and therefore I will visit the iniquity of all of your sins upon you. The heretic said the part doesn't make any sense. And on one hand, Hashem is talking about the singularity of the Klal Yisrael, and then he's saying, I'll go ahead and visit all of my wrath upon you. So man, these days, Sisei, Rachamasley, one who has anger, or Sisei is anger, actually Zan, anger, one who has anger, Rachamasley, does he dump that anger upon the one who he loves? So they asked this question of Safra, what's the shot in the pasuk? Ishtik, but no Amr Level on you. The Safra didn't say anything. He didn't respond. So Rabbi is through Rabbi Tzabah. So I will say, so Rabbi Tzabah was wearing his cloak on his head, as was the custom of Hamid Chachamim, and they put it around his neck, and they began to afflict him. So what exactly is happening? What exactly is happening over here? So the man brings down that it could just be either that they were like trying to like train him in, or that just they like disloyal people. As it comes up and work both his talents over his head, they took his talents off his head to show you should not become Chacham. But anyway, they were definitely giving him trouble. Also, Rabbi Abo, asking him, so he wrote him along, right time. They found him only on my mitzvah, and he wrote, hey, let me get Amulay, Amrit Langa Adam Gadol, you said about the Sarah Saka that he's such an Adam Gadol. He asked him a simple question. On a pasuk, and he did not know how to go ahead and answer the pasuk. Right? He asked him a shot in the pasuk of Amos, and he did not pasuk in Amos. Amalavu, Imad the Amalavu Betanoi, the cry Amalavu. So it's a great answer. So Sarah says, no, he doesn't know Tanakh. He went to yeshiva. No, you can ask him about the Shnayis. You can ask him about Tanakh statements. That's what he's versed in. He's seeking in Amos. He's not going to know how to answer. This is very validating, by the way. It's very validating. You must not know how to answer up those human animals. So the so the heretics were intrigued by this. They said, Maishna Asun, Didi Asun. So, Rav Kahana, why do you know? Why don't we always ask you questions on Psukim and you know it? Anon Da'ashkefina Gabechon, Raminon Anafshim Uma'ayin. I hang out with you guys a lot, and you guys are always into biblical criticism. So therefore, again, I have to know God Nova Hashem La'apikolis. I have to know how to answer these Psukim to you. Uma'ayin. I'm telling you, they're not trained to answer up these type of theological questions in these Psukim. They don't delve into these Psukim. So first of all, just fascinating that Saka was saying, like Hannah was saying, again, God Nova Hashem La'apikolis, a person who is hanging out with this type of Hebra does need to know what to answer in order to be able to refute. So the most other way, they know one out. So listen, so now they say to Khan, okay, so you tell us, what's the shot in the bus, right? So tell us, what's the shot in Amos, right? Amos says, for the Torah who says to Klal Yisrael, I love you so much, and therefore I will visit all of your iniquity upon you. So what's the shot? What's the first line line? I'm in the room. So I'll give you an answer. I'm sure upon Mashal I'll give you a Mashal. What's the Mashal? The Adam, she knows to understand, and they also listen to this. So a man, ultimately, again, who borrowed money to two people. Echad or Abel, the Echad so no, one guy he likes, one guy he doesn't like. Or Abel, Nifam, Nenama, so to the one that he loves, he allows payback to happen incrementally a little bit at a time. Nif is so old, one he dislikes. Nifam, Nenama, ultimately he collects payment all at once. Yes, I'm going to go ahead and collect payment for your iniquities, but I'm going to do it slowly, episodically, and incrementally. And therefore, again, it'll soften the blow. But to the nations of the world, ultimately, again, where alive of herself, who says, I will collect judgment all at once. Already, Allah kind of might have said, Kalila, Nesot, Kadara Hadeh, Lachanis, Sadik in Rash. So that's by step. Also, I'm not going to say, but we also Kalila, Kash is Shalom, that you should do something like this to kill the Tzadikim in Rishon. That was this is what Avnavinu had Avnavinu, that they were Tzadikim in stones. So it says that Kadosh Baruch Hu, how can you go ahead and kill off the Tzadik together with the Rasha? I have Oxid, one second, but is that so crazy about this? They're basically called Tzadik the Rasha. Therefore, also you see that sometimes Tzadikim are swept up together in judgment with Rishon. It's not true, it does happen. Shimar says, no. That's the Tzadik Sheina Gomer. Wow. So that's talking about a Tzadik who's not a Tzadik Gomer. It's not a complete Tzadik. About Tzadik Gomer alone, what is that to say that a complete Tzadik is never swept up in judgment with Rishon Ba'aksid? Or Miktashai Techelu, the Torah of Yosef, Atik Miktashai Elah, Mimikudashai. Elu B'nei Adam, Shekaimu Es Kol HaTorah Me'alef Mi'atav. So you see from here that even Tzadikim Gemurim, who upheld the entire Torah, are still sometimes swept up in judgment with the wicked. Hasamnami, Kevan Shahaya B'yadam. Linfos V'lo Michu, Havaluhu Kitzadikim Shenim Gemurim. Wow, let's listen to this. Even a tzaddik who fulfills the entire Torah, if he ultimately again sees the ability to object to negative behavior and doesn't do so, he's not a tzaddik gomer. He's not the tzaddik gomer. Rabbi said, is that not wild? See, I just want to point out, it fits in very beautifully what we were speaking about yesterday also, in Shabbos morning, by the Shlach Kodesh, Anshe Midos. That at the end of the day, the Torah that you learn is not enough. The achrayus to the greater community, ultimately, again, is an absolute necessary part in the real as well. If you're not invested in the success of the community, if you're not about chesed, if you're not looking out for the other, you can learn how to aleph until cut. At the end of the day, that's not a tzaddik gomer. So what we are suggesting over here is a tzaddik gomer is spared from judging together with the rasha. But a tzaddik she'ena gomer, so ultimately again can be swept up even together with the rasha. So the Gemara says, Papa Ramisi, also in the Bible, like incredible growth you actually seen before. One of the most amazing, you have to admit, one of the best parts about Naomi is when you come across the Gemara that you've seen before. It's the best. We've seen this Gemara a couple of times already. Gemara says like this. So Rabbi says as follows. So on one hand, the pasuk says that Hashem gets angry every day, but then it says, who could stand up in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's anger? So let's say, so how does that fit? In other words, what the second pasuk says, there's no way anyone can withstand divine wrath. First pasuk says, God gets angry every day. So let's go. Listen to this. Kan biyachid, kan b'tziva. And what says individuals, you cannot stand up to divine wrath. But as a tzibor, we have the ability to withstand everything, including divine wrath. And we'll say absolutely incredible. The power of being part of a tzibor, the power of being part of a collective, the power of being part of something bigger than yourself, and not retreating into your own little corner. The tzibor could withstand anything. A yachid cannot withstand daily divine wrath. Let's go back to the Gemara. Say, this Rabbi gets angry every day. The camel. How long does this Rabbi's anger? The camel zamo. How long does his anger last for? Rega. Just a moment. The camel rega. How much is a rega? Achos mechamish libo ishlosh me'os alav u'shmona me'os va'advan u'shmona. 153,848 of a second. Of an hour. The Gemara says that's the rega. The aim called Berge Yelachabin on the call the Chabin also. Wow. Listen to this. And also in general, no one can figure out what that rega is, what that moment of divine wrath is. There was one person who was able to do it. Bilam could sit there and say, on the days, the Odea Datsayo. Listen, just pause for a second. Is this not the best thing in the world? Is this not? No, that's somebody said something nice to us, and I just wrote back. Let's continue. All right, so I'm down with great expectations. They finished. I think I'll give it a year. I'm not gonna lie. So the pasuk says that Bilam, Yodea Dasayo, he knew the das of HaKadosh Baruch. So Bilam knew about, and this is right, by the way. Now you understand why Balak was so intent on hiring Bilam and pulled out all of the stops, because Bilam knew something that none of the other Gentile prophets knew, which was that exact rega that HaKadosh Baruch Hu got angry at. He was able to curse Klal Yisrael in that rega, in order to make it could have brought devastation of other people. So let's just hold on. Afshar, that's Behemto no Havayada. That's Elyon Havayada. So Bilam didn't know his donkey. Right? Then when you get we're going to see, couldn't control his donkey. So someone couldn't control his livestock. He was able to go ahead and know that Baruch Hu got upset that was already done. So as my guy spent a lot of what does that mean? That he didn't know this? That he couldn't literally, he didn't know the best of his own. He listened to this. So the says, so Bilam met up with Balak. Like we met up with the son of Balak. He was riding on a donkey. Amalek, night, I'm a lot of Hakasisya. He said, Balak, Bilam, you're a hush of a guy. Now, like, you should be riding a horse. Why are you riding a donkey? He said, no, again, it's a difficult equivalent dog. It's in the shop, right? In other words, he was going ahead. He's the owner. Right? He said, I put my horses out in the marsh, right, to water them. So that's how I have. So Miyad, the donkey began to speak. Anochi Asoncha. He says, come on, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm your donkey. Right? You always ride on me. Don't tell me you ride a horse. So girls will be like, I use you all the time, but only for carrying stuff. On the way, that's not true. You use me for transportation. You ride on me instead of a horse. No, okay, sometimes I ride on you, but that's only at the side. That's not all the time. On the way, may always call the Adayamazet. Not true. You've always used me up until they say, not only that, Electronic also look for a people's bayom, the issues balayla.
Playing watermelon music.
That's awkward, right? So not only that, but you go ahead and use me for transportation by day and intimacy at night. Sit up. So then here, still in the statue, sit awesome, but you love things. So let's say, obviously, obviously, the guy who can't control his donkey, right? The guy whose donkey is now being offered him, right? Can't control his donkey. Ultimately, again, if you really know, is that one of the walking with the sex. I remind you again, that's Ayot. So what does it mean when it says that Bilam was doing? They had that Ayot, and that wasn't the Maybe they don't know. What do you know? שיודע מכבים אוס לשרשת המספר בקוריסקו. No, when you think of that song, what it means is like this. They don't know one specific piece of information. He did not know how to talk. There's no fact feeling if he was bothered by it. That's what your dad got out of his choice. He really, so much fun by that. He didn't know exactly, but he knew God. He had only one specific piece of information about God. Namely, the moment that a powerful gets angry. Behind the Kama, maybe nothing. I mean, the point not my yacht, Balak, Melach, Balak, and my honor also Dylan Ben Bar, with a shooting back at Yuda, and I'm down to the Hosh Hashem. I'm not what does the person mean? I'm a person who is off. I mean, the little time to that was I see my nation, see how many acts of praise at the phone with you. So that I ask you, I later call also Hayam. As well as at the one miracle for you. All days that Dylan was trying to pursue, I did not get angry on those days. In Kaasi Alechem, when you stagger the old days of Rabbi, you saw him say such music college. So literally, I got angry during those days, and Dylan pursued during that time frame, he would have obliterated himself. He would have obliterated himself, because trying to come into Dylan the Bala, says I Dylan Bala, Ma'akol, Rokabakel, Uma'ez Lozam Hashem. And this is exactly what Dylan says to Bala. Don't say to Bala, don't get upset at me. I told you, I know a specific piece of information. I can't do anything if God is not getting angry at his prescribed time. Right? So he's not getting angry at his prescribed time, so therefore, again, because he's now the Chesed Hashem did this all those days, he's saying, okay, listen, I want you to say to yourself, so get angry, but what? Get angry at a different time. In other words, Hashem, you don't have to stop getting angry. If you want to get angry for a rega every single day, get angry. Just don't do it at the prescribed time. Can't do that. Why? Yesterday's time. What does Hashem have? What does Hashem have? Hashem has a schedule. Hashem has a schedule, right? And the emotional models for us that scheduling is the key to successful living. So even for anger, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says there's a time to get angry. The miracle of Bilam and Balak was that ultimately again Hashem did not get angry all of those days. That Bilam was trying to curse Klal Yisrael. The Kama Zamo, how long does Hashem get angry for? Rega. The Kama Rega, how much is the Rega? I'm going to name everything. Rega to name Rega. Rega is exactly the amount of time it takes to say Rega. That's it. That moment. Pretty much, the Rega have a response. So how do you know if it's only gets upset for a Rega? It's if she Rega Yachol, Kain did some ultimately again as well was a Rega. He's only the Rega, only the moment of his anger. If I say Rega, Habi, Kirat Rega, Agya Boizan. You want to hide yourself, sincere yourself for a Rega until the divine wrath passes. So there was an Imas Wasak. So, by the way, when is this Rega? When does the Kadosh Baruch Hu get upset? When do you get it? You know what I mean? It's lost Shaita myself. Within the first 3 hours of the day. So the Gemara says, Kiyura Karbauta, the time of Zola. The time ultimately again that lights a feather on top of the rooster, that rooster becomes white. So let's understand how Shaita, the Shaita, Mechaber in the first white line. So let's go saying there's white in it at all times. So Shaita, the Shaita is slightly sunky. The Shaita, let's say slightly sunky. So how do you graph the rest of the day? There are red streaks in the feather on the head of the rooster. At a early time of the morning, ultimately again, there's only white. Okay? I'm going to tell an incredible story. When the children baby, so let's say what happened. When the children baby was having some really difficult times with heretics, who really just like harassing him. So what did he do? He decided to cry Yom Echad. It's not the kind of vulnerable moving card to ourselves. Not even Sabar, Himata Shaita Alachi. So the children baby has a plan. What's his plan? He got a rooster, he tied it to his bed. What is he going to do? He's going to curse the heretics. Right now you understand what to look for. When the feather on the top of the head of the rooster is completely white, that's the moment that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not flaring mad, and if you curse someone at that time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will obliterate them. So when he says, hey, I'm going to curse those heretics at that moment, again, as the rooster by his bed, that, first step, at the moment that the feather turns white, so what happened? Kimati shaita nimni. So you imagine the Shulman maybe like sitting there the entire time, and he's staring at the rooster, But the moment that the rooster's, that the feather turned white, he dozed off. Amar, Shmani Allah Ola Arame Alekati. So the Shulman says, I learned a very important lesson. The Father does not want us to curse each other. And even at the end of the day, even when something is bad, even when someone is doing something bad, the Father never wants us to curse one another. Like He may want us to go and argue with each other, He may want us to go out and be upset with each other, but all our actions are very different. There may be times when we are upset with one another. There may be times of vehement disagreement with one another. The one thing the Father never wants is for us to curse each other. That seems to never be the worst thing you see this, by the way. That's why you see this even in certain contemporary issues that come up. Like the moment that people start utilizing terrible means for one another is the moment that any legitimacy to their argument evaporates. You want to argue on theological grounds, you want to argue on philosophical grounds, on political grounds. Okay, that's fine. That's nature of Klal Yisrael. But to call each other terrible names, to curse one another, then again, that is no longer a legitimate argument. That is incredible. Why? Sid, we got honest with Tzaddik lo tov. It's not good for the Tzaddik to be the vehicle of divine punishment. Right? Not good. So we learned a very important lesson. Which one who does not want us cursing each other? At the time that the Gentile kings put on their crowns and they bowed down to the sun because they're worshiping the sun, Devotion gets very upset. I don't understand what we said because you're choosing to worship one of Hashem's creations more than Hashem himself. Incredible. Rabbi Yossi says as follows: the Inish Salusa the Muslim, the plus Shaita said Yomakama, did Yomakama Giresh Shasabia. What's the name for Tam Gemara? A person should not have a Musa on Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours of the day by himself. Should have done so. A person has to daven the Yechidus on Rosh Hashanah for some reason, but my son, they should not daven Musaf during the first 3 hours of the day. What's the reason? It does feel like you got put in your teeth. Because what happens? Because perhaps when a person is davening, HaKadosh Baruch Hu will go ahead and look into their deeds, and ultimately, again, it will be found unworthy, and therefore the tefillah will be cast aside. Look at that for just a moment. The class say, the Shas Haranah. They will say, what does that do with anything? Because remember, what did the Gemara just tell us before? When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu go ahead and get upset? When does he get upset? First 3 hours of the day, which interesting enough, by the way, in yesterday's Gemara, remember again, what was the first 3 hours of the day? And the Bible says the first 3 hours of the day, right? So anyways, my focus on that is Torah or judgment, which is interesting. It seems to be the bottom line is Torah, right? Which is interesting, but yet divine wrath occurs during that time as well. Therefore, the Gemara says, now that I know that divine wrath occurs during the first 3 hours of the day, especially on Rosh Hashanah, which is a day of judgment, do not daven Musaf. We'll see why Musaf. Do not daven Musaf on your own during the first 3 hours. In other words, if you daven Musaf on your own, when you daven it, once you daven it, because remember, Musaf you can daven the whole day. So just daven after the first 3 hours. You know, you can see we're not. Well, if that's the case, then you shouldn't daven Musaf at all during the first 3 hours of the Rosh Hashanah, even by me. We're very lucky on that, right? So the nice says, maybe we should have invite Tzibor. Krishna says, no, but without premises. With Tzibor, appreciates it yourself. No. When you daven as part of Tzibor, you have nothing to worry about. Why? Because the tzibur draws from the collective zechuyos of Klal Yisrael. So you're davening on the tzibur, confident. Davening on your own, do not daven Musaf during the first 3 hours of the day, because that is a time of divine wrath, divine anger, and you may not be able to overcome that. The Yaki is sacred, Mamilo. So that's the case. It shouldn't just be Musaf. Why not Shabbos? So you shouldn't daven Shabbos either during the first 3 hours. Like it wasn't, this is docked up on Rosh Hashanah. Like Rosh Hashanah is the day of judgment. The Daf shouldn't daven on Rosh Hashanah during the first 3 hours in Shabbos. No, Kevin needed Tzibur to come not through, no kametri. So it's different. Why? Because when I saw, since presumably there is a seaboard somewhere, davening shabbos during the first 3 hours of the day, therefore Allah is nothing to worry about. It's nothing to worry about because again, even if I'm davening as a yaqid, I'm davening as a yaqid, ultimately again I can still attach myself to the seaboard. So what's like this by the way happens as an aside, happens in interesting halacha, which is ideally persons will daven with a minion whenever they can. If I can't daven with a minion, there is a minor davening the same
Look at this, athleticism flips.
davening, even if I myself am not physically part of the minion. So this idea that says that if you're davening by yourself on Rosh Hashanah morning, you don't have to wait to daven shabbos past 3 hours. You daven shabbos even during 3 hours. Why? Because the pashtus on Rosh Hashanah, in the first 3 hours of the day, there is a minion somewhere who is davening shabbos, and therefore Allah will I see you to do. Musaf is different. Because Musaf, there may or may not be someone davening during the first 3 hours. Therefore, if you're davening by yourself, do not do that during the first 3 hours. You're encountering divine wrath. I thought, Shalosh Rishonas Kishbach Yoshiv Al-Sif HaTorah. One second, I understand. First 3 hours are divine wrath. What are the first 3 hours? What are they? Kishbach Singular Torah. April. Switch it around. First 3 hours, God is judging. Second 3 hours, God is learning Torah. Muslim Yorisa. So Levi said another possibility is, the Lord Torah, go switch it around. Torah gets sin by MS. They say MS, Kalabash, and God, they not be spoken also with whom Shiras Hadim. Din, the Lord sit by MS, HaKadosh Baruch Hu also with whom Shiras Hadim. Here's the difference, I will say. Torah, where it says Torah, Torah says MS. Where it says MS, ultimately again, Hashem cannot go above the strict letter of the law. Din, by judgment, Hashem has flexibility. Because he has flexibility, ultimately again, he does not execute the strict justice. Interestingly enough, when the time that Hashem learns Torah, that's the time of strict justice. When the time that Hashem judges, that's where there is the opportunity, ultimately again, for divine flexibility. That's counterintuitive, but fascinating. Therefore, Allah says, if you are learning Rosh Hashanah and davening, do not daven Musaf during the first 3 hours, lest you encounter divine judgment. Shabbos is always at Siva. So I will say, the takeaway message, when we stand alone, we face a whole variety of divine judgment and divine wrath. When we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot overcome, whether that's divine justice, divine wrath, or external enemy. When we are together as a Siva, Klal Yisrael is strong, and Klal Yisrael always emerges victorious. Notice time, Shkoya.
Possible life scenario.
All right, Kevin, have a great day, everyone. And to start Kevin, everyone should be safe. Everyone in Hashem should be secure. The responsible should shower with Yofa and Slofa should be equal and equal to Solos Kavos for all of us on Yisrael and to Eretz Yisrael. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoya.
You guys are so screwed. Stay right. And also the Uber drivers. You know what I mean? He's, and also, you know what I mean? These two ladies walking here.
All right, I will say good morning, Baruch Hashem. What a tremendous, first of all, beautiful to hear the sounds of Chazara to Shavuos, Baruch Hashem, coming in Beis Medrash, and there's a tremendous beautiful space to be able to begin the Sefes Avodah Zarah Hashem here together this morning. Let's begin by thanking our sponsors today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosi Mishpach HaMeretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shulman drushos this year as a support for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Stephen Abba Latova, Stephen Terry Zin, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Devorah Bas Rabbi Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yard site. Our week of learning sponsors. This also is actually quite beautiful. Anonymous gratitude to the encouragement for starting to do Daf Yomi over 2,700 days ago from the Sefes Avodah Zarah and celebrating and starting round 2. So whoever this anonymous sponsor is, I don't know if it's here or it's online, please, I would love to know the identity of this mysterious sponsor, but so beautiful and so incredible. But also, in fact, of course, we always dedicate our learning in the schools. all our precious hostage nefesh, welcome to Hashem, bring them home. The shalom and the karat and the schus of our holy soldiers nefesh, welcome them to be successful by land, by sea, and by air. And Hashem has tremendous helpful accomplishing all of their objectives and come home to their families. The shalom and the karat, and nefesh, welcome Hashem. Give us decisive victory over all of our enemies, and in Hashem usher in an era of peace and of shalom and hatzlach and barak for all of Klal Yisrael, the courage. I would say with that, let us begin. So I just wanted to share with you just something really beautiful. Sometimes when you walk in, or sometimes you wake up in the morning and you just feel like a different kind of energy. So I don't know if all of you felt it, but I felt this morning. I couldn't sleep last night, and Baruch Hashem, just this morning, this palpable energy like in the universe. With Klal Yisrael starting to set us up all this out. It was just something so beautiful. And then something amazing happened. There was actually traffic on 7 Mile Lane this morning at 5:33 a.m. I was locked in the intersection of Gedalia, deciding where I was going to go first. But Max is pulling out of his driveway. Holly Strong is already ahead of the pack over here. And at 5:35 in the parking lot, Baruch Hashem, there's actually people talking. Usually it's too early to hear people talking at this hour. They didn't want to have enough energy. Beautiful and incredible. Just to see the energy, just to see the zrizos, just to see and to feel the palpable excitement. So I will say it was a tremendous, it was supposed to be able to get finished. The Sefer Shavuos, and buckle your seatbelts. Just buckle your seatbelts, because what our Avodah Zarah is going to be, and just out of the gate, what it is something absolutely amazing, beautiful, and dramatic. And that excitement that we feel, that it's all just that we feel, that all it is we feel every day. The truth is, it's the same excitement every day. It's the same excitement every single day. It's the same when you wake up in the morning and you say, I can't believe this is my life. Now, some people wake up in the morning and they're like, I can't believe this is my life. No, I'm talking about like waking up in the morning and like, I can't believe it, this is my life. I can't believe that I get to get out of bed in the morning, Baruch Hashem, and one of the most beautiful Torah in the world. To see on the black Gemara, to know that Baruch Hashem, I'm literally, again, measurably and incrementally closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to myself, to Klal Yisrael, because I embed myself in the holiest thing which exists in the universe, and that is the Torah notion. Including the privilege and including the purpose that we have, but incredible. Let's say, Avodah Zarah, that days on the Aleph. Look what you did there. So I'll think about it. Here we go. There we go. So again, the podium and podium of the Optical Club. So remember again, this is now we're going to see that Idehen ultimately, we'll discuss the etymology of the word. But for our purposes today, what it means is Yom Tov. Before the Yom Tov of Optical Club, Mishlosh Yom, for 3 days prior to the Yom Tov of Optical Club, you can't engage in any business dealings with them. No business dealings. Gemara says, for example, you can't lend them something, you can't borrow something. To lend them, and ultimately again to borrow from them. That's so again, remember, actually connection to yesterday's that we spoke about as Shoel, but it's not so things like lending and borrowing stuff. Means to lend money and to borrow money from them. You pay them back like an outstanding debt, but to collect payment for an outstanding debt. I will say, what's going on here? You're going to get Rashi. First Rashi means that. First Rashi. Rashi says at the end of the page, there's only go come and give me no usher losses in mind. Rashi says, the two you should the other know that Avodas Kachavim beyond either. The idea over here is that because these events are happening in close proximity to their Yom, that's a young being, their Yom, their holiday. So because the event is happening in close proximity to their holiday, they will give thanks to their deity on the day of their Yom. So therefore, again, if I go ahead and I do business with an oversupply, right? So I go and I say business deal with 3 days in advance of his Yom, or I lend him money, or I borrow money, or I lend something, or I give something. So I won't put myself, the problem just is that is going to spark a sense of Hodah, a sense of gratitude. Within the non-Jew, and he's going to give Hodah, he's going to give thanks to his deity on their Yom. So what's going on here? Essentially, I'm kind of enabling, or facilitating this inherent sense of gratitude that the Ovid Kohanim is going to have his particular deity. And the Mishnah says, one should not do such a thing. Okay, incredible. I will say there is one point of contention on this last piece. So you might say, Mishnah Rabbi says, maybe should make it below. This is incredible. So Yehuda says, I agree with everything. The one thing you are allowed to do in 3 days before the Yom Kippur ultimately is what? You're allowed to go and collect payment from an akum. Why are you allowed to collect payment from an akum? Because having to pay something back ultimately again is painful. Right? Nobody wants to pay back the debt, right? Nobody wants to have to go ahead and off this money. So you're allowed to collect payment. This is incredible. The Gemara says, on the road, they said to him, the day is Yaakov, and the Tanakam said to him, even though he is distressed now, right? Because anytime I have to part with money, I'm going to be distressed. But down the road, ultimately again, I'll be happy. So because again, at the end of the day, he's going to pay off the debt, he'll be happy later on. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, don't ask him even for payment of the debt within 3 days. Therefore, again, there is agreement on all parts of this Mishnah. Halacha l'maisa, within 3 days, which also is a tremendous Mishnah also. One of the major differences between the Jew and the Apple is where in what area of life? In hachara, in preparation. How long does a Jew prepare before Yom Kippur? Right? Shloshim Yom is now 30 days before the Yom Kippur, we already begin the halachos of the particular Yom Kippur. For a Jew understands hachana, preparation is key. If you want to be successful in life in anything, everything requires hachana. Tefillah, you want the meaningful tefillah experience once you know. It's what the Gemara was in Mishnah said, it's brought to say, Hasidim Hayishonim Sha'akas Lefnei Tefillah. The original pious ones would literally again contemplate, meditate for an hour before God. Whether an hour means an hour, whether it means penance. I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. What doesn't it mean? They weren't late. Because if you're late for something, already by definition you're not involved. You're wherever you are, you catch up, you're this, that. If you want something to be meaningful, you want davening to be meaningful, you have to be early. Everything requires hachana. You want a Yom Kippur to be early, or you want a Yom Kippur ultimately to be meaningful, it requires hachana. So this Lashon makes an amazing observation. Actually, in last week's parsha, Balos va'esameros. We're going to finish the flat, don't worry. Balos va'esameros. It's just so much good stuff here. Balos va'esameros. The Rambam says an incredible halacha by the menorah. The Rambam says that hadlakas hamenorah, kindling the menorah, is kshiga bizarre. Even if a non-Kohen does the hadlaka, ultimately again the hadlaka is kosher. But amazingly enough, the halacha is that the hakavas haneros, the preparation of the wicks and the oil, has to be done by a Kohen. If it's done by a Yisrael, it's kosher. You hear this? The hadlaka itself, if it's done by a non-Kohen, kosher. But the hakava, the preparation of the menorah, has to be done by Kohen. What do you see from here? The power of hachana. The power of preparation. Preparation creates the result. Preparation creates kedusha. Whatever you roll into in life is never going to be all that way. That's why again over here, I think it's just makes me so good at that's like right now. It's so incredibly important also. In the Doma on Mincha, Erev Shabbos, that you sit down with a man, you got a little time with your family, and you got something to eat. You go in as a man, a davening, a shir, what's the word? It's shir. The difference between coming 5 minutes late and 5 minutes early, it's all the difference in the world. Again, I'm settled, I'm there, I'm here, I can obviously all different stuff and different things going on in life. But for myself, the concept of hachana is everything. And the fundamental distinction between an akum and ultimately a yid, an akum 3 days, a yid 30 days. Because hachana makes or breaks. What you put into the preparation makes or breaks the effectiveness and the impact of any spiritual endeavor. Incredible. So in general, Tanakh are agreement regarding everything in the Mishnah. So these are the activities you can do in Egypt within 3 days before the Yom Tov. We have all the Zara, because for fear that you're going to enable or amplify the feeling of our hearts to tell of gratitude that the Akum has towards his towards Avodah Zarah, and we don't want that to happen. Rabbi Rabbi says you could collect payment. That's the one thing you could do. Tanakh says no, you can't even collect payment. Why? Because as much Rabbi Yehuda's logic is no one likes paying a debt. Tanakh says, well, at the end of the day, as much as it is uncomfortable now, right? At the end of the day, listen, you don't have this, you have to pay back the debt. It's uncomfortable. There's a pension is short term, but there's a tremendous feeling of relief later on. Like when that debt is no longer there, you feel lighter, you feel better. There's a tremendous muscle in this as well. This much. Even though something is distressing now, it'll cause you simcha later on. Is a tremendous metaphor for life. There are many things that we want to accomplish and many things we want to do in life. The problem is, they will result in some present discomfort. So because of that, we often refrain. Because we don't want to be uncomfortable, we don't want to be in a difficult situation. So if something is going to cause me present discomfort, often I'll shy away from it. The fact in life is that a person has to contemplate a little bit of present discomfort for long-term sake. Sometimes those things that may cause me a little bit of discomfort right now will cause me such tremendous simcha, such tremendous growth in the future. Don't shy away from life opportunities because they create present discomfort. If they have the ability to create long-term happiness. Deal with the present discomfort because now at the end of the day, you're setting yourself up for tremendous life simcha. Incredible. And I'm saying, that's just the Mishnah. Just the Mishnah. Second Gemara, here we go. Rabbi Shmuel, okay, so let's say Machlokas Rabbi Shmuel. Now that's Machlokas, interestingly enough, the Machlokas is how to spell the word. So again, remember, we translate without really knowing exactly what the word means. We translate it based on Rashi. And so again, if you're doing any very young for the day of celebration, but what you have to see what exactly is the actual etymological root of the word Ideya. So Machlokas Rabbi Shmuel, one says Ideya with an aleph, one says Ideya with an ayin. So here we go. Man detani Ideya and lo mishtabish, man detani Ideya and lo mishtabish. First white line. Here's the good news. Whichever spelling you like, you're good. You're good. Right, at the end of the day, you want Ideya with an aleph, Ideya with an ayin. It's okay. So let's go say, so what's the etymological root? Here we go. First white line. Man detani Ideya and lo mishtabish. So what's interesting enough? So the pasuk of quoting from Zvarim, right? So what's this? So just to understand the pasuk in its entirety, Luna Kab, B'Shinon, Le'is Tamus Radlov, Kikarov Yom Edom, the Klash Atidos Lamon. It's talking about Avodah Zarah, those who worship idolatry. Kikarov Yom Edom means the day of their destruction is near. So therefore, again, the Gemara calls the Yamin Tobin of Avodah Zarah Ideyan. So it's interesting. It means the Yom Tov. We're using it to mean Yom Tov, but it means really the days of their destruction. Because the more the Avodah Zarah celebrate and worship the Avodah Zarah, the more that creates their own personalistic undoing. Okay, so that's the hour. The man B'Tani Ideyan Mishtabish. The one who says Ideyan with an ayin also is not mistaken. What does it mean? The Sid. Yitnu Ideyan Yitzdakus. Quotes over here the pasuk from Yeshaya, which literally means let them bring their testimony and righteousize them. Righteousize them. I was going to say, what does that mean? So here, the Rabbi's giving us problems. So I say, listen, if you want to be in Avodah Zarah, be in Avodah Zarah. Just make sure that when you brought the trial before God, that your Avodah Zarah is going to come and stick up for you. Right? So again, both of them are used in the context of Avodah Zarah. So either Ideyan with an aleph, representing destruction, so the Yom Tov called days of destruction, or ultimately Ideyan with an aleph, representing this idea that Avodah Zarah is called their witnesses, because whenever destruction takes place, as you're going to see, whether it is this day of divine judgment, we hope that the Avodah Zarah shows up and testifies on behalf of those who are worshiping it, which of course won't happen. So it's a metaphor, foreshadow about the embarrassment that all the Avodah Zarah are ultimately going to face. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: Mandatory Ideyan, nighttime, another time Ideyan. So let's say, so why does the Aleph Chevra not agree with the Ayin Chevra? The Gemara says, I'm going to call Chevra Agit. Because again, literally Chevra means like the deconstruct or to curse. Because again, in general, whenever we refer to avodah zarah, we like to refer to it in disparaging terms. So therefore, we'd rather use aleph because aleph means destruction. Aleph means destruction. We only deal with an aleph. My time a lot of time and why doesn't the ayin chevra side with the aleph chevra? Man kagon mihut hava edus she'idu bi'atzmon hilchot edus adifa. Because they'll say like this: we agree with the Idayan with an aleph, but what ultimately causes the destruction? What causes just of the avodah zarah? Literally against their own self-incriminating testimony. The idea over here that the testimony of their actions, the greatest testimony is the way you live your life, right? The greatest testimony is the video of your life. That's my testimony. So ultimately, for the avodah zarah itself is going to be the testimony that damages them, that deconstructs them. Therefore, they let it go with the eyes. So they say, okay, so let's say it's now because it raises a problem. Now, we wouldn't know this problem for one simple reason. We don't know nothing. So because we don't know nothing, the first time most of us ever saw this passage in Yeshaya was about 30 seconds ago. So the Gemara doesn't know nothing. Right? So the Gemara says, well, 1 second. The Hayitni Idayan Yitztiku, they should bring their witnesses and exonerate them. The Gemara says, that's not talking about avodah zarah. That's actually talking about Jews. That's talking about Jews. So let's say, get ready for this. Now, and by the way, not only that, it's actually a positive statement. What's the positive statement? Let's say, get ready for this. There is a Shema Reju. Kol mitzvos she'yisrael osim ba'olam hazeh. Just take this in. All mitzvahs that Klal Yisrael does in this world, ba'os idos lahem li'olam haba, will come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. Shene'emar yitnu idayan v'yitztiku. Because what does the pasuk say? Literally, let them bring their witnesses and exonerate them, or justicize them, right? So who is that referring to? Eli Yisrael. That refers ultimately against the Klal Yisrael. So therefore, the Gemara says here's the problem. The pasuk that you're quoting, that the ayin chevra is quoting, is actually not a pasuk that's about the condemnation of the avodah zarah, but in fact it's about the exoneration and ultimately again the solidifying of the secret status of Klal Yisrael. Because what does it mean at the end of the day? At the end of the day, and you should have read it, every single mitzvah that you do in this world ultimately again comes before you in the world to come. Again, the loss of love maybe I'm sorry. We'll come back to that in just a second. Now it says Yishmu is the Yehud MS, and the pasuk goes on. It says they will hear and they will say truth. In other words, there's two things happening over there. There's Klal Yisrael having their mitzvahs testify on their behalf, and then ultimately again there's other people hearing and saying MS. Who are the other people hearing and saying MS? That ultimately again refers to the idolaters. So let's say, so you see what's happening over here in Olam Haba. In Olam Haba, so again the Jews Baruch Hashem are zochar have all of their mitzvahs come before them and ultimately testify on their behalf. On the other hand, there's the avodah zarah, recognizing the folly of their ways, recognizing again the theological emptiness of everything that they did. So what do the avodah zarah do? They say Yishmu v'yonu emes. They will hear and they will say that's emes. That's emes. For our purposes, ultimately, what we see from there, that ultimately again, the ayin is again talking about, I'm sorry, the pasuk of the day is talking about Jews. That's talking about non-Jews. What's going on over here? It's talking about the Gemara says, so ultimately, again, Rafuna of Rabbi Yeshua says you're right. But when he says Idayan, he brings it from a different pasuk. What pasuk? Yotzrei kasal kulam kain, v'chamidayan abal yo'inu, ve'idayam heba. He's going over the pasuk, once again from Yeshaya, that literally translated again, those who fashion idols. Kulam tahu, ultimately again, their entirety is emptiness, v'chamidayan abal yo'inu, that which they desire will never come to fruition. Ve'idayam heba. And ultimately, again, their witnesses, their very witnesses are these very idols that they create. So that's where the iron, that's where the idea ultimately comes from. So mostly, just before we go back to some ridiculously overwhelming and amazing Gemara, I just want to spend a moment on this Rabbi Shimon lady. It's a very, very, very beautiful Gemara. That kol mitzvos she'yisrael osim ba'olam hazeh, any mitzvah we do in this world, ultimately, again, borrows from the Igros Lahem Olam Haba. Come and testify on our behalf in the world to come. So there is a beautiful Maharsha. The Maharsha says like this. I'm just going to read you this first line of the Maharsha. He says, Ha'inyan, get ready for this. Kimoshe Kesef HaMikubalim. It's very interesting. I don't know if the Maharsha often has that washing. So he says, the Indian like the Mikubalim right, to the whole nice city, Adam Nivra Gava Ruchni Lefi HaMaisa. Every mitzvah we do, ultimately, says the Maharsha, creates a Gava Ruchni. Creates a new spiritual reality. Kimoshe Kesef, Sha'isa HaMitzvah Nesekov Lo Ba'Pamay Yeshama Lo, וכן להפך. ועושה העבירה, מה תשתוק על Pamay Yeshama Lo, with no shikach with such hakuma. So it's similar again when a person does an avira. I create a negative spiritual reality. You know, sometimes little children are taught that when you do a mitzvah, you create a good malach. Right? You do an avira, you create a bad malach. But sometimes it's kind of curious, oh, that's very nice. Some people have no idea what that means. Right? Or where this road pulls that out of. Right? But for myself, it's true. It's true. When I do a mitzvah, I create a brand new spiritual energy in this world. When I do an avera, I create a negative spiritual energy in this world. I create realities through my mitzvahs and averos. And it is those realities, ultimately, that not only shape my life in this world, but are also there to greet me after 120. They will say our actions matter, and our actions literally again create realities in this world and the next. So often, the reason why we commit averos, so not because of taivas, not because of, okay, we all have taivas, right? But there's a lot of taivas that I have that I don't act on. Right? So how is it that some taivas I do act on, some taivas I don't act on? I think there's a very simple matter. Because at the end of the day, I think that my actions don't really matter. I think I could do whatever I want to do. And again, I understand I'm going to have to do tshuva. I understand maybe there's malchus, so there's misa, there's kares. Okay, but l'maisa, it doesn't matter in the world. Like, it doesn't have an implication in the world. Maybe tshuva maybe says, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Every single thing I do in this world ultimately creates that brand new energy that did not exist before. And that energy shapes my life here in this world. And those energies, so to speak, those results are waiting for me in the world to come as well. So there's no such thing as an insignificant action. Everything you do, says the Maharsha, look at this Russian again. To call the whole, my seed, the Adam, Nivrat, Davar, Rukni, Lefi HaMaisa. Every single thing that I do, I create a Davar Rukni. I create a spiritual energy. What is that? I don't know. Is that a malach? Is that something else? I have no idea. All I know is that my actions matter. My actions have results in this world and the next. And like I said, this should hopefully condition us to live life with a heightened sense of awareness. So let's say, now you understand, by the way, why is it? What is the first section in the Siyas Yisharim? The first section is Siyas Yisharim. First section, we learned it 4 times together, right? Zechirus. What's Zechirus? What's Zechirus? Alacrity. So we have to chazan. Okay, fine. We'll do it 5 times, right? So you know, it's like alacrity, awareness, right? Zechirus ultimately, again, no, Jesus comes afterwards. Zechirus is the first thing, you know, right? And it's ultimately, again, right? Watchfulness, alacrity. Right? Ultimately, again, to live like, remember around Chal's Marshall? His Marshall is that, like, life is like walking on the side of a cliff. And if you close your eyes for a second, you fall off the side. So why do I have to be so watchful of life? It's because of the Yeshua. Because at the end of the day, my actions matter. So because my actions matter, I gotta be on guard. I gotta be plugged in. I have to be aware. Because otherwise I'm doing things that are going to create results, and those results may have intended or unintended consequences. Incredible. Incredible. All right, here we go. Here we go. Get ready. Get ready for this, because this is going to be the most incredible Gemara you've ever seen in your life, or at least this morning. Says the Gemara. One second. Just take a second, or just like you understand like what it is that we're doing, or what it is that we have discussed. About these other could be your necessity. Right? So, to be honest, like I'm not going to ask how much Hazara besides Zevi was happening over the course of Shabbos, right? Because sometimes like you get like into a lot of the Sefta, and you're like, all right, I already don't know most of it, or whatever. This is a brand new Sefta. This is a brand new Sefta right here. This is a brand new Sefta, right? Sorry? That's right. It's a brand new Sefta. Just like, make this yours. Make this yours. Make it that when someone asks you who your best friend in life is, you say Avodah Zarah. Now, it might sound a little bit strange at first. I was like, but just understand, like anything and everything you need to be successful in life is probably going to be given in the next page, but certainly over the next pages. Like I was like, this is so overwhelming opportunity that we have in front of us. Let's go. So something about don't try to tell me about Papa. We came to smell like. Here we go. The Asad level, maybe I could have Baruch Sefer Torah B'Cheko. Ultimately, again, Kodesh Baruch Hu brings it in listeners' books, and the Asad level. And also, if you remember again from our Saturdays, from Parach Chelek days, the Asad level can mean a lot of different things. The Pashtus over here is talking about Messianic era. In the Messianic era, HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds the Sefer Torah Umanicho B'Cheko, he holds it against his chest, Lo'omer, L'mi she'asek ba, Yavo B'yitol Scharo. Wow. The Rosh stands with the Sefer Torah by his chest, and he cries out and he says, whoever has engaged in this, Misha'asakbo, right? So we'll say Iskus means be actively involved. Whoever learned this Torah, whoever lived this Torah, come and take your schar. Now let's say it's interesting to note why is that Kodesh Baruch Hu? First, obviously, the whole thing is anthropomorphic, right? Obviously, the Shlomo doesn't have arms, the Shlomo doesn't have a chest, right? So the nice, but what does it mean? It's interesting. You would have thought that a chest is a Kodesh Baruch Hu goes ahead and holds the Sefer Torah, and he goes ahead and he says, "Whoever learned this Torah, come and reap your reward." But what does it say? It says, he holds it against his chest, because we know his Baruch Hu simply does as follows. You know, we'll say who reaps the maximum benefit from the reward. There's two ways to learn Torah. You could learn Torah like this, or you could learn Torah like this. You could go ahead and learn Torah as an intellectual pursuit, and go ahead and absorb all the different pieces of information and learn different things, but your relationship with Torah is always at an arm's length. Or you can allow the words of Torah to seep into your heart. You can allow Torah to fundamentally change you and uplift you. Do you learn Torah by holding it in your hands, or do you learn Torah by bringing it into your heart? HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the Messianic era doesn't hold the sacred Torah up like this. He holds the sacred Torah against his heart, against his chest, and he says, whoever learned Heartsick Torah, whoever learned Torah with hearts, with a heart, right? Whoever implicated himself, brought that Torah in, that's a person who reaps the maximum benefit of Torah. Don't learn Torah held up high. Learn Torah held close. Incredible. So what happens? Listen to this scene. Miyad this concept was one of the Govan. So what happens? All of the nations of the world go ahead and come now. What's it? What does Buvia mean? They're all mixed up. Right? So the nations do so obviously what's happening over here, there's a panic. Right? There's a global panic. Why is there a global panic? Because at the end of the day, they recognize that they do not lead lives steeped in Torah. By the way, that is obligated to learn Torah. We'll get to exactly what this means. But the point is, all the nations of the world rush in to try to get before our HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So what happens? HaKadosh Baruch Hu calls out and says, that's the nations of the world, not us. Don't come before me, Be'er Buvia. Don't come before me all mixed up. Allah. Tzikanis kol umma v'umma on the base. This sofa. Rather, every nation with its scholars has to come on its own she'e'amar. Vayasru umin ve'im le'om elementus. The nations will gather on their own means monarchy she'e'amar u'le'om One minor people similar to Yaakov and Esau. So let's say, I just point out over here. What if, first of all, Mazel Tov on finishing our first Amid. Right? If this was an Amid Yom Yeshua, we would have finished early. Hashem say, Sinah, incredible. What does this mean, by the way? Just this line. So the Gemara says, who said, don't come before me, don't come before me ultimately again all mixed up. I think that there's a tremendous yesod in this statement. How to constantly be able to be. The Rabbi says, I tell you, you cannot get close to me if you're all mixed up. Closeness to HaKadosh Baruch Hu requires seder, requires order. You want a relationship with God? There has to be a seder in your life. There has to be order in your life. That order means a schedule, as the PHX always speaks about. This idea of being a scheduled person, knowing how I'm spending my time, knowing how I'm spending my day. That seder means ultimately, again, I have goals, I have aspirations. I have a methodical way in which I live my life. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you're living there, if you're just all over the place all of the time, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, I'll constantly fun out. I'm just telling you, you're not going to make it before me. Because in order to go ahead and come before me, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, you have to be saved. The most of the greatest value to this, right, on the holiest day of the year is Yom Kippur. So let's say if there's one thing that you could find on the Seder of Yom Kippur, it is, right, on the Avodah of Yom Kippur, it is Seder. Everything is highly choreographed, right? From where you go, from what you wear, from who's involved, from what's done. There is no time, there is no unstructured time in the Beis Hamikdash on Yom Kippur. Why? Because Kedusha requires structure. Kedusha requires order. Kedusha requires strict scheduling. And the more Kedusha you want, the more scheduled, worked out, and thought out you need to be. Because it'll say, if I'm in a Buvia Yid, right, or as they say in Rang, Sifligin, right, if I'm Sifligin, I am, I know people go through life Sifligin, and they accomplish some things, right, episodically, but they don't really move the needle in their own personal accomplishment. If you're all over the place, pretty much you get nowhere. Which means if you're in Buvia, you can't come close to me. But if you have Seder, if you have order, if you have schedule, if you have planning, then ultimately you come up for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. I guess it's the same the Gemara from the days. When we hear Bubia coming HaKadosh Baruch Hu, is there a Bubia chance? It sounds fair, right? Is there like a Bubia before HaKadosh Baruch Hu? Right? The emotion has to be concerned about a Bubia. First you want to say, Ella. The Gemara says, of course not. Or this is not a problem for Hashem, but rather again, it's a problem for the nations. This is very interesting. Ella. The Rishon ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Hashem's for the benefit of the nations of the world. Rashi points out that there's something amazing. Rashi says if all the nations are mixed together, because we're going to see what's going to end up happening is each nation tries to plead its case before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So ultimately, the Rebbe was concerned that if everybody is mixed up, people are going to get their claims mixed up as well. Right? They're not going to be able to properly forge their national defenses. So therefore, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says each nation should come on its own. Rashi says, when you doesn't matter. Right? But the nice again for the nations of the world, right? For the nations, it's good for the peace conversation so that they can organize their defense together and not get mixed up on what the other nations are saying. All right, let's get ready for this. Who comes in first? Miyad. Now, let's say this is for judgment during the Messianic era. The Shach was held to Sefer Torah by his chest. Says, whoever has come and observed what is written in here, go ahead and come and collect your reward. The nations will realize, oh, we're in trouble. They come to lobby their case before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Who comes in first? Rome comes in first. Rome comes in first. My time, because Rome is important. Rome is important. So the Gemara says, fine, the Gemara says, my time should be Chashiva. I know that Rome is important. They said, the Pasuk says, by Daniel, that when referring to Rome, they consumed the entire land, they plowed it, and they destroyed it. This is Rabbi Yochanan, who says that again, this refers to Rome, literally again, the wicked Rome, or the liable Rome, who's Tiva, who's literally again their impact has spread upon the entire world. And I will say that is true to this very day, right? That is true to this very day. Their impact has spread to the entire world. And we know that demand the chashuv adoration. So in general, how do we know that he who is chashuv goes first? So again, so now here's what we got, right? Rome, nation Rome, is coming in for judgment in the Messianic era. And I will say, by the way, this is the Messianic era. It's Rome, and it's all of its derivatives. It's all of its derivatives. Like, for example, the Gemara says in the Sefes Megillah, there are many nations that were derivative of Rome. Germania, right? The Gemara Sefes Megillah says, which I guess perhaps is translated in Germany, right? Germania is a derivative of Rome. So when it's Rome coming before judgment for Israel, the Messianic era, it's Rome, it's the empire of Roman derivatives. So the Gemara says. Now, by the way, so now we're saying Rome is the most important here, but Rome comes in first for judgment. So the Gemara says, by the way, how do you know that the more important, that the more chashuv entity goes first? The Gemara says, listen to this. Melech v'tzibor, melech nitnas. So this is very interesting. If the Sanhedrin has to adjudicate two cases, right? The king and the tzibor, ultimately again the king goes in first for judgment. Right now, listen. Now, by the way, although it sounds like Sanhedrin over here, it's not really Sanhedrin, right? Because remember we saw, by the way, we saw this in Shulas also, that a king is usually again not judged by the court. But again, just for the metaphor. So so ultimately, again, if the king is waiting for judgment, and ultimately, again, the tzibor is waiting for judgment, the king goes in first. That's why it actually points out, okay, so the king goes in first for judgment. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Malachim, and the pasuk says, "Lasos mishpat ado u'mishpat amo." Hashem performs the judgment of his servant and the judgment of his nation. Servant meaning the king and then his nation. What do you see from here? The king is judged first and then the nation. Saying the Gemara, the time of night, and they'll say, so what is that? So again, so now we've shown from the pasuk that halacha l'maisa again, the king is judged before the nation, which again for our purposes means the more chashuv person is judged first. But ultimately, why is the king judged before the nation? So the Gemara says, the time of night, so one possibility is, if you do not do it in the waiting room, so it's not appropriate to have the king in the waiting room. Right? So therefore, again, because it's not proper to make the king wait, therefore, halacha l'maisa, or literally again, it means it's not appropriate, it's not normative behavior to keep the king on the outside. Therefore, we take the king's case first, adjudicate here, and then adjudicate the nation. We buy the other possibility is that we want the king judged first. Why? Because if the nation is judged first, again, this is all by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If the nation is judged first, the Ribono Shel Olam's wrath may be kindled over the nation, and therefore it may come down harder on the king. Therefore, again, in order that the king kind of gets a little bit of a lighter side, so to speak, of the Ribono Shel's Midas Hadin, we let him go first in judgment. Now, if you look at Rashi, the Lefer Shchar Af Shel HaKadosh Baruch Hu Mipnei Pishay Tzibor Shemachas V'Shalom Yisrael Min HaMelech Kol Sechon Mipnei HaCharim. Okay, so let's say so two reasons as to why we let the king go first. Either because again it's not appropriate to keep the king waiting on the outside, or second possibility is you don't want the king to have to deal with divine judgment in the aftermath of his wrath with Klal Yisrael. He's provoked with Klal Yisrael. We don't see that. But simple, let's say so. For what reason? Just to follow what we have over here. Right? Talk about Messianic era. He's talking judging the nations of the world. Right? The nations line up for everybody. He's talking this Hebra. Separate out into nations. Who comes first? Rome. Why does Rome come first? Because they're most cautious. Who cares? Because that he who is important always goes first. Where do you see that? Melech v'tzibor. Melech goes first for adjudication. Okay, I'll just tell you this line. Lav orech hara l'nesev malka me'avrai. It's such a beautiful line. I'll say it is not normal that the king should be on the outside. So I will say, such a beautiful yesod for our own relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Sometimes, either knowingly or unknowingly, we keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu at a distance. Whatever it is, we have commitment issues, we have fear, maybe we're not confident enough that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to love us, going to accept us for who and what we are. So we create a little bit of an arm's length relationship with the Ribono Shel Olam. Gemara says, don't do it. La ara the massive mouth on the Avram. Don't, it's not nice to keep the king, to keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu into your life. Let HaKadosh Baruch Hu into your soul. He's in there anyway. Right? He knows what's going on anyway. He knows what I'm doing, whether I choose to have a relationship with him or not. Don't keep him at arm's length. Sometimes, again, we're so afraid because of our own inconsistencies and because of our own averos, which we all have. We all have inconsistencies, we all have very contradictions, we all commit averos. And we think that because of those things, I'm not fit for a close and meaningful relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is simply not true. At the end of the day, all the king wants is to let him in. All he wants is to let him in. All he wants is not a seat at the table. All he wants is to pull up a chair next to me in the heart. Don't keep HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the outside. Let him in. It's the same Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu takes the Sefer Torah and he brings it to his heart. This is what I want. Don't keep my Torah out here. Bring it inside the HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Don't keep me on the outside either. Bring me in. Incredible. All right, the Moses, so what happens? Here we go. HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Maya Saktim. Shem says to Rome, Chevra, Roman Chevra. Roman Chevra, tell me, what did you spend your life with here in this world? I'm going to tell you one show. Good, I want to tell you. We're very proud of what we've done. How they showed the technique. We established marketplaces. How they make Hatzal Casino, chat houses. How they Kesef is Zohar. Oh, we proliferated wealth in this world. The Kulam, get this one. The Kulam, Roasinu Ella Bishvil Yisrael. Kedishis, Atz Tubakol. And God, you know why we did it? I want to tell you, not to brag, but we did it for the chosen people. We did it for Klal Yisrael. Right? Everything with Klal Yisrael. Why? Because we figured that if we make the Gashmius easier, Klal Yisrael will have an easier time learning Torah. So we built these beautiful marketplaces and bathhouses and created wealth, and so wealth was accessible. Bathhouse, all this stuff. So Klal Yisrael shouldn't have to worry about the Gashmius. This way, again, Baruch Hashem, they can focus on the Ruchnius. I'm not going to start it. Shotim Sheba'ol. Roshan says, I can deal with a lot of stuff. What I can't deal is with liars. Don't lie to God. You want to sin? Here is a day. I mean, not exactly, but you want to sin? Go ahead, right? You're all going to sin anyway, right? Don't be dishonest for the one simple reason. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees through it even before you finish the sentence. So here, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says to Rome, and the most said, this is the most Haskell. Just what he says, so you focus. Gemara says, that is not true. Whatever you did for you. You know why you set up marketplaces? So you wanted to create a place for the harlot. Like you wanted to put a place of prostitution. That's how this is giving this to people. Yes, you think you created wealth? Shalihu, I created wealth. So ultimately, gives it to Rome. Gives it to Rome. So how dare you? Let's say, what should Rome have done? What should they have done? Just own it. We messed up. We messed up bad. We messed up really, really bad. But instead, it looks like it's incredible. They doubled down on their wishes. Not only they doubled down, the chutzpah to say that what they did for us. What they did for us. How much Jewish blood Rome and its descendants have on their hands. How much persecution Rome and their descendants have on their hands. And the chutzpah to stand before the Ribono Shel Olam and the Moshe Mashiach and say, everything we did for Klal Yisrael. His offers on one side, for that I know. You want to tell me that stop, we could work together. But you want to lie to me? You want to lie to me and say that what you did for the Jewish people? Sorry, nothing doing. You, the Lord says, is there anyone amongst you, ultimately again, Magid Zos, who could go ahead and has gotten involved in Zos, in which was the Shneimar, Mibakam Yavi, Zos Ela Torah. What's Zos? Zos is Torah. So the Bible asks Rome, is there anyone in your nation who has learned Torah? Now, that's what Gemara is going to ask. I understand. Rome doesn't have an obligation to learn Torah. Right? That's what we're going to ask. That's tomorrow's stuff. Shneimar, Zos HaTorah Shesam Moshe. Yad, that's what happens. Rome needs to reject. Right? Why? Why does Rome need rejected? And rightfully so. Because they have been indicted in a divine messianic judgment. Right? They've been found guilty in divine messianic judgment. Incredible. Who's next? Yatzamach was running right to this. V'nichnas Malchus Paras.
and was like trying to investigate this random ass open mic.
Okay, so who's number two?
And he was
Who's number two?
asking
Get
the
ready for
comics,
this.
like, who
Persia.
owns this place?
Persia.
And they were like,
Persia
what?
comes
Oh,
in
yeah.
number two after Rome. Get ready for this.
And
You
he
might
said,
my
yeah,
time,
I'm
huh?
sitting
Now,
there
why
the
is
thing,
Persia number
and he
two?
asked the host,
So Kashiva
he's like,
Basra.
you're the host,
Because
you
after
must know the
Rome,
owner. There's like, I
Persia
don't know anything
was
about
the
this.
second most
So it's
influential
a
empire.
fucking thing where
You know,
nobody,
on
the
this,
owners
the
nowhere to be
Aru,
found. There's no
you
staff.
are, this is
The host
the
doesn't know
prophecy of
anything at
Daniel.
all. It
So
would
in
be like the
Daniel's
perfect way to
prophecy, again, he says,
smuggle
and
or like to do illegal
afterwards there was a second animal, but after the
open mic system in some ways is ran better than the
and
mafia.
this second animal
You
in
have no idea who
Daniel's
owns it.
vision,
There's
right? The
no,
first
no
one
one says
resembled the one
anything.
which wasn't so Rome. The second one resembled the bear. He's the bear. The cunning of Yosef, Elab Havasi. This refers to the Persians. Right? What's unique about the Persians? When the Shosim Kidov, they drink and they eat. So like bears, which means they eat and drink a lot. And they're covered with hair, hairy people, like the bear. They're big people. They're big people, literally covered with flesh, like the bears. And ultimately, again, they're covered with hair, like a bear. And ultimately, again, like the bear, which is a generally restless animal, right? Because it hibernates. Well, it's not hibernating, it's generally restless. So ultimately, again, they're restless like the bear as well. Okay, so now Persia's in for judgment. I don't know that I'm going to talk about something. Just tell me, what did you do? I'll tell you, here's the judgment. You say to yourself, why is Baruch asking the question? Hashem knows exactly what they've done. It's no different than when Baruch confronts Cain, and he says to Cain, right, hey, Hevel, where's Hevel? Right, and he asks other nation, Adam, tell me, Adam, what have you been up to? Baruch knows everything. But when we messed up in life, he gives us the opportunity to own it and to do tshuva. The problem is 9 out of 10 times we just double down. So I'm saying to Persia law, Shafer law. Tell me, what have you been up to? Like, what have you done? Persia, I'll tell you. We made bridges, how they caught them, we conquered cities, how we made many wars. Yes, you have. And Persia says, I just want you to know, everything that we have done, we only did for Klal Yisrael. All these things, all the conquering and all of the bridges and everything we did was to enhance our financial holdings and material holdings. This way, again, more Gashmios was available to Klal Yisrael, and therefore they can learn Torah, and again, in a more comfortable way. Incredible. That was Stop it. That is not true. You know anything and everything you've done, you've only done ultimately again in a self-serving way. You know why you built bridges? So you could collect tolls. Like Krachim, you conquered cities, Lasses, Bahem, Angaria. You conquered cities in order to create vassal cities. Right? So again, Rashi points out here, Angaria, Avodas Hanarach, and you tell us, Aloshe Krachim, Lasses, Mukhamos, Velito Bahem, Demalodasa. You conquered cities in order to go and create vassal cities. So you could seize people for the army, seize animals for the tax for the king. That's why you did it. You know, Chamos, wars, you think you created victory in war? Ania Sisi. This is what tells the Romans. You think you created wealth? Leah Kesef, the Leah said, money belongs to me. He says to Persia, you think you're in charge? Do you understand the profundity of these words? You think Persia, Iran, you think Persia, you mix the wars? You think you're the one who does the wars? Man doesn't choreograph wars. I choreograph wars. Ania Sisu Shneamar, Hashem Ish Nechama. The Spartan is the man of war. Right? You think Persia, you think you're in charge of where the missiles go? You think you're in charge of what happens? Because Baruch says, I am the Ishmael Chala. I am the Ishmael Chala. The Gemara says, Klum Yesh Bachem Magizos. Ultimately, again, is there anyone amongst you? Now, again, once Baruch asks Persia, he says, is there anyone amongst you who learned Torah? Now, again, I'm also like, the question is still strange, because why should Persia have anyone amongst them who's learning? We'll have to see what that means. Shneamar, Nibachem Yagizos, Bezos Alator, Shneamar, Bezos Samosha. Now, obviously, there's no one in their midst who's learned Torah. Therefore, Miyad, Yotzim in front of the Pakim Nahash. Persia goes out dejected. So Rome's done, Persia's done, all dejected. If he may offer the first Malchus part for Malchus Roman, go behind the Midi, night time island, so then we're asking an interesting question. Persia, after you saw what happened to Rome, you're saying, you know what? We're going to pass on this. You know what? Thank you, God. You know, it's not really worth it. Why did Persia choose to go through? I will say, and by the way, not only that, but they advanced the same type of argument. Right? They saw what happened to Rome. They heard how the argument fell flat, yet they went in for judgment and pretty much advanced the same argument. So this is a good time now. Persia said, look, here's the big difference between us and Rome. Rome destroyed the Beis Hamikdash. We didn't. Right? We built it. And we're being rebuilt it. I will say so again, because remember, Esther's son, Koresh, right? Esther's son with Achashverosh, was Persia, the Persian Median Empire. They did rebuild the second temple. So Persia felt like, look, at the end of the day, we did do something for the Jewish people. We helped to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash, so they thought that would help them in their incredible. You know, it says, so ultimately, and this is the scene that repeats itself with every single nation. So nation after nation comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Lord says, what did you do? They advanced their accomplishments. They claimed everything they did for Klal Yisrael. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, not true. What you've done is self-serving. So he says, so if all the other nations saw that it didn't work for Rome and for Persia, why do these other nations keep coming in for divine judgment? So the other nations say like this, listen, Rome and Persia were the primary persecutors of Klal Yisrael. So therefore, again, I get it, why the Prophet was not going to find any type of exoneration for them. But a lot of other nations in the world didn't per se participate in the active persecution of Klal Yisrael. So they were hoping to find some type of positive judgment. So once they get ready for this, my shna, I'm going to end with this line. Well, not really. But my shna, Hani de Hashivi, or my shna, Hashivi. So let's say, what is it that makes Rome and Persia so important more than the other nations of the world? What is it that makes them more important? So the last very verse, Mishum, Hana, the Hana, Mashki b'malchus Saihu, Ada'asim Mishiha. Why am I saying? Because Rome and Persia, like those empires, will last all the way until the Messianic era. So I want to say, now again, obviously, what it also means is in the form of influence, right? Obviously, the empires are not constituted as they once were, but at the end of the day, the influence of these empires will be felt until the Messianic era. In other words, many other nations come and go, and their influence is gone. So what's unique about Rome and Persia is that their influence in the world is felt up until the Messianic era. So I just want to point out, just understand what this means. Right? So Persia, which again, it is Iran in the Shadra. Right? So the Maisa again, their influence is felt in the world until Mashiach, which means that if we see their influence being diminished, and if we see their influence being compromised, and we see their ability to threaten not only Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael, but the entire world being diminished day after day. You know what that tells us? That the Mos HaMashiach is closer than ever. Because the Gemara says, Persia, Paras will be here up until you Mos HaMashiach. And as we are literally living in days, day after day, strike after strike, Am Yisrael is diminishing the influence of Paras actively. So it means that Mashiach is not right around the corner, but it probably means Mashiach is right at the front door. It's not me, it's Avodah Zarah. That days on the days. 1 week into this new stage of the war, exactly a little bit more than 1 week, right? Last Thursday night, and the Gemara is telling us great things are about to happen. Incredible things are about to happen. Paras will be here until Mashiach comes. But as you begin to see their influence being diminished, just know that great things are waiting for Klal Yisrael. Great things are waiting for the world. That was very soon that day, where HaKadosh Baruch Hu holds that Sefer Torah, not in his hands, but by his heart, and says, whoever throughout the ages toiled in a labor of love, to uphold, to learn, and to live this beautiful scroll, come and receive your reward. That reward for our people, that reward for our nation, that reward for all of humanity in Eretz Hashem is coming very soon. I was saying, Shkoya, and that is absolutely amazing. Haskalah, incredible. All right, Chavra Zoom. Have a great day, everyone. Shkoya, Chavra Eretz Yisrael. And Shabbos is to be Shabbos in Eretz Hashem of safety, of security, of the solar servants, all of Klal Yisrael and Halavites. You should see the downfall of Paras and Neirat Yom.
Fuck you, dude. Take a step back, dude. We got Darius Garland, dude. Who the fuck is that, dude? Now you're just making people look Darius Garland. Alright, somebody knows who that is. He made it an hour in. Let's see this. Oh, I saw this old ass you first. My station loved the bird crusher intro for Sunday's football game. They threw a hammer at my TV. That's funny. And then you just see that Rabbi in this interview, one of the biggest jokes on the planet. And she said, this is the guy that can't hold the jar. Trying to use crushing power.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
Fuck that.
I can't believe he had him on. That really surprised me. Bro, you know, you got like, really interesting. It's a fucking
That's, yeah, I can't believe that. You know what? I never watched the two. I don't want to give it up. At the end of the day, you have more people shrink the thing. And I had a feeling, I wanted to do this where I look at this with the transcript. Yeah. And did he eat an ass? I don't know. I just told me. No. So I didn't say he did. I just was making fun of him. I didn't really watch. I watched the podcast Rich thing on it, sort of, but I watched it also. Like I watched podcast just I barely take it a second. You're taking 5 minutes. Yeah, but I'm doing 5 things. That's not my mind. Right? But yeah, I mean that guy's pathetic. Yeah. Not a chance. I'm never gonna sit through that fucking podcast. He's annoying. He's like thinks he's really smart. He doesn't. That's the first mention. It seemed like a good thing to change people all the time. They're spending 2 weeks in Oklahoma. Go see Russians every night for a week straight. I'd rather spend 2 years in jail than 7 nights in a row. Christ. Look, I was pumped when you said Kiss sucks and more pumped when you talked about how overrated. I like how he's laughing. But again, you're pretty on YouTube because it's really overrated or well. He's real low on this. I mean,
I like you too, dude. I like you too, dude. You too, but
you suck. You suck, man. You're a cuck, dude. You literally watch people get fucking like it. I didn't say your wife. I'm sorry.
You said people.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to say your wife. That's why I was like,
but, listen, you're a cuck. That's fine. I accept you. YouTube rules. YouTube is for little. It is for little cucks. It's for cucks that like music. I like how you maybe you are more aware than I thought because YouTube is for cucks. That's what you said. You're a cuck. You said like you don't like it in your cuck because you know that people that like it are cucks. What does a cuck sound like? That. No, cucks sound like that's what cucks sounds like. Oh, you're a cuck! It's so funny to say cuck because that's what Russian shops say. Yeah. He doesn't agree. It has nothing to do with anything. Mark Burns, I like it. I understand. Cooney got outed. Yep. What do incel cucks do? Just watch each other jerk off. That kind of brings me back to the robot thing. I mean, I still sometimes think this. You don't want to go there. You weren't ready for it. Sometimes I don't want to go where you go. Vice versa. You weren't ready for the robot check. I think the world's ready for it. Get it, loser. We're going to watch robot check. I want to wanted to ask you a question now about something that I talked about yesterday, and I was gonna remember I texted you, I was gonna call you, and I didn't see that you said to call you, and then I was like 2 minutes later, so okay. But I want to get your thoughts on this. We waited till now. Yeah, I think this is the last okay. Why now? It's gonna be right here.
Not just because John says so.
It's keep finding, yeah, not a great segment here, but I think that's very important for Bucket there. I think it is very important for how we speak as Hawks. Yeah, who do we want to be our leader? Do we want this guy to still case? So he is an ex-CIA kind of guy. He does this show like 2 or 3 times a week, and it's him basically talking about world events, politics, his perspective from the CIA operative, ex-CIA guy. He was thrown in jail by Barack Obama. He's actually asking to have a pardon from Trump because it was one of those Edward Snowden, Julian Assange guys. That's what he's claiming. He's friends with Julian Assange. He didn't like the torture program, and I think it has to do with the torture program. He got thrown in jail and then spent a long time in jail. And he came out and wants to work now. Yeah. So, but here's where I don't. I like him. He's great. But I'm going to play it, and then I'm going to ask you a question or two, and I want you to answer correctly.
And these are the same people that say, we understand why law enforcement.
Let's talk about ICE.
ICE is law enforcement. You just wanted to hang law enforcement on January 6th, and now you're all about law enforcement. So people pick a side, for heaven's sake, and stick with it. Regarding the FBI taking over this investigation, this is wrong, and I mean in capital letters, and I'll tell you what.
Taking over the Minnesota investigation. Let's take our minds out of politics. So he just said the wrong thing. Didn't you find that to be a little challenging? Okay. Let's just watch it.
This is wrong.
Would you like if like you came over and you were like, are you mad? I'm like, wrong. If I hit you with the wrong.
Yeah, no, I guess now that you say it like that, I don't think it would be good for an argument because even if you know for facts that you're right, if you're talking with somebody, you don't want to say wrong 3 times, because then that makes it sound like you think they're an idiot. So yeah, I wouldn't do that. I might do it by accident, but if I got coached by Gerardo, I might make the right call. It's I don't like it, dude. It's like so annoying
over this investigation. This is wrong.
I don't want to teach you.
And I mean in capital letters.
I just don't like the they're going up. They're funnier than we are. I just don't think. I'm starting to think that it's right that the FBI is taking over now. Whatever, I don't even know what he's talking about. I just think he's saying that the FBI is taking over this investigation. That is wrong. Like, why can't you just use your words so well? This thing that I really enjoy. So you hit me with the wrong. I'm hearing my ear, like you're inside of me. And you're going, wrong. I just think it's like, dude, that to me is like, you know how they say highbrow, lowbrow? That's lowbrow. Sure. I mean, Devil's assistant, FBI, maybe they are the ones who put him in jail. Oh, he's like remembering having not having a toothbrush, the same food every day, staring at another guy taking shit from him and all that. You know, he has the chest to do that. He's like, the FBI, they did a lot to me. They did a lot. It was wrong. If you went to prison, you might say wrong a lot. 3 times might be too little. Prison sucks. I assume. This guy, I don't imagine he did pretty well. I'd make a shit. This is wrong. This guy would be doing a lot. Like, what's wrong? That's right, yeah. What'd you say, John? I want the shirt I wore yesterday, John. Why is my laundry not done? Do I have to do something with that? Do my laundry? Wrong. Hey, you want to say wrong? Have my laundry ready tomorrow. Go say wrong.
You'll see Ron. Oh man, so you're on my side.
Investigation.
This is wrong. And I mean in capital letters now.
He's too old to be saying something that big. The teeth are small. Oh, that's great. Well, the threats that I would funny how God works. John's like, he didn't give me his commissary money. I'm like, that's funny how God works. It bugged me. I was digging into it. I was showing people my history from his channel. Like, you can see the red line before. I was watching videos pretty consistently when I saw this, and I honestly got turned off. I don't like when people talk to me. I get it. I didn't get it at first because I'm a cock. So I probably agree with what you're saying. No. I agree with what I'm saying. I'm a live cock. So I probably agree with what this guy says. But that wrong. It's like, yeah, that's not really good. You gotta say your point and this is what I think. But if you're persuasive, one question, you have a I also agree with whatever he's saying. This is just information. I think he's kind of like being political about his presentation and stuff. He says Trump supporter. He says, wow, yeah, that makes sense. But he's also commenting on my situation in a negative way. Yeah, like I kind of see it. I would shit on that. Shout out to you, have a nice 16.
I don't want to get your time rolling.
It'll be great if they got the fucking voice to say How would he say it? We need somebody to give $200. Say wrong.
This is wrong, and I'm
survive as long as
I am excited for the
as Therefore, then the
I think so. I am as well.
But the heaven and earth can't testify now.
Alright, we'll see you next week.
Because they're also no given. Why they're like, they also
Alright, we're going to be ending here, so have a great rest of your evening. We'll talk to you next week. Maybe that's going to end up on
process. Telling you again, I'm frustrated. I got it frustrated. Telling you, Shine, I'm frustrated. It's fine. You know what? Let's have members from amongst the nations of the world who will come and give testimony. Yavo Nimrod, Yoy Zadrom, Shalom Abra Bodas Koharim. Let Nimrod also come along and testify about Avram. That Avram did not go ahead and worship Avram. Remember again, Nimrod was one of the few Avram who was fighting first. Because Avram put out down to the island. Yavo Lava, Yaakov, so never should have like that. Let Lava come along. That's like Yaakov Avinu would never see if he was to have this new guy who was at the resurrection. We have a miracle that multiplies Lava and flat on the other Yaakov. How about we just multiply? We saw it in Yosef from Nefshat al-Agula. That's like the 45 come along and say that what? But they say he has to come to his passion. But they say he has to do some morality. Lava will be like that side. You go to the Canaan, you saw by that is what he says. But the Vanessa come along and say that Vanessa but you do not go ahead and bow down to the idol. Lava Yayovesh, you know if you finish your people as a Tula. Let Yayovesh come along and testify that ultimately that he never stopped by the resurrection.
Welcome back to Ragnar Tweeties. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. The Patreon, you get early access to Stop Laughing, You Stupid. That's what I want right there, dude. The energy, like, I don't know why your energy goes, welcome back to Ragnar Tweeties. Yeah, you're right, I fucked up. Like, but then when I start laughing, you get angry. I like that. I would just start laughing at you at the beginning. I wasn't really angry. I just wanted to be, live. I wanted to give the audience something. Right? You want to be the wacky guy that you like on TV. Not on TV, but on YouTube. But anyway,
subscribers on the Patreon, they get early access of our other show, 10 Minutes of Shop. And I have a heart attack. But before the show started, we had a buzzing. I know that podcasts do this, so I'm sorry, but I think this is funny. We had a buzzing in one of the. It was Gerardo's microphone. That's not a dead. Like, that's not saying anything bad about him. Okay, it just happened to be his microphone. It's not his fault. It's the team's fault. So there's a buzzing, right? And he goes, "Do you know why the buzzing is?" After we solved it, after Gerardo solved it. After I motivated Gerardo to solve it. And he goes, "Do you know why that happens?" I go, "No." He said, "What it means is that an electrical cable is on top of a microphone cable."
That's not what I said, but keep going.
Is it how he said it?
Microphone is on top of an electric.
Or vice versa. Does it matter?
What did you say after I said that?
I want to get to this. But which one is on top of the other? Does that matter?
I think it does because, the power to the grid is kind of on the floor. The microphone, the cable goes on top of it, you're more,
The power grid, you mean where you plug it into? Is that the power grid?
Yeah, like the grid of power, basically. Like all the power cables that go here, there, over there.
What's a grid?
A grid is like a line of cables.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, wait, I'm making this up, though. You don't even know if that's what a grid is.
Listen, I speak my own terms. The shit gets recorded. It gets
I got you swapped. Yeah, that's right. You walked into Cooney's corner.
No, I was kidding. What did you say?
I want to get to what I said because I think I know the answer to it, and I want to know what's right. And I have enough, humility that I'm willing to see if it's right. I don't care. I think it's funnier if it's wrong. Okay. So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said I don't even know the difference between those two kinds of cables. And you laughed, but. I mean, and now that I think about it, an electrical cable, that just probably means that it's what you plug in for power, and the mic cable is what you plug in the mic. So I did know. It's the Cooney laziness, right? My wife, she calls it weaponized incompetence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on. I go, I didn't know that.
My face exploded.
Actually, wait, no, I do know the difference. The electric cable, hold on, let's start the show. We'll talk about it. And she gets mad at me because, I'm not really, trying to figure it out because I'd rather just be tweeting.
Oh, man, I wanted to wait till later. Let's get into this. Yeah, but Harry, I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. I would prefer if everyone spoke fucking Spanish, dog. Weaponizing competence, dude. You know what I mean? Makes me feel like shit in my own city, dude. Why the hell? Because I don't know what the fuck that means. Weaponizing competence. Oh, I can explain it to you. Yeah, I'm going to be incompetent when you do it, so I weaponize my feelings towards you.
It's when you put, there's a wide do some solid version. But weaponizing competence is just being competence means you're stupid, right? Weaponizing means you're using it as a weapon. So I'm kind of, as a way of not doing things, I'm using as a, I don't know how to do it to get out of it.
I was doing a bit where I was acting like I didn't know about weaponizing competence. I was being incompetent. And that, but all that saying, though, all that being said, though, is that I didn't want to get into this so early in the podcast. I just told people to start listening to the podcast that I see all the time, and they were send me episodes, stuff like this, and they're going to check it out on their big screen. They were saying this, and this is the first time they see me upset and pissed off. Well, that's an accurate depiction of your neural pattern. They're like, oh, it's just like we just saw the other day. He's the same on the show as he is in real life. That's great. That's what people like. I want you to be. You should start yelling at them more. They'll be like, it's just like on the show. And I don't even have to pretend. I'm just this stupid person. I was peeing in an outbath. Okay, this is where this is coming from. Granted, this is going to be like memento because it goes back in time, but I have a delay of emotions on the world. How I feel about something, I won't know it until tomorrow. Wait a minute, I hated that, kind of thing. And I don't know why I'm mad because my parents gave me a home, you guys are going to beat me up in the shower when I wouldn't use it, stuff like this, right? So, what's it called? I was peeing in and out bathroom, and I was like, dude, I was so pissed about a conversation I had yesterday. Oh, shit, okay, yeah. Because
talking about white people like doing this whole thing about fucking like minorities and shit like that, and then they're like creating their own ecosystem of language to like define what our experiences are, so that they feel better. But it's still kind of like white power. Anyways, I was looking at him and I'm thinking about this. Okay, yeah. But you were thinking about that pharma conversation that I can't really talk about. I can't talk about. What's an example of not that conversation? Microaggressions, like shit like this. Oh, but is that white? Oh, yeah, I guess I know it's white. Okay, his lady was white. And she used the phrase microaggressions. She was being on the bathroom. Remember the delay here? This happened Sunday. Oh, right, right now. It's on Monday. Weaponizing it again. It's a good issue. Sorry, go ahead. I really just want to make fun. I didn't even try. No, I know. I'm making fun of white people, so it's okay. Microaggressions suck ass. I have always hated them too. Yeah. I'm not sure if it's white people that made it. But then I watched Jeff Die today, dude. And he's talking about, like, suck it up. And this and that. And that's me. When it comes to terms like microaggressions, I'm like, suck it up. And then I start feeling like Jeff Die, dude. I feel like shit because of white people, dude. That's what I'm saying. Is it confusing? Like, you know, fuck white people is what I'm saying. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's confusing. No, it's not confusing. It's like, dog, everything sucks. Everyone sucks. Nothing's real anymore. All we're doing is talking to each other and putting people down for whatever the fuck it is. I'm doing great a lot. I'm doing great. I mean, it is a troubling time, right? It's definitely like, I saw somebody over the weekend and they asked me how I was doing. And my standard thing is like, great, even though it could be, I could be on the edge. I could literally be, you know, about to jump or whatever. And pretty good. But maybe I said I take lean because she leaned in and she was like, it's not really that great right now, so we're all kind of struggling. And she was kidding, but I was like, oh, there's some truth to this, right? I'm saying great. The federal agents are mass shooting people in the street. There's all sorts of crazy shit. Wherever you stand on that, I think it's good. It is like trying time. The economy's great, you know. So I can see why everyone is stressed out. But it's also there's Diet Coke. Dude, we're drinking Diet Cokes. We're watching Brendan Shaw. Dude, everything's fine. Shots of people hate each other for whatever fucking reason. It's so stupid. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I like express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but about something somebody else did. And I was in the room. And I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still having this argument about this thing that happened. Yeah, and asking from my point of view. And I was just in the corner, like a cop watching them fuck each other. And I was like, oh, yeah, like agreeing with both sides. Right? It's kind of like if you're not even part of it, you didn't see it. Why do I have to now have like a strong opinion about it? And I was rolling back so hard, dude, because every time they would go to me to be like, because of my progression, because this, because that, because this, and that, and like, you know, you're Mexican, this kind of stuff, right? And me as a white person, this and that, like, I'm like, bro, this is, I do not want to be here. Yeah. The microaggression, you know what's funny to me about that is, the microaggression thing. So, on the one, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a white guy, the microaggression thing, right? So, you go, white people made this microaggression thing in your mind. Not saying you're wrong, or they maybe did. And you're like, it's annoying, right? Because it's like you said, making you now, making these terms up to define your race of people, right? But at the same time, so that you get mad. But then you watch Jeff die, and you hate Jeff die because he's a total idiot. And he's starting to say things that aren't what you're saying, but they're kind of like that because he's like, microaggression, look at whatever you think, you suck it up, right? And then you start feeling like, wait a minute, you know, and I can see how that would make it. It's like in ancient medieval times when they would do that fucking, they do two different fronts, and then they engulf the enemy, and then they just start killing them all. I mean, like, it's like I can't go any way that I feel like I feel trapped at times. And it's not because I'm Mexican. I just feel trapped, like I can't fucking express myself freely, like in any way. Aside from race, it's just, I say fuck all white people because that's hilarious to say, and honestly, everyone agrees. But no, just the white person yesterday that I thought was just like, Doc, I fucking hate you. I didn't say this out loud, but in my mind, I'm like, dude, I cannot stand you. You suck ass. You're like Whitney Cummings incarnate right now to me, you know? Do you feel like you can't
and say stuff because of that?
I'd rather not, because I don't want to have an argument, or I don't want to go on this tirade about something. And then also, I was telling somebody this the other day, I just bomb sometimes, because I like bombing. Like, if I go on stage and if I'm bombing, I'm going to go for and do stuff I shouldn't do on stage, like talk to the audience, shit like this. You've seen me do terrible.
Sure.
Yeah. And so, like, I do that shit in real life, too, where it's like, if this is going downhill, like, let's go all the way down. I'm saying the F-words of gay people, you know what I mean? I'm saying, like, the worst things all the time to them, and then I gotta live with that moment whenever they're around my work again, you know?
That's kind of funny that you be in a conversation with somebody that you're, like, getting angry with them, but you don't want to say anything because you know that if you disagree with them at all, you're going to turn it up to, like, the top notch, and you'll never be able to speak to them again. So you'd rather just be like, hey, man, yeah, sure, it sounds right. That's about right. Because the vice versa, that would be like, and fuck you, and
And not so much that created it, yes, whenever I work with somebody and I'm done working with them, I do know this route. But I'm just saying, like, you sound like that's my sort of vernacular of, like, let's have a laugh about this very intense, real thing you're making this out to be when it's not that. You know what I mean?
do you think if you're able to say that, you would be less angry?
No, because then it becomes you know what that word does to fucking I was like, I can't get rid of that. I'm so sorry, dude. But, like, you know, this conversation turns into something else, and it's just like, I'm trying to navigate this world of vocabulary that I didn't create, and I'm trying to speak the same language with this person that's in this different world, dude. Like, this white person is just in their own fucking world that white people created to make us feel a part of, but I don't feel a part of. Anyways, I wanted to wait till the end of the podcast to do this, because I want to start crying.
Damn. So, and then I was peeing at it in and out, and I was probably done peeing and still thinking of this shit, dude. Just like standing at the fucking urinal, like, I don't know why it hit me randomly after that. I don't know if I get delayed. I think what I like right after is when I think of that. I like when I'm thinking about things that make me mad, or I'm just intensely thinking I go the wrong way, or I forget to go off on the exit. So I'm just I start going to like other people, like other houses I've lived in LA, or like where my wife used to live, and I'm like, oh damn it, I'm going to fucking, what the fuck? And then I forget. I'm so mad at myself for like, going the wrong way that I end up driving back home, and then I forgot about it. That's like a great stop for me. It's direct. As long as I can go the wrong way directionally, I'll probably forget about it.
Okay. Yeah, for me, it's like, if I get in an argument with somebody, if they did me wrong in some way, like, let's just say him and Gerard is deemed this justice of, like, they did me wrong or something like this, and the moment I'll be like, it's fine, whatever, you know what I mean? And then they accidentally, like, step on my toe 3 days later. I'm like, dog, why would you step on my fucking toe? You know what I mean? Okay. It's like this delayed emotional response to something that has nothing to do with it. But, like, it's Catholic guilt on this fucking random shit.
Because you're mad about something that's not the same thing.
Right.
Yeah. It's good that you realize that.
Yeah. Self-knowledge has done me nothing.
Well, okay, I don't know. Like, is it...
Listen, dude, I don't want to be an analyst, dog. I want to play the game, daddy. And if that's what Jordan does, dude, you better watch out. Like this thing, that shouldn't have stepped on my fucking toe, daddy. I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's cool that I fucking noticed it, dude.
Yeah, it's growth. Or do you always notice it?
I always notice it.
And you actively ignore it?
No. I'm trying to be funny, dude. You know, it's fucking psycho. You know, I'm not talking chemist, dog.
I desperately, you totally has it. The whole time you were talking, like, the last few things, I was desperately trying to think of a way to bring in that I thought ham was a word. I was like, how does this behind the camera or behind my brain? The whole time I was like, how do I make ham a bird into this? How can I get back to ham?
So originally Mexicans thought that but then my phone came around and said, no, it's pig.
So I'm in touch with Mexicans people that exact fair enough.
Yeah, dude, feed a bit, that's fucking good. Then over here, homie. Okay, so you want to get into this, dude? Jelly roll? We've got a lot of jelly roll. We got a lot of jelly roll, dude. He might have gotten more face tats. Let's see what he's saying here at the Grammys. He won a Grammy, I guess?
Yeah, some kind of Grammy. I'm not sure. I'm assuming maybe best country.
Not best name. I'll take it that right now. Most weight lost on an album this year.
Strangest body transformation. Most likely to have a cousin named It's a never sandwich.
Most spots on YouTube.
People are still doing the bit where it's like Jelly Rolls, the music for whatever. That's how he first spotted us. Jelly Roll is Amy Winehouse for guys that fall asleep to their track. Yeah, but it's still going. I just saw somebody the other day say Jelly Roll is a blah blah blah.
Okay, that reposted it. Let me see if I can find it.
Recently?
Yeah. I mean, it's someone said Jelly Roll makes music for people who have tattoos of their kids but not custody of them.
I hadn't seen that one. That's another good one.
That's good.
You know, if you have any in the comments, please, let's keep it going.
It's kind of our thing. Also, just forget about the first part of the podcast. Let's see here. So just let me try to get this out. Okay, so I just want you to notice this rhythm of his speech here. He's like being silenced in both the clips that I'm going to show you. He's like not able to say what he wants to say apparently.
I immediately picked up on that. I'm glad you pointed it out. But yeah, it's their thing. These guys all think they're being persecuted and held back, probably because they watch too much Rogan or something. And I know they're not going to let me tell the truth, and then the truth is like, you gotta love your neighbor, man. It's like someone's gonna tell you not to love your neighbor. I know they don't want me to talk about this, but make your bed when you get up in the morning. Try. People don't. I mean, if I said that on Dream Stage, you imagine what they did. You imagine the amount of kids they fuck up with now? Or if somebody asked me, imagine. I said it. Subtext is like, that's, you know, it's funny, but to me, like, I'm not totally putting this on Jelly Roll, but the subtext of like, look somebody ass, if he said that, it would be that, like, you know, like, or like, fuck minorities, like, you know, like, respect, like, pick up after yourself, and then it's like, but who's not picking up after themselves on Jelly Roll? I gotta go. Yeah, we know what you're saying. And the reason why people don't want you to say it because A, it's not true, and B, it's you know, a blanket statement about an entire race of people.
Also, they have plenty to say when they're endorsing Donald Trump, but when it comes to anything anti-Trump, which is everything right now, they're going to be like, they're going to kick me off the stage. There's another thing that bothers me about it. He's using this stereotype of the Grammys, taking me off stage or Oscars, stuff like this. He's thought about this moment his whole life. The first thing he says is, I know the Grammy, they go like a top for all. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's trying to be like the everyday man. You're not the everyday man, dude. He's got suey eyes, too. That's another thing I want you to see. His eyes are so fucking weird during this whole clip, dude.
Oh, he's in a simulacrum.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That looks like that video of the guy that goes, remember that one? Yeah, the white guy is like that with his eyes. You ever see that gif? Oh,
Yes.
doesn't that look exactly like that? Behind the tattoos.
He's in a simulacrum. He's got suey eyes. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord. I don't like that, dude. I don't like his little, he's praising to something that's not Jesus, I'll tell you that right now. First of all, Jesus, I hear you and I'm listening, Lord. I am listening, Lord. Got a little devil fucking squint in there, dude. You know what I mean?
I mean, if I were satanic, I would definitely pretend to be really into Jesus.
And it's just so weird. It's like Hulk Hogan about to jump on you for a rope, dog. You know what I mean?
Jesus comes back, right? And take me to my supporters and Jelly Roll, Joe Rogan, you know, Peter Thiel. And Jesus is like, what are we doing here? Papa, this is crazy. What? Why do you have a cross on your face? It's like the old,
I was killing with a cross.
yeah, what's his name? Bill Hicks is like, Jesus comes back and everybody's got crucifixes. He's like, what? That's such a great bit. But yeah, no, I mean, he would look at Jelly Roll and think, what's on your face? Your name is what? Jelly Roll? What is jelly? He wouldn't know what anything is.
I think it's funny too that. Do you think he talks to Jesus every day? And keep in mind, what is the definition of Jesus? Like for him, you know what I mean? I feel like he's a plant. First of all, we all know that, right? And he's just like so stupid that he's going Jesus every day like it's Jesus when really it's some fucking CIA
psyop plan that's like giving him the life that he wants. Exactly. No, I'm with you on that too.
But in his dumb hillbilly brain, he's like, Jesus did everything for me.
He's so stupid. That's hilarious. He's so stupid and he doesn't even realize, even though the CIA guy's always telling him, he still thinks it's Jesus. That's funny.
Did Jesus put my baker in my life and he's helped me through everything?
Just go up there. I also think it'd be funny. The CIA guy or whoever made this happen is telling him what to do, and Jelly Roll's just constantly fucking up and not doing it right. And the CIA guy's just like, no, he's gonna say like, no, you're supposed to say this. And Jelly Roll's like, hey, I'm like a kangaroo with a big roll. Cut that thing up. No. But Jelly Roll, he does it wrong, but it's actually still working because he went to Grammys, and the CIA guy's just like, I guess I'm wrong. This is working perfectly.
So, who's right? You know what they say? Write 90% and leave the rest to God. You know what I mean? Jesus.
They're gonna kick me off, man. I'm saying really controversial things like I love Jesus.
Okay.
He said that another thing about him is that he does the bit where you're right. He says all this shit about you're supposed to do this. I love Jesus. I love God. But the second it's something that is controversial, I don't know about that. The ISIL.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, I can't really comment on that. Yeah, Trump's a great guy. I love him and all that. But I mean that's up to you government.
Looks like Jesus wants the Somalians out of Minnesota. So we got something there.
What would Jesus say about that, Jelly Roll? You're not even the person that I was thinking. Jelly Roll doesn't he look like somebody that there should be like a level of iPhone he can't have, like it should be stuck at iPhone 6. Yeah, there we go.
Maybe success. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but not like he's not ready for a newer version.
He looks at the 17 and goes, man, I wish my baby would be able to.
If you're good, eat out of your bowl, then you get out of the dog.
Read the Bible. He's like, I ain't never read the Bible. You know, Jesus is in the Bible. I love Jesus. Jesus did everything for me.
How come I gotta eat out of a dog bowl? That's what we want. Since we told you have to eat out of a dog bowl, you have to walk around like a dog, at least for an hour.
I miss eating Burger King.
I miss being able to see my family. You can go to Burger King and have fun and read books. I told you, you walk around like a dog, you bark for an hour a day, and you eat food out of a bowl. Understand? Let's get back to it.
That explains it all, dude. At the beginning, he's like, they're not going to let me speak for long.
Yeah. All right, y'all, I gotta get going. He starts crawling like a dog. Good boy.
Well, I'm like a woodpecker with my pecker cut off.
I don't know why I can't remember. I'm like a kangaroo, the pecker cut off. What's that?
Second of all, I want to thank my beautiful wife. I would have never changed my life without you. I'd have ended up dead or in jail. I'd have killed myself if it wasn't for you and Jesus. Imagine saying, like, I mean, dude, listen, I know it happens a lot. I was about to sound like a really dumb person. Okay. But imagine saying, like, I was going to kill myself, but then I found you. Like, dude, Jesus probably wants nothing to do with you if you were going to do that, dude. You know what I mean? First of all, Jesus doesn't give a fuck about any of us, dude. Jesus was like, Doc, don't say my name at the fucking door because I don't know you. Find divinity yourself. It has nothing to do with me, Doc. That's what Jesus said. He's like, fuck you. My kingdom's not about you, Doc. That's what Jesus said.
I like this animated Gerardo because it's like in the beginning of the episode here, it had like very heated. And now you're like, Jesus doesn't even give a fuck about you. Like, you're like, Jesus doesn't care.
Jesus sees this and he burns in hell. That's what Jesus does. He sees that and he's like a flame lights out of nowhere.
No offense to this woman, but I think it's funny to be like, if it wasn't for Jesus and this woman, it's like, it looks like this kind of thing. Jesus and this woman is a funny comparison, right? Both of them. They needed both. I needed Jesus and I needed busty blonde. I was tatted up.
That's an ex-prostitute.
Oh, really? I needed them both. But hey, if it works, it works. I personally needed Jesus and Sure Shot and Rain. Yeah, or else how would it? Girl, knock it out.
I needed tissues and lotion, Daddy. Yeah, she says that he should cut his pecker off right here. My wife's like to cut your pecker off because you look like a kangaroo with a pouch above your pig.
All I need is Jesus and my wife. It's like just a message from the government because the government's like that. They're gonna get rid of Social Security and everything and fuck us. So they're trying to do like Jelly Roll, like all you really need is your wife.
like we're starving to death because we're listening to music like because we need to be saved because there's no one coming to save us. But we have Jesus and my wife, so we just listen to Jelly Roll. We get drunk, we get diabetes, we die, everything works out. Imagine this Jelly Roll is some amateur rapper in what? Nashville, who cares, right? Tennessee? I think so, yeah. Let's just say Kentucky. He's some amateur rapper. Peter finds him. It's hard to miss him, you know what I mean? He points at the big white blob and he's like, how does Peter Thiel sound like? He has a very strange, he's like, that's not that, I don't know. He's friends with all those people. Yeah, he has like that weird, like, yeah, if you read this interview, it's scary because this guy Ross Duthan, New York Times guy, he's like, does humanity have any hope? And Peter Thiel's like, yeah, no, I seen it. So anyways, Peter Thiel's like, Jelly Blob or whatever his name is, that guy over there, he's in a helicopter, by the way. He's pointing down, he's able to see him. That Jelly Roll, I'm going to show him some technology. You know what I mean? And then Jelly Roll's like, Peter's like, no, check this out. Jelly Roll and his fucking stupid ass brain, cussing out, I'm sorry. And his dumb ass brain, he goes, this is Jesus. You know what I mean? From that moment on, he's been praying to Peter Thiel and the CIA overlords that put him into fucking power. I kind of love this because I'm thinking, on top of that, absolutely, and you're absolutely right that he pointed that, so I got the name, he pointed at that Jelly Roll thing, that thing that looks like one of those hostess things, that thing that looks like one of the dudes in Peter Thiel's voice, the hostess thing over there, that thing. So he's like, put a chip in him, because he never talks to him really. He has his staff go sneak up, and they probably don't even have to sneak really, just go up to Jelly Roll and put the chip in his neck, and that changes him, and he becomes like a country guy, from a rapper to a country guy, who has manners, and talks about Jesus and his mama, and goes to the awards show. He's like, yeah, I can't believe people are asking for stuff. Everybody wants to live, get to go to good school, and live in a good neighborhood with the roads are paved and they're safe and the bridges don't collapse. Everybody wants the helicopters not to hit each other in the sky because we're not paying the FAA. We don't have enough people monitoring where the airplanes come in. What do you need today? Oh, you need really is your refugees. Why are we asking why helicopters flying a plane? Why are we doing that? It's wrong. Palantirs are great colors. That's why they like it. Get him off the stage. He's giving away the whole plot. I just think it's out of when you complain about how the helicopter hit an airplane. You're a bad person. No, I'm going to keep complaining about how that is ridiculous. They fucking don't care if we live or die. They don't care if we live or die. They're willing to just, you get in the airplane one day and then because they fired half the staff, you're going to fucking, or because the airport itself, the wires are old, you're going to die in an airplane.
They killed John Lennon, they killed Tupac Shakur, and it wasn't for them going on stage at the Grammys saying that they love Jesus and their wife. You know what I mean? This is the safest bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Let's keep going. Thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow, Country Radio. You called it the short circuit, but the suey eyes are what gets me. I thank you for that. I thank you for my label, Broken Bow. Look at this, dude. That Duncan Trussell look, dude, that's so weird. Isn't that fucking weird? I see it. He's definitely weird looking dude. His eyes look big. He's probably awesome. Maybe longer. There's that three whites, like theory or whatever, where you can see three whites of the eyes. That's probably a lot of this episode for me. Three whites, are you talking about my family? No, we're good. Three whites with red hair, yeah. No, but when you can see three sides of white on somebody's eyes, what is that supposed to see? That they're psychotic. Oh, yeah. Can you see three whites? Not yet. Well, if you see, can you see like three sides of white? Yeah, all the time, like from the beginning of that time I met you. That's not sugarcoated. I'm sorry, I won't sugarcoat things. You have four whites. On a good day.
Oh my God. That's funny. All right. Look at the printout. Let's see here. Country Radio, baby. What's up, dog? Oh, Republic John Manila, we did it, baby. There was a time in my life, y'all. That was broken. That's why I wrote this out. I didn't think I had a chance, y'all. There was days that I thought the darkest things. I was a horrible human. There was a moment in my life that all I had was a Bible this big and a radio the same size and a 6x8-foot cell. And I believed that those two things could change my life. I believed that music had the power to change my life. It was an iPod. That was not a radio. He's trying to sound like he's been scolded. The transistor radio changed my life. And I ate that iPod. I thought it was a cookie. There was a lot of calories. And God had the power to change my life. And I want to tell y'all right now, Jesus is for everybody. Jesus is not all about one political party. That's the most devilish fucking smile. This is like a video game character that ends up being the devil. Maybe, yeah, Reno's turn. Yeah, I can see it. No, I was kidding. Yeah, Reno, yeah. Jesus! This episode's called Toronto. I mean, I know you, well, I know you don't hate white people, but the turn here where he goes, Jesus is for everybody. Now, to me, I like that, and that part of it, it's a friendly message or whatever, but they know that I like that part, so that's why, because it's a part of the control. They want to get everybody, they're like, oh, okay, because it is nice to say, Jesus is not for every political party. Should you have to say that at all? I don't think so, but it's not bad.
That's like me coming in here and being like, this world is right.
Yeah,
like, oh, okay, good job.
Yeah.
That's
Alright,
good
I will
for
say
you.
good morning,
They're pulling on our emotional string
thinking all of our resources for this morning, so to take our annual commissary source for Christmas talk about Israel, which I think Ocean addresses this year as a place for the soul settings for Israel. And tell the sponsors for the month of Stephen Habo Aruni Latova, Stephen Karadine, loving of Steve's mother, Doris Zing, the Horror Bachelor, Destroy Yours, and the Doctor of the film sponsors for today. Matt and Diane Marks, in memory of Diane's mother, Tasha Bass, in memory of the film of the American Icon Torah. All of the Shabbos Adonai, the families in it, all those who need a refuah, should have one to get one phone call maybe Israel, so the Shlosh Shemir Hashem. The one our house to give the Shalom and the power to allow our holy soldiers in the land, in sea, in the air, and the Hashem to be successful against our enemies, and to be Zilchaner Hashem with decisive victory for Klal Yisrael and Eretz Hashem, Bracha, Hatzlacha, and Shalom for our people and for our land. So with that, let us begin Shahiyanu B'Kimanu B'Yanu Lazman Azeh for our last daf in Sefes Shavuos. So today's daf is Memtes. We are picking up, we've got a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Today's daf is Memtes 49. We are picking up on Memtes on page 48b. And let's actually pick up the line before the line will get wide. Actually, two lines before the line get wide. We actually read this yesterday. Actually read it quickly. So let's just go back and review it. We'll just remember again. It's very quick. Very quick. We are in the midst of enmeshed, literally up to our necks in Mahobusin, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel, and Rabbi Lazar. What's the case? Very simple. Yaakov went his year. Right? What occurs? So remember, the Mishnah said that if they die and they're orphans, won't flex from each other, and Yaakov's daughter won't flex from his moving orphans. So the halacha is they need a shvua. What's the shvua that the Mishnah is referring to? This was called shvuas hayarshin. Shvuas hayarshin essentially says we swear. The children of Yaakov say we swear that as far as we know, our Father never indicated for us that this moment has been with me. And as a result, we are here to collect the debt of our Father. Good. So then we are explaining, so we are very focus over here. In the following scenario, what occurs is that Rabbi Shmuel say that is true when the Loka, the predeceases the Loka. But if the Loka, the borrower predeceases the lender, there will be a that means already when Yaakov the lender was likely to Chai B'Shua to Zvulun's heirs, because remember again, you can't let someone without a Shua. When Yaakov subsequently dies, Rabbi Shmuel say that loan becomes uncollectible. Why? Because Yaakov was already Chai B'Shua, and the Shua cannot be. The Lord says incorrect or disagree. Although the children can't take the Shua of the father, that's true. true, but halacha lemaisa, if you take a shua sayashin, don't take a shua sayashin, shalom aleichem, to collect the debt. So we'll say that's our machlokas. So here we go. If you have nothing to surah, so not going to the surah, Ula Gabe Rav Chisda Rav Baratuna, so Rav Chisda Rav Baratuna came to visit him. Amulay, they said to Rav Nachman, they say, Mar, you know, after the Hajj Rav Shmuel. Okay, Rabbi, you're here, Rav Nachman, you're here. Can you finally uproot this union of Rav and Shmuel? So I don't know who. So Rav Nachman says, Tavra, Uli Va'asai Kohani Kasai after the Hajj Rav Shmuel. You think I traveled all of this way to uproot the unions of Rav and Shmuel? So Ella, how do you worship Allah? So Rav Nachman said, we're not going to uproot the halachos to suck up Rav and Shmuel. Why? Because it's already embedded. What we can do is create a non-proliferation of this particular halacha. So what we could say is, whatever the cases you've already applied, if you want to apply it to, we're not going to extrapolate it and apply it to any other cases. Okay, the Gemara says, Kidon Mai. What's an example of an additional case that we wouldn't apply it to? So the Gemara says, Kidon Mai. The Amra Papa, Apogin Shtaro. So what's this morning? Apogin Shtaro, we've seen this case before. This is a person who claims partial payment of their debt, right? So maybe there's me money. I claim that I already received $1,000. I received $100 for it. The problem is once you do that, that blunts the effectiveness of the shtar, because I'm already admitting that what's said in the shtar ultimately again is not fully active, fully presently active. So I'm holding the shtar a mace, and then again, so again, let's just go with Yaakov. Let's go with Yaakov. So what happened? Yaakov admits that $100 of the debt was paid, and then Yaakov died.
It's a way to get out of it. It's a standard thing.
Ultimately, again, the children are able to go ahead and smash Russian and they're able to collect the rest of it. So you can apply that sort of, we wouldn't say that since the may have been a pre-existing shmua that Allah can be Russian can collect, rather the Russians swear that only Russians can collect. But who could check the Shabbat Arba? Those are the students of it. Those are the guys. They left behind the guarantor. Get a guarantor.
Or if he wants to go on these tours where he meets people who are desperate, that have nothing.
Here, everyone agrees that we don't have to grab a shmuel, because this would be like adding an additional case. Which the Gemara says,
So, answer the question, say it.
I'm sorry. Do a little bit, look. Sabra Papa, remember, Harnami Gilo Losif Allah. So, you know, just Amra, Lori, Sabra Papa, Asu Arba, Lab, Basu, Yasi. Also, not true. Because again, the guarantor, who is the guarantor going after? Clearly, the guarantor who pays the debt. Who is he going to afterwards? Like halacha nation, he's going to go ahead and says, who says, not true. Again, at the end of the day, a Yorish is a Yorish. What does it matter again if the Yorish is kids or the Yorish is the other? So therefore, bottom line, look at the law. So what is the halacha? And so remember again, this is a very specific case of where the borrower previously sees the lender, right, and then the lender dies. So now the children of the lender want to collect from the children of the borrower, and that happens. So what the law says, absolutely yes, it's not a problem. You can just take a regular shua sayakshin, just take a regular shua of inheritance, right, or orphans, saying that as far as we know, children of Yaakov say our father never received payment for his son, they can collect. Rabbi Shmuel, they can't collect. Why not? Because again, since Father Yaakov was already obligated to go ahead and take the shua, and that shua cannot be passed down from father to son, therefore the debt remains uncollectible. So who does the halacha follow? So listen to this. So the Gemara says, so Amar Kama, Hashmi B'Yikma Hilchos Halok Rav Shmuel, Halok Rav Elazar. So therefore, we'll say, so Kama says, look, the truth is, the Gemara doesn't really reach a decisive conclusion. Therefore, Haydaina Ga'avid Rav Shmuel Avid, Ga'avid Rav Elazar Avid. Interestingly enough, the Gemara says, the halacha Naisa, however the Beis Din Taskin, they're good. They're good. Both legitimate approaches. Amar Papa, Haishtar Diasmi, Lo Mikra Karnole, Olo Agzili Magduande. So those are very interesting. So Papa says, therefore, if you have this type of stuff, and I know that you're sadly soulless, right? For side orphans. Now again, remember, the fact of this case, because also remember again, everyone is agreeing that if the Malva predeceases the Loga, like if the lender predeceases the borrower, that's fine. That's fine because then again, the children of the lender could collect from the children of the borrower with what we call a typical Shavuos Hayarshim. That's not a problem. So that could only in this case where the Loga predeceases the Malva. So therefore, again, our Papa says, which type of star? Where the Loga predeceased the Malva. So the Gemara says, well, Mikra Kariyah, we don't tear it up. But we don't immediately use it for collection either. Why? Agree on Gunande, Dilma Smear Lotion Ras Yeshua. There you are, Rabbi Shmuel. So therefore, again, you can't go and correct something. Because Rabbi Shmuel will say it's uncollectible. And Mikra Kariyah, we also don't tear it up. Why? The Haydain is the Ovid Kabbalazar Ovid. Because at the end of the day, if a diamond has like Kabbalazar, it's worse. And I will say, so to point out, this actually let's see the Gemara. Abu Daimon the other Kabbalazar. So they were taking a basin and a diamond, who passed like Kabbalazar, and therefore again allowed this type of star where the Malva predeceased the Malva, and then the Malva died, allowed the Yarshim of the Malva of the lender to collect from the Yarshim of the borrower with what we call a typical Shavuos Hayarshim, an oath where the kids say, we swear that as far as we, our father never told us that this money was repaid. So that's how Dayan did it. So there was young young couple in the city. On the man, I see what he got from the Rabbi, the Lasil to Kabbalazar. So he said to the Dayan, I'm going to bring a letter of Mary to Sarah, and Allah does not follow Kabbalazar. She knew it incorrectly. On the man, but he didn't. So again, so the Dayan said, go for it. Therefore, obviously, if you bring me the letter, I'll change my reading, but bring me the letter. So the Gemara says, Pastor from Israel Chama, Amale Haydain the other 12 others. He gives her the Chama, the Chama, look, you might not hold the Kabbalazar is the ideal approach, but it's only about taking the Kabbalazar. Ultimately, again, your Psak Halacha is binding. Incredible. So we'll say, and that is indeed how the Rambam himself passes. Now, in Tznicha indicates that ideally we pass like Rabbi Shmuel. And therefore, in this kind of case, where again, we'll say, just remember this, where the Loga was Malva, and therefore, again, Yaakov, the lender, was already chayiv to the children of the borrower of Zvul Shavua. When Yaakov subsequently dies, and now his children want to collect the debt, and didn't pass like Rabbi Shmuel, this is an uncollectible debt. Why? Because since lender was already chayiv to Shavua, the Shavua cannot be bequeathed to children, and therefore the debt remains uncollectible. If, however, the Beit ended up passing the Kabbalazar, and therefore had the children of the lender take the typical what we call Shavuos Hayarshim, a regular inheritor's oath, which is I swear that our father never told us that the debt was collected. In Halacha L'Maisa, the debt is collectible. So I do like Rabbi Shmuel, if you have it like Kabbalazar, and that is indeed how the Rambam passes, quite amazing. Again, I will say, but to be clear, in the reverse case, like again, the Malva dies first, like Yaakov the lender dies first, and then ultimately again borrower dies. Everyone agrees that is a collectible debt, right? Because then, now again, remember the Yarshim of the Malva have to take an oath to the Yarshim of the Malva, but that's a typical Shavuos Hayarshim. Everyone agrees that's the Shmuel. That's our mission. Beautiful. Let's go back there. In this slide, this is now again, this is went into a discussion of a list of people who have to take a Shavua, ultimately, again, in order to now have to take a Shavua even without a claim. Right? So, for example, sharecroppers, right? Who was on the whole list? I'm sorry.
Jordan Peele is M. Night Shyamalan at his very worst, because there's no funny part of it. At least Shyamalan is hilarious.
I recently, that's how trips and partners, I recently arbitrate and executives, featuring us also in sense of Rabbi. It's good. Exactly, I understand. What does this mean? I'll take the Shafarias, are we doing it fools? What do you mean? We swear. Who's going to swear without a claim? What does that mean? These people could be made to swear without a claim. To which the Gemara means, they didn't swear Shema b'tainis bari, ela b'tainis shema. That means is as follows. In general, in order to go ahead and be chayav b'shia, what do you need? A tainis bari. What's the definition of a tainis bari? This tainis bari needs a definitive claim. Definitive claim. So let's say again, I'm sending you only $1,000. You're sending me only $500. Definitive claim. In these cases, remember, let's say Ruben is my partner. So do me a favor. You know, I want to show us keep this above board. You take a shua that you're not losing anything more that you're entitled to. I don't have a specific claim against Ruben, but I also myself to trigger a shua. Incredible. So the Gemara says, then Bayis Shani, and I will say, by the way, we'll see why that is in just a moment. Why can you impose such a shua like this on your partner or on your sharecropper? Why you're allowed to do this? We'll see. Tana, and Bayis Shani, this also says that you have a Ben Bayis. Right, so again, remember in Mishnah, in Mishnah's case, it was Uben Habayis. So literally again, this is a son who is in my home, a son who runs my home. So who is this? So the next thing is Tana, Ben Bayis Shani. Well, she makes us feel to be like, not just simply a son who comes in and out of my house and refuses Ella, Machnis Lopolim and Motzi Lopolim. Machnis Lopolim and Motzi Lopolim. This is really someone who is running the affairs of my household. Right, so he's in charge of the clothing, he's in charge of the employees. So why did I ask him to make a shua? My honey, what's different about all of these people? Members of Mishum, the they justify taking more than they are entitled to. Now, why do they justify taking more than they are entitled to? That says in Mishum, the more about the maximum lefi shetarku b'nefassim. Now, let's say everything is becoming nominated amongst all of these people, the shooks and the partners, the these sharecroppers, the Ben Bayis, is all of these people who are working for the benefit of the household. In general, there are both sides where people feel that they're working and they're benefiting someone else. 9 out of 10 times people feel that they're giving more than they're getting. And therefore, again, people justify taking a little bit extra. I'm not stealing practice, Shalom. I'm not stealing. I'm really entitled to this. Again, so I'm just going to self-reward. I'm going to self-reward a little bit. So because of that, you know, it says it needs to make a partner in a business, right? That partner can feel, you know what? I'm giving more, I'm investing more in them, I spend more time in the office, I'm out getting new clients, I'm doing more, my salary's only X, I feel entitled to a little bit more. So again, it's fascinating because it seems to be like it's almost like human nature to feel that we're always getting the short end of the stick. But it's human nature to feel that I'm always entitled to more, that maybe people don't appreciate the efforts that I'm putting in. And therefore, again, if I'm not going to be recognized by the people around me, I'm going to recognize myself, so to speak. And therefore, again, the shua is there in order to keep everyone honest. Incredible. I'm not just letting you. I'm not letting you. So that's what he says, but again, all of these presupposes that you've actually seen this before, that Halakha Lesa, there's a kind of about these sheikas, I took it last this morning, Sheikh Sheikasa, she said, Tano Shema Kapta Mishalim Sheikasa, there's a model of a mixas, the probably the Shord Araisa, Ela Shekainas Shema. So it's actually, he said it was very interesting, he claims, reflecting some general ballpark of the financial framework here. And he says it has to be a code of at least Sheikasa. Kiman, who is this like? Kiman Kishmur, I've already here, this year, but one thing with this, when they had this more case before, in general, again, in case of older than the trust. So again, does the claim have to be Sheikasa? Does the kira, not negation, but the denial have to be Sheikasa? So the Gemara says, so but if he brought this down as a support for that, he does kind of for that. Like that, the Gemara says, say to things to be known, so he's denial like that. Okay, so Yosef comes along and says, and Yosef explains that and modifies this a little bit and says, there does have to be some element to meet on the bones with the claim. It can't just be out of nowhere. In other words, there does have to be some basic framework, some basic ballpark for a claim that I feel that maybe you guys taking a little bit too much from the partnership, the sharecropping is so on and so forth. But Shalkosh should be right. The takeaway from that is any case where people are working together in some level of partnership, and both parties have ease of access to money, to merchandise, Chazal instituted that either party trigger a shua. Now, you're not saying either party. That's in the case of shirtful, right? That's the case of partners. Let's say in the case of a sharecropper, if I'm the balabas, the sharecropper can't force me to take a shua. And shutfei and partners, so either partner could trigger a shua on the part of the other. By all the other cases, I could cause my employees to have to take the shua. Which will take this particular because it's a fascinating bookend. Because then how do we Mishnah start? The Mishnah started on one hand by saying that an employee has tremendous power. How? That if he claims he didn't get paid, he can swear and get paid. Yet the end of the Mishnah highlights this idea of power of the employer. That the employer could go ahead and say, again, in specific cases, it's not any case of an employer. Like in other words, it wouldn't work with an employer with a fixed wage, right? It's talking about employers who employ people who have percentage income, like sharecroppers, things like that. I can trigger a shua, ultimately, again, in order to go and make the person swear that they're not taking any more than they are entitled to. Incredible. Okay, so you says, however, this idea that the employer could force the sharecropper or the executive of the estate to go ahead and take the shua is only when the employment is intact. Let's say the employment has been dissolved, and after the fact, the employer cannot make the employee take the shua. So the Gemara says, here, very interesting. What is it? Now the Galya, let's just remember again, we just said like this. Let's say this out. So Ruben is my sharecropper. So now the Mishnah told me that when I said any time during our sharecropping is used, I can say, Ruben, I want you to take the shua that you have not taken more than you are entitled to. Okay, fine. But once Ruben is no longer my sharecropper, I can't ask him to take the shua on when he was my sharecropper. However, if Ruben requires a shua to me from another area, so for example, let's say Ruben was a sharecropping arrangement ended in Nisan, and then what happened in Sivan, I lent Ruben $1,000, the debt is just Ruben only $1,000, Ruben says only $500. Oh, well, the mixas. Ruben's kind of shua. Once Ruben's kind of shua there, then what could I do? You could do Gilgul shua. Right? You can go ahead and remember again, what's Gilgul shua? Gilgul shua says once you have to swear in one scenario, you can keep on other shuas that normally would have been untriggerable. So now the Gemara asks an interesting question. The Gemara says, looks like this Gilgul shua apply only when the shua is d'oraisa. Right, but let's say again, the person taking the shua d'oraisa, or does it apply even with the shua d'rabbanan? Right, so for example, let's say again, Ruben was my employee, separate from the sharecropping. I owed him $1,000, or he claimed I owed him $1,000. I said I paid him. He said, no, I didn't. What's the halacha? He takes a shua. What type of shua is that? That's a shua testis, a d'rabbanan shua. So do we say once he's already taken a d'rabbanan shua, I can add on other shuas like from when he was my sharecropper? Or do we say Gilgul shua only works by d'oraisa shuas, but not by d'rabbanan shuas? Fascinating. So Tashma, here we go. So Nova, when you know Erev Shvius, you know what she is, Nasa Shota, all artists. So let's listen to this. Let's say you guys borrowed money from me, Erev Shmita. Okay, and then after Shmita, he became my partner or he became my sharecropper. In the Galvin, so the halacha is, you cannot go ahead and, now let's say again, you're going to go ahead and take a shua when he's my shutah or he's my sharecropper. I can't go ahead and make him swear on the debt from before Shemitah as well. Now, there's a good reason for that. I know to love him in the LSG is to ask his Shmias Hakase. There's a good reason for that. Why? Because when I lend the money, out of Shemitah, what happens to debt over Shemitah? Ultimately, again, they're canceled. So he comes back and nothing to swear about. However, again, what you can see here is if he was taking, let's say, a Shuas Shutsin, right, or a Shuas Arisin, and it wasn't a Shemitah canceled loan, I would be able to make him swear about the loan. Now, what's this? What do you see from here? That even if someone is taking a Shua d'Rabbanan, you can still do Gilgul shua, which was a low thing. So the Gemara says, listen to that. Look at Shashne Shua Medalgarin, Ella Ima, not So you can use as follows. Na'asar shutaf ha'aretz erev shlius, u'l'matzei shlius l'mavei mimenu. Let's reverse the case. Reuben became my partner who became a sharecropper erev Shemitah, and on Matzei Shemitah, he borrowed money from me, Megalgalin. So ultimately, again, we do a Gilgal Shua. So that's obvious. However, Hechek HaTaniba, Na'asar shutaf ha'aretz erev shlius, u'l'matzei shlius l'mavei mimenu. Megalgalin. Shmamina, Megalgalin is Rabban and Shmamina. So let's say, what do you see from here? You see from here that a Gilgal Shua works, whether it is a Shua D'Oraisa or it is a Shua D'Rabbanan. Either way it works. So Allah is going to get a distinguish in this case because over here, Reuben is going to swear because he's my partner, because he is my sharecropper. And once he's swearing on that, I can make him swear regarding other outstanding loans. That oath of a partner or a sharecropper is a Shua D'Rabbanan. So that's a very important piece of halacha. Therefore, we see the concept of Gilgal Shua applies whether or not the Shua you are currently taking is D'Oraisa or D'Rabbanan. Incredible. I'm looking at this as follows. Type of Memtes. Last daf of Meseches Shua Shalosai. Last chef. Another Bikimana Vigano Lazmanazeh. Incredible. So I'm looking at let's go with Gilgal this is here. So the halacha is very interesting. You can do Gilgal Shua for anyone other than a hired worker. Rashi says over here, the Kol Megalgalin, Tap Rashi Amentes, and as I did Kol Shua D'Rabbanan Megalgalin. As we just mentioned before, you can go ahead and do Gilgal Shua for any type of Shua, even a D'Rabbanan. So it's Me'al Yad Shua's Seer, Shein Megalgalin Alav Al Yad Shua Chares, Lefi She'etz Me'ina Min Hadin Ala Lachafis Gaita Shabalabai. So what does this mean? This is the first Shua of the Mishnah. I write Reuben works for me. I write that he's getting wages of $1,000. Circumstances pay me. I say, Reuben, I paid you. Reuben says, no, you didn't. So that's the halacha. Reuben swears that he was not paid, and ultimately, again, I have to pay. So the Gemara says very interesting. You can do Gilgal Shua on any type of Shua, like even a Rabbanan Shua, except for that Shua. Except for the Shua of payment of an employee. Why? Now that she points out over here, because since that Shua in and of itself is such a novelty, right, that the employee could swear and collect his payment, you can't start adding additional things onto that Shua. If this is a says, like, call it in Makilim, puts Messiah to Makilim. So soon again, of course, Pista is not disagreeing. He's actually saying the same thing. Ultimately, again, for all other shuas, you can't be made. Don't analyze that. For all the shuas, you have to be Gilgal Shua, except for here, we're ultimately again in the Mako, and we don't do Gilgal. So the Gemara says, "My man, what's the difference between these two things? So what's this is very interesting. Halacha notes again, when someone comes to this is very interesting. So again, I want to point out everyone is agreeing. What do we have? What are our nuggets of information? Number one, you can do Gilgal Shua, whether the Shua being taken is D'Oraisa or D'Rabbanan. That's number one. Number two, everyone is also agreeing that there is one case where you can't do Gilgal Shua, and that's Shua's Seer. That is the Shua of an employee who claims that he did not get paid. So the halacha is he swears and then he gets paid. Once he swears, the employer cannot keep other Shuas on that. A lot of people think that since that Shua itself is such a novelty, you can't start adding additional stuff onto it. So both Rafina and Rafisa are agreeing right now. What's the focus? So let's be very interesting. When someone comes to take a Shua, do we encourage Gilgal Shua or not? That seems to be my focus ultimately again between Rafina and Rafisa. Rafina who says Lakol Megalgalin, Rafina, when these parties show up in Beis Din encourages Gilgal Shua. They say to the claimant, is there anything else you'd like to put on this Shua? And according to the Pista, we don't encourage it. It's only if the claimant asks for it, but ultimately we do it. Incredible. So we must be that Shmitas Mishametas. And ultimately, again, Shmita goes ahead, I will say, the novelty in Mishnah was, the Mishnah says that Shmita goes ahead and negates a Shua, or cancels a Shua. You must know how you know that most is fascinating. That Shmita cancels any outstanding Shuas. Meaning, I'm not Shmita, Shmita,
I'm not like, it's not a prerequisite. I want the massage.
Outside,
She's just being
Hajj
nice.
Allah
You know what I
calling
mean?
is
She's
right.
just like,
Let's
for
go. We're
whatever
going to
happened,
be
for whatever reason,
ultimately again for
every
the
time
last
they touch my
parak
back,
of
I
the
wanted to
Sefes
slap my foot
Shuas.
with DJ.
Arba
You know what I mean?
Shomen
That,
Hey.
yeah,
There are
like
four
Robin
custodians.
Cass.
Here we go.
That's funny. She
Shomatinam.
meant it like
Until
she
custodian.
can't control
Shoah
herself, like she
Bala.
has to
No
fuck
say
them.
Skarpin
Yeah.
custodian.
And then she gets
Soka
bitter
Renter.
because they
Good.
said
Those are
staff
our
so they
kosher.
work.
Inam
It's
Shoah.
like a,
What we
I
call
can't,
Shom
I
Sacha
work.
and
She's like,
Soka.
all right,
Incredible.
fine. How about I
Shomatinam. That was it.
like,
Now, by
as
the
a
way,
policy, I can't stay
why
with
is
you.
this here? We'll
She's
see
like,
again ultimately. It's not really here for this part. It's here for the second part.
So
We're here to
we're
talk
not
about
here either.
the
Well, I
Shmuel
guess I
liabilities
thought
of
I
these
lived in
people.
a beer.
Shmuel
She's
says,
that
here we
much
go.
of her. She's that
Shomatinam.
brunch with her
Nishpa
girls. And
alako.
she's like,
So Shomatinam, remember again, what is the Shomatinam chayiv for? Or they can say, what is he chayiv for? For tzia, for negligence. Which means that halacha meisa, he essentially, he swears that he was not negligent, and that oath exempts himself from all
she does like one
liability.
nod, it goes out. She's like, that was pretty good. I think you can
Shomatinam, Nishpa alako. Still on the Shabbos, on the other hand, a borrower, right? So on the other end of the spectrum is a borrower, right? A borrower is liable for everything. Right? Remember again, the only exemption that a shoal has is buying deal, right? If ultimately again the owner is with it, right? The owner is with it. But otherwise, for our purposes today, the shoal has complete liability. No safe skybass, right? So again, a paid custodian, right? The shomer sakar and sofer and another. Yishpoin ala shvuya, ala mesa, u'mishaman es ha'avida ves ha'geva. So sofer and shomer sakar, they're chayiv for geneva v'avida. Like they're chayiv again if the object is lost or stolen. They are ultimately against the owners. For extenuating circumstances. Okay, so that's beautiful. That's all that is. But here's the meat of our soka. Here we go. So the Gemara says as follows. I'm going to show it here. Okay, so we'll say, let's just give one little piece of introduction. You see Rashi, no say schar ba'asoka. Take the fourth Rashi in the Mishnah. So Rashi says over here, if you skip down a little bit, Rashi says, V'mishnah zos kashmi ba'asoka sacholim. Now Rashi says over here, I'm going to learn this Mishnah. Why is this here? So if you see that Rashi no says schar ba'asoka, go into 2, 4, 6, 8 lines there. Here it is. In the Fiji, Shekatan HaShvur B'Yuvi to recover the cat. Shenishpa al-Davar Shemechuya. Shemechuya Zalot. In Hoda, Ubishvuasa Pata Aslo Mishale. I'm sorry, Pata Aslo Mishale. Means that Shekofer Mamon, Pekayev Karber Shvua Sapikadon, Pekomesh V'Asham. So what's it going to go? When it comes to these shoulders, here's the way this works. If a person, if a shoulder swears in order to exempt himself from liability, and when he swears, he is exempting himself, let me say differently. Had he admitted liability, he would have been carried. If he attempts to take a shvua to go ahead and exempt himself from liability, he is tied the following thing. Number 1, for a false shvua sapikadon. Number 2, chomesh, right? Principal plus penalty theft. And number 3, a carbon asham. Right? So shvua sap is tied for a false shvua sapikadon. Ultimately, again, a chomesh and asham. That's if you swear falsely. But again, I will say it's swearing falsely in a way where the oath would save you from paying. Now, the tradition of the Mishnah is, if a shomer swears falsely, but the false oath doesn't do anything to save him money, then interestingly enough, there's no liability. Now, there's liability for a false oath, but there's no asham, there's no chomesh. Rashi goes on, he says, but if he swears falsely for no reason, meaning, for example, let's say had he admitted his liability, he would not have been chayiv. Keep going. So let's say we see examples of this. So if you lied, right, if you swore falsely, even had you admitted, you would not have been liable. You would not have been liable. Halacha l'maisa, there's no carbonic liability in that case. Again, so halacha l'maisa, as a shomer, You have carbonic liability when your false oath saved you from paying money. When you had Shlas HaPikadon, Asham, and Chomesh. However, if you swore falsely, but had you admitted there would have been no financial liability anyway, ultimately, again, you have no carbonic liability. Incredible. So we'll say, now let's see this in this. For example, I'm going to show you. I deposited my shar with Ruben. Ruben is an unpaid custodian. So let's say, what is an unpaid custodian chayiv for? What is he chayiv for? Only negligence. Which means in any other case, he's not liable. And what happens? I'm a low mace. So Ruben lies, and he says the animal died. But in reality, it didn't die. Here the animal again, well, right, it broke, so to speak. It broke, right, or it was taken captive, or it was stolen, or it was lost. Right? Or, for example, Ruben swears Mishpat. He swears that it broke its leg. Right? But in reality, the Hushamis on Mishpat only never office. He's lying. Or Mishpat. The animal was being stolen, was taken captive. Or Nignab, animal was really stolen, right? I'm sorry, he swore that it was stolen. Or Avar, he swears that it was stolen. So again, I will say, so essentially all these cases, something happened to the animal, but Ruben's lying. I guess it's a simple case. So Ruben, where's my animal? Ruben says, I'm so sorry, it was stolen. But in reality, it died. Now I thought, I say, I say, Ruben, do you swear that the animal was stolen? And Ruben says, yes. And then it turns out that what? Ruben was lying. The animal wasn't stolen, it died. What's that, Rabbi? Potter. Now let's say, when you say Potter, why is Ruben Potter? There's no carbonic liability. There's no Asham, there's no Chomesh, there's no something. Why not? Because again, in this case, Ruben's oath was inconsequential. Even had Ruben told the truth, he still would have been Potter. So therefore, I look at myself, ultimately, again, this Potter. Again, I will say, he still made a false oath, right? There's a Shua Shav over here, a Shua Shagir. But again, what it means is, in terms of Shua Sapikadon, ultimately, again, he's going to be Potter. So there's no Shua Sapikadon, there's no Asham, and there's no Chomesh. And let's say, you say to yourself, why would someone lie in such a situation like this? This makes absolutely no sense. So let's say it's a good shout out. And I think it's one of those things that a lot of times in life we don't understand why people do the things that they do. To me, what I see in this is that sometimes we are so desperate to just escape liability or to escape responsibilities that we'll do whatever we can to kind of create an escape hatch for ourselves. Kind of like, you know, it's kind of like, you know, what happens when you bump into something or someone, and sometimes you see that people are involved in an accident. The first thing they say is, wasn't me, but you supposed to be right? So it's like it's human nature to reflexive actions to exempt one's self from responsibility. Whatever occurred was someone else. So again, which is really the antithesis of what it means to be a youth. Because what it means to be what it means to be a youth, ultimately is to take responsibility. It's to be about achayis, the human nature to escape achayis. Okay? Hey, if I'm showing you, so I say to Ruben, yeah, what's the second case? I say, Ruben, where's my house? I'm going to let you know there. And he says, I don't know. So you must not answer. And Ruben says, I know what you're talking about. Oh, okay. So yeah, no, so Ruben is saying, I don't even know what you're talking about. But who shames on mishpat, So again, in this case over here, Ruben is denying that even the positive within us. I say, Ruben, do you swear? And Ruben says, Amen. Potter. That was an interesting Potter. Now, why is he Potter? Because again, remember, it doesn't matter. Because at the end of the day, Ruben, as long as there was no negligence involved, Ruben would have never been fired. So here he is swearing falsely. Remember again, there is only liability for Shras HaPikadon when the oath would have saved you from a financial obligation. But when you would have been Potter anyway, it makes no difference. They can show me where is my ass. I'm a law about Ruben says it was lost. Mashbiachani. And so Ruben, you swear that it was lost. And he says, Amen. That agent, so Sha'aflo. Now the witnesses come along and they say, oh no, it is lost. It's lost in his stomach, right? It's lost in his stomach because he made a good barbecue, right? He made a good barbecue and lighted all of his friends. He ate it. So now that's Shia. Now that's negligence, right? So now we'll say, so now what's the halacha? So now it turns out that Reuben has sworn falsely in a way that saved him from paying money. Okay, so therefore again, Mishalim is Hakara. Ultimately again, we'll go ahead and okay principle. Hold them in that smoke. Now we'll say now, if Reuben went ahead and admitted liability on his own, in that case, Mishalim Karen, Chomesh, Ba'asham. It's interestingly enough, so Allah might say, if you're made liable through witnesses, then you pay principle. If you admit on your own, that triggers then the full force of the Shvas HaTikadon, and ultimately you don't have to pay principle, Chomesh, and Ba'asham. Here from Shoni, where is my act? I'm going to meeting up. Reuben says it was stolen. I say, Reuben is swear to me, but Reuben says, yes, I swear it was stolen. But even also, Sheglan, and ultimately again, witnesses claim that Reuben stole it, right? So Mishalim Tashmi Kefal. Ultimately, they have to pay Kefal because he's a Gano. He's a Gano. Not only did he swear falsely, but he's a Gano. Hold the long smoke. What happens if Reuben admitted his own liability? After swearing falsely, he admitted his own liability. Mishalim Karen, the Chomesh V'asham. So that's what you see from here is that the form of a false Shvas HaTikadon is ultimately unleashed after a piece of admission. So when he swears falsely, and after swearing falsely, he admits that he is really misappropriated. Then again, liability for Shvas HaTikadon, Karen Chomesh V'asham. I'm going to ask the shop. So I go over to Reuben in the market and say, Reuben, where is my ox that you stole from me? Who will not going after you? Reuben says, I never stole anything from you. But even also gun vote, and it's his claim that he stole it. He says he's a gun. So that's a classic case of gun. And therefore again, he pays. If it turns out that he stole it, but he sold it, then it's 4 or 5 times penalty. So this is very interesting. What happens if I confront Reuben and say, Reuben, where is my ox that you stole? Right? And Reuben says, I didn't steal anything. Then what happens? Reuben sees witnesses coming close. So what does he do? He quickly admits it. And it's just stolen. But I did not go and slaughter it and sell it. So in the Mishalim Alakarim, ultimately again, he only pays principle. Now both sides. That's because remember again, Moses the Knas Potter, like Moses Potter. Now we have a here, you know that since this is not really a shortness, or why is he admitting it? Because he sees the witness is rapidly approaching. So perhaps we should not take such an admission into account. Again, he only pays Karen, which I will say, by the way, is a tremendous. If you look at actually, there's a novelty here. The Afagab, the Machmas Piususa, the Eden Odi, the Chayiv Atzma Bekaren, Keshoginat, Tafilo Achi, Hadi Oda, the Niftamina Ketel. So we'll say the idea over here is as follows. Now I want to point out, let's say the witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. Let's say the very best witnesses say he did, because remember, he's admitting already that he stole it. He's just saying I didn't slaughter and I didn't slaughter and sell it. Let's say witnesses come along and say he did slaughter and sell it. He's still covered from Adam Hamisha. Why? Why? Because since he admitted that he stole it, therefore what? He's exempt from Kefal. What? Remember we saw this before? Once there's no Kefal, there's no Adam Hamisha. Why not? Because Adam Hamisha is built on the back of Kefal. So therefore, again, I will say, once he admitted his liability, he's liable to Karen, exempts himself from Kefal, and even though witnesses come along and say he slaughtered it, he's still Potter. The issue of here is that even though his admission comes because he sees the witnesses coming, that's not a pure admission. Nevertheless, Allah say what? So what do you see from here? See from here that Allah even imperfect tshuva is tshuva. Right? We are not purists when it comes to tshuva. Right? Whatever we need to do to get a person on the right path, do it. Even though again, even if tshuva less than sincere, his admission is only motivated because he realizes now he's choosing to do the rest of 2 evils. Either admit that you stole and label yourself a gunner, but exempt yourself from Arba the Chamisha, or stand your ground that you're innocent and have to pay Arba the Chamisha in just a few moments. So he chooses the better financial choice, which is admit that I stole, so I'm a gunner, I'm going to have to pay back the Karen, and now Potter from Keiko, because I'm over the Knas Potter, and I'll still be Potter from Arba the Chamisha. Imperfect make tshuva is still tshuva. Incredible. I'm on the show. Hey, I'm sure you know, right? Ruben borrowed my ox. And Ruben, where is my ox? I'm alone. Yes, someone said, last honor of Nisrach, I shavuos. Wow. Someone said, so again, very hard to believe that the journey is coming to an end. Very hard to believe. It feels like just 4 years ago we began the second Shavuos. So let's say, so the Gemara says as follows. So Amalai, so I go over to Ruben, but Ruben borrowed my ox. I say, Ruben, where is my ox? So Amalai, mace. Now also, now Ruben says it died. Remember, everyone say, what's the liability for a show? What's the liability for a show? I have essentially for our purpose to show us how to everything. Now, Ruben claims it died, but it didn't die. He lied. Only claims Mishpah. He claims like they're broken last, but not really. Something else happened to it. Or Mishpah, he claims like Mishpah was taking gas of the root. So makes a Mishpah and Migna or Migna, he claims that it was stolen. But that's not true either. But Rusha makes a Mishpah or Abad. Oh, Abba, he claims that it was lost. The rule. Shenis, a Mishpah, Migna. So I say, point over here is Ruben's making a claim. And he's lying. He's lying. I'd say, okay, so let's just go with simple things. Like, so again, Ruben's claiming it was lost. It wasn't lost, it really died. And I say, Mashbiach on me. So Ruben, you swear that the animal was lost. But Amen, and ultimately again, he says, Amen, what's the halacha? Now, let's say, now again, what's that? He's Potter. Now, what is he Potter from? He's Potter from Shvas HaPikadon, Chomesh, and Asham. Why? Because the Shvua didn't change the math. Remember, the only time that there is Shvas HaPikadon liability is when you swear in a way that is going to exempt you from payment. But if your oath didn't change your payment liability, so for example, in the case of a show, he's on the hook. He's on the hook regardless. So again, we'll say, why is he swearing falsely? I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't make any sense. Maybe he feels bad about saying what really happened, but Lamaisa, it doesn't matter. For our purposes, Halakha Lamaisa is very important. Why? Because the Shua didn't actually change his level of liability. Fascinating. On the other hand, I say, Ruben, where is my shard? I don't know. And he goes, hey, I'm not a son. And in this case, Ruben says, shard, what shard? What shard? I don't come in. You never deposited anything with me. The Rishon is on Mishpah, on Nevad. But really, I did deposit it with you. If something happens to the animal, must be out on me. And ultimately, again, I say, Ruben, I want to make you swear that Halakha Lamaisa again, that Halakha Lamaisa, you never had the animal. And he says, yes, in that case, ultimately, again, there's liability. There's liability in that case because we're on the other side. By swearing that he never had possession of the animal, he's looking to exempt himself from complete liability. That's an oath in order to exempt you to save you money. Now, Halakha Lamaisa again, then he's fighting for a false Shvas HaPikadon, Karen, Chomesh, Asham. Good. So let's say follows. Omar removes his sky basio, okay? Hey, fun showing. What's the spoken in the cases? I go over to a vendor and to our Shomer Saka, big custodian. I say, Hebron, where is my ox? Omar Lemis. Also, let's say, so it's going to two other cases again. So remember again, what is a Shomer Saka? And so, what are they fighting for? They're fighting for Geneva Va'aveda. Right, so they're fighting if the animal is lost or stolen. They're Potter for illness. Right, extenuating circumstances. The animal died. Right, so there's no Pshia. The animal died. The animal was taken captive. In those cases, Halakha Lamaisa, they're going to be Potter. So no says it's us. I'm going to say, where's my ox? I only mace. So again, they claim the animal died. But in reality, the animal broke the leg, or again, it was taken captive. Which I will say, by the way, doesn't change the math. Either way, they do Potter for that. Or Mishpah, Verusha Mace on Mishpah, or Mishpah, Verusha Mace on Mishpah. Let's say first wide line, Migna, or it was stolen. Verusha Avad, or it was lost. Avad, Verusha Migna, or it was like they claim it was lost, but it was really stolen. Mashbiach, in all these cases, I say, okay, Ruben, swear. The owner of it, Ruben says, swears, he's swearing falsely, but what? The oath doesn't change the law, right? In these cases, he would have been Potter anyway had he said the truth. So therefore, again, Potter, now again, keep saying it. We say Potter, he's Potter for sure, so there is no liability for sure. and for Chodesh and for Asham, of course, he's still swearing falsely. So there will be liability for Shmuas Shav. Or for Shmuas Shav, Mace, Mace, Onishbar, Bohushe Nignav, Avad. So let's say, so ultimately again, if for example it died, or broke a leg, broke a limb, right, or was taken captive, right, Bohushe, but in reality it was stolen or lost. I make you swear, but Amar Amei Chayiv. Ultimately again, in that case, it'll be Chayiv. Avad and Nignav, Bohushe Mace Onishbar. So again, Allah nice again, it was lost or stolen, but in reality again it died or Nishbar. What's the here's the rule? Kol HaNeshana Mechol HaCholda U'Miktor HaCholda Potter. So let's say here's the rule. Anytime you take the Shras HaBikadam, either again, you're going from a state of where you were exempt to where you were exempt, or from liability to liability, or from exempt to liability. In other words, let's say here's the last page. If you go ahead and you swear in a way that had you made your real claim, you would have been potter. But now, as a result of your actual claim, like of your stated claim, you're going to be chayiv. So if you're on a higher level of liability, okay, there's no fear for sure HaBikadam in that case because you heightened your own liability. So in any case, again, where you would have been potter anyway, you would have been chayiv anyway, or you're upping your own personal level of liability from Ketur to Chova, ultimately again, potter. Right, potter. Ultimately again, you're going to be potter. Right, why? Because again, you're only chayiv in Shras HaBikadam when the Shvuah saves you from payment. But if the Shvuah doesn't change the knack, or the Shvuah enhances liability, then ultimately again there's no liability for the Shvuah. On the other hand, Mechava L'Ptur Chayiv. But Allah again, I will say, if you swear in a way that exempts you from liability, that's when there is liability for the Shvuah. We're going to say, so a very simple klal. The only time you're chayiv for Shvuas HaBikadam is when by taking the Shvuah, you are seeking to exempt yourself ultimately again from liability. Good. So the Klal will say is anytime you're taking the Shvuah, ultimately again to exempt yourself or to lessen the liability, you're going to be chayiv. But ultimately again, if the Shvuah either maintains the same level of liability or increases liability, you will be potter. Incredible. Right, you want to say, let's go. Who is the kind of who holds that they're proper custodians or not Rabbi? Right, Mary. Sorry, Mary. No, what does that mean? You get time of the Leslie Arval Showman, understand what does that mean? Who's the kind of holds of four custodians? Everyone holds of that. Right? That's a concept in halacha. It's like who holds of Chamisha Chumshadora. What is this for Showman? Man Karagama Socher can no say Sachar. No, it means it must say, if you notice by the way, in the category of four, two of them are lumped together. Right? Shomer Sachar, same custodian, and Socher and renter are put together. Who is that? Who holds of that? Rabbi Meir. That's Rabbi Meir that lumps them together. How Rabbi Meir could crush on you, right? Rabbi Meir should just be opposite. It's not. Socher keeps on Mishalim. How does a renter? What's the nature of renter's liability? Rabbi Meir Omer Kishomer Chinam. Rabbi Meir says that Shomer Sachar is like Kishomer Chinam. Rabbi Yehuda Mekino says Sachar. Rabbi Yehuda is the one who says that no. That ultimately, again, a Socher, a renter, is like a Shomer Sachar. Rabbi Abuah can cut on you. So Rabbi Abuah ultimately again had the reverse. The man says, therefore, that's the case. So what we'll say is interesting enough. So what we're saying is that Allah myself, a sofer, a renter, has the same thing as a shomer sachar. If that's the case, it's not really four custodians, it's really three custodians. Because really what you have is shomer sachar, shomer chinam, unpaid custodian, shoel, a borrower, and then shomer sachar and sofer are really the same. What it means is there's four categories of custodians, but they really only have three different categories of liability. So you have Shomer Feeling that has his category, Shoel that has his category, and then again Socher and Shomer Sachar, which have similar halachas of liability. But I'm going to be Echad B'Shok. Sorry. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Amar Aka B'Shot Amar L'Sofa. Heichon Shari Amar Ein Yodea. Amar Rav. V'kulan Turin Mishvas Shomen V'chayadim Mishum Shvas B'Trei. And that's interesting enough, in all of these cases, take a look at Rashi, term Mishvas B'Trei, Kolomar, Me'afim Mishvas Hatikada. In all of these cases of the Mishnah, where we say that the individual is Pater, Pater means ultimately again what? Pater means they're Pater from Shvas Hashomen, right? Shvas Hatikada. But ultimately again, they're Chayiv in Shvas B'Trei. Look at Rashi. The Chayiv in Shvas B'Trei, the Sha'avar, carbon already already, and Shagan, but carbon Kindim Shvor Sha'avar. So Omer Yodeani, she shows us also again what Rabbi is pointing out is interesting enough that in these cases of Torah, you can be Pater ultimately again from Shvas Hashomen, which means what we call Shvas Hatikado. So there's no Hasham, there's no Chomesh, there's no Karen, but it can be Chayiv ultimately again in Shvas B'Trei. So the Gemara says, "Shmuel was also no, Achor Mishum Shvas B'Trei." You can even be Pater from Shvas B'Trei. I've also one of the arguments, Michael, for you. Shmuel Savar Lesser Belahama, Belav Savar Isaba Isaba. So that's what the argument is. One of the arguments that we had beforehand, which is what you need in order to be Pater from Shvas B'Trei. So ultimately, again, I will say so ultimately, again. So what Shmuel holds that in order to be high for Shvas B'Trei must be able to be phrased both in future tense and past tense. In this case, over here, the Shmuel can only be phrased in past tense, not the future tense. Therefore, there's no Shvas B'Trei. Rav says you don't need a future past. Rather, what do you need? Positive and negative. And since the Shmuel can be phrased both in positive and negative, therefore, again, there is liability. The Gemara says, all right, we've already had this method. This one's important. Shvosh is our 20 young.
Folks, look at this.
Again, I take a shvua, right? There is a shvua. Shvosh is our 20 young. I swear, I threw the stone into the sea. I swear that I didn't throw the stone into the sea. Rav Amachayim. So Rav says you chayim. Shmuel Amachata. Shmuel says that you're potter. So I said, what's the nature of the machlokes? Rav Amachayim b'isi b'lavei. Rav says you chayim. Why? Because the viability for Shvas B'Trei as long as what? It can be phrased in positive and negative. Which can be phrased in positive and negative, right? Shua, I threw the stone. I didn't throw the stone. Shmuel Amachata. Shmuel says you're potter. Why? Because you can't phrase this in the future. I swear I will throw this out. That doesn't work. So he says, why do you have to go ahead and mention this twice? So he says, no, we have to put this one twice. Why? Yes, we never have. If we were just saying this case, you shouldn't be now. She comes Shabbat. This piece of the side. I am choosing to swear of my own volition. They did not much be late, but again, in our case over here, basically is a jury, the individual. Maybe Rabbi is a Shmuel, not in the case. Sorry. Even more than the Shmuel and Rabbi Abi, Shlosh Hagayon Mashpin also, Ein Chayot Aram Mishum Shvas B'Trei. Because again, Rabbi Ami holds that any time you're being observed by a beis din, ultimately again there's no Shvas B'Trei. Rabbi Ami holds there's only liability for Shvas B'Trei when Halacha L'Maisa again is a self-proclaimed oath. Leave my Bahar, and if we were just in our Mishnah's case, Bahar Kama Shmuel. That's the case where Shmuel says it's Allah Babaha, Rima Modi Rimira. Okay, so here, ultimately agrees with Rabbi Shvas B'Trei, therefore Tzvika, therefore Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately again, both cases are going to be needed. On the both sides, so Halacha L'Maisa, I just want to point out, the way we passed this mentioned before, in these cases, in Mishnah, although you are Pater from Shvas Hatikatan from Shvas Shomen, you are Chayiv for Shvas B'Trei. You have made a false oath of utterance, right? You have made a false declarative oath, right? Or perhaps, depending on the circumstance, maybe Shvas Sheker, or maybe Shvas Shab, depending on the circumstance. So again, I just want to point out, even in all the Mishnah's cases, when the Mishnah says Pater, you're Pater from Shvas Hatikatan, right? So you're not going to be chayiv the Keren, Chomesh, and Asham, but there is other shvur liability for making a false oath. Incredible. Twofold. I'm going to be on the Kosh Rosh Hashanah Mashmir also in Bamishur Shvas B'Trei, and also everyone just picks up on this last detail. Interestingly enough, if you are adjourned in a court, ultimately, again, you can't be liable for Shvas B'Trei, declarative oath. Why not? She'amad, and Nefesh, Hisishava, Mevake, V'Svasayin. The Pasuk says if a person will articulate an oath with his lips, what do you see from here? Me'atzmo. There's only liability for a shvus bitoy if you swear on your own. Keeping the Shabbat Shalash, the word key ultimately again has 4 different definitions. One of the 4 different definitions, if, Dilma, perhaps, Ella, but, the heart, that. Okay, so therefore, the lashon old nefesh, key sishav l'vakei sasai means, and it's actually very interesting. There's only liability for a shvus bitoy if halacha lets you utter it of your own volition. But if you're a juror, there's no liability. Now, we don't pass in that way, and again, all these things are tied together. If you make a shvus bitoy, whether you're a juror or you're not, it doesn't make a difference. If it's faulty, you're going to be liable. And that's why this ties into the city. That's why in this case is over here, even if you're not tied for shvus hakikadon, like your father shvus hakikadon, you will be tied for shvus bitoy. Incredible. But Allah says, "Kulak shel shvashomim, v'chayavim mishum shvus bitoy, chutz me'ini yodea ma'atasach b'shoel, u'gneva va'aveda v'noses chai b'shebesocha." So Allah says, interestingly enough, so remember, in all this, and I just said before, in all these cases, even if you're part from shvus shomim, you will be chayav for shvus bitoy, except for chutz me'ini yodea ma'atasach b'shoel, except in the case of, I don't know what you're talking about in the case of the Shoel, right? And ultimately, again, in the case of Geneva Ba'aveda, by no says Chai and Sefer. Why? Shuchai shows tough on mother. Because also in those cases, you will be chayav ultimately again for shvus hakikadon. Now, what you must point out over here is, if you're chayav for shvus hakikadon, you're not chayav for shvus bitoy, right? So again, you're not going to be chayav for both of those things. So in those cases, you're going to be chayav for shvus hakikadon. Why? Shahari kachon mother. Because at the end of the day, in those cases, you did deny a monetary claim, and as you pointed out, when you deny a monetary claim, ultimately again, you're chayav for shvus hakikadon. So I'll say, what's the takeaway over here? So we only just comes down to one simple principle. This last mishnah on the second, this last parak, this parak, right? This last parak over here, in the second, teaches us a simple principle. What we introduced over here to what we call shvus hakikadon or shvus hashomim, where halacha l'maaseh again have deposited an item with one of the four shomim. For the 4 shomim, shomer chinam, shomer sachar, socher, shoel. It's 4, but it's really collapsed into 3 categories because we ask him that socher and shomer sachar really have the same type of liability. There are distinctions, but that's not our masechta right now. I come over to this shomer and halacha l'maaseh, I want my object back. He claims something happened to him. Now, obviously, if I trust him, there's no shvuah. We're talking about cases where what? I would like some verification of his claim. He swears something happened to it, and it turns out that what? He's lying. Is there liability? What does it depend on? It all comes down to one simple thing. Did his false oath save him from financial responsibility or not? If it did, then halacha l'maaseh again, he is chayav. Chayav for shvus hashomim, right? What is he chayav for? Again, keren, principles, chomesh, additional fifth, and ultimately carbon asham. But that's his liability. If he made a false oath, but it turns out that the false oath didn't save him any money, didn't do anything for him financially, then what? He is potter. But it turns out that when we say he's potter on shvus shomim. And what is he chayav for? Ultimately, again, shvus. That's the sugya in this example. As we come to the end, we did it. As it comes to the end of the section, so first of all, a tremendous for us. You might say to yourself, well, maybe I don't feel so accomplished. I don't know. I hope no one ever asks me a question on the Sefes Shores. Like, you ready? Because I was like, let's just finish the second. How much time on that couple days? Okay, you're right. We're not getting smooth on the Sefes Shores, right? And perhaps I don't even feel like I'm massive. I don't say, but sometimes it's not about mastery. It's about having the courage, the resolve, and the commitment to make it through the journey. And I will say that is what we have done. We have navigated through a very complex sugya. To be honest, at times like today, not giving the proper amount of time. And that like this would even require, well, it was really not a daf and a half. I don't want to brag. What? We're daf and a half. You know, all right? A daf and a half. So when I saw this required 2 hours. 2 hours, okay, we're limited in time. We can't start at 4:30 in the morning. But we did it. we did something that for many of us probably we never thought we would do, and even for those who thought it would be possible, that it would have been so easy to give up at so many different points in this journey. But we did it. We got to the end of this particular Masechta, and I will say a tremendous and overwhelming and beautiful and magnificent accomplishment. That the Bola Shalom saw how many times he struggled, but he kept going through. That's the avoda of the year, that's the avoda of the daf, and I will say a tremendous and beautiful and holy accomplishment for us all. From Hashem see the struggle, the effort that we put in, and Hashem should be a source. The clouds today should be a source for ourselves, should be a source for our Mishachas, and the most like tomorrow morning, the Sha'atava and the Mishachas to begin. The Sechas of our desire, the journey continues, the adventure continues, and have a vibe for many more years together. Hajj Allah, Hajj Shomim, we sleep on the Sechas Shmos of Osai, Mazel Tov. All right, everyone, Mazel Tov, everyone, and that's Hashem. She's all got so many accomplishments together. She's all got to have an Eretz Yisrael. You know, so nice to see you. She's all got Eretz Hashem. She's all got Eretz Hashem to Shmir Yisrael, to be so todos and Halavai. She's got a work of other clubs.
Somebody said 99 cents, funny how God works. My gums are big and teeth are normal size, funny how God works. Guy goes to the doctor, diagnoses Graves, funny how God works. I love it, dude. Sharpies aren't meant for insertion, funny how God works. We can't, this is kind of like a thing.
Good morning, let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Here to thank our annual commentary sponsor, Bitosin Mishpacha Rachel, for dedicating all the Shalom Zashis this year in the schus of the Zohar Soros for Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor, Simon Kipsivan Abalin, the Tov, Stephen Tarizim, loving Steve's mother, Loris is in the Rabbi, so yours is over the hall, and the occasion for 50 yards of the American commentary, all of the Shalom Slav and Aliyah. Families in the Kama, all those who wish happen together. With Kol Yisrael, to the process of the Hashem, bring our hostages home with Shalom and the call of Shalom, holy soldiers should be successful. The call of Maaseh Yedehem, should shower Shmir Yisrael, protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And then we result on Eretz Hashem to a week of Besorah Toros and decisive victories. Also with that, let us be real about a lot to do today. So today's dot is it's not. It's Memchas. Today's dot is Memchas 48. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem on Memzayin Amud Beis. We're going to move today 47D, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 lines down from the top. So let's say, remember again, we ended up yesterday with a beautiful illusion, a beautiful heartbreaking, incredible illusion to Chikim Meragim, Daniel's Parsha. Then again, the Gemara puts another piece of Agadic interpretation by Shimon ben Tarfon. So ultimately, again, so in the large river, the Euphrates. So let's say, so interestingly enough, now what's probably the Gemara in the statement is the Euphrates is out of the other. Well, let's see Rashi actually in just a moment. So before we get to Rashi, so Shimon ben Tarfon Omer, when you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you yourself will become oily. Now what is that mean? So look at Rashi. Rashi says that a crab legabe dihina al-bi'idayim in nagata the mashuach l'sherem k'heita mashuach k'rediyaso. If you touch someone who's been anointed with oil, you'll also become oily as a result of that contact. K'lomar pras hukatan mishalosh naros shugul manui etzlam. So as I say, interestingly enough, remember again, the Torah outlines over here 3 different rivers, right? And ultimately, again, the Pras is the smallest of the 3. The Hanar HaNavi, it's 4 rivers, and Pras is the 4th one, and Pras is considered to be the smallest one. So the Gemara said, yet, the Hanar HaNavi, Pras, the kind of Kori also the Har Gadol. It's interesting enough, as much as Pras is one of the smaller rivers, but yet here it's called the Nahar Gadol. Here it's called a large river. So what's the pshat with that? Shu Niskar Kal Shem Eretz Yisrael, Shu Chashuva Niskar Gam Ubechashivos. So what's also interesting enough, the Gemara suggests over here as follows: that since at the end of the day, the Euphrates is connected to some of the other bodies of water, which ultimately line up with Eretz Yisrael. And therefore, what? The Euphrates is called the Big River. The Euphrates is called the Big River. So again, why is it called the Big River? Since it's connected with bodies of water that get connected up with Eretz Yisrael. So what do you see from here? So again, the same way, if you touch someone that's oily, you become oily. If you touch something that's great, you also become great. So the Euphrates itself is not what this means. It's a big river. The Euphrates is actually a fairly large water source. Compared to the other ones, it's not as big. But since it touches the water sources which touch Eretz Yisrael, therefore it's called Nar HaGadol. It's called the large river. The Gemara says, "The Rabbi Shmuel Tana, Eved Melech Kamelech." It's like what people say, the servant of the king is like the king. Now, what does that mean? What that means is, since the servant of the king is ultimately in the employ of the king, he's part of the royal court, that endows him with a kashivus as well. So I will say a tremendous musahaskia, that sometimes the goal in life is to connect yourself to other great things. Because when you embed yourself in an atmosphere of kedusha, of greatness, that rubs off on you. So whether that's making sure that you keep the right friends who are going to go ahead and have an impact on you, making sure that you actually spend time in spiritually enriching environments. Attaching yourself to Kedusha, by definition, rubs off on you. It's an incredible idea. I will say it's also beautiful you sold your stuff, and especially there's an Indian, and speak about the beauty and greatness of Eretz Yisrael as much as possible. But since again the faith of the Rabbi is that they denigrated the land, so the tikkun for the faith is during the talk as much as you can about the greatness of Eretz Yisrael. So just to point out here, what a beautiful Gemara, because what does the Gemara say? You know what makes you great? Attachment to the land makes you great. And here about the Euphrates is if you're attached to a water source that's attached to Eretz Yisrael, that makes you great. That makes you great. Although again, the Euphrates happens to bump up against the actual biblical borders of Eretz Yisrael itself. Now when you look at the map, see the Euphrates doesn't really come next to Eretz Yisrael, but biblical Eretz Yisrael, the Euphrates comes next to Eretz Yisrael, not through Eretz Yisrael, but next to Eretz Yisrael. So amazingly enough, what do you see from here? The Kedusha of the land is such that just by touching the land, and this is what it is, the Lord says, Avira D'Aretz Yisrael Machti. The air of Eretz Yisrael makes you smart. Makes you smart. And what's that, by the way? Again, all right, we spoke about already a lot, but it's still, when you look at what the Mossad and the Army folks are in Iran, it doesn't make sense. They're like smuggling drug pieces in like missile bags, whatever, like it doesn't look like, I don't know, criminals, whatever, it doesn't like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a country that is less than a century old. How does it have an apparatus like this? How does it have minds that work like this? How does this happen? So now, by the way, I understand. Avira D'Aretz Yisrael Machti. The air of Eretz Yisrael gives you wisdom. See, our whole lives we thought that just meant Torah. It is definitely Torah. But it's not just Torah. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's the ability to think out of the box. It's the ability to think differently than the rest of the thinks, because you have to think differently than the rest of humanity thinks, because your survival hinges on it. The land of Eretz Yisrael changes you. The air of Eretz Yisrael changes you. And that's why we all know it, because we've all experienced it. You step foot in the holy soil of Eretz Yisrael, and how do you feel? How do you feel? It's so different. It's so different. What is it? What is it? I don't know what it is. But it's the Kedusha of the land. And when you're attached to Kedusha, by definition, you become more Kaddish. When you're attached to the smartness of the air, you become certain. Again, it's like, this is what it means. And again, Eretz Yisrael is a beautiful example, but that's paradigmatic of everything else. Attach yourself to great people, because you will become greater. Embed yourself in the atmospheres of Kedusha, because you will become holier. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. So then the Mishnah spoke about the case we'll say the shopkeepers. Remember, in the case of the shopkeeper was the following scenario. This was I go over to Ruvain, the shopkeeper, and I say, Ruvain, I want you to go ahead and I want to pay my workers. So let my workers come in and take $100 of merchandise each. So the workers come in, right? Or what happens? So Ruvain says, okay, I paid your workers. So Ruvain says, give me my money. Ultimately, again, the workers say they haven't gotten paid. So I'm in the middle of this. So that's the halacha. So the halacha the Mishnah said is that both of them take shuas and ultimately collect. Sorry. Collect. Now, remember again, so they both collect. They both collect. But the Nana said, ultimately, again, so the Nana says it doesn't make any sense because then someone's lying. Rather, the Nana says both of them collect without a shua. So says the Gemara, Tanya, Amar Rabbi, Rabbi says, why are you making them take the shua? And so Rabbi's arguing on the kind of come up, and Rabbi says, why would shua be necessary? So again, the Mishnah said that both the workers and the shopkeeper both swear to me, right? So the shopkeeper swears to be paid. The workers swear they don't get paid, and everyone collects from me. So they say, keep them in there, keep them in there. So that's interesting enough. So Rabbi said, I don't understand why they shua. The Bechia responded with, well, that's the Mishnah. So the Rabbi accepted the Bechia's statement. So now, so question, Rabbi Omer, right? So again, Rabbi says that the workers swear to the shopkeeper. Now, that is very interesting. So this is now a second idea, that the workers swear to the shopkeeper that Allah said they didn't get anything. You said, why are they swearing to the shopkeeper? They should be swearing to me, to the employer. Amarava, Paulin in the Shvaim of Balabayis, the mind in Hedvini, in reality, the workers and the shopkeeper are both going to swear. But we're going to make the workers swear in the presence of the shopkeeper. Why? Because the workers are claiming that they didn't get paid. We want to kind of put that name to the test. Let's say, halacha always assumes two things. Number one, people lie. Right? Okay, it's a pretty safe assumption. Right? And then assumption number two is that people will not be so brazen to lie in the face of the person who they're hired something to. So workers will lie about not getting paid. But what they're a little bit more reticent to lie about is what? Is that they didn't get paid in front of the person who really paid them. So therefore, we make them swear to the Balabayis in the presence of the company. This way, hoping that if they halacha when you did get paid, you'll back down from the shvua. So what says, therefore, just to point out over here, which is fascinating enough, the Gemara seems to indicate over here that halacha might be passed like the Tanakama, and both of them will take a shua. So the workers will swear to the Balabayis in the presence of the company that did not get paid, and the company will swear to the Balabayis that he did pay them. Oh, incredible! If not, it's a very interesting case here. You have two sets of witnesses that contradict each other. So the Gemara says, so this is a very interesting case. So if you look at Rashi says over here, second of the intermediate wide lines, Shnayim Omim Halal, Shnayim Omim Lo Halal. This is a typical case. Two witnesses say, we saw Ruvain kill Shimon. Two witnesses say, we saw Ruvain and he didn't kill Shimon. Okay, so we'll say, what happens to their testimony in a scenario like this? What happens? It cancels each other out. That's all. So we'll say, but here's what we do know. What do we know? Someone's lying. So there's an interesting shaila. Can both of those sets of witnesses go and testify in other cases? So obviously they're both negative agents. Again, there's nothing for us to do because they cancel each other out. So everybody goes home. What about if they try to testify in another case? What do we do with the testimony there? So the Gemara says, so Fula says, each of them come under own effect. In other words, they cancel each other out. I know that someone's lying, but again, they're both still absolutely fit for testimony. So each one can come on their own and testify. The Mishnah says, the Mishnah says, what do I need with such lies? The this essentially says, this disqualifies them from offering testimony. Why? Because someone's lying. And I don't know who's lying, so in the absence of the ability to determine who is lying, I'm just going to go ahead and disqualify everyone. Everyone's incredible. Someone says, for example, if I have an example, this would be, let's say you have two different transactions, right? Two different lenders, two different borrowers, and two different shells. And then obviously, again, both, and then you have each of these sets of witnesses are witnessing one of these transactions. So the man says, okay, that's exactly the case we're talking about. What do you do now with these transactions, knowing that one of these sets of witnesses is a liar? Or if you have one lender, one borrower, two different transactions, in that case, again, let's say, again, one is for one of a greater amount, one is for one of a lesser amount. In that case, the one who has the shtar, the lender, will only be able to collect the lesser of the two debts. Shnei Malvin below the effort, two lenders and one borrower, but yet, ultimately, again, in two different documents, the Shnei Shtaros, Hainu Masnisim. That's again, that's the case of our Mishnah. Beis lo b'numal ve'echad, two lenders and two borrowers and one lender. The Shnei Shtaros, obviously again, and in two different documents. What do I do in that case? Teku. Ultimately, again, halacha l'maisa teku. So let's say, so if we are left over here, so we're just giving 4 cases in which we'll see how that machlokes manifests itself. But bottom of it, and this is really very interesting. I have two witnesses contradicting each other. Again, capital case. Ruben Gelshin, one witness, one group said this, one group said it didn't do it. They can't each other out. So therefore, again, in a capital case, what happens to Ruben? He goes home. Now, again, I'm faced with the reality that someone here is lying. So what do? So machlokes. Rafuna says they're still both fit. They cancel each other out. Pretty much it's as if it never happened. And if our local lines they're both fit. But Chista, no, someone's a liar over here, and therefore again, both will be disqualified. So Master Rafuna Bari Huda. So if anybody raised the kasha, we'll say couple of memkas. Echad Omer Gavla Gibdeis Margaos. So we've actually seen this before in our Rosh Hashanah days. Like Kiddush HaChodesh. Remember again, it used to be before the calendar was organized by Hillel Sheni that Rosh Chodesh would be declared based on a testimony of 2 witnesses. They would have to come to days and they would have to describe how they saw the moon. One of the things that they would have to testify to was how high, so to speak, the moon was off the horizon. So the way it would often be measured would be like an ox goad, where there is an ox goad. Because that's helpful if you actually know what an ox goad is. Hey, so let's say again, one of them comes, I mean, obviously, everyone knows what ox goad is. It's something you use to go, right? Or an ox. Good. So let's say the Gemara says over here. So let's say one witness shows up and he says, I saw the moon and it was 2 ox goads up from the horizon. The other says 3. So inducing chayatos. What's memory for Rosh Hashanah? Why? Because it's understandable that it's not going to be exact. Right? No 2 people are going to see, especially remember again, this is all like ocular measurements, right? So in other words, so you're determining this based on what you're able to see. So obviously, again, it's not going to be exact. So therefore, again, if one says 2, one says 3, the testimony is good. After all, they do some detail. Well, here's what's interesting. But let's say one witness says it was 3 ox goads, one witness says it was 5 ox goads. Ultimately, it is that's not misguided. Then that doesn't work. Why? Because the discrepancy is too much. And yet, interesting enough, what does the Rabbi say? When it starts in the Eidos Acheres, they can become part of another testimony. And the Gemara says, what does that mean? My love, Eidos Mammon. Now, what that sounds like is, okay, so for this testimony, we're not going to accept them. But they can go on to give testimony in another case. Right? In Eidos Mammon. We need to hide.
Why? Because I have to stand. That's going to take some time. What did you do?
Or one of those witnesses and another could ultimately.
Well, watch this one episode of Raccoon Tweet. It's like 14 times.
Again,
really?
Yeah. 1 and 2 come and say that the moon was 3 ox goads above the horizon.
I mean, that's really
about it. Go along and say that it was 5. So obviously, I will say in that case over here. I'm sorry, so let me say that differently. One says it was
Like,
right. Witness one says it was 3 ox goats. Witness two says it was 5 ox goats. So obviously they're not mitzvah. They're not mitzvah. But
Doug, you need to
either one of
stand
those
up.
witnesses, let's say now witness number 3 comes along, and witness number 3 says, I saw it, and it was 3
How haven't
ox
you stood
goats
up yet?
above the horizon. So now I follow this. Witness 1 and witness 3 can combine to form a testimonial unit for
Really?
Kiddush HaChodesh. That's what it means. That's what it means. Why?
Doug, you
Because
stand
now
on your feet.
effectively 1 and 3 combine. 1 and 3
Then you
combine.
walk.
And again, that's 2 against 1. Right? Because
It'll
witness
be
number 2 was the one who said that it was 5.
amazing.
And therefore, again, it turns out that there are 2 witnesses that say
Really?
3 ox goats, 1 witness that say 5 ox goats, and therefore they can combine. I will say the novelty over there, by the way, is that interestingly enough, witnesses 1 and 3 are able to combine, even though what? They didn't see it together. Remember, again, this is a unique halacha by Eidos HaChodesh. Normally, by testimony, in order to form a testimonial unit, witnesses usually would have to be able to see an event together. Back to our Makos days. Some good days. Back to our Makos days. Right? But now,
Unprecedented athleticism, folks.
So I say, how do we paskin? So the Rambam paskins like Rav Huna. That when you have testimonial units which cancel each other out because of contradictory testimony, that does not go ahead and take away their ability to testify in future cases. Essentially, once they cancel each other out, we're done. Even though I know, what do I know? Someone is lying. Now again, is there the possibility that someone's not lying but someone's mistaken? There's always that possibility. But there's a greater probability that someone's actually lying. Right? But when they cancel each other out, ultimately that does not render them unfit to give testimony in other areas. So again, Group 1 says Reuben killed Shimon. Group 2 says Reuben didn't kill Shimon. I said they cancel each other out, but both we paskin like Rav Huna, both are still kosher to give testimony in other areas. Incredible. Let's go. Says the Gemara. Sorry. So I say, remember again, this was the next case. I go over to the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, give me a dinar, ultimately again, of peros, of produce. And what happens? He gives it to me. I say that he says to me, okay, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money and you put it in your money pouch. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I paid him the money. So says the Gemara, when do I have to swear? When do I have to pay? When let's say the produce is piled right in front of us, right? So again, shopkeeper piled the produce. I say, I say, I'm about to take it. I haven't taken it yet. Shopkeeper says, hold up, give me my money. I say, I gave you your money. You put it in your money pouch. He says, you didn't pay me. Then I swear that I paid him the money and I can take the produce. However, but if I already have the produce. I put it in my shopping bag, right? I put it in my what do you call it? That cart that you push. What? My agala, right? I put it in my little cart, right? So lemaisa again, So then in that case, it's a motzi mechaber lavaraya. In that case, since I already have possession of the fruit, again, then the reality is possession is 9 tenths, right? And therefore, again, if the shopkeeper wants to say that I didn't pay, ultimately the obligation is on him. So I'll say it's a very important piece of halacha. So when do we say that I, the purchaser, am obligated to take a shvur that I swore? That's when I did not take possession of the produce. But if I already took possession of the produce, then the obligation of the burden of proof shifts to the chavnei, to the shopkeeper. And if he wants to claim that I did not pay him, the burden of proof is upon him. Excellent. Next, Amr Shulchan Itin. So I'll say, so then, remember again, we had virtually the same exact case with the money changer. Right? What was the money changer? The money changer was, I go with the money changer, I say, give me change for a dinar. He gives it to me. He says to me then, okay, now give me the dinar. I say, I gave it to you and you put it in your money pouch. Right? He says, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? I have to swear that I paid him. So says the Gemara, I don't understand the tzrika, but it's the same case. It's the same case. Right? Pretty much, again, the money changer case and the chenveni case is the same case. Why do you both? Well, tzrika, I'll tell you why. If you would have just went the first case of the produce, this is very interesting. If you would have told me the first case by the produce, I would have said like this. I could hear that there could be a case of produce where the shopkeeper would be willing to physically give it over, before receiving payment. Why? This is fascinating. Because produce rots. When you're a chemist, when you're a shopkeeper, what do you want to do faster than anything? Cement the sale. How do you cement the sale? Right? Again, well, if you give over the produce, ultimately, again, to the purchaser, he does halva. Ultimately, again, it's given. So you can see that. So therefore, I can see the case of produce. How you can have a case of where produce was given over, even if payment wasn't yet tendered. I could see that. I could see that. However, again, about most the Merkavi, Ema Module, the Rabbi Huda. Now again, I'm saying the case of money, where I'm changing money. Chances are
let's analyze this from an athletic point of view.
Until he receives the dinar, right? He's not giving over the change. Now,
let's analyze this for real. Okay. You got these muscles, this body, this mind equals perfection. Okay? Look at this move.
Next.
Look.
Now we're going to come
Folks.
to take us to the rest of the
Folks.
which is 11 minutes. Okay.
Folks.
So again.
Folks.
That's all right. That's okay. So remember again. So the halacha is the Mishnah spoke about this idea that
folks.
That
Well, I'm going to summarize this for you in the best way I can.
This idea that
This might be the most athletic thing we've ever had the opportunity to witness. So.
Now again, we'll say that lashon of yisomim not pay. Like in other words, the concept that we've seen over and over is what? If you want to extract from yisomim, you have to require a shvua. But the lashon of yisomim only pay. What does this mean? The Gemara says miman. Who are they collect? Who are the yisomim collecting payment from that they need to take a shvua? So you may know that if you want to say that, we'll say maybe the case is like this: that right, Father Yaakov died. He left behind sons, Reuben and Shimon. Now Yaakov had lent money to Zvulun. So now again, when Yaakov dies, so Reuben and Shimon, his sons, want to collect money from Zvulun. So that would time of it. They need a shvua. Avun shakav lo shvua. They need a shvua. So I don't understand. If Yaakov was alive, Yaakov could collect from Zvulun without a shvua. Why? Because what does Yaakov have? A shtar. So if Yaakov can collect without a shvua, so why should Reuben and Shimon, the kids, why should they require a shvua? That's what it needs to say. The chini is so many yisomim lo yifrel b'shvua. So it says like yesterday's daf. But it says, oh no, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about over here yisomim who want to collect from yisomim. So this is orphans collecting from orphans. So the halakha is you can only collect with a shvua. So what are we talking about over here? So we'll say, so now this is a little bit of a repeat from what we saw in yesterday's daf. So Rabbi Shmuel Darin Tarbai, it's very important. Lo shanu ella. When do we say that Yarshim required a shvua? Collect from other Yarshim. That's only when Lo shanu ella shemes malva b'chaye lova. That's talking about again where we'll say a case of where the lender predeceased the borrower. Right. So Father Yaakov is the lender. Yaakov lent money to Zvulun. Yaakov died. Yaakov's kids now go ahead and Yaakov's kids now have the obligation to collect the debt. After Yaakov died, Zvulun died. So now Yaakov's kids are coming to collect from Zvulun's kids. Okay, so what's the halacha? The halacha is that Yaakov's kids can only collect with the shvua from Zvulun's kids. Now the novelty over here is even though again, what do Yaakov's kids have? What do they have? They have the shtar. But remember again, I will say this is all embedded in the idea or in the concern that Yisomim aren't necessarily well versed in the affairs of their father. So therefore, the shvua is kind of like just like this fail-safe to ensure that this loan wasn't collected beforehand. Okay, so it's like that's halacha. So again, so the concept of essentially the Yisomim of the malva, the lender, collecting from the Yisomim of the loan is very important. Is when the borrower is when the lender predeceased the borrower. Okay, watch this. Oh, okay. Now, however, if the borrower predeceased the lender, then it was like so now watch this. Let's say Zvulun's the borrower. Zvulun died first. Okay, so now what happens? And Yaakov's like alive and kicking. Yaakov's good. Now, if Yaakov wants to collect that debt from Zvulun's estate, what does Yaakov need? A shvua. Because remember, you can always only collect property from Yisomim with a shvua. So ultimately, again, if Yaakov wants to collect, he needs a shvua. Now watch this. And if Yaakov subsequently dies, get ready for this. Ein Adam Morish Shvua Lebanav. A person can't bequeath, a father can't bequeath a Shvua to his son. Now, I want to say what this means, and this is fascinating. This is fascinating, right? So, since already, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kid, he would need a Shvua. When Yaakov dies, a Shvua is not an inheritable right. And therefore, again, interestingly enough, because there was already a pre-existing obligation of Shvua for the collection of this debt, when Yaakov dies, ultimately, again, he can't pass down that obligation of Shvua. In other words, his kids can't take that Shvua. They can't take the Shvua of their father, and therefore, effectively, the debt is uncollectible, which is quite fascinating. So again, just to highlight this idea as well. So this is Rabbi Shmuel, right? So again, the Mishnah is teaching me, let's just get this straight. The Mishnah is teaching me that in general, when Yisomim want to collect from Yisomim can only collect with a Shua from other Yisomim. Rabbi Shmuel says, what's that case? That's a case of where the lender predeceases the borrower. So now again, Reuben and Shimon, Yaakov, the lender's kids, are coming to come, right? So Yaakov dies, the debt is inherited by his sons. They have the shtar. Then Zvulun, the borrower, dies. So now ultimately again, Yaakov's kids want to collect from Zvulun's kids. They can. They have a shtar, but they also need a shua. But Rabbi Shmuel say, if you have a case of where the Lova, the borrower Zvulun, died before Yaakov, so that means when Yaakov is alive, the only way for Yaakov to collect is with a shua. When Yaakov dies, that shua that Yaakov would have had to take is not transferable to his kids. So therefore, again, Ein Adam, that lashon over here, Ein Adam Morish Shvua Lebanav. A father cannot bequeath a shvua to his son, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the kids of Yaakov, of the lender, can't collect. We'll say, take a quick look at Rashi. Nischayid mal b'shvua. Rashi says, Shlo eskavo klum, shanifra min yisor filu b'shtar tzarek shvua. So we'll say, so remember again, when Yaakov was alive, if Yaakov wanted to collect the debt from Zvulun's kids, Yaakov would have to show up, Yaakov would have to swear. What would he have to swear? I swear that I never received payment from your father. Now again, what's the novelty in that shvua? Because what is Yaakov holding on to? He has the shtar. Now again, remember, in a normal case of a loan, I go over to you, I lend you $1,000, I'm going to say, pay me back. You say, I paid you already. All they need to do is what? All you do is what? Without that shtar, and we're done. The conversation is done. Because again, whoever has that, but you sold them the halacha is, because I'll legislate it. If you want to collect your orphans, you have to take a shvua. So therefore, again, go back to Rashi. So therefore, when Yaakov showed up on Yisum, you have to take a shvua. So shvua, ve'ein adam morish mamon shemechuyev alav shvua lebanon. Well, so here it is. A father does not bequeath money that is bound by a shvua to his sons. It's very simple. Both sides. What was the shvua that Yaakov would have taken to the sons of Zvulun? What was the shvua? I swear that I never received any payment from your father. Okay. Now when Yaakov dies and his sons inherit that debt, the sons can't take that shvua. Why can't they take the shvua? Why not? They don't know. So because they can't take that shvua that their father was already obligated in, therefore effectively the debt becomes uncollectible. Incredible. So I will just point out something very beautiful. Over here, Ein Adam Morish Shvua Lebanav. A person cannot bequeath a shvua to his son. That is true, I will say, except for one major shvua. The shvua that we took at Har Sinai, ultimately again to be bound to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? We saw this in the Sefer Shvuos. Right, remember again, why is it that when you take a shvua, right, to go ahead and uphold the mitzvah, I swear I'm going to put on tefillin today. Why is that shvua null and void? Why doesn't it work? Why? I'm mushva va'omed. Ultimately, again, I'm already adjured. And I will say, but how I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I was seen again. My neshama was there, but when I say again, I inherited that shvua from my father, who inherited that shvua from his father, who inherited that shvua from going all the way back to Har Sinai. So as much as Ein Adam Morish Shvua Lebanav, that's true except for the greatest shvua of all, and that's the shvua of Har Sinai, which we got from our fathers, and that's which we will be zokah to pass down to our children. Shvua zu naktiva. What's the nature of this shvua? Right? What is the nature of this shvua? So the Gemara says, "Shalach ulu yarshin yishban shvuas yarshin." Okay, so what's that? Okay, this is where it gets We're excited over here, right? So essentially, Rav and Shmuel say like this: in any case where the borrower predeceased the lender, right, and then the lender dies, the debt is uncollectible. Why? Because since the only way to have already collected that debt was through a shvua, right? Yaakov couldn't collect through shvua, and the kids can't take that shvua of Yaakov, therefore the debt is uncollectible. Rabbi Elazar comes along and says, what are you guys talking about? I don't understand. There is a shvua. Rabbi said there's what's called shvuas yarshin. What's shvuas yarshin? What's shvuas yarshin? Shvuas yarshin, unless we saw, is a shvua where Yarshin said, to the best of our knowledge, our father told us that, right, that this debt was not collected. So we'll say, that's a shvua. Now, in general, by the way, whenever Yarshin are going ahead and collecting from other Yarshin, that's always the old that they're taking. We'll say, let's flip this over for just a second, right? Remember again, let's say that Malva died first, right? Let's say ultimately again let's say that lender died first, Yaakov died first, right? And then Malva died. So what's the halacha? That's the case of our Mishnah. What's the halacha? The Yaakov's kids are going to go collect from Zvulun's kids. They're still going to need a shua. That's the Mishnah. What's the shua they're going to take? What's the shua? We swear that to the best of our knowledge, this loan was never repaid. And then they read. So Rabbi says, I understand. So just because Yaakov became obligated in a shua, I understand his kids can't take that shua. Let them take a typical shvuas yarshin and let them collect the debt. So it looks like fundamentally we've seen Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Shmuel ultimately saying that in any case where the borrower predeceases the lender, since the lender was already chayiv shvua when he was alive, then he died, he can't pass down that shvua to his kids, therefore the debt is uncollectible. Rabbi Elazar says, what are you talking about? Just let Yaakov's kids take over. Granted, Yaakov's kids can't take his shvua. But what? They can take their own shvua and let them collect the debt. Shalchol b'mei Rabbi. Shalchol b'mei Rabbi Ami. So we'll say, so ultimately again, so they sent this. Shalchol b'mei Rabbi Ami. Amar kulei hay shalchilei va'azli. Iashkichan taima milo shalchilanu. So I'll say, so ultimately again, this is very interesting. So they sent this question to Rabbi Ami, right? So they're trying to get Rabbi Ami ultimately again to decide, and I will say, to understand. This is big stuff because this is going to render some major portion of loans uncollectible in these cases where both lender and borrower die. So they sent Rabbi Ami, right? There's Rabbi Ami, do you have any new developments? Rabbi Ami essentially says, Chevra, if I had something to
Folks,
share,
look
I
at
would
this
share.
motherfucker and look at this athleticism.
I'm
I'm really trying to summarize this shit for you as best I can. Really.
Rabbi Ami, name of Abel. Rabbi Ami says, even though I don't necessarily have a halachic decision in this machlokas, Rav and Shmuel versus Rabbi Elazar, but let me share something with you. Amad bedin umeis. Ultimately, again, now interesting. If you look at Rashi, Amad bedin, Rashi says over here, Shahotzi shtar ze al yasmi loda, va'amar lo bezin yishav v'tal. So let's say now watch this. So now the case over here is as follows. Let's say Yaakov was still alive, right? Yaakov was alive, and Yaakov came. Zvulun had died. Right, and Yaakov came to go ahead and Amad B'din. Excuse me, I shouldn't say that. Amad B'din. Right, so again, they started the Din Torah. Rashi says, "Shahotzi shtar ze al yasmi lo." The Amud lo Beitin is Shava v'tol. So right, so again, they took out the shtar, and Beitin already told the lender, go ahead and swear, umeis, and then the lender dies. So the lender died before the oath was ever taken. So essentially, over here, I'll say, so in this case over here, Yaakov came to Bezdin to collect the debt from the sons of Zvulun, right? It was Bezdin said, okay, Yaakov swear. Yaakov died before he had the chance to take an oath. So again, Yaakov's kids can't collect the money. Why? Because they can't take the oath of their father, like Rabbi Shmuel. Lo amad b'din umeis yarsh umeis. What happens, however, if Yaakov didn't try to collect the debt?
Oh, you.
And then he died.
FTW. Oh, you FTW, baby. Oh, you. FTW.
Gets passed down from Yaakov to his sons. I should say, the only time that the sons of Yaakov are unable to collect the debt is when the obligation for Yaakov's shvuah was already triggered. But if Yaakov did not trigger that shvuah, then ultimately, again, Yaakov's kids can collect the debt with a typical Shvas Yarshim. Fascinating. So Maskef Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman is the Kasha.
Babies.
Sorry. Is it the days when it obligates Yaakov and the Shua?
Oh. Rejected.
No, the Shua obligation was triggered when? Immediately when Zvulun died. Rav Nachman will say first one line. Rav Nachman, Lessa. Choose a team, right? Either you hold it, Rabbi Shmuel, or you're right. Either you're with us or you're against us. Right? In other words, there's two options over here. There's Rabbi Shmuel on one side, and there's Rabbi Lazar on the other side. You got to choose a side. Allah, the Sapkalei. So you see from here that Rav Nachman wasn't sure who the halacha follows. I'm Rabbi Yosef. I'm Rav Nachman Uvda.
I'm back, baby. Look at this athleticism, son. Look at this move. Julia Child, eat your heart out, you cunt. Look at this move. We got OU. Fucking OU Dr. Pepper. Or OU Dr. Thunder.
That's not like Rabbi Shmuel.
Some lazy ass fucking rabbi had to sign off on some paperwork, put a fucking symbol on this bitch. This shit is incredible.
Now this is a different case, right? So this is a case of an almana, a widow who did not collect her ksuba, right? So she died. Now she dies. What's the halacha? Yorshin maskir es ksuba said esrim lechamesh shani. Ultimately, again, her children, right? Her inheritors.
I don't know if you're all aware of Poetry in Motion, or athleticism beyond comparison. We've got the fucking Olympics going. Really? Are you gonna watch the Olympics?
Such a warm feeling towards them.
Yeah, we're gonna get really so fucking into the Olympics. They might even name them after me because it'd be called Rabbi Rothschild Games. Pimp, pimp.
I can't ask you your name.
Why?
I
Doug.
know that we know each other. But like,
Do you know how sick I am?
That's like I feel like a you're close to
I'm the sickest motherfucker of all time, dude.
But when I just say it's like.
You're gonna watch the Olympics? Dog, I'm gonna watch so much of the Olympics that I'm never gonna want to see snow ever. I'm gonna know the fucking toboggan. If they have the toboggans, they have inner tubing. Why don't they have inner tubing? Why is it inner tubing that's an Olympic sport? Why? No one knows. They should.
Skip down a little bit.
Yo, dog. Give me the Olympics. Dude, why do they have the fucking Olympics kick off right at the Super Bowl? Hey, dog, we're gonna do these things once every 4 years for the winter. Oh, okay, cool. You can do them literally from like whatever you want. Okay, when's the biggest television event? Oh, well, that weekend. That's like February 8th. Okay, let's do that weekend.
And if our local advice and you're collecting, which sounds like you could collect it just with a typical shvus hayorshin, like Rabbi Lazar. How come I ask? Shenishba umesa. No. The case is where this is very interesting. She swore before she died that she didn't get anything. So that changes the whole map of this, right?
Doug, what's on your agenda for today?
She swore before she died that Allah Kalamai says she had not collected.
Agendas are big.
Then Allah Kalamai said that changes the
Really? Oh, for sure.
Man was married to two women, right? He married his first wife and she died. Married his second wife, right? And then he died, right? So again, wife one predeceased him, and then he predeceased wife number two. Ultimately, again, the second wife and her inheritors, their claim comes before the first wife and her inheritors. So you know what I'm saying? But once again, it's orphans collecting from orphans. So now these cases over here is where she swore that she did not receive anything from her ksuba before she died. That changes the whole equation. Tashma. Aval yorshin mashpian osa. That's your sha. That's haba in reshusa. Ultimately, what's an ksuba case? The husband's heirs, right? The husband's yorshin have the ability to adjure her and her heirs, and anyone who comes in her stead. Or Shmaya, Mitzdadim Katani. Oh, there are two different cases. Osa Ba'almana, the Yarsha Bedusha. The Osa case is talking about a widow case, and the Yarshim case is about a Gusha case. Master of Nasmarushia. Yes, so again, all it's pointing out over here is that Halakha Lamaisa, these are not typical cases ultimately of Yarshim collecting from Yarshim. Sorry, going a little bit fast. Master of Nasmarushia. So sometimes again, a son has been.
How into the fucking Winter Olympics should we be? I'm gonna be balls deep in that motherfucker. Are you gonna watch figure skating? Fuck yeah. I'm gonna memorize it.
A son has the ability to collect ultimately again from other Yarshim with a Shvuas Yarshim. But a father, on the other hand, doesn't have the ability to do that. Hey, what's the case? The case is talking about a case where the borrower predeceased the lender. Or again, that's the case where the father would be tied to Shua. You get Katani, Shaben Gova Bein B'Shua, Bein Shelo B'Shua. And it says that a son has the ability to collect both with a Shua and without a Shua. The Shua, Shuas Yarshim. Shelo B'Shua, Shim Shim Namiel. Ultimately, again, but with the Shua, both sides, what are you talking about? That's a Shuas Yarshim. That's a Shuas Yarshim. So what like the Lazar? That Allah Kalamaysa, a son has the ability to collect, ultimately, again, just with the typical Shua that says, I swear, my father never collected his debt. Or Yosef Kamani, whose opinion is this? Shama Yida Amri, Shkara Omi Legavos, Kikabo Dami, is a different position. That's the Shama. And Shama said that in general, that Allah Kalamaysa, any debt that is only to be collected is as if it is collected already. And therefore, Allah Kalamaysa, again, a simple Shvuas, a Yarshim, will do. Okay, if you're not supposed to do online, I'm tired of going fast. But just keep in mind, all of this is fundamental mathematics we're talking about. If you're not going to Surah, all of the extra stuff, they're not going to Surah. And also, we're going to have to think, Amrulay, Leisima, Na'akir Lahad Rabbi Shmuel. What's is incredible? It says, it is time for you to uproot the meaning of Rabbi Shmuel. What's that? Okay, so again, just remember, all of this, and I apologize that we went quickly, but all of this is centered on one simple machlokes. The shaila is as follows. When the lender dies, right? When the lender dies, and the lender, in order to collect, already himself would have been obligated to take a shavua. Now, when would that have happened? That would have happened when the borrower predeceased the lender. In that kind of case, and now again, Yaakov, the lender is alive, the borrower is Zebulun died. If Yaakov was correct, that he would require a shavua. Yaakov now dies, and therefore again that debt is inherited by his kids. Are his kids able to collect that debt? Rabbi Shmuel say no. Why? Because since that debt was only collectible already by a shvua, therefore Allah Kalamaysa in other more shvua l'banav, a father can't give the debt to his sons, and therefore Allah Kalamaysa, the debt itself is totally uncollectible. Totally uncollectible. The Rabbi says it's not true. Although the sons can't take the shvua of their father, the sons can't take another shvua. What is it called? That's called the shvua hayarshim. That's called the shvua of inheritors. And what does that shvua say? To the best of our knowledge, our father never received payment from his debt, and therefore Allah should be able to tell us. Mosai, that's our focus. That's what we have not yet resolved in the Hashem resolution. And last stop on the second shvua, so we're going to talk tomorrow. Go ahead.
He shows up. And now I see what he's got a presence. At that time, this is another thing.
All right, guys, I want to give everyone.
Now what I'm going through, what I'm living
in, I do safety, security, and tremendous
out the window. This one's doing well. Just one hit of weed out the window. He comes in our room. And I'm thinking when he goes, hey, Jimmy, I know you got weed. I said, I got one hitter. I got to get away. Right? So he takes the one hitter. Now, in my head, I assume it's his son, but he's like, when he said the weed thing, he laughed hard. Like, he laughed at the Chris Farley wanting to smoke weed. And it is kind of funny, honestly. But I don't know if that's what Burr is going for.
I get a one-hitter, man. His son laughed. He's like
All
trying
right,
to
we'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tosim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashot this year as a zechus for the soil souls for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsor, Stephen Karizim, Eloi Mary of Steve's mother, Doris Azim, Delora, Bat, for the Yisrael Yos, Kevon Bracha, on the occasion of her 50th birthday. The Elfin and Merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamos Havana, all the families in the Chama, all those who need Refuah, Shavuot, Kol Chol Yisrael. First off, Shemir Hashem, we hold our hostage, B'Shalom and B'Karim, of our holy soldiers in the air and land and sea, and Eretz Hashem to be successful. The Kol Amasei Day, which is shower divine protection and providence upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael, and however we should be zochet to a week of decisive victory and shalom for all of Klal Yisrael. So let's say with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today, so maybe great Gemara ahead of us today. Even a sprinkling, a smidge of Agadata in Eretz Hashem. So let's begin. So today's daf is Mem Zayin 37. We are picking up on Mem Bach on the base 46b, and we left off with Amar Rabbi. Amar Rabbi, Afilu Shomer Nishba, Afilu Ishba. Okay, so remember again, we were talking about yesterday, just as a continuation of yesterday's conversation. So remember that Halacha Nishba spoke about a case of where two people see the lender walk into the borrower's home and ultimately again walk out with something. So the lender claiming that he walked out with an object, but it was his own object. It was his, and ultimately again the borrower claiming that no, it was mine, and unlawfully seized it. So the halacha is that the borrower is able to go ahead and take a shvuas hasis and be able to go ahead and reclaim that which was lost. So the Rabbi just gives a little bit more of a qualification. It's Afilu Shomer Nishba. By the way, who else has the ability to swear over here? Even a shomer, even a custodian. What does this mean? Look at Rashi. Afilu Shomer Nishba. Amas Nisim Koi, Verakum Shrem Shenichnas Isol Teso Lemashkelo, Shelo Bershos, Afilu Shomer Habayis, and Ma'amal Shomer Yishalom Zeh. It doesn't have to be the Balavayis who swears, but even let's say, for example, I don't know, he has a butler. He has someone who watches the house. So the mice again, even that person could swear that the lender walked in and walked out with something belonging to the borrower. So you might just buy that up. I think the shomer is right. I think the shomer is right. I think the ishto shall shomer is right. Even the wife of the shomer has the ability again to swear to the effectiveness of this claim. Incredible. Buy that up. You're able to keep in mind. So what about, let's say again, the hired worker? I swear to people who really get a hired worker. The laborer, right, who works for the Balavayis, is such a person believed to go ahead and swear, or is he permitted to go ahead and testify that the lender walked into the house and walked off with a lunchbox, to which the Gemara says, take me. That's we're not sure, since he's a hired employee, is there some type of conflict of interest over there? Please ask me. I'm going to give another Rashi. Tano B'Kasa B'Kasa B'Kasa. So you see all this interesting stuff. So again, remember, let's say I'm claiming that you didn't walk into my home and took something of mine. And again, we'll say all we have is circumstantial evidence in these cases, right? We have witnesses that say that we saw you and walked into my house, and then he walked out with something. What he walked out with, we have no idea. And the circumstance as to why he walked out with it, we have no idea. Remember, we don't have to move up to the season. Yes, he walked out with something. But it says, I'm claiming he's going to send you something. So the next one is, what happens if I claim a value? It's a very expensive item. So for example, I stole you came out of my house, and it's so long down to it, like you don't know what this kind of shot was, because I stole it out of it. Like you stole it, like you stole it, like you stole it. So I'm not only claiming that he stole something, but I'm making a very significant financial claim against his result. So what's his mind? So do you believe it? I'm not going to make about such an expensive thing. I'm not going to say, but I don't know, you're going to try to do, or you're going to hand you the miscommunication value. You start at the start of really long ago. You must look at the circumstances. First of all, am I wealthy? Am I wealthy? First, am I working just to be in possession of such an item, or conversely, am I trustworthy enough that someone would deposit such an item like this with me? This is by looking to essentially to really examine, is it really feasible that such an item, as I said, you can be like, so if I steal a penny outside of my house and you took my Rolex, you took my Rolex. So this is what it is. So first of all, there's several qualities of life. That's number one. And if not, is it the kind of person who is trustworthy enough?
Taylor Pinsky, she can get it. She's beautiful.
So again, that everybody can whether or not I'm allowed to swear about the Rolex. So much as in that thought piece, that's what's explaining in the next Mishnah was the following situation. I'm having a conversation with the lady. And then what ends up happening? What's happening? So what's this? So I see that I use the women's home. And when I walk into the women's home, Hashem, I'm fit, I'm healthy, all is good. Like I walk out of the women's home and what happens? I'm bruised, battered, beaten up, all these different kinds of things. So I claim, you don't do that. You didn't hurt me. Like, talking with me again, you didn't say, I didn't touch you. Whatever it was. So what's now the harm? I swear that you didn't say to me, and I'm allowed to correct that. Secondly, I'm already sworn. Plus, I'm not going to slap on the cow on the axle. So he might say, I'm sorry. I'm not sure I'm going to slap on the cow on the axle. I'm not sure I'm going to slap on the axle. No, that's what I'm going to do. When you say that I'm actually only the injuries could have been self-inflicted. So there's a concern over here, so maybe they're self-inflicted, and I'm just trying to kind of land the table over here. So in that case, that's where a shvua is required. But technically speaking, the injuries I sustained could not have been self-inflicted. Then I can correct some ways even without shvua. That's an issue. Whereas the nation could have helped on the side. What's that? Maybe I can bump into a wall. Maybe I fell down a fight. Yeah, that's why I understand that injuries, and obviously the word self-inflicted, but how does that mean it's moving? Usually, much of the time, everything else, shots, and then something got better. And then I see the level. And as a smart, you can get to a skill injury that may not have been self-inflicted. For example, I have a bite on my back. No matter how talented you are, right? You think for the rest of yourself, right? Or the back of your torso. But so again, these are everything that are not as in self-inflicted. So because of that, now again, we'll say, you still have a country story, you still have a story, but so other than the end, right, you keep this thing in the end out. Okay, but remember, when we have the circumstantial evidence, witnesses claims, I went to the entire response. I came out of the entire injured. I'm claiming Ruben's claiming, no, I didn't. So then the Allah says, I swear, that Ruben injured me and I'm able to correct. But again, I must say, but the problem is, that's when once I, the doing of it, but the doing of it, maybe someone else who's in the house and you're just me, you're like,
That's disgusting.
It might be enough to make you the entire secure log, like why? But at the end of the day, no one saw you do this. So the circumstantial evidence, and the shooter
That wasn't cool.
Reliability. Okay, translate now again, the interesting caveat to this sure is that this is only true if there's injuries that could have been self-inflicted. Right? But if it's injuries that would not have been self-inflicted, the shore says I can collect even without the shore. Incredible. Alright, so you may go across your back in the shore shot. So remember, the next distinction was as follows. The next distinction was Shaknei no Kashabala Shore. This is a situation where, let's say, one of the two parties are locked in a conflict, and one was supposed to swear. So let's say the person who was supposed to swear himself was suspect regarding a different shore. In other words, his credibility has only been compromised because it's been proven that he's only violated a different shore. So in that case, we flip the shore onto the other party. So the example that initially gave was So let's say, for example, I'm going to use this
Everyone's saying Hannah, so you got a good chance of
and Ruben would have taken a shmuel. And now Ruben can't take a shmuel. Why not? Because he's already crushed it. He already lied. Under oath said something different. And if they give all different examples, so I'm not going to the shmuel reverts back to him. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, the Gemara has to do shvuas shad. Why does it bring, what does it mean even shvuas shad? So the Gemara says, no we buy cover. No we buy cover. People scared to that woman. Versus in all the instances, perhaps when the shvuah that Ruben taught, is something that is needed or that you got financial.
To make a decision that could change his life. $1 million decision.
Love the habit. The thing that Ruben only, quote unquote, only did a shvuah shad. In other words, let's say, back on the end of a shvuah a person's word, like to swear that this cup of coffee is in fact the coffee. I swear. So that's a shvuah shad. Now that does not include any denial of financial obligation. I'm going to fuck at a swear like that, even though who took that. It doesn't compromise his ability to go ahead and swear in financial case. Much more than that. Like once you say something that's in but you're not supposed to by 6, even if it's true, you buy that. There's nothing to do with your money. At the end of the day,
he's going to work harder
to make sure that he is smart. So when I said, the listening is not a shvuah people, so why don't you shvuah people as well? He's not telling you shvuah people that they have you shvuah people. No, there's a difference. When it comes ultimately again to the shvuah, so remember, they were talking about people. However, again, the next about shvuah is a detail. You look at the name of the push and stab on it. It's not funny. I want to say shvuah people, maybe or maybe not is the life. You know, outside. The guy who's not the case of shvuah people is what? Is a future type of shvuah. Right? So, when you use shvuah, it's not good, like not thinking about it. Yes, you must say, you know, what about a past tense shvuah people, which also has that distinction of first Mishnah and Masechta? What is their say? Again, I will say, at the time that he made the shvuah, he wasn't sure if he was lying or not. Which was, you know, shvuah shad happened on time. It's a tiny government. Meaning shvuah shad and anything is saying it's shvuah shad. In other words, it looks like Sahabot Lamaisa, which the Gemara essentially says it like this. Any time Ruben has lied in a shvuah, whether it's lying that has financial ramifications or just stop lying on a shvuah, he made a false or to make a false shvuah speaking. But he said, I swear I ate a loaf of bread yesterday. And he did. Either way, once he demonstrates a willingness and an ability to lie under oath, then what does that lie with the shvuah? What does that do? It compromises your ability to make any future or subsequent shvuahs. Okay, incredible. Next, how do you act on the subject? So the next case the Mishnah was, for example, if one of them had compromised credibility. For example, one of the guys was one of the party family. One of
I'm doing pretty good. Don't get mad at me. It's not my fault you got A's. It's not my fault either. I miss his own our grandparents.
One of the parties has previously lied with a shvuah. His integrity is compromised and he can't subsequently swear. And if he's a gambler. So Gemara says, why do we go through this whole list? If we got it, if somebody's credibility has been compromised, we don't let him take a shvuah. Why do you have to give all of these examples? Chasuma. Which the Gemara says, Tana, Psula d'Oraisa, Bekatani Psula d'Rabbanan. To which the Gemara answers, you're right, we're giving a Psula d'Oraisa. So for example, if Ruben had sworn falsely, that's an example of a Psula d'Oraisa. As opposed to Misafik, it could be a gambler, that's the Psula d'Rabbanan. Interesting. And by the way, what's the Psula d'Rabbanan? It actually says over here, Misafik Shukobiyah. Gazlan d'Rabbanan. The gambler is a Gazlan d'Rabbanan. Tamir Asmachta Lokenya, allow the Dorais allow Gazan. We'll say, what is the problem with gambling? What's the problem with gambling? Now, the truth is, you remember Sechas Avodah Zarah? Oh, Haba Alina L'Tova. Right? The Gemara Sechas Avodah Zarah discusses, Eino Osek B'Yeshuvo Shel Olam. Such a person, he doesn't contribute to society. In other words, we'll say the whole avodah of life is whatever you're going to do professionally, contribute to society in some way. Every profession contributes to society. But a guy who goes ahead and literally again his entire parnasa, his entire livelihood is made through gambling, there's absolutely no contribution to greater society involved in that. But the Gemara also says the other problem is here's the issue. When people gamble on both sides, people gamble for one reason, and that is to win. And therefore, when you lose, although you give away your money, you give away your money begrudgingly. So let's say, therefore, the winner is a shtickle gospel. There's a little bit of theft involved in that. In other words, it's not reaching into someone's pocket, but it's taking someone's money against their will. That is why a gambler is puzzled. That's why he can't take the shua, because he is a thief with the Rabbi. It's a rabbinic thief, although it doesn't sound like a rabbinic thief. There might be rabbinic thieves as well, right? But when I say he is a thief midrabanan. Okay, incredible. So it's the same again. Mark says Mishnah wants to give examples of people who are disqualified with the Raisa and disqualified with the Rabbanan. Next, how you shrine Kashutin. So we'll say this is now an interesting thing we're going to spend a little bit of time on. So remember again, what happens if both parties were suspects? So let's say I'm not going to dispute with Ruben, and in reality, again, someone needs to take a shivua, and now let's say both Ruben and I'm a gambler, and Ruben is a pigeon racer, right? Or Ruben's previously swore falsely about something else. So what do we do in that case? So this is an interesting machlokes in the Mishnah. So the Mishnah says, Chazra Hashmua min Chamad Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi says the shmua goes back to its original place. We're going to see what that means. Rabbi Meir says we split it. Rabbi Meir says no, there's no shmua, and we just split the claims. So says the Gemara, Amar Rabbi Nachman, Hey Itnan. So what is the proper attribution? Proper attribution over here in the Mishnah. Did Rabbi Yossi say split it, or did Rabbi Meir say split it? So I'm going to go you down. So I'm not going to say, I don't know. What is the halacha? What do we do in a case like this? I'm going to say, I don't know. It's my Rabbi Yossi, I'm Rabbi Nachman. Rabbi Yossi Yachloku. Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that we go ahead and we split. We split it. So the Gemara said, "Okay, telling that Rabbi Yossi only Yachloku." Rabbi Yossi was the opinion that said that in this case, when neither party has the ability to go ahead and take a shua, we simply split the claim. People that I'm telling Rabbi Yossi only Yachloku. So I'll say so again. So first of all, interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to settle on reversing the attribution as it is brought down in the Mishnah, right? Because in our Mishnah, the Mishnah ultimately says that Rabbi Yossi says the shmua goes back to its original place, which we don't really understand what that means just yet. And Rabbi Meir says Yachloku. Rabbi Meir says split it. Then the Gemara is really saying no, it's really Rabbi Yossi who says Yachloku. And then the Gemara says, by the way, that's how we pass it. That's how we pass it. That in this case, where both parties are suspects, like neither to take a shmua, we're not going to let anyone swear, because that doesn't make any sense. Rather, what we do is essentially just compromise. I just want to say, we're not going to share. Chazra Shalom Kama, let's say, remember the Americans that Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir says, that in this case, where both parties are suspects, ultimately, again, the shmua goes back, and we put the shmua back to its original place. Essentially, what does that mean? That the shmua goes back to its original place. What's the second thing? So the rabbis in Baba, they say the shmua goes back to Har Sinai. What does that mean? This is actually quite beautiful. Rashi says the Sinai, 3 lines down from the top of Rashi, Yeshuas HaSinai, Sheshti HaKadosh Baruch Hu Al Yisra, As Yisra Alo Sigzol, Lo Yifra Min HaKofer Mono L'Chageiro, Aval Beitin In Yischakim Lo L'Shua Lo L'Kilo. So what they say essentially like this, they say the Shua goes back to our Sinai, which essentially means that this din is decided by HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Goes back to our Sinai. Hashem is going to say, don't steal. Hashem is going to say, don't be dishonest. And if you're dishonest, who's going to ultimately again right the wrongs? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the rabbis of Bavel, the Babylonian rabbis of Bavel essentially said, look, in this case, where the case really demands a Shavua, and neither party has the ability to swear, essentially, Beis says we're picking this up the docket to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You'll write this ship, right? You'll decide, but we don't really have the mechanism to be able to do something over here because neither party has the ability to go out and take a shvua. Incredible. So therefore, Beis is not going to have someone pay. Beis is not going to split anything because again, we don't have the ability to avail ourselves of the normative mechanism to resolve this particular case. So therefore, again, I was saying, Chaz means we kick it back to Hasinai, we kick it back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Hashlech Yahavcha Al Hashem B'hu Yichal Telecha. Sometimes in life you just have to cast your burden on the Ribon Shalom and let him take care of it. Rabbi Zimshar so the Eretz Yisrael Rabbi said, Chazra Shvur L'Chu Yifah. No. The Shvur ultimately again goes back to the one who is Chayiv. And what is it going to do with Rashi? In the Torah, Isaac showed the Miktzas, V'chayvin Shein Yachal Yishaba, Harechashin Hu Yishalim. Let's listen to this. The Eretz Yisrael Rabbi said, yes, no. The Shvur goes back to the one who is obligated to take it, but what? He can't take it. So let's say, what do you do in a case where you're obligated to take a shvur in order to resolve the situation, but you can't? You know what that halacha is? You pay. You pay. If you can't take a shvur because your integrity is compromised, then you pay. Shvur is the mechanism that we have either biblically or rabbinically in order to extricate yourself from liability. If you've made poor life decisions and therefore can't avail yourself of that mechanism, then you have to pay. That's the way that it is. That's the way that it is. And I will say, it's absolutely incredible. These sort of like personal responsibilities. It's interesting over here. I don't know if there's some lesson in distinction between Davos and Eretz Yisrael about personal responsibility, all of this as well. And it's interesting that but already in Chutzpah, it's like these so laws. Okay, you can't do a shvur, you can't do a shvur, kick it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And so no. If you can't take a shvur because you make poor life decisions, that's not the other party's problem. That's your problem. That's your problem. So you can't take a shvur. So what's this again? Just to illustrate this in a way, like in a case, right? I think that Ruben owes me $1,000, right? Ruben says I only owe you $500. Classic case, motive and excess partial admission. What happens in partial admission? What's the halacha? Shvur. So if Ruben should swear, now what's the problem? Ruben is a gambler. Ruben is a gambler. He can't swear. Okay, so no problem. So no problem. What do you do in that case? Normally we flip it to the other party. Only one issue is I can't swear either. I can't swear either. Ultimately, again, I swore falsely in a different scenario. So again, the Babylonian right, the Babylonian Shema Bavel, the Rabbanim Bavel say, okay, what are you going to do? Neither party can swear. For the Baruch Hu, you take care of it. But Beis essentially can't reveal anything about this case. The Rabbanim right says, the shvur goes back to Ruben because he's more than us. Ruben can't swear, so because he can't swear, therefore what? He's got to pay. He's got to pay. Let's say he's got to pay. That's that. At the end of the day, the Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael are saying it's all about personal responsibility. If I made poor life decisions, and as a result, I will say, you know, we all know this because we all live this. The greatest fallout and ramification of bad decisions is I have more limited before I make poor decisions, Baruch Hashem, there's a whole smorgasbord of life options in front of me. As I make more bad decisions, my options become less and less, narrower and narrower and narrower. So at the end of the day, Chazal, the Rabbi say, okay, so now you make some bad decisions. You can't swear. That's not Silver's problem. That's your problem, and therefore you have to go ahead and pay. Incredible. I'm not Papa. Papa says, I'm so sure about it. And there's another thing that you should. Now, Papa says, you are the Rabbanim of Papa. That's Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel, Eretz Yisrael, Rabbi Abba. Okay, so now let's show how each one. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel. This man. The king is someone when you put out the shua. What's the interesting is you someone or things can only collect at the shua. When it says, what are you talking about? Like, what is that? You're talking about none. Who are never say that? What's he thinking about that statement? Generally, the halakha we've always seen is what? If you want to collect from your somin, you can only collect from an estate from your somin from orphans with the shua. This is the reverse. The somin themselves can only collect with the shua. Someone says, okay, none. Who are they collecting from? What are we talking about over here? You may not even know that. If you want to say that now, we'll say, so what happened, right? Father died, and father was a lender. Right? So father lender died, left this loan to his kids. The somin now wanted to collect from the borrower. So what are you saying now? That the somin need a shua in order to collect from the borrower? I don't understand. I wouldn't shut up below shua, because the shua, if the father was alive, right? If the father was alive, the father lender was alive, when he needed a shua to collect the debt, no. What did he have? He had a document. I presume he didn't have the same document. He had a document. He'd show up at the borrower's door, say, hey, I'm here to collect my debt, and that'll be it. So why would the somin be the shua? Allah is going to say, ooh, the king is somin, min ha-yisomin, lo yitru ela shua. Interesting. If this is orphan on orphan collection, in other words, that here the somin ultimately again collecting from the somin. The halakha again, if let's say the children of the lender come to collect from the children of the borrower, ultimately again the somin of the lender need a shua to collect. The Gemara says, when it is true, it's very interesting. That's true when the lender died before the borrower. That's the black she says over here. Lo shanu, to be shua minas yitru yasmi loda, shotzi shkara yasmi loda, faris hayit mava lebnei lo b'shua, Misha shemis loda ein lo lemavli parmeni yisum ela orisai. So when it is true, lo shanu ela shemis mava b'chaye loda, ava mis loda b'chaye malva. But again, if the borrower died during the lifetime of the lender, ultimately, again, in that case, already the lender, in other words, someone says, interestingly enough, if the borrower is deceased to the lender, right, that would mean again that already the lender would have been hired a shua in order to collect, because the lender would be collecting from the somin, and you can't collect from the somin without a shua. In that case, so again, by this high marvel of made over shua, the lender would have only been up. I'm going to get to the shua. The Adam Molish Shua Rabbana. And ultimately, again, it's very interesting. A person cannot bequeath a shua to his sons. And therefore, again, in that particular case, they would have been unable to collect. Interesting. But it's very to look at Rashi, Rashi, so the Adam Molish Rabbana Mamo. Right? Shehu B'chuyiv Alav Shua. This is very interesting. And I don't know if we ever actually saw this concept before. That if father lender dies, and at the time that he died, the only way for him to have collected the debt was through a shua. That shua is not transferable. His kids now can't collect that debt with the shua of their father. Although, holding the chayiv shua is kabal. He told you, he's sending you up on a shava. Ella Shelo Bakami Abba Ve'inzu Ashua Mutalas Alabiyam. The Kamyasi Lo Ve'in Yikol Mishal Shapar Abiyam Kam. Rabbi Shmuel Shlo Yifru Alman Reb. What's the idea over here? In this particular case, Rabbi Shmuel is saying that because neither party could take the shua, therefore what? The debt is not collectible. So therefore, again, you see from here, the Rabbi Shmuel argued about Sinu Shabbat, they're the Babylonian rabbis who hold that when neither party could swear what's the halakha, essentially kick it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, now again, Eretz Yisrael, Rabbi Abba was his very famous case. The Rabbi is very strong, who was a Rabbi Abba, Tahu Gavra, here we go, great case. Tahu Gavra, the Chakrav Naska Mechavre. There was a guy who stole a block of, who grabbed a block of silver from his friend. Also, Lekamei Rabbi Ami. So what happened? They bought the case for Rabbi Ami. Yossi Rabbi Abba came in. Rabbi Abba was sitting there as well. I see Chat Sahado, the midst of Chat Famine. So what happened? So I go over to Ruben. I take a block of silver from Ruben. I take a block of silver from Ruben. So what happened? Ruben brought an Eilach on a singular witness that said silver took my block of silver. On the way, I claim in. I took it. You know I took it? Because it's mine. I tried so again, so this one's the only I have over here. I mean, like, there's an 8 effort that I took the block of silver from Ruben. I'm admitting that I took it, but my claim is I took it because it belongs to me. Rabbi Ami said, so what do we do in this case? So I said, how should the judges adjudicate this case? So to order me to pay back Ruben, what's the problem? You can't do that. Why? There are only 2 witnesses, only 8 effort. Nifterei, to say, okay, well, if there's no testimony, then I have no liability. We can't do that either. Why not? There's still one witness. Okay. So in general, what does one witness do? Generates an obligation for a shua. Okay, but I can't swear. Why can't I swear? Even though I'm a mixed up Chutzi, how do you make a Gazlan? You know I can't swear? I can't swear because I admitted that I took it. Right? I admitted that I took it. So therefore, because I admitted that I took it, I'm a shtickle Gazlan. Because I'm like this, because again, I will say, I'm calling me a thief because remember, again, I'm claiming that I took my own, but it's possible that I'm not telling the truth. So because of that, I may be a Gazlan. Because I may be a Gazlan, I can't swear. So here's this fascinating case. So we don't know what to do with me, right? Because the Maisa can't order me to pay because there's not 2 witnesses. Can't let me off scot-free because there is 1 witness. Can't make me take a shvua because again, I'm admitting that I took it. So what do we do in this case? I'm going to be Abba, I'm the Chayiv Shvua, then Yakum Shava. So really, again, what should have been the mechanism for resolution of there? What should have been the mechanism for resolution? What should have happened? I, the person who took it, should have been obligated to swear. That would happen in a case like this, right? Then again, let's take that more classic. It's really a classic case. Well, let's say there's an Erecha that says, I took it, and I'm claiming, no, I didn't. Right? So Ruben's claiming silver took my silver, but my bar of silver. Oh, it's getting confusing with silver and silver, right? Sorry. Right, so again, Ruben claims that silver took my silver. I claim, no, I didn't. Eidach that says, I solely did it. Beautiful classic case. Shuvah. What's the complicating factor over here? I'm claiming I took it. Now, by my admission that I took it, I'm going to say I took it because it belongs to me, but we don't know if that's a true claim or not. So therefore, I may be a Gazlan. Because maybe I constantly can't let me swear. Okay, so the Alex, what do you do in this case? Really, I should have been the one who took an oath. I can't take an oath because of my statement. But the Alex says, what do you do? Very simple. Maybe you're supposed to take a shua, but you can't take a shua because of what you've done. Because of you pay. So Rabbi Abba would say, what will be the resolution in this case? What will be the resolution of the oath? I have to pay. I have to pay back the silver ultimately again to you. So we'll say, so this is the famous case that's known as Naska the Rabbi Abba. Naska the Rabbi Abba, so if you want to look, like really intelligent. You hear about Naska the Rabbi Abba? Right? You could drop that one. Maybe, Rabbi Yosef from your relatives. You want some street cred, with that. You could drop that one. I bought a home from yeshiva. So bottom line over here, what do you see? Rabbi Abba ultimately again is Rabbi Seinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Right? So he represents the view of the Rabbi Eretz Yisrael who say that halacha l'maisa, when there is a shvua to be taken, but the party who's obligated can't take it obligated for this. So just before we go on, so just to concretize this fascinating focus between Rabbanim of Babel and Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael. So ultimately again, according to Rabbanim of Babel, when there is a necessary shvua but neither party can take it, essentially what Beis Din does is Beis Din absents themselves and kind of kicks it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You take care of this. The Rabbanim of Eretz Yisrael, The Rabbanan of Eretz Yisrael, ultimately, again, what do they say? When neither party can take a shvua, or the obligation, or the obligated party can't take a shvua, so let's say, what's the halacha? You have to pay. You have to, let's say, because in Eretz Yisrael, so it's just over here, the Rabbanan of Eretz Yisrael create this sort ultimately, again, of responsibility. If there's a problem, it needs to be taken care of. And listen, I was thinking about this last night a little bit. It's fascinating, even in the way that, like problem or different call it conflict resolution. It's one of the most overwhelming things that we see here, like in Dallas, in America, yes, Dallas is rising anti-Semitism. You know, what's the most frustrating thing about anti-Semitism? The most frustrating thing about it? You can't really do anything. Like, in other words, like, we like to think education, this, that. It's the oldest hatred in the world. If it hasn't been solved, chances are it's not going to be solved. And sometimes, like, it does us good to, like, we still have to put in the status. We have to figure out, and yes, education is, we have to figure out what we can do. But deep down, I think we know that, like, not really going to solve that problem. But yeah, I was saying, it's incredible that in Eretz Yisrael, when there's a problem, so what's done? You take care of business. And you look at, like, what's happening here with Iran. And yes, again, I want to say, so on one hand, you know, the loss of life, and every life is a world unto itself, and the constant disruption that's happening with these missiles raining down. And I will say, you know, on the other side of this equation, you also have to see what's happening over here. And what's happening over here is the Jewish people are taking care of business. The Jewish people are bringing the Iranian regime to their knees. The Jewish people are taking care of the greatest global sponsor of terror. It's not the United States, it's not France, it's not Britain. Yes, we have a lot of wonderful allies. It is the Jewish people. It is the Jewish state. It is Eretz Yisrael that is doing this. I will say, that's incredible. That is the most incredible thing that I think we may have seen in our entire lifetime. See, this is a fundamental distinction. Sometimes in Guinness, there are certain realities that we have to live with and have to contend with, and we maybe even be powerless to change. And sometimes in Guinness, you just have to say, I'm picking it up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's not the same as in Eretz Yisrael, that's not the case. In Eretz Yisrael, we, together with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, we are masters of our destiny. We are masters of our fate. Regardless, other people will sometimes have a say in what goes on around us. Not in Eretz Yisrael. Now, the Sinish of Eretz Yisrael, and you know what? Someone's got to pay. Someone's going to pay. Someone's going to pay. There is responsibility, there is liability, and ultimately, again, justice will always be served. It's fascinating to see how sometimes the dynamic that comes out of the Daf of Shavuos is the very dynamic that we see playing out right in front of our eyes. Diaspora propels against certain dynamics. In Eretz Yisrael, the Jew, partnering with HaKadosh Baruch Hu, has the ability to shape the future of Jewish destiny. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. Said Rabbi, Kavasi Rabbi Abba Mistabla. So Rabbi says, ultimately, again, I think Rabbi Abba. Now, again, Rabbi Abba is Rabbi Simon Eretz Yisrael. I think he's correct. He's correct. The Tani Rabbi Ami, Shmuas Hashem Tiyaben Shneim, V'lo B'nai Yash. So the pasuk says, literally, again, that the Shua Hashem will be between them, which represents the parties, the V'lo B'nai Yarshin, but not between the orphans. What does that mean? What's the case? If we're saying the cases like this, that one set of Yisomim say to the other set of Yisomim, you know, our father lent your father $1,000. He owes me $1,000. Barmalay function is like in the function less like. And the one thing is right, the children of the borrowers say, no, our father only borrowed 500. Right, so 500, 500 we have no knowledge about. You want to say, well, that's only the Mogra Mitzvah's case. Malihu and Maliabuah. So I say, so ultimately, again, look, if the children of the borrower, Rashi says, they're making a claim, they're making a definitive claim, then why shouldn't that be a classic case of Mogra Mitzvahs, in which case there should be an obligation for Shavuot? Which was, Rabbi, here's the case. The children of the lender go with the children of the borrower and they say like this, your father owed, both fathers are deceased, but your father owed our father $1,000, and what happens? The children of the borrower say, and the children of the borrower say, we know about 500, the other 500 we don't know about. But I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, just saying I don't know about it on the base. So it says, what's the halacha? It's with Nifta. So if you would say, had the fathers been alive, that the father would have been right, that the father and borrower would have been chayiv in the shul in that case, then it makes sense ultimately, again, if you call the Nifta Gabi Yoshi, then I require ultimately, again, I would require a process to exempt the kids. But if you say that even the father, in other words, even the borrower himself, would have been exempt in a case like this from Shavuot. Ultimately, again, why do I need the pasuk ultimately again by the Yosh? Okay, so we'll say, so again, remember, so this is just Rabbi coming along and trying to say that halacha l'meisa, just to bring a halacha l'meisa, bring the raisa ultimately to split the halacha. So that way, before we go on, how do we trust in this case? Right? So what do we do in this kind of case? Well, let's say I need a Shavuot to resolve the case, but neither party could swear. So how do we pass it? The Rambam passing right, Rabosinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. That's how we pass it halacha l'meisa. Meaning neither party could swear. Chazro Shmuel in Koma, the Shmuel goes back to its original place, which means the Shmuel goes back to the party that is obligated to take the Shmuel, and therefore what? Since that party can't take the Shmuel, therefore what? He pays. Savot. Halacha l'meisa, and the Eretz Hashem hashkafa l'meisa. He paskin like Rabosinu Sheba Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. All right, so let's finish up. Now the Gemara says a little smidge of Agadah over here. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, Hai Shmuel Hashem, Naikadosh. What do Rabbi Shmuel do with that pasuk of Shmuel Hashem Tiyavein? We buy a little bit of Sanya. That's a beautiful Gemara. Shimon Tarfon Omer. Shimon Tarfon says, Shmuel Hashem Tiyavein Shneim. What does it mean when it says that the Shmuel shall be between both? And we'll say, now again, this is talking about the parties, right? The litigants over here. So what does it mean that the Shavuot will be between them? It means ultimately again that the Shavuot revolves upon both of them. So it's a difference from my short comments and it says like this. When there is a false oath that is taken, liability for that oath rests upon both parties, which of us is a tremendous idea. It's almost as if Rabbi Shmuel saying like this, there's a lot that goes into someone taking a false oath. And there's a lot of negativity and a lot of broken dynamic in that whole thing. You just understand that when that type of behavior happens and people are swearing falsely, there's usually enough blame to go around for both parties over here. So I said, I really, this is right? And again, I'm not a businessman, but hard enough to know that you have to be careful about who you go into business with, right? And you have to be careful about who you just in general, deal with day in and day out. Because if you deal with the wrong kind of people, then you get pulled into the wrong kind of things. And then your response to I need full well that the person who I'm doing business is not the right kind of person. And then I get pulled into these dynamics, I can't claim that I'm the victim afterwards. Because again, I allowed myself to get pulled into this negative. Therefore, again, Rabbi will say that where there is a false oath that is taken, both parties have liability for that. And listen, it's tremendous most because what it says is, I am responsible for the type of people I keep company with, and I am responsible, again, for the circumstances that I allow myself to be a part of. Like sometimes things happen, or like, oh, I'm the victim. Sometimes I'm the victim, but sometimes I'm not. Because I allowed myself to be part of certain dynamics. Okay, I thought they were going to go a certain way, and they kind of went sideways. But I'm responsible for embedding myself in certain life realities. And once I get ready for this, so you might say, I'm sure this is as far as the Oki Aka North Milan. So say this is very interesting. How do we know? Obviously, all of us know that it's prohibited to commit adultery. Right.
Going to Turkey, I've some friends that did that.
And yeah, like a lot of blank stares over there. I'm a little bit nervous. One of the 10. Right, so now I'm going to adultery. You might listen to this. How do I know that I'm not allowed to be a facilitator of someone else's adultery? Now, listen, now literally Rashi says over here, so literally again, I arranged for someone else to have partners for adultery. I'm the facilitator. I'm like the shotgun. So how do I know that this is wrong? In other words, here I'm not committing the avera myself, but I'm enabling someone else to commit the avera. The pasuk says, literally building adultery, but you also be vocalized as Losanit, which means don't be the facilitator of adultery. So don't say, by the way, so say to yourself, I don't know, it sounds kind of obvious. Don't say what it's saying is like this. You can also apply this in the case of, I know that someone's doing something wrong, I keep a secret, right? I go ahead or I cover for them. The idea over here is not only can I not commit averas, but I can't be the facilitator or enabler of other people's averas as well. And if I do so, there's liability for that. They also get into this. But say Rabbi, so again, the pasuk literally says over here, Moshe Rabbeinu, giving Muslim to Klal Yisrael, right? They say Rabbi, she went ahead and literally again, you gossiped or you denigrated in your tent. The Gemara says, what does this mean? Shilman Tarfon Omer, Hartem, Udinisem Olo Shamacho. You spied out the land, and then you denigrated, ultimately again, literally means you denigrated in the head of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Now listen, this week's parasha. In the Ragnar, so Moshe Rabbeinu was giving Muslims word to Klal Yisrael about the Chidron. We'll say, I just want to point out how incredible is this. I will say, I just want to say, okay, we have these types of meetings all the time. So I point out, just understand, Shavuos, I've got a little bit of feedback about Shavuos, right? And shame on you. Right? Shame on you. Shavuos is fantastic. Shavuos is fantastic. Okay, it's not an easy Masechta. Again, it's not an easy Masechta. It's really not an easy Masechta to learn that Yomi. And it's not an easy Masechta to learn at the pace in which we learn it. But it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful translucent, succulent waters of Torah that restore our soul with incredible beauty and vitality and holiness every single day. And sometimes I got struggle through it, and it's all the stuff that goes on. And listen, look what a Kodesh Baruch Hu does, right? As we come to the last 3 days of the Masechta, that's it, it's finished already here. What does that Kodesh Baruch Hu put right your post on that Mem Zayin on the days, on Tuesday of Parshas Shlach, the Tuesday Raglim. So what can I do? What's the Pit Raglim? Pit Raglim is, don't speak negatively about holy things, right? Because at the end of the day, sometimes you may not realize what holy things do for you, but holy things always lift you up, propel you higher, even if you don't understand them. Second Baruch Hu tells us, first of all, the beautiful kiss from Hashem, that we're on the right derech, we're on the right path, we're doing exactly what Baruch Hu wants us to do. At a 7.5-year cycle, what are the chances of getting an allusion to Chitam Aragim on the Tuesday of Parshas Shlach? and also reminding us how careful we have to be about how we speak about Dharm Shebekisha, how careful we have to be about speaking about Eretz Yisrael, always about Eretz Yisrael, how careful we have to be about speaking about Masechah Shavuos, right? How careful we have to be about Devarosa. This is the kiss. This is the Prophet telling us, I understand that the last 47 days have not been easy. They have not, but look what you've done. Look what you've accomplished. You've stayed the journey. And don't fall into the trap of ultimately focusing on the negative, like the Miraglim did. But instead, ultimately, again, stay on the high road. See the beauty in the beautiful service in the Yira Abodi that was there. That's some of it for today. Again, there's still one more beautiful piece of our Got next from tomorrow. Here's Miraglim. Sure, everyone.
Do you think, like, because this like business of some
Afternoon, Eretz Yisrael. Eretz Yisrael, Shabbat. We love you. We're taking it out to a davening for you. And in Eretz Hashem, I would like to resolve in Eretz Hashem to read of decisive victory, Atzlacha, and Bracha for all of Klal Yisrael.
Actually, I want to see how much money
we should start making toupees.
in the toupee business.
Because, like, Jeff Dye has one that's pretty successful. He's successful enough to destroy another, podcast.
It's a multi-billion-dollar industry with the global hair wig market valued at $2.59 billion in 2024 and projected to reach $3.6 billion in 2032.
All right, so it's like good morning.
Hair loss solutions with costs for wearers ranging from $100 to several $1,000s annually.
Begin beautiful off Hashem to see such a vibrant day's medicine early Monday morning. Thank you to all of our sponsors for this morning's Shir Today. Our annual Kamitol sponsor, Tosi Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, is dedicating Shurim and Drushos this year as a zechus for the Soros Tolos for Am Yisrael. As Kamitol sponsor for the month of Stephen Abalin, the 12 of Stephen Tarizim, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Zivora Bas of Yisrael Yoel, and the occasion offered for Piazza. We are getting married by Kamitol, the Hashem Slav Narios, the families in the Chalach, Mishpach, the Lord Hashem, bring our hostages home, allow our holy soldiers on the land, in the air, and in the sea, and Lord Hashem to be successful. The Chol Matzah Yedayim, and shower incredible providence and protection upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And result in Lord Hashem to see a week of continued blessings and close safety and security for our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. A decisive victory for Am Yisrael, and Lord Hashem Shalom for Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. And so with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. A really beautiful daf as we head into these last few dafim of Masechas Shavuos. Hard to believe that the Shavuos journey is winding down. So today's daf is meant about 46. We are picking up. Let's actually pick up first wide line and then hand the days 45b. I'm going to read back Hama. Rabbi said, Hama, now second wide line. How wonderful is this teaching? Remember, what teaching are we referring to? So remember again yesterday's daf, there's nothing said in the English Shmuel, a very interesting insight. That these cases that we're discussing over here, these cases of where halacha l'maisa, again, we have a dispute, right? The Mishnah introduced us to this idea that if a laborer, a worker, comes over to the employer and says, you didn't pay me, and the employer says, yes, I did pay you, then what's the halacha? The halacha is that the employee to take a shua and collect payment, which really was the drama of that. And the enormity of that teaching will actually become a little bit more apparent in today's life. But this incredible idea that we're normally going to be a multi-million chadira, you want to extract something from someone again, that's halacha 101. The burden of proof is always upon the extractor. Here, a simple, not a simple, not a shvua as we've seen, but a simple shvua will allow the employee to go ahead and collect his payment. Now again, so if nothing comes along with the shvua, by the way, that's only if there's testimony that in fact the employer hired the employee. Because if there's no independent legal verification that the employee works for the employer can simply say, well, he has an ego. What can he say? I don't know who you are. So because halacha l'maisa, again, the ego thing. So now the Rabbi comes commenting, what a good statement. Amari Rava, my value. So ultimately, again, Rabbi said, what's so weird about it? Thinking, Shavuot, show me the Chayim Rahman and the Mishkat as well. Because without this statement, then the whole idea of Shavuot Shalom was no longer what we spoke. We are leading to the Getter, very quickly again, which we are both Shavuot Shalom. I deposit an object with a Shomer. I deposit it with a Shomer, and then what happens? I go ahead and I want it back. The Shomer says, whatever it is. Okay, the Shomer here is the custodian, which means restored, which is a thing that we normally go ahead and exempt it. So the Gemara says, how could it ever be liability? Because right? Because again, remember that Halacha L'Maisa, you should say that Shomer should always be believed. Why should Shomer be believed? Because he has a Nigo. What's his Nigo? He could have always claimed, I don't know what you're talking about. You never deposited anything with me. The fact that he can't make such a Nigo like that indicates that, well, there must be some independent legal verification of his Shomer status. Therefore, the Gemara says, the activated agent. It must be that Halacha L'Maisa, the object was deposited with the Shomer agent. So still nevertheless there's some level of Nigo, because since the Shomer could have said, I return the object to you, therefore you believe to say it's an oath, which means, oh, it must be a case to activate the Shtara, where it deposited with the Shtara. Now, it's interesting, I don't know if we ever necessarily came across this, but the activate the Shtara means that, let's say, I deposited an object with you, and I recorded that deposit in the Shtara. There's a document that highlights this relationship. So, it's about it just as an aside, המקל איצה חבינו בעידים, איצה רהצה בעידים. This is very interesting over here. That if you deposit something with someone, with witnesses, the object doesn't necessarily have to be returned with witnesses. Conversely, the shtar, tzarech lahatzik lo ba'edim. But interestingly enough, if you go ahead and you deposit an object with a shtar, then you are obligated to go ahead and return it with Edim. Interesting. So Kari Rami Bar Chama later at Sheshes. So Rami Bar Chama said about Sheshes. So Bayasem Dareras had Barim Ha'ela Belibo. So again, he put it on Darera took these things to heart. So he was counting on Rav Sheshes. Rav Sheshes took this ruling and ultimately again applied it and found corroboration for it. The Ashkechei Rav Sheshes Rabbi Bar Shmuel, because ultimately again Rav Sheshes ran into Rabbi Bar Shmuel. Amalei, Tani Mar Yidi B'Sir, have you been learning? Have you taught anything or learned anything when it comes to Sir, when it comes to employee relationships? Amalei, yeah, I did learn something. Tani, we learned Sir Bizmano Mishpa B'Nota. So we'll say again, going back a little bit to our original discussion. Sir, a hired worker, Bizmano, in his time, now let's remember again, this is one of the other qualifications that we saw in yesterday's daf. What's Bizmano? Bizmano means like this. Remember that in order for the sphere, in order for the employee to be able to collect his wages with a shvuah, he has to be coming in the what we call window of payment, right? We spoke about the yesterday's daf. Every laborer, depending on the nature of your employment, has a window in which halakhically he is supposed to get paid. So we saw in yesterday's daf is this shvuah has this rabbinic innovation that an employee could come, swear that he has not been paid, and collect payment only applies if he's coming in that window in which he's supposed to get paid. So here is Mano. So the employee is showing up during his window of payment. Here's probably no doubt. All he has to do is swear and he's going to collect payment. What's the case? So what's the judge of this? So what's the case? Is my Shamalo Sechatoni Venasatari Skali? What's the case? Moses, here's the case. I go over to Ruben and I say, Ruben, you hired me. I worked for you, and you did not pay me yet. Well, that's not really scary. The Allah owner, and the other one says, Secharticha Venasatari Lochasacha. So what are you talking about? Right? Ruben says, yes, I did hire you. I agreed that the employment is a fact. But what I saw, I paid you. So what's the halacha? So again, in that case, then that's the Mishnah. So therefore, again, I as the employee, and assuming that I'm coming within the window of proper employee payment, swear that I do not receive payment, get my money, go home. Good. Amar lo, Stein Katzatztali, Valo Omer lo Katzatztali, Ela Achos, Hanotzi Mechavera, Allah Haraya. That's very interesting. What happens if I come spend my money? And I say, okay, you hire me, and I say, you owe me $200, so yes, you're good things for the day. And then they says, hold up, I only agreed to pay you $100. So I'm going to say, so here, interestingly enough, what's happening here is two things. Number one, complete agreement on the employment, okay, and complete agreement that Ruben didn't pay me. What's the point of contention? How much money he owes me. I claim 200, he claims 100. Then what's the case? Gemara says, that's not the case. So again, I will say, so interestingly enough, this is the price. So according to this price, in this case, the rabbinic enactment, the Shua doesn't apply. This becomes a motzi mechabea ala haraya type of situation.
Yo, what up?
Versus coming to sefer baraya, havi reisha b'laraya. The interesting
You speak English?
From this is as follows. From the fact that the Mishnah says motzi mechabea ala haraya, and I will say, just want to point out,
Hello?
the phrase for this second case is called ketzitza. This is what comes out ketzitza. Ketzitza literally means again to fix. Yes, to fix. Right, to fix. So the Gemara is making a distinction between when there is a dispute about payment versus when there is a dispute about the rate. So what the Rice is speaking is when there is a dispute about payment. In other words, I say I'm the employee, I haven't gotten paid. Even the employer says I have gotten paid. That's the Mishnah. They are assuming that I am coming in the window in which I'm supposed to receive my payment. I take a shvua, get paid. But if the machlokes is about rate, it's about rate. In other words, I say I'm owed 200. Ruben says I only owe you 100. That's the most in the kaber of haraya. So for haraya, obviously in that case, the dispute revolves around the extra 100. Okay. So now how many sefer baraya, how many shul baraya? Now we're looking at the first thing there is the fact that the Gemara says that the Rice says by the sefer, the most in the kaber of haraya. It refers to us in the first case that what? That there's no raya. In other words, I just take a shua, and I take my payment. That's it. I'm not going to eat stuff. I'm not going to eat stuff. Says top of that bond, say 46a. Reisha the sefer baraya. No, in fact, both the Reisha and the sefer require ultimately again that I have to drink a raya. Rashi says that Reisha the sefer baraya. Reisha is returning nishpa b'notel. Reisha elish. So you might say, no, it's not true. Even in the first case, there's a raya, but a different raya. You will say, what proof do you need in case number one? What proof do you need? What proof? Proof of employment. Proof of employment, as we saw already before, without furnishing proof of employment. So again, in that case, the employer is always going to be believed. Why? Because he has an ego. What's his ego? His ego is, I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. So therefore, what's interesting what's coming out over here is, you're always going to need some level of raya. The shaila is what kind of raya you do. So in case number one, where I'm claiming I did not get paid, Ruben claims he paid me. Okay, so still your raya. What do you raya? Proof of employment. In case number two, where the machlokes is about the rate of payment, I'm claiming I'm owed 200. Ruben is claiming I only owe you 100, then we require proof. Then it's also a kaber of a raya. Then again, the burden of proof is upon me to show that I owe that extra $100. The Gemara says, they should say raya to shari katani, raya the shua lo katani. Ultimately, again, this is sefer we're talking about again the proof of payment. That ultimately is stated. Otherwise, when it comes to proof regarding shua, which is again without the proof of employment, you can't give the shua. The Rice does not mention. So let's say, so this is very interesting. So again, close to this idea that was really advanced in the name of Shmuel, that again, whereas the Mishnah really sounds so simple. I have an employment dispute, right? Ruben says, Ruben's my employer. I say, Ruben, you haven't paid me. Ruben says, you have paid. I have paid you. So the Mishnah makes it sound like all you need to do is take a Shmuel, collect payment. Shmuel comes along and says, there's another critical piece of information that is not written in the Mishnah, but is an indispensable piece of information. In order for me to as an employee to take the Shmuel and get paid, there has to be independent legal verification that I am working for Ruben. Because without that, Ruben is always going to be believed he has an ego that he could claim, I don't know who you are, we have no legal working relationship. Incredible. I'm going to go shortly when we gave Rabbi Shmuel, we'll say third line down from the top, 46 and then down.
trying to get it
Shofar Midei Rav Shmuel. They sent from the house of Rav Shmuel. That they teach us. Uman Amar Shtaim Katzastali. Fala Omer Lo Katzasti L'Fa Ela Achos. Watch this. So I came. I'm the worker. I'm the employee. I came. You owe me. You agreed to a rate of $200 for the day. And Rabbi says, I will need you to $100. So he asked Absalom in English, but he swears. He swears in this case. Amalai, Shmuel responded, Bazu, Yishava Balabayis, Yafsik Uman. So both say, so in this case over here, so in this case, what should happen? The employer, the Balabayis, he should swear, and ultimately again, the Uman should lose out. Or the actual Uman, in other words, that halacha is the Balabayis. Ruben, the employer swears, and ultimately again, pays you what he says he owes you. So the Gemara says, why? Because Ketzitza, not that Ninka deterioration, it's right, because Ketzitza, a rate, how much an employer is going to pay an employee, every employer remembers that. It's a Dadai Ninka deterioration. So again, this goes back to yesterday's that. While the halacha acknowledges that an employer may at times get confused about who he's paying when, especially given the fact that the Gemara almost is the opposite idea that an employer, let's say we're used to the idea that if you employ people, everybody's kind of getting paid in a similar way, whatever it is, there's a payday, there's this. The Gemara seems to understand from the perspective that it would not be uncommon for a person who is employing multiple people to pay those people in different ways. So that we can understand why there can be some confusion about. But the rate of payment, that an employer certainly knows. He means that's so. But when Rabbi Shmuel said, Chatzatz, Hamotzi Mechaber Laharaya. I won't say, but we learned before, the halacha myself, where there is a mahok is about Ketzitza, right? Where there is a mahok is about the rate of payment, right? How much was paid? We just said before that that's the case of Hamotzi Mechaber Laharaya. Again, right now, we just said that halacha myself, like Shmuel just said, that it is a dispute about the rate of payments, the Balabayas, which essentially for our purposes the employer swears, and we're done. Just beforehand, we said that when there's a focus about the rate of payment, which sounds like what? The burden of proof is upon the employee, and let them prove it, and if he can't prove it, then we talk about. So what's going on here? And which means, by the way, that if the employee is not able to prove his point, then what? The entire case evaporates. So the Gemara says, Amai, but why is that? He just said before, you shall let the Balabai swear. No, give the power to the Balabai, so let this go away. Or not, with studying Katani, which is these are not contradictory statements, they're actually two sides of the same coin. Maybe Raya you shall Balabai is Yaksubun. There are actually two mechanisms which can be used to resolve in the focus about the Tzitza. So whether it is in the focus about the rate of payment, one of two possibilities to be employed. Either the Balabai is the employer can swear and put this to bed, or the Uman or the worker should bring a proof. So let's say really fascinating. So I'm suggesting this. So just to highlight, just to touch over just a second, so we have two cases, right? Case number one is where employee shows up to employer says, pay me. Employer says, I paid you. Employee says, no, you didn't. What's the look on that case? That's on the note. Shua says the employee swears, I did not get paid. He gets his money. Important halachic caveat, there must be independent legal verification of the employment before in order for that shua to work. Okay. Case number two, employee shows up. Employer, you told me $200 for a day of work. Employer says, no, I owe you $100. That is called the focus about Ketzitza. That's what the Ketzitza about the rate, about the set rate. What do you do over here? So what the Lord is suggesting is that a two ways to resolve this case. Either the burden of proof sits upon the employee to show that he really owes $200, or the Balabayas, the employer, to take a shmuel and put this entire case to bed. Where he may say, where is the cash out? I don't think there is a little more. So to do this, I give my palace, I give my cloak to Ruben. Right, Ruben is
just from words, which is what makes it interesting because they're not allowed to say all these things.
Craftsman. You ever have a Monday that feels like a Thursday? That's Universal Basket. Sorry, I'm not saying police in the Uber. So someone goes ahead and gives their talents, gives their cloak to a craftsman. So I'm giving it to Ruben. So Uman Omer can start from Stein. So this is okay, that was $20. Hey, but I don't know if that's like so you're talking about I only agreed to 100. That's all I agreed to. What's that? I was saying, yeah, this case is interesting. Why? What's the wrinkle over here? The wrinkle is that there's an object involved. So what case calls Manchur Palace Biad Uman. So if Ruben is in possession of the palace, Al-Balabai for Hadiraya. Ultimately, again, so it's on me, meaning on me, to bring a raya that I only agreed to $100. So we'll say. So this is also like a sticker on right? Because essentially, if I want my palace back, the burden of proof is upon me to show that I only owe him $100. Nasmelo, however, if Ruben gave me back my palace, Bismano, if ultimately again Ruben is claiming his wages in the appropriate time, Mishpavanotel, he could swear that he's owed the 200 and he gets the money. Others mano, but again, if it's after the normal window for wage collection, then it won't see the Kapia La Paraya. The Gemara says, what is even here? Bismano, Nihu Mishpavanotel. Now what's this? So again, just like highlight over here, we have what there is a focus about Tzitza, but this is a focus about what is the set wage level. What is the set wage level? Right? And yet, again, what's happening over here? Bismano, Mishpavanotel. We see that ultimately, again, the employee is able to swear and extract it. Amai, but I said this, what we just said before, you just said before that whether it's an focus about the Tzitza, what could happen about a virus? The employer can go ahead and take a shivua and go ahead and put this whole matter to bed. I'm not going to eat stock. How many that you would be? Some people would be, some people would go, close bunch of shivua, no to eat all about it. Here, Mishpa, the Nota, and leaders of the opinion that wherever a chazal, wherever you have a shivua that technically rests with the balabayas, the employer, Chazal flipped it and allowed the employee to take it and put the matter to bed. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rabbi Yudi, Ba'achanan Yeshua Isa Balabayis in that Torah, Shem Modu Mitzvah. So it's actually interesting enough to use everything. Now remember, this is a Modu Mitzvah case, right? Why is it a Modu Mitzvah case? Because remember, Ruben is fixing my cloak. Ruben says, I owe him $200. I say only $100 to effectively speaking that's Modu Mitzvah. That's the Shua. So apparently you want to listen to that this is the Rabbi Yehuda, and Yehuda holds that what Chazal did is when in the employment case you have a shvua by the employer, ultimately Chazal flipped it to the employee. So one second. Hey Rabbi Yehuda, which Rabbi Yehuda are you referring to over here? So even though Rabbi Yehuda do not listen, if they say Rabbi Yehuda of our Mishnah, so I understand how does that work? Achmuri Kumatir. And Yehuda Mishnah is not here. Because Yehuda Mishnah was the one who said that even by an employee, the ability of the employee to go and swear and collect his wages is only in the case of Modu Mitzvah. This stands, and Yehuda Omer, actually Sham Mitzvah Sodah. Right, whereas Chazal allowed the employee to swear even when the employer denies the entire wage, that Yehuda said the employee is allowed to swear only when there's a partial admission on the part of the employer. So I really one last here. Others read the Brisa. This is read the Brisa. That's read the Brisa. The Sanyo here calls Manshalo Alpha Allah's Manuel Hari's a Mishpa Benota. The read the Brisa says that when it comes to an employee, as long as he is petitioning for his wages in the appropriate window of wage collection, he swears and collects. You're in love, but if he's after his window, ain't no Mishpa Benota. Ultimately, again, he cannot swear to that and collect. Mara Yuda in Masai is my Sha'ar Lo, Kimi Skari Kamishim Dina Shimish Vidlaka. And Yuda says, when is this? That the skill has the ability to swear and collect. What is that? When again, the employee comes along and says, give me my wage of 50 dinars. Meanwhile, the employer says, his kabalta mehen dinar zar, but the employer says, I've already paid you part of that wage. Oh, sha'amalo, shtayim katzatzka, ba'alo omelo katzatzi loka ela achas. Or the employee says you owe me $200, and the employer says I only owe you $100. Avo, amar lo sachaticha me'olam. But if the employer says I never hired you at all, oh sha'amalo sachaticha, then I start to look up, or he says ultimately again, I paid you your entire wage, then I'm also mechadera Allah harayo. So in that case over here, in that case, I would says that Allah for myself, that's going to be able to mechadera Allah harayo. Fine. So now skip her, she should bring Rabbi. So she should bring Rabbi brought up following pasuk. Ella cuts it from Yehudi even Rabbanon. So they're going to say then that according to this, that the tzitza case reflects the view of Rabbi Yehuda and not the Rabbanon. How does that make sense? Hashra, Hechi B'machni Rabbi Yehuda Machni Rabbanon. Like in a normal case, where Rabbi Yehuda is Machni, the Rabbanon are Mekom. Therefore, there's also a Mishnah. Because the Mishnah, Rabbi Yehuda says the only time that a skier to take the shmur and collect his wage is only when what? Only when there's a partial initiative on the part of the employer. Whereas the Tanakh of Rabbanon said, even if there's a total denial. So in the case where Rabbi Yehuda is not bringing Rabbanon Mekom, in case Rabbi Yehuda is Mekom, like the case of Tzitza, Rabbanon is Machmir, the Alamai Rabbanon, and we have to say the case of the teachers also the Rabbanon. The Rav to tell you that about Shmuel, Chatzatz, Amoti Mechadra Laharaya, when you said that there was enough focus about the setting of the wage, but it was a special case again of where, like the employee goes over to employer, $30 for the day. The employer says I only agree to 100. So the Gemara says, about the other Rabbi cuts out to get I have money. Running with the Rabbi, the Bryce says before that Allah for the Mesa, and he keeps raising the focus back to Tzitza. So again, employee says you only 200, employer says you only agree to 100. That's the case of Amotzi Mechaber Allah Haraya. Whose opinion is that? No Rabbi, Rabbanon. Allah Amarabba. I'll say first of all on the bottom of the most is actually very interesting. Here's the source of their Bachlokas. The Sabar, the Dalaisa, all two late Takana, all two late Takana is here. The Rabbanon, the hobby of the Rabbanon, the hobby Takana, the Takana law. Okay, so let's say I watch this. The Gemara suggests things as follows. That we would hold like this. In the case of a biblical shua, that's where the rabbi stepped in and made it a bit more advantageous for the employee. So what does this mean? So for example, I will say, in the case of Mogdel Mitzvahs, now remember, when you have a case of Mogdel Mitzvahs, technically speaking, that is not technically, Mogdel Mitzvahs triggers a shua d'oraisa. So what Chazal did in that case, in the employment situation, is they flipped the shua and allowed the employee to go ahead and take that shua. So for example, let's say, like employee goes over to employer, says you agree to pay me $200 for the day. Employer says I only agreed to 100. So let's say, what is that? That's Model Mitzvahs. It's Model Mitzvahs. What should happen Model Mitzvahs? What should happen? What should happen? What should happen? Who should take the shua? Who should take the shua in that case? The employer, right? Because he's the one who's making the whole, he's admitting part of the claim. Whenever you admit part of the claim, that triggers the shua. According to the Zika, Chazal then made a takana. What was the takana? They flipped the shua, allowing the employee to take the shua. Because what that does is that gives the control to the employee to be able to collect his wages. But the only time ultimately again, that Chazal made this takana is in the case of a biblical shua. So in biblical shua, they said that halacha l'maisa, we're going to flip the shua and allow the employee to take the shua. But ultimately again, right? In the case, ultimately, let's say shua d'Rabbanan. Well, so let's use an example of shua d'Rabbanan. So let's say again, where the employee shows up and says to the employer, you owe me $100 for the day. And the employer says, I paid you already. So let's say, so in that kind of case, that at most triggers of Rabbanon. So you might say, Rabbanon, habi takanta, the takanta law, at most, that would already be Yeshua's Hesses, and to then take Yeshua's Hesses and open it. And who should take Yeshua's Hesses Midrabanan? Who should take it? Ultimately, again, the employer also. The employer should swear, I paid, and that's it, and we're done. So now to say that we should make a takana on the takana and take that shua from the balabais and flip it on to the employee, that we don't do. It was a very interesting approach. So again, when we do this model, the rabbi stepped in and took a biblical shua and switched it over to the employee, right? Because in the biblical shua, it's us, right? Employer says, I only owe you 100. Employee is claiming 200. That's a biblical shua that now sits upon the employer. The rabbi switched that over to the employee and said, you swear and collect your money. But on a rabbinic shua, for example, again, employer says, I paid you already. Employee says, no, you didn't. So you didn't do that one on is, employer swears and exempts himself. So now to go ahead and say we're going to take that rabbinic shua, now do another takana drabanan and switch that over to the employee, that we don't do. That's not a huge one. Rabbanan say, Rabbanan nami abdilan takartus here, uketzitza, mitkar dikiri. So ultimately, again, the Rabbanan say that halacha l'maisa, we will go ahead and make this takana even in the Rabbanan. Therefore, even in the Shuas Hasis case, where again the employer says, I paid you. The employee says, no, you didn't. We're still going to flip that shua over to the employee, like the Mishnah says.
Yes, athleticism in the footwork.
Allowing him to swear, and thereby go ahead and collect his wages. And again, the Rabbanan operating from the perspective that halacha l'maisa, an employer always remembers the rate. And therefore, again, when there is a dispute about the rate, that is going to be so if we kind of just summarize this a little bit, so halacha l'maisa, what comes out is as follows. We have two basic cases. Case number one, which is the classic case of the Mishnah. Employee goes over to employer and says, pay me my alay, I worked for you today. You owe me $100. Employer says, I paid you. Employee says, no, you didn't. What's the halacha? The mechanics over here are very important. What's the halacha? So again, this is a Shuas Hasis. Now, technically speaking, how should this Shuas Hasis work? How should it work? So really the way it should work is, now let's say, so again, remember, I want to point out, it's important to understand the evolution. Before we got to this sugya, if someone were to ask you this shaila, they say employees claiming, employer claiming $100, employer saying, I paid you, what's the halacha? Right? Again, so employees trying to extract money, right? So prove it. Remember again, the employer has the chazaka. We'll say, remember, what's the chazaka? What's the chazaka? Money in your pocket belongs to you, right? So therefore, again, if the employer has the money in his pocket, then the employee wants to extract it when the police in. Chazal made a Shvas Hasis. Shvas Hasis says just to protect employees' rights. So balabayis, you should have to swear that halacha l'maisa, you paid your work already. What Chazal then did is they flipped that shua and allowed the employee to take that shua to extract his wages. That's case number one. Very important halachic caveat, which is there has to be independent legal verification of the employment. Otherwise, again, the employer himself has a migo. I don't know who you are. Fine. Case number two, there's a machlokes about the wage, right? So here everyone's agreeing that the money is owed. Employee shows up to employer, you promised me $200 for the day. Employer says, I already promised you $100 for the day. So I must say, so what do we do in this case? So remember, this case is much more complicated. This case is in the question of Yehuda and the Rabbanan, and it really comes down to one basic idea, which is that, and I'll give you just the bottom line, halacha l'maisa, we assume that an employer always remembers Ketzitza. He always remembers the amount that he agreed to pay his employee. Therefore, again, in this case where there is a dispute about the rate to be paid, there are two mechanisms for resolution. Either so let the employee prove that he is indeed owed 200, or the employer has a right to take a shvua, and ultimately put this entire matter to bed. So they're saying that is halakha l'maisa. So two mechanisms for resolution. Either a employee has a right to legally prove his claim, or balatayis, employer has a right to take a shua, put it to bed. Incredible. That's so good. Next, Migzal. Also Shnichnas L'Veisor Mashkino. Remember again, this was a very interesting case in Mishnah. What was the case over here? The case over here was like this. Let me read it to you. Migzal Ketza. How you even also Shnichnas L'Veisor Mashkino Shalom Rishus. Right? So what's this? What happened? So I borrowed money from Ruben. Then what happened? There are witnesses that so Ruben entered into my home without my rishus. And what happened? And he walked out with something. He walked out with an object. Now I'm saying to Mishnah, who Omer, Kiranatati. So Ruben says, yeah, I walked out with an object. But who Omer, Lonatati, I'm sorry, who Omer, Kiranatati, I'm sorry. I claim Ruben walked out with something, and what? It's mine. Ruben says, Lonatati, I didn't take anything. What's the halacha? Meaning I, in other words, the call it as victim. Like I, the victim, have the ability to swear and to extract from Ruvain what I claim he took from me. Okay, so then you know. The thing about Ashkenaz, so I understand, maybe at the end of the day, Ruvain didn't take anything. I know that he took something. But it's a neither or not when I man did not get in there, so again, what's interesting about this is, remember, Ruvain is claiming he did all there are witnesses. Remember, what do the witnesses see? The witnesses in this case see that halacha l'maisa, Ruvain came in with the intention to take something. Right, that's not Ruvain, right? I borrowed money from Ruvain, right? Ruvain wanted a collateral. I didn't want to give him collateral. Ruvain came into my house, right, claiming that he was going to take something. He comes out. No one sees him with anything, right? But I claim he took my watch. Ruvain took my watch. Ruvain says, I took something, but it was my watch. I don't do what was my watch. So the halakha now is I could take a shmua that Ruvain took my watch, and I could receive payment for that object. So let's hold up. How do you know that Ruvain took anything? As much as Ruvain maybe went in with the intent to take a collateral, how do you know that he actually took something? This is very interesting. Listen to this. After I'm not going to the public case, listen to this. Hayman did not get in our Rabbi again. The guy took an axe in his hand. Ra'amar, Ezo ba'alach te'u l'diknot b'tani. Listen to this. And he's like, so Ruben has an axe. Ruben is extremely mad at Shimon. You know what? I'm going to chop down Shimon's palm tree. I'm going to chop down his palm tree. Right? So he wants to chop off the cut off. The Shadi, it turns out, so that case like there's like different episodes happening over here, different events. Right? I didn't even say I'm angry at Shimon, I'm going to chop on the palm tree. Okay. The next thing I know, what did I find? Shimon's palm tree has been chopped down. So you want to normally you will calculate. You can not necessarily assume that it's Ruben who did it, right? Why? The Gemara says, don't I have a weird circumstance? What do I have? I have Ruben with an axe and angry. That's very not a good combination, right? But I have Ruben with an axe and angry, threatening to do something, and then again, Shimon's palm tree lying on the ground. Okay, so there's a lot of circumstances. What am I laughing? What don't I have? I don't know that he does. And Ruben actually cut down the tree. So what it says, the halacha is that look, you can't assume that Ruben cut down the tree. What do you see from here? It's kind of an Alma, Arvik, Inish, the dozen, fellow Arvik. What do you see from here? People exaggerate and don't carry through. So let's say, by the way, what a line. What a line. Arvik, Inish, the dozen, fellow Arvik. People spend life talking about what they're going to do, but it doesn't mean business. Everyone said, what a speech a little bit. Don't want to speak a little bit. But you don't see who's talking about other people. Everyone is talking about me. Right? You all do this. Speak about that. Why don't you speak about what we're going to do? Dream about what we're going to do. Plans for what we're going to do. With clarity and vision for what we're going to do. Only one little problem, which is we don't actually get around to do it. And Gemara says this is human nature. Arvik, Inish, doesn't follow Arvik. People speak about, and they speak about being the most beautiful and glowing and flowery things that all the things they're going to accomplish. Sometimes it's just a failure to execute. It's overwhelming. Hakanami,
First of all, this
he
guy
doesn't
fucked
belong.
up. You gotta get
So
a free
you also, right, when you didn't walk into my house, right, you didn't have $1,000, looked into my house without my permission, claiming you to the mashko, didn't walk this out, didn't do anything. And so in other words, we see people talk about what they're going to do, but they don't do it. So it's the Gemara says, Ema, no, it must be the case of where none of the witnesses actually saw moving and walking out with an object. They actually saw him walk out with something. Alright, but let's say my master, okay, so let's see what he walked out with. Which is why he says, in other words, I'm not of a kind of Yochanan, the Torah of Kingdom, and he told Pachas Knafa. Oh, what happened over here? He walked out, so you see that he has an object, but it was under his cloak. So what's this interesting? So in other words, there's a lot happening over here. So number one, right, Lamais, again, he's claiming he's going to do something. He actually did it. He walked out with an object, but the object was underneath his cloak. Whereas I'm not going to do that. No, shit, it's okay. So that's the case. And if I look at myself, now the case makes a little more sense. Right? So moving lend me $1,000. He says, I want a mashkon. I say, I'm not giving you a mashkon. Comes into my house, and he's going to take a mashkon. Witnesses see him walk in. He comes out of the house holding something. We don't know what he's holding. It's under his cloak. He claims he has his own object. It was an object owned by him. I claim he took my object. What's the halacha? I swear I can collect from you. I'm ready to go. Rose shit, Nicky, Takas, Knafa, supposed to say how long you see lines. Moving comes out of my house. And he's hiding a utensil, hiding an object underneath his cloak. V'yatza on the base. V'amar v'kutin hein b'yadi. And Reuben claims, yes, I purchased it. I purchased it from silver. Right, I'm walking out of the house. It's under my cloak. I purchased it from him. So what's the halacha? Ain't no that much. No. Reuben's not believe to say that he purchased something from me. The Lord Omer Ella, but Rabbi Shana Silent Kakela. But I said that this is assumed that what is only assumed that I am the kind of person who does not sell my stuff. Whereas, right, when you come into my house, I'm not selling stuff. About Barabayis, the Islam, and Barabayis, Shana, so we Kakela. About Barabayis, us who need for us, keep up in that one. Let's say again, if I have a little store, a little shop in my house, or I'm the kind of person who sells my stuff, then the mice said this could be a valid claim. So Ruben's walking out with utensil and saying, yes, it was from Silver's home, but I bought it from Silver, and I'm the person who sells my stuff. The shame also in the case, furthermore, even in a case where I don't sell my stuff, so the only time he does not believe, only time he's not believed is by items ultimately again, where it wouldn't be the dara to hide it. Never say, I would Rashi. I would say that Rashi, She'in Azam Bosh, Litlan, the Yabba, the Shofet Barhaska. So let's say furthermore again, when is he not believed? Even our version doesn't sell stuff. When we're talking about items, so the person normally wouldn't be embarrassed to go ahead and hold in public. So right, ultimately again, but ultimately again, if it's a kind of object, then a person would be embarrassed. I will say, by the way, he might have embarrassed because we got an item that's very valuable. Right, so for example, a person doesn't want to walk around with a very valuable item in a showy way. The shame got from the house. Furthermore, again, even the object which wouldn't normally hide, Nani La'aman, Inish B'Lotzia, a person who's not very modest. About Inish B'Tzia, but a very modest person, even with a non-flashy object, I mean, okay, it would be common for him to put the object underneath his cloak. Furthermore, furthermore, again, what I'll be able to do is quite a convention. But where I'm thinking the object is borrowed, but ultimately, again, we don't explain that he bought it from me about the moving, but ultimately, again, if I claim that it's stolen, love, culture, love, the English is value on the customer. I'm not necessarily believe to automatically say that Allah so even as a guy. Furthermore, we're talking about items that would normally be rented or borrowed. About drawing, but let's say when it comes to objects, ultimately again, that are not normally borrowed or rented, ultimately, and that's what I'm now going to take the shua. Okay, so you know, use an example, which is interesting. The Shalak Rasul about average is not some following idea. If you know normally have objects, right? Items that are normally borrowed or rented out. And what happens? So let's just imagine the following scenario, right? So Ulen has an object of mine, but it's a type of object that is normally rented out or borrowed. I don't know, whatever type of object it is. And Ulen has it, right? And again, Ulen admits that yes, these were mine. But Ruben's claim is what? I bought it from silver. And I'm claiming I didn't sell it to you, I lent it to you. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Eino Ne'eman. Ruben is not believed to say that he bought it. Since the chazaka, the type of object, ultimately again, that are normally rented or borrowed, therefore the assumption is that this is a rental or borrowing case, not a sale case. Remember, the Rabbi, Atik Sugat Isarblo, the Sifra Gagara Tamiyasmi. So there's one case that once came before, rather than the following case, that there was a man who died, we'll call him, Yaakov died. Yaakov left behind 3 sons, Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, and in their estate, they had a pair of, scissors, tailor scissors, right? Tailor scissors and a sefer of agarata. You know what it said of agarata? Someone came to Rabbi, right? So they came to Rabbi, and they said, Rabbi, that's mine. I deposited it, right? I lent it to Yaakov before he died, and now Yaakov got it to me, estate to me, so it really belongs to me. So Rabbi went ahead and upheld that claim. Why? Because apparently, again, so tailor's scissors and the book of Agarata are common items that are lent out. The items that are lent out, so therefore, again, he verified, obviously they have to prove this a bit more than just that just making a statement, but he verified his claims because these are actually the type of objects that are normally lent out to others. So we look at Rashi this morning. Rashi says over Miyasmi, Shehedi Atovea Eidim, Shein Shalom. Obviously, again, the case over here is where the claimant, right, the person making the claim, brought Eidim that these scissors and this book of Agarata was his. That will say, now normally, just because you bring Eidim that something belongs to you, doesn't automatically put it back in your possession, right? Especially since it's possible, maybe it did belong to you, but someone else bought it. Especially when it comes to you swimming, normally you require a shua. The novelty in this case is what? That Rabbi didn't require a shua. Why didn't he require a shua? Because since the person making the claim had evidence that these objects belong to him, and these are the type of objects that are normally lent out, therefore what? Rabbi reestablished them in the possession of the claimant, even without a shua. Or even though you normally can't collect from the someone without a shua. That's probably that Rashi. He asked me, the claimant said, these objects belong to me. He has witnesses that they belong to him. And he claims that he lent it out to the father of the Yisrael. Come on, so let's say what do you see from here? You see from here that even had Yaakov still been alive, if Yaakov would have claimed that Allah for a nice, again, these objects will not be believed. Why? Because objects that are normally rented out or lent out, you don't have a chazaka to say that they're mine, that I bought them. Interesting. Then Rashi goes on to say, by the way, it's interesting that why does it use the case of a book of Agarata? So Rashi points out there's something interesting. People would not normally lend out Sfarim. Right? Why? Because since Sfarim were commonly used, if you lend it out, they run the risk of getting ruined. Agarata, Rashi points out, was less commonly studied. Is this fascinating? It was less commonly studied. So because of that, it would only be used like episodically, and therefore Allah the person would go ahead and be more willing to lend it out. So most like the Gemara highlights this principle, a very interesting principle, that Allah objects that are normally lent out, a person doesn't have an ability to claim chazaka that since it's in my possession, ultimately I'm the owner, which is really fascinating because normally in halacha, remember again, possession normally establishes ownership. And once you have that, then in order for someone to claim it from you, it's how it's mechada lavaraya. The difference is that it's objects that are normally lent out, ultimately again, who remains in possession of it? Ultimately again, the owner. So we'll say, provides us with a tremendous Mr. Haskell as well. What do you see from here? So objects that are normally only lent or borrowed really remain in the possession ultimately of the owner, which tells you something amazing. Elokai, Neshama Shenasata Bi Tahori. We have a Neshama. And it's very important to understand that Neshama is not given to us. That Neshama is lent. That Neshama is a borrowed item. Elokai Neshama Shenasata Bi Tahori. Every single day I put this off. The Neshama that you lent me, the Neshama that you've given me. So let's say something absolutely amazing. I am in possession of a borrowed item, which then means what's the halacha when you're in possession of a borrowed item? It's never yours. The chazot is it always remains in the possession of the true owner. And what's an overwhelming is so. I have a borrowed neshama. And the halacha is that when you have something that is borrowed, the halacha demands a heightened level of vigilance in order to ensure that nothing happens to that item. And that is the sacred responsibility that we have day in and day out, to make sure that that borrowed neshama, that beautiful borrowed mitzvah elokah, that beautiful borrowed spark of the Rebbe always remains pure and pristine. However, we should be zochah Hashem to be successful in that daily privilege, in that daily obligation. So stop over here for today. Shkach everyone, pick up over here tomorrow. Great job.
Like what happened? What actually happened?
All right.
Today.
Shkach everyone. Have a great day.
About like ending lemon.
Everyone, it should be a day in Hashem. Safety, security, the service levels.
I wish I could show you, but there's no real trees. Okay. Well, it actually happens. Let me see if I can find something called. There's a lot of videos of Ben Avery talking shit on Jeff Dye. That's funny. I did see that Ben would retweet like stupid jokes that Jeff Dye did. I did a few of those myself. Let's see. This has the most cringe, like hack. So you insane that you think that you thought of it material, right? Let's see here.
Oh, I know what I'll do.
All right, then let's say good morning. I'll get to
I'll go see Chest.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. We thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Kotz Mishpacha ROTHSCHILD, for the Hashem dedicating all of the children drushas this year as its boost to the service todos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Sivan Abba Lino Tova, Stephen Taizin, loving memory of Steve's mother Doris, Jim Devorah Bas, the Bisto Yolo, and Zaha, and the occasion for fifth yard site. And a day of learning, sponsor Paul Collins in memory of Rabbi Aaron Waltinsky, of Aaron Yehuda Ben Ruvain, who taught me how to be about prayer and learned with me every Shabbos afternoon during my high school years. Beautiful. Yes, Hashem. Hashem, Shalom, we have also loved the Nazareth Hamzoah. All the Shabbos Hallelujah, all the families in Thomas, all those who live in creation, have one for the whole Holy Israel. We thought to say, yes, Hashem, bring home our hostages, to allow our soldiers to, yes, Hashem, be successful. Hamas is there. We could follow the weakness for that something. So that the dark victim of Kabbalah and Batman, and has so far killed the number of lives. People being recovered in the level. Again, overwhelming times for our people, and the overwhelming nature of this against continue to stop like last yesterday. We found Shabbos, our obligation to recognize that we are all part of the army of armies. Strong and protect the Yet Hashem give us to continue the power, and we continue to resolve each of us to do our part to make our contribution. And how about that? It is just beginning. And let's hope that in Yet Hashem, as it progresses, so Father says victory will be quick and decisive, and in Yet Hashem will usher in a period of shalom, simcha, and bracha, not just for GUINNESS, but in Yet Hashem for all of humanity. Let's say that so today's daf is one of the things for the workers that didn't create sheer yesterday. So our daf is going to maybe picking up on the bottom of the bottom on the days 44 because really the last lines. Remember again with
take me back home, the boom, long. What happened to mind with the things I don't know? River mountain night. I can hear the little frogs calling me home. Making me run to the street. Laughing in the rain, trying to shower. Think what's playing when we meet that door. Think what's on the Green River. Well,
so specifically over here, we were talking about this idea of shekinegdo, but let's say that I have a illegal dealing with someone, and the person who I'm coming with, who technically should be the one who is supposed to swear, let's say disqualified from speaking an oath for whatever reason, then what we do is we flip the shore. So for example, so let's just share the pizza, half of my money. Half shore sa'idas, half shore sa'idas, half shore shas. So let's say, for example, let's say again, I have a court case with you, I have a legal dispute with you. And so we're supposed to deal with this matter here for the shura. And really should be moving who's taking the shura. And we don't care if it's shura. Why? Because she is really in violation, whether it's on a shura sa'id or it's a shura sa'id. We can't bring a shura shab. How you have to offer it. So in most cases, when you're talking about over here, and let's say, for example, you don't know you are taking a false oath of testimony, or a false oath of the recover, or if you're taking a shura shab, you're taking an oath from them, or how you have to know how you sacrifice it. One of us was a gambler, in this case, we're called neither was a gambler, and you're not going to do this, only the way to do this, we're not people knowing that he reads his prisons, you can go to one of the gambler, the second sheets, and he has and he does business with the police. So all of these cases, the point we should look at over here is, I'm in this legal dispute with Ruben. Ruben should be the one taking the shura. What's the issue over here? What's the issue? Ruben can't. Why can't he? Because his integrity has been compromised. Either because he has previously sworn falsely, right? Or because he's engaged in other activities which generally compromise one's integrity and preclude them from taking a shura. So what do you do in all these cases? Shekinegdo nishba benotel. Ultimately, again, what Chazal said is we flip the shura. So I'll swear, even though again I really shouldn't be the one swearing, I'll swear, and therefore again be able to extract my money in that way. Incredible. Okay, we'll see. We'll see more about these kids in the Gemara as well. Are you saying actually? I will say this is interesting. Let's say both of us
making me on Green River.
Both of us are gamblers, right? Both of us are mistakers.
Wow.
So let's say both of us are disqualified. So what do you do in that case? You might just cut the machine and cut that way you come up. You put the machine back where it belongs. In other words, essentially, if we're both money, so pretty much like we cancel each other out, and I'm going to just apply as it will really be applied.
Come on, the Green River. Wow.
So what happens? I go into the shopkeeper. I say to the shopkeeper, listen, I need to pay my workers. Do me a favor, pay my workers in merchandise, and give him a credit up to a seller of loans. Alright, so seller, I'm sending him my employees for your pay. He's going to come to your store. Essentially, give them credit for something that is $100. And I'll pay you for that. Okay.
Deli is an older guy, and we didn't want to talk about this, you know what I mean? And I just didn't know something. It was all crazy. I was already gotten so old. And it was just so creative. They were like, there was a whole scene in that where Jason and Alexander is talking with the rest of them about this cool that he's dating and how she took him with trees, this and that, and he just kept working, and it was so funny and so magical just to see them rehearse and ad lib. They were just very David. It used to be Jules and even Joe Weavers and other great writers at that time. It was just a wonderful talent, and I was like, I couldn't believe I could part of it. I couldn't sing it. So do you remember the trailer was fantastic.
Kate said 80 what innovation was shot. And all of a sudden, I couldn't structure a lot of resolution like that. And also, one guarantee in that solution, which is what? Someone's wrong. Someone's wrong. So when I said, how can you utilize Trevor? Essentially, what you're saying is, we're going for 5% of the indicators for us to shot. Someone's wrong. So you say, error, who knows how should I just wrong? Rather than the non-specific defining of the analysis,
A huge pillar of your career has been body positivity. Did you agree that?
I like to purchase a dealer's worth of focus. So I have to do the focus. I'm going to do so what happens? So the says, okay, I'm going to massage the car and massage the whole body. So I have to do I gave you the couch. So let's say what's down the whole road. You shut up on our bodies, shouldn't have said what's happening. So in this case over here, I swear that I think the phone goes with the gear. Okay, after that, I jack myself with the shoe. I'm going to again, same case, I don't take them. I'm saying for me, I like to purchase a dealer of produce. So in this case over here, I didn't know now I say, give me focus. I'm alone, because I'm on the phone. So you tell me, I give you the produce. I give you the produce for that. What's there to talk about? Going for the hills, what's up above? You shove a company. But something is spared that to do with the produce. Also, so you can out. If you want to say this, and the camera has this in it, case number one, in case number one, we're all going to be again, as you can do this,
Yeah, that's what he said. That's what I'm saying. So that's pretty good.
So by the time you still having swears that he totally exempts himself. In case number two, where again, the family things that he already did produce, so the family swears that ultimately again we do produce. WD says no. WD says, check the rest to the other. The other WD says, whoever is in possession of the produce has the upper hand. Now, what is that? Look at the graph. So that's using short lines about 5 lines in. All checking the other I will shut on the shut of our bodies. She must say what's the deal. So if you expect the doctrine is that we got is we argue on the first piece. Like, what is the first piece? The first piece over here is red. And the things that I do not credit. I got nothing. So ultimately, again, so Haikama said that the Balabas should swear, but ultimately again we say. So in this piece over here, the Rebbe says, the Rebbe says that Halakha Lemaisa, again, the only way that the evidence we're given a full use is how, is thinking of that event. The generally, people don't give merchandise unless they first receive it. So therefore, in this case over here, since the bias has the produce already, chances are he paid, and therefore Halakha is again, he doesn't have to sweat in the back that he paid. Now, actually comes out over here, this is technically supposedly the company, but apparently he does not extend credit. Obviously, if we extend with credit, that's going to be the now. So again, we'll see all of this, we'll see all of this in the next. I'm on the ship running. I go into a membership, so I say, we are nuts. I say to my teacher, you change. I'm asking for change, right? You go ahead and give me a dinner in smaller denomination. And also, ultimately, again, so the Shulchan teaches me, I'm going to do this every day. So the Shulchan says, okay, I gave you your change, and now I'm giving you the dinner. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, I say to the Shulchan, I say to the Shulchan, I give it to you. I give you so you put the Gemara in the box. What's the halacha? You shall allow that. But I like swears, quiet, you go there, that's what you do. That's what you do. As the family case, it's just using other things. So if I bias swears, I don't usually never do the money. No similar touches on. So what's this now? That's not something that I'm not doing this close. What happens in the universities? I give it to you that. And I say to the shop, if money from Boston, you know that change. I'm not about it. That's not what I'm talking about. I give you the change. You shop for yourself. You shop for you put it in the money pouch. What's the halacha? You shop for shop for it. Ultimately, again, the shop for it has to swear. And it's actually very, very actually looks like some leadership of the state. The leader says, everyone knows money changers do not give change unless, of course, what? They get the money first. This is like the divinity custom, which is when the leader says, the same way that a shopkeeper does not give merchandise unless he gets paid first. The shopkeeper ultimately, again, does not give change unless he gets the retained first. So therefore, the leadership is whoever is the possession of the item, whether the item is the produce or the item is the change, ultimately has the upper hand in this discussion. Incredible. All right, let's go back to it. The Shu Sha'alim, Hakakemes, Shivasa, Motikba, Alabishua. So it says, now remember, the Levitical words are Hakakemes, Shivasa. What Hakakemes, Shivasa? So that actually comes out from the other actually to Shu Sha'alim. This is the Messiah's Sinis, and the Shu Sha'alim, Shivasa. The moment should keep blowing like Sasa. The Nita Shinis Mok Ashtat, Shivasa. In Torah, it says, going back to the Sabbatina, this is the What's the Picture of the Shivasa like this? A woman admits that he was not the whole much more than the big much of the world. It's very, very long. And saying that everything really was, alright? And just as what happens, so we live like the level, and Rachel admits that she receives the actual image of her Shivasa. Now that is what is called ultimate Shivasa. Which means that she's helping you that you will diminish, no.
He's very important for MSDNC, and we said it last time, we should work with CBS, with our family networks. You know what's not going on? They're saying I was in trouble, they're showing pictures.
Well, then it's almost like punch, like a cookie comes puzzle. When you drink from it, but you can't use it for this again. So ultimately, again, he undermines it. So the idea is we're looking at what? A people of the document, right? So in that document, it says that he owes his wife $200, or whatever he knows is $2. But she admits that she's received partial payment on that Shiva, which is effectively done as she shows that document is no longer valid in the way that it's used. It undermines the effectiveness of that document. Now again, that she's doing that, but what was doing that is because again, she's doing that she's owed partial payments of that document. Let's say as follows. Let's say how it seems how we're going to see us. And I will say now in that case over here, and the tip of the Shia, the thing is, if she wants to go ahead and collect any more of what she wants, now at that point, once she's admitted that she's received partial payment,
First of
so
all,
really,
pissed off to say,
the
oh,
document
I'm
itself,
not
it's not
going
that
to
it's
team
void,
up.
it's not that it's
Two,
void,
how
but that
as
it
a
can't
thick daddy,
really
how do
be
you
used for
seriously say,
any
dude,
further collection
this might be a
purposes.
bad idea.
So
You might not want to wear these out there.
the rest of her tzuba,
It was just
with the shua.
not good.
With the shua,
It
you
was
gotta
better
swear,
not happen again. I
off
can
the
guarantee you that.
Yes, and that's another shua, but you have to use a sheep shua, or to rest the rest of the market, and you see what was comes in. And then 8 Echad says, Rachel received her tzuba. Right? So single way it says Rachel received her tzuba, so take that little shua. Same thing, I'm not saying one from 8 Echad. And then again, 8 Echad, halacha l'maisa again, it's only valid to require a shua. So 8 Echad comes along and says Rachel got his her tzuba. Okay, it's not Rachel wants anything else. She has to get shua. In the Chasim Shubadim, over the Chasim Yisham, in general again. And the person also, this is true for tzuba, but it's true for anything else as well. If you want to collect from encumbered property, or if you want to collect from the possessions of the Sumit, or Tifra El Shua, you can only collect with a Shua. By a phrase, Shalom B'Fanov, or Tifra El Shua, similarly again, if a woman is going to collect her tzuba,
Yo, dog.
not in the presence of her husband, she requires a shua. Now, let's say Rashi points out that we what's that case? Let's say the husband is overseas.
How you living?
He sends his wife a get. So now she wants to collect her tzuba. She can
Yo.
collect her tzuba even if he's overseas, and she can only collect it.
How are you? What's good?
So to Yisomim, right? Orphans can only collect. Now, once we're going to see in the Gemara, what this is really referring to.
Yo, dog, what's new?
Again, we have this. We have.
Nope.
Collecting something owed to their father.
Because it shows that it's going to show your customers that you're lazy.
So you've seen this concept many times before. Remember, in halacha, there is this
Look,
tension.
if you can't help yourself to create 30 different social media platforms, nobody wants to hire you. Anybody can do what you do, which is create 10 of them and be like, okay, I'm done.
So what happens? But what's the issue? What's the tension? The tension is that we see that children are often immersed in the affairs of the estate of the father. Right? So therefore, again,
Listen. You can think that. You can think that, but that's not how a social media marketer works. Okay? That's how a reply guy works. If you want to be a reply guy, that's cool. I want you to be a social media marketer. I want you to be able to promote anyone, anywhere, anytime, on any platform. That's exactly correct, Big Dog.
The father never told us that his debt was paid. He never gave us instructions that this debt was paid. He never told us that our debt was
Dog,
paid.
I'm live 24/7 everywhere.
I never found within our father's paperwork any indication that this outstanding debt was paid. So it's very interesting. So
Okay, I mean, whatever you want, my man. I'm live right now. If you want to be co-host to my space, you can. There's one person who can. I'm that person.
Due to our estate was paid, and therefore we are coming to.
But if you want to be a co-host for it, come on in, man. I'll co-host you all day long. All right, Big Dog. Well, you have to join my space. Okay, but don't worry about being a co-host right now. Create those other accounts. It'll take you a day, and then you never have to do it again. And then we can work on putting content on there and helping to promote you. All right, Big Dog. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You don't have to download them. You can use the site.
This debt has never been paid.
Sound like a plan?
Yaakov saying, money,
there is no try. There is no try. There's only do.
Collect on that even without
there you go, Big Dog. All right, and then keep me updated, okay, my man?
What's the role of the shvua when it comes to the children collecting on the shvua is the mechanism that ensures that
it's no big deal. All right, well, you can see me right here. This one's working.
Children don't know the affairs of their father's estate. The shvua ensures that they will endeavor to have.
Okay, that's fine.
But Allah from the lights, if the father made it explicitly clear.
Create those accounts, my man.
Again, you still owes me this money, and this debt has never been paid. The children collect on that debt.
Go for it. Ask me any question you want, big man.
I will say now, this is riveting. So we'll say, so now remember again. So this whole Mishnah has this even on sports to us.
Okay, well, my man, I'm not a bank, okay? I want you to be able to promote yourself. If you do that, you'll be able to get money from people. But you coming to me, asking me for money, helps neither you nor me. What will help you is you creating your accounts, applying for jobs, getting a resume together. I'll help you with all of those kind of things. But you asking for help, handouts, that nobody's going to help you that way, my man. I want you to be successful. You know I'm right. I want you to be successful. You can either teach a man to fish, or you can give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, he'll eat for a lifetime. I'm wanting to teach you. You're asking me to give you fish. I'm not giving fish, but I will teach you to be the best fisherman in the game.
So let's say you're in a partnership with someone. Either partner can always order the other partner to swear.
Excellent, big dog. So go do what I said. Once you do that, you come back and you've got all of the different accounts. It doesn't take you long, and it's absolutely free. You should be all over this. I could understand if I were saying to you, oh, it costs $100 and you don't have $100. No, the only thing keeping from you and doing it, let's be honest here, is your laziness. If you get a little bit of chutzpah, it's true, you know I'm right, man. If you get a little bit of energy and you say, you know what, I'm just going to check these off, I'll do this one, I'll do this one, I'll do this one, and you get them all, and you come back to me and they're all in your link tree and they look nice, then we're going to start making you videos, we're going to start getting you a resume, a cover letter, a curriculum vitae. We're going to make sure that you have the ability to apply to different remote jobs where you can work anywhere in the world. That's what I want to help you with. But you just sitting here on your thumb like, hey, I want to start a project, give me a fish. That ain't going to happen, big man. You and I both know that. You could, and it's not just with me, you can go to any space on X right now and say, hey, I need money to start a project. Everybody's going to laugh at you. But what they won't laugh at is you saying, hey, I can promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms and make sure that you perform better on social media, in AI, and in search engines. And if you want to connect with me, I'll be happy to promote your project. And then, you're able to make $100 a week or something like that. That is something that could be very beneficial to you.
All of us need some level of accountability. In all of these cases, these people have access to all
absolutely,
of
man. I'm here to help. I'm here to help you. And you just got to get over that laziness. Create the accounts. They're absolutely free. And then I'm willing to help you, okay? Excellent, my man. That's what I'd like to hear. And I'm here to help you.
So we'll say, now what can happen? So again, so let's say, for example, in a partnership. So I go with my partner goes to Ruben and say, Ruben, I want you to swear. Now again, what exactly I'm asking Ruben to swear, we'll have to see in the Gemara. Sounds like what I'm asking. I swear that you have not misappropriated anything. So Ruben says to me, what are you claiming? So name me shetishagali. So I say to Ruben, I just want you to swear to me. So Chayiv, what's the halacha? Ultimately, Ruben's Chayiv. So it sounds like an honesty oath, right? Swear to me that you have not misappropriated any assets. And if ultimately, again, I say that to Ruben, that triggers a shua that Ruben has to take towards me. Incredible. And I will say, by the way, that's so Ruben can say back, well, what do you think I did wrong? I say nothing. It's just a partnership shua. It's a partnership shua. So once it's halach l'maisa, Mishnah says he has to swear, even though again in this case there's no defined claim. Now, however, and I will say now, the ability to trigger this claim is only so far as the partnership or the sharecropping or any of these relationships are currently intact. Once the relationships have been dissolved, so neither party has the ability to make the other take a retroactive shua. In other words, so let's say Ruben and I would dissolve our partnership, and then again 6 months later I'm trying to say, Ruben, I want you to swear to me that when we were partners, you did not misappropriate any money. I can't do that. The only ability to trigger this shua is when we are actively engaged in the shofras. However, an interesting exception, nisgalgelo shua mimakom acher, negalgelin alav es hakol. So let's say this is very interesting. However, if let's say Ruben and I, so we dissolved our partnership. So obviously, once we dissolved our partnership, I cannot ask him to swear about our partnership. But let's say again, Ruben and I get into an issue. I deposit something with Ruben. Ruben claims that the object was stolen. I tell him to take a shvua sapikadon. Once he's taking a shvua sapikadon, then about says it says a gilgul shvua. What does gilgul shvua say? Gilgul shvua says once I'm already swearing about something, essentially we can pile on as many other claims as we want during that shvua as well. So let's say again now, I'm going to have Ruben take a shvua because again, he's claiming my pikadon was stolen. I want him to swear that he really did not misappropriate it. Once he does that, then I can also add on to that a shvua about the times that we were partners. Incredible. Also, the Mishnah ends off, Vashiyas mishametes as shvua. Shmita cancels oaths. Now, what exactly that means, we'll have to see in the Gemara, but quite intriguing. Okay, I will say, Shkoyach, that's the Mishnah. Says the Gemara, Kol Nishma Shabbaton Nishma B'Lo Mishalmin. Let's remember again, how did the Mishnah start? The Mishnah started with the statement that any biblical oath, the way it works is you swear, and by swearing you exempt yourself from payment. Right? So how do we know that? So the Gemara says, on the Amar Krah, it's like first of the widest lines. The Amar Krah, because the pasuk says, "V'lakach ba'alov v'lo yishalim." Because one side the pasuk says literally again, "V'lakach ba'alov," the person will swear, v'lo yishalim, they won't pay. So from here you see, "Mishalav l'shalim lo shvua." He who would have paid takes the shvua, and by taking the shvua, he exempts himself from the obligation to pay. Incredible. These are the people ultimately are going to swear and take. So remember again, one of the most interesting things over here is in what we'll call employee protections. I will say that it's really incredible to see. It's really incredible to see that Chazal really had these fantastic and incredible sensitivities to really go ahead and protect those who may be most vulnerable. It's fascinating. So again, for example, the greatest example of that is ksuva. Because certainly again, the whole yisod of ksuva was to protect the interests of a woman who would have been exceptionally vulnerable in a case of divorce or in a case of being widowed, and also these employee protection rights. What does the Mishnah say? Right? If the Mishnah says, what was the case of the employee? Let's remember again. I work for Ruben. You go to Ruben and say, Ruben, I want to get paid. Ruben says, I paid you. So I say, you did it. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, and I get paid. Now, say, now understand, before this Mishnah, how would you have passed it? You be the post right? I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, you owe me my money. What's the halacha? Simple, right? This is what's important. What are you talking about? You go to someone, you say they owe you money, perfect. So this is incredible. So Chazal said in this case, we don't say what's in the In this case, Chazal said to the employee, if you're willing to swear, all you need to do is swear you did not get paid.
That is clearly passive appearance.
That's tremendous. So the Gemara is listening to this. So my shnas here, so what's unique about an employee? I will say, why did Chazal do this? Like this really is a tremendous change to just the basic way that the law should unfold. Why did Chazal do this?
You had 9% deals. I had 10, and then we sold. I sold it to Abu Dhabi when they bought a few years ago, and then
so now you have $360 million plus whatever you had before that.
I got a couple more.
Does it all come at once, or are there installments? Is there a giant novelty check that you're presented with, like Ed McMahon used to?
What they do is, when you do a deal like this, it has to go through a bunch of regulation. And once all the regulation is done and the thing finally closes, I guess you just got a check.
You had 9%.
Chazal are creating a lasting piece of legislation. So you must listen to this. a skier, you shouldn't be getting hired. So what happened over here?
More than 5 FBS schools
really
do not have university in their official name.
Should have been the one that's the one that he already
Citadel,
right? And
Army and Navy.
Navy,
Nice.
Swear
All right.
to clear.
Air Force,
Colleges.
You shouldn't be getting
Citadel,
hired. Ultimately, as far as livelihood.
Air Force, Charleston, FBS.
Boston College,
Charleston.
That he always has a way to ensure that he gets paid.
Army, Navy, Air Force, the Citadel, Boston. Yeah,
He's
no.
going to think that sure,
Oh, fuck, no.
again, he will get paid.
Army, Navy,
Boston
Boston
College.
College,
You should be hired the skier. Cancela Barabais, is that
Air
fair?
Force,
Is that fair? I got it. We want to secure employees'
So I got 20
rights.
seconds.
But because we want to secure employees' rights, we should put the employer, the Barabais, at a disadvantage.
So
No. Barabais, if they really establish skier, the
So I got 10 seconds.
it's actually in the best interest of the employee also. That if the employee,
There are two power conference schools in
if
here.
the employee wants to swear, he can get his wages. Why? He makes it is generally called. So let's say, remember again, every employer. What does every employer need? What does every employer need? Employees, right? So now again, for the employer, it also works well that the employee is able to get paid. Why? Because that means people are going to be more willing to hire themselves out. So able to say, again, everyone knows, right? There is a shortage of good people. There's a shortage of good people. No, it's not really a shortage of good people. It's just a shortage of people who want to work, right? So nice again. So therefore, again, this whole thing, right? The labor market, it's everybody's tied together. So in other words, just follow progression over here. Chazal said we want to legislate in favor of the employee. So the employee knows that if there's ever a salary dispute, the employee has the control. He swears and he gets paid. Listen, 1 second. So that's giving him an advantage. Isn't that a disadvantage to the employer? No, because since the employee knows that he gets paid, therefore what? He'll be more willing to work.
No one cares about Jackie and Chad. No one.
That's good news for the employer. So therefore, everyone is happy. Adrabah, just the opposite. So you must say, 1 second. If you give the shul to the balabayis, that might work better for the employee. Why? Because then, if the employer has the ability to swear and therefore control payroll, he'll be more willing to hire employees, which means work will be more available, pay will be more available. To which the Gemara says, no. Balabayis bal karchei adir. No. We'll say the employer is always at a disadvantage. Why? Because he's going to need a workforce. Now, regardless, he needs people. So the Gemara says, okay, we'll say, but the employee also is at a disadvantage. Why? Because he also needs a job. Ella, so we'll say, rather, what's going on over here? Here we go. Ella balabayis, talud b'parlahu. So we'll say, here's the issue. Deep down, not deep down, but really, what we feel is actually happening over here is sometimes there are confusions about payroll. Why does confusion about payroll happen over here? There's nothing actually, there's nothing illicit occurring. Rather, what happens? The employer employs a bunch of people. And remember what happens. So again, I employ Ruvain, Shimon, and Levi, and just in the course of handing out the paychecks, I thought that I paid Ruvain, but maybe I didn't. It's really just an honest mistake, because I was concerned about this. So because they were concerned about this, they gave the power to the employee to swear about whether or not he got paid. So again, we could attribute sometimes the confusion to just an honest mistake, and therefore we give the power to the employee to swear. So the Gemara says, so if that's the case, why not believe the employee who was out of school? If we're assuming over here, there's nothing, right? No one's trying to pull any shenanigans, right? There's no shtick over here. But rather, again, just the employer gets a little bit ice skins, he gets just a little bit overwhelmed with running his business. And therefore, again, he thought he paid this one, he didn't pay this one, so the comes along and says, I didn't get paid. So because I can't take a shul, she didn't get paid, If that's the case, then we can believe everybody in this case. Why not allow the employee to get paid without a shul? No, hold up there. That's not fair to the employer, right? Because again, the employer really thinks that he paid Ruvain. Now again, if Ruvain is willing to swear that he did not get paid, then fine, and the Balabayas will take him at his word. We're not going to just pay him without a shua. So the Gemara says, have a better idea. Why not say that part of Hilchos payroll is that when you pay your employees, you should have to pay them with witnesses? Right? Save a lot of time. Right? Save time and effort. So, right? That's Hilchos payroll. Hilchos payroll, you pay your employees, pay them in front of witnesses. To which the Gemara says, no, Treicha Milsa. That's a tircha. That's a tircha. I will say, can you imagine that? Right? A person is running a large business, and every single time he pays his employees, people may be on different pay schedules. Every time he pays his employees, he's got to pay them in front of the witnesses. That's too much. This is interesting. The Leisivle made Kara. So I say this is fascinating. Why not prepay your employees? Right? Just pay them in the beginning of the day, and that way there's no problem. I will say, by the way, I just want to tell you something amazing. What's fascinating about this statement is there must have been such a dramatically different work ethic in the times of the Gemara. Right? You hear this today? Are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? You're going to prepay employees? Oh, you know what? Here, take this, right? Here, you know what? Here's today's pay, here's today's wages, right? Look, I'm doing a great job, right? Otherwise, listen, it's just fascinating. But the fact that the Gemara is even floating this idea means that, like, someone thought that this is actually viable. It's actually viable. So it's like, it's incredible. Now, it would be beautiful to think that people would be so committed to their job and so committed to their task. But again, I'm pointing out the fact that it's a havamina means that, again, in times of the Gemara, they actually entertain these possibilities. So the Gemara just says essentially, now remember, the idea is that why does confusion occur? Confusion occurs because maybe at the end of the day, or the end of the day, never know what's happening, there's a lot of stuff happening. The Gemara says, why don't you eliminate the confusion that when every employee goes in and shows up at the beginning of the day, the Balabai pays them. Here's the money, right? Here's the wages. Go out, make it a great day. Right? So now why don't we just do that? So the Gemara says, no, it's interesting. No one wants to prepay. No one wants to prepay. Now, literally, hakapa means credit. Now, why does no one want to prepay? So Rashi points out there something very interesting. So the Balabai is the employer doesn't want to prepay. Why? Because sometimes he doesn't have the money. Right? Sometimes he doesn't have that money, won't have that money until the end of the day. And interestingly enough, the employee doesn't want that money either. Right? Why? Because that means the whole day now he's got to keep his pay, his wages in his pocket. He doesn't want to have to do that, right? Instead, he wants to come at the end of the day to be able to go ahead and get paid afterwards. So what's incredible? On the base, and that's the case. Afilu katzatz nami. So let's say, so at the end of the day, so let's say, so now I just want to point that over here. So here's what's happening. The Mishnah told us halacha. I go over to Rabbi and say, Rabbi, I worked for you for the day. You owe me $100. Rabbi says, I paid you already. I say, no, you didn't. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? I swear, the employee swears that I did not get paid, and Reuben is obligated to pay this. A rabbinic halacha. Why did Chazal institute this? Why? Because the assumption was that Reuben is very busy running his business. He thought he paid me. He didn't really pay me, and therefore Chazal gave the power to the employee to go ahead and extract his wages through a shvua. So if that's what this is about, that the employer is just, he's tolerant, right? He's fatumult. He's got a lot going on with running his business. And therefore, again, he's not trying to cheat me. He just maybe is not keeping track of everything. And that's why I take the short to clarify that. Then the halacha should be the same thing if there is a dispute about the amount of wages owed. So let's say in Mishnah's case, I'm saying to Reuben, you owe me money for today's work. Reuben said, I paid you, right? Now, let's say, the Gemara says, but if the logic that we just espoused is correct, then even if the dispute is not about whether or not I got paid, but the dispute is how much Reuben owes me, then we should also say that I should take a shvuah and ultimately go ahead and be able to extract my wages. Yet, Allah will tell you why did we learn about it? Many of it is 45b. Second line. So what happens? I say Reuben. So right at the end of the day, Sunday, I worked Reuben today. I say Reuben, pay me. You agreed to pay me.
Yo, there he is. Did you create everything? What up, baby?
Just hold up there. I only agreed to pay you $100.
What's good, son?
So the Gemara says, what? So in that case, what do we say?
Hold on, you created everything?
Now again, Reuben's going to pay me the $100 because that's what we both agreed to. But if I feel that Reuben owes me another $100, then I'm also going to say the burden is on me, the employee, to extract the money. say that an employer is often preoccupied with the details of running his
Okay,
business.
we'll do everything but ChatGPT and Sora then.
I should be able to swear. I should be able to swear that Ruben contacted me.
I'm like crazy like that because I don't
it's
think
very interesting.
Yeah, but you're gonna need it to create your resume.
An employer may
okay, I don't think so you just feel that
Dog, if you come in here and you don't have 25 done, you're wasting my time. No, 10 is not okay. If I'm your customer and you say to me, is it okay if I promote your project on 10 different platforms? I'm going to say no. Imagine you're my customer and you say, hey, I've got a project and I want you to promote it. And I say to you, okay, well, is it okay if I promote it on 10 different platforms? You're going to say no. They're free. Why wouldn't you use them?
That we assume the employer is crystal clear on it. If I want to claim that he owes me more money, you'll return me $200.
You're welcome, Big Dog. Keep it up.
That's on me, the employee, to extract. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, then even if the window, remember again, we saw this back in our Sanhedrin days. What's the halacha? The halacha is you have to pay wages in a timely fashion. Now again, the definition of timely depends on what? The nature of the employee, of the employment, excuse me. Right? Is it a day labor? Is it a weekly labor? A yearly labor? So all that depends. So why did we learn? So I say this is very interesting. So I say this whole idea of nishba v'notel, interestingly enough, only applies if I'm claiming my wages within the window that I'm supposed to get paid. So for example, let's say I'm a day laborer. So let's say number again, how does it work for a day laborer? What's considered to be the window of payment is the next period of time, right? So let's say I work by day, he pays me that night. So when we say nishba v'notel, that's it. Let's say, so Sunday I work for Ruben, Sunday night I go to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. I can swear that I did not get paid, and ultimately I can collect wages like that. And however, interestingly enough, the Brisa says over here that if I wait till Monday, ultimately again, halacha I can't swear and extract money. That then reverts back to what? Why? Chazaka ein balabayis over the bal talib. Wow. Someone said there was a chazaka that an employer pays his workers. Fascinating. Someone said, so this is really riveting. So I guess so just kind of like to put this together. Someone says like this: there's a general concern that an employer is going to be busy with the details of running his business, and therefore it is possible to think that he paid his worker when he didn't really pay his worker. That is possible. So therefore, Chazal said that if you're the employee and you're coming to claim your wages, right? Now the piece is being added over. You're coming to claim your wages when? In the window when they are collectible, and I say I didn't get paid. Ruben says I did pay you. I can swear that I didn't get paid, and I can get paid. But interestingly enough, that takana is only in the window of payment. If let's say I wait till Monday morning, and now I come to Ruben and say, Ruben, you didn't pay me. Ruben says, yes, I did. The halacha sides with Ruben, the employer. Why? Chazaka that an employer, that an employer pays his employees on time. That's the chazaka. And therefore, again, if I, the employee, want to claim otherwise, do I have the ability to do so? Can I? Sure, I can make the claim, but it's a motzi mechadera alav haraya. So the Gemara says, listen to this. We just said before that a balabayis, right, that the employer is often busy with the details of running his business. So why don't they say even here, maybe he just missed the window for paying? So we'll say this is before this man, right, the time that he's obligated to pay comes about. But ultimately, again, when the time for payment actually comes, we assume that the balabayis is on top of this, and ultimately, again, pays his employees in a meaningful time. So we'll say, so fascinating construct we have over here, right? So during the time when the actual employees owe his money, Chazal made a takana he can swear and get paid. After the window for proper payment, halachic payment passes, the chazaka then is that the employer paid his workers, and if a worker wants to claim to the contrary, then it's going to be a motzi mechaver ala haraya. Incredible. So one second. So you're telling me now. So let's just put me on bones over here. Right? So I worked for Ruben on Sunday. Right? Ruben owes me $100. So now what happens? I show up. So if I show up Sunday night, I can swear and get paid. If I show up Monday morning, then what's the halacha? Why? Because chazaka, that Ruben, my employer, doesn't delay paying his employees. 1 second. But when I come on Monday morning and claim my wages, don't, right? What do you think I'm doing? But don't I have a chazaka that I'm honest? Right? Isn't there a chazaka that I don't try to steal stuff from people? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. If he's sucker of Mishum Baltigzol, Gabi Balabais, so Gemara says, Gabi Balabais, he could shake Chazak. So the Gemara saying it like this. When we say, I don't have a Chazaka. What's my Chazaka? That I'm honest. You're saying the Chazaka is that the Balabais doesn't violate the lane paying wages. Got it. How's the Chazaka? That I don't steal stuff. Everybody has to have at least some Chazaka, right? My Chazaka is I don't steal stuff. If that's the case, I should have a chazaka that vests me with believability to make the claim on my wages even Monday morning. Let's say, watch this. Balabais, he could shake chazaki. The Balabais has two chazakas. Right, number one, chazak de'in Balabais without talent. Right, so we'll say ultimately again, chazaka number one is that the Balabais does not delay paying his wages. The chada being sucker matches halal. What's the second chazaka? The second chazaka is that people generally don't wait to collect their wages. Like I was saying, generally people don't say, you know what, I know that I'm supposed to get paid. I'll get around to collecting that when I have a chance. Right? In other words, so these two chazakas. Number one, a balabais does not delay paying wages, and chazaka number two is employees do not delay collecting their wages. So therefore, because the balabais has those two chazakas, it's true that schir, right, the worker has one chazaka. What's his chazaka? That he doesn't steal. But the two chazakas of the balabais outweigh the one chazaka ultimately of the schir. Incredible. I'm going to Shmuel, so we'll say more qualifications to this rule. Lo shor ela shesachro be'edin. And we'll say furthermore, this whole thing over here, right? This whole thing, that going back to the so now let's go back to the mission. What's the original takana? So the original takana is I work for Ruben on Sunday, right? I finish my day of work. I come now understanding I'm coming Sunday night. I say, Ruben, pay me the $100 you owe me. Ruben says, I'm sorry I paid you already. What's the halacha? I swear and collect the payment. So if nothing comes along and says, by the way, that's only true when Ruben hired me in front of witnesses. So there are witnesses that I was in the employ of Ruben. Also listen to this. Let's say Ruben hired me without witnesses. Right? So in other words, which means what? Which means what? There is no independent verification of my employment. Right? There's no legal proof that I was ever employed by Ruben. In that case, we talk Shiyacholomar lo skarticha me'olam, Yacholomar lo skarticha v'nasati l'cha skarei. Shabbos say, this is incredible. I say, listen to this. There's a migo. What's the migo? So listen to this. All of this is right. So watch this. So I work for Ruben on Sunday, and I come Sunday night to go ahead and claim my wages. So now the Mishnah said there's a takana. Ruben says I paid you. I say I didn't get paid. I swear that I didn't get paid. I collect my money. When is that? When there is independent legal verification of my employment, right? Because then Ruben has to acknowledge that at least in some way he owes me money. He claims he paid it to me. I claim he didn't pay it to me. But if there is no independent verification of my employment, then Ruben has a migo. What's his migo? When I show up Sunday night and I say, Ruben, you owe me $100 for working for you today, Ruben could say to me, who are you? Right? Nice to meet you. Right? You work for me? I don't think we have any type of employment relationship. So because he has that migo, therefore what? He's believed to say that he paid me already. Incredible. So again, that statement was made by Rav Nachman, right, in the name of Shmuel. I'm going to Rav Yitzchak, Yosher. The Yitzchak says Shkoyach, right? Shkoyach. That is an excellent point. The King Amar Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan said this same idea as well, right? So Rav Nachman said it's the name of Shmuel, and ultimately again Rabbi Yochanan said this same idea. So the Gemara says, Mechlal, the Palag Alei Reish Lakish, And also, interestingly enough, so Rabbi Yochanan said this as well. So now, in general, Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish were disputants, right? So are we to assume that because ultimately Rabbi Yitzchak is quoting the same Rabbi Yochanan, that Rish Lakish disagreed? So the Gemara listens to this, it's incredible. Some say that when this conversation was happening in the base medrash, so what happened? Rish Lakish heard it, right? But he was drinking. Right? So he was silent not because he agreed or disagreed. He was just silent ultimately because he was having a drink. He was just drinking something. So you can't drink and speak at the same time. So what say? So by the way, just so incredible, right? How the Gemara says how often we read into people's reactions or the things that people do. We create narratives all the time about people's behaviors that may or may not be correct. But it's fascinating. We build entire narratives over what we perceive people to be doing or not doing. So now, Rish Lakish doesn't say anything when they say that Rabbi Yochanan he didn't say anything. Does he agree, disagree? He was drinking a glass of water, right? The guy was drinking a glass of water. He just couldn't respond at the time that things. You get down. The others say, Misha Haveshayle, Bishasically. Others say no, that when Rabbi Yochanan was saying his piece, Rish Lakish was deferential as he was speaking and allowed him to finish up his thought before he went ahead and weighed in. Incredible. Okay, Amar Itmarnami, Amar Nashim Asvid, Amar Rav, Lo Shal Shasakra Be'edim, Aval Sakra B'Shalo Be'edim, Mitog Shiyachal Lomer Lo Skarticha Me'olam, Yachal Lomer Lo Skarticha, Benasati L'cha Schar. So what's I so incredible. So what's I say again, just another support to this idea that this whole yisod, right? This whole yisod ultimately again of the ability of the employee to take a shvua and collect payment is only when there is independent legal verification of his employment status. But if there is no independent legal verification of his employment status, then when confronted by the claim that Ruben didn't pay me, Ruben could easily say, I don't know who you are. I don't owe you anything because I never employed you. Since he has that ego, therefore he is believed ultimately to say that I paid you already as well. Amrai Bachama, Kama Malya. So the Gemara says, Kama Malya Hush myself. Right? How beautiful is this statement? Amali Rava, my Malyusa. Ultimately, again, so I said, what's the Milo over here? So the Gemara says, In came Shvuas Shomen B'chayiv Rachmana Heichim Shkafisla. Because without it, ultimately, again, how do you eradicate the Shvuas Shomen? And let's remember again, Shvuas Shomen means I deposit something with someone to watch over it. And now again, let's say, for example, it's a Shomer Chinam or Shomer, so whatever type of Shomer it is, there's different levels of liability. Now I come to collect my object. So let's take the case of a Shomer Chinam. Right? The Shomer Chinam claims that it was stolen. Now, technically speaking, an unpaid custodian Shomer Chinam is pater for Gneva Va'aveda. So the Gemara says, listen to this. So how can you ever have a Shlosh Shomer? This is the actor. Mitok Shechal Omer Lo, Bo Hayud Dvar Me'olam, Yachal Omer Lo, Ne'ens. So it says, listen to this. Salach Lamais again, it must be that in general, in order to be able to make a lot of these claims against people, the relationships must have been made with ethos. Right, I will say a typical case of a shomer. A typical case of shomer. Again, I deposit something with Ruben. I say, Ruben, watch my lawnmower. Right? So now Ruben's a shomer chino. He's an unpaid custodian. So now I come back to get my lawnmower. Ruben says, I'm so sorry. There was a break-in. All they took was your lawnmower. Okay? I say, fine, Ruben. It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe you. And therefore, again, you're a shomer chino. You should swear that the lawnmower was stolen and you didn't misappropriate it. So what stops Ruben from saying to me, who are you? I don't even know you are. It must be that what? All of these cases where there's an obligation of shua must be where these relationships were created and concretized in the presence of Eidim. Because without independent legal verification that the relationship ever existed, all of these people have a migo. What's the migo? You never gave me a lawnmower. So it must be that even just in a typical case of a shomer, the whole way that it's happening is only if I deposited the object with Ruben in front of Ruben. This is fascinating. I never really thought about this before, but now this kind of sheds light on all of these things. Right? So ultimately, again, because since Ruben could deny the whole thing, I never took your lawnmower. Therefore, it should be believed to say that ultimately what? It was an extenuating circumstance. The Afkin Lubeidin, when we talk Shiach Alomarlo, I'm sorry, we talk Shiach Alomarlo, Hexakted Laka, Yach Alomarlo, Anansu. The Afkin, okay, we'll stop moving for today because we'll pick up with this case of Shomer and Yirtz Hashem tomorrow because it goes on for a little bit. So we'll say, but again, what's fast, so again, just so you're clear on the construct, right? So the Mishnah introduces us a Shvuas Hesis, a rabbinic Shvuah, specifically created for the employee. What's the Shvuah? I work for Ruvain Sunday. Ruvain owes me $100. I go to Ruvain Sunday night to collect my money. Ruvain says, I paid you. The halacha assumes that Ruvain is busy running a business, so maybe he forgot that he paid me. Therefore, what did Chazal say? I'm allowed to swear that I did not get paid, and I'm allowed to collect my payment. But now, halacha l'maisa, two caveats. Caveat number one, when am I showing up? Sunday night. If I wait until Monday to collect payment, then what? Then I can't collect. Why? Because Reuben has two chazakas working for him. Chazak number one, Balabai is an employer, does not delay paying his employees. And number two, employees do not wait to collect their wages. Furthermore, the only time the Shvuah works is when this employment was solidified in the presence of witnesses. But if it was not solidified in the presence of witnesses, then Reuben does not have to pay. There is no Shvuah. Why? Because he has an ego. What the ego? He could claim, I never saw you before in my life. And because he has that ego to him that I never saw before in my life, therefore he wouldn't have to pay. As Rabbi say, and now we're going to see how we apply this concept of Idus to general cases of Shomer as well. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Chevra on Zoom. Especially again, Chevra and Eretz Yisrael. Should be a week of Yisrael's Tavos, Yishmir Yisrael for all of you and for your families. We hope about complete victory. Bracha for all of Klal Yisrael. All right, Javosai, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's shir. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilsim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the shurim and drushos this year as a zechut for Besaros Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Sivan, Stephen Tarizin, the loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin, Dvora Bas, Rabbi Yisrael, Yoel Zechon Lebrach HaMekisha, of our 50 yard site. And our day of learning sponsors for today, Alan and Sherry Steinmetz, commemorating the yard site of Alan's mother, Chaya Bas Rav Meir, Zechon Lebrach. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families and the Chama, all those who are fortunate to have one should have one together, and Eretz Hashem with Kol Cholei Yisrael. Mishpach Mishpach Eretz Hashem with home, all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Torah. And of course, as we follow the events emerging out of Eretz Yisrael, we hope that the Rebbe Shalom will give our holy and precious soldiers incredible Siyata D'Shmaya as they execute their holy missions. And Eretz Hashem should shower His Shmira Yisera upon our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael. And hallelujah, we should be Zilchem Eretz Hashem that this current phase of the war should bring incredible bracha, hatzlocha, simcha, shalom, and safety for Achinu B'nai Yisrael and for all of Am Yisrael. And we'll say with that, let us begin. So today's daf is Mem Gimel 43. We are picking up in Eretz Hashem at the Mishnah on Mem Beis, on the Beis 42b. Mishnah. So, okay, so this as we continue a little bit. We see as follows. Beilu Dvarim, Shein Nishva'in Aleim. So remember again, we're still focusing on the topic of Moed V'Mitzvos. So these are the areas for which there is no Shvuah. Right? So these are the particular areas that if a dispute arises, so a Shvuah is not used as a mechanism of resolution. What are these areas? Ha'avadim, if there's a dispute regarding Avadim and Eved. Hashtaras, documents. Karkos, land, real estate. Hagdeshos, Hagdish. What's the halacha? Furthermore, in this will say so again. If there were to be any type of conflict regarding these particular areas, halacha l'meisa, there would be no din of shvua. Furthermore, the common denominator in all of these particular areas is also ein bahem tashlumi ketel, v'lo tashlumi abed chamisha. There's no din of ketel in any of these situations. Remember again, ketel is the halacha is a person steals something, they deny that they stole it, they're caught with the stolen item, they have to pay double. Arba v'chamisha, the 4 and 5 time penalty payment, is halacha l'meisa again in the case of stealing and slaughtering sheep or cattle, the additional penalty payment you have to pay. Next, shomachinam. So again, for this first line over here, avodim shtares karkaos hekdeshos, ultimately no shvua, no ketel, no arba v'chamisha in all of those scenarios. Okay, next, shomachinam eino nishma. So the halacha is a shomachinam cannot be made to swear a shvuas model mitzvahs. No say sachar, a shomer sachar, eino shalim. Ultimately, again, doesn't pay. Again, we're gonna define a lot of these cases in the Gemara session. The Rishon Shimon says, "Kachim shechai b'chayuson nishpain alev, the she'ino chai b'chayuson ein nishpain alev." So I will say this is very interesting. The Shimon comes along and says as follows: when it comes to kachim, remember again, because kachim were excluded. Tanakama holds, but when it comes to hagdish, there's no din of shua by hagdish. The Rishon says it depends on the nature ultimately of the hagdish. If it's kachim, for example, if it's karbanos for which you are responsible for, then halacha l'maisa you can take a shua. If you're not responsible for it, you don't have to take a shua. What does that mean? Karbanos I'm responsible for. Karbanos I'm responsible for. We'll say it's very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's remember Rashi on the left hand side, about 10 lines up on the bottom of Rashi. Kachim shechai b'chayuson kigon amar harei alai ola v'hefish be'ima l'nidro v'kida l'zeh nishpa v'kida l'zeh nishpa l'eh also shapikada miyadon d're'eu karina be'yidav ragon mama kosh. We'll get to the rest of that, but again, there's a distinction. There's a difference between saying harei alai and harei zu. Right? Let's say I want to offer a particular animal as a nidava, as a gift offering. If I say Hare Alai Karban, then what's happening over here? I'm taking upon myself responsibility to bring a carbon, which means, let's say I say Hare Alai, and I designate this animal, right? This is my Ola. The animal dies. So because I said Hare Alai, the responsibility is upon me, therefore, even if this animal dies, I have an obligation to replace it. As opposed to identifying an animal and saying what? Hare Zu. This is a carbon. What's the halacha if the animal dies in that context? I no longer have any obligation to go and bring anything else. Because halacha l'maisa, again, the designation was on that devolved upon this animal, and this animal only. So Hare Alai versus Hare Zu. But there's also tremendous Musar skill that in general, when you take an obligation upon yourself, Hare Alai, what's the extent of your obligation? Let's say your obligation, get it done. Get it done. When you commit yourself to something, right? There's a difference. Sometimes, again, a person can be task-oriented or a person can be personal growth-oriented, right? Even though so often those things, those lines seem to blur. What's the difference between being committed to personal growth versus being committed to a task? So if you're committed to a task, if the task gets done, it doesn't get done, okay, sometimes things get in the way. If it's about your own personal growth, that's Hare Alai. If it's Hare Alai, there are no excuses. If it's Hare Alai, the job has to get done. If it's Hare Alai, no matter what I have to do in order to go out and meet this goal, I will do it. Incredible. So therefore, again, the Mishnah makes this chilik, he says, kachim, if you're chayv in the achrayis of it, ultimately, again, there's a shua. You're not chayv in the achrayis of it, no shua. Rabbi Meir says, so another interesting case. And again, obviously, we'll explain all of this in the Gemara. Yesh dvarim shehem kikarka. So this is interesting. He says, I should say, Yishtarm Shein Bikarka, Ve'inon Kikarka. And there says there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not treated like karka. Now, remember, I will say, the Mishnah is all connected. How did the Mishnah start out? The Mishnah started out by saying, amongst the things for which there is no Shavua, karka, real estate, is one of those things. Right? Just to give you an example of this, right? I say to Ruben, I sold you an acre of land. Right, and you owe me $10,000. And Ruben says, you only sold me half an acre of land, and I owe you $5,000. That's not a motive that makes us. Right? Otherwise, we deal with that. Normally, we would have thought partial admission means it triggers a shvua. There's no din of shvua by karka, no din of shvua by real estate. So now, Rabbi Meir comes along and says there are certain things that are in the ground, yet they're not considered karka. What's an example of this? Very interesting. So we want to say, the home dispute, this case, Rabbi Meir, what case are you talking about? Very interesting. I said, I said, Reuben, I gave you 10 laden vines, or vines that are filled with grapes. Vines that are filled with grapes. Right? And Bahalo and Reuben says, no, you only sold me 5. So we'll say, so Meir Chayiv Shua. Then Meir says, Mokim Mitzvahs. Mokim Mitzvahs, functional mission, and therefore again you're going to be Chayiv Shua. The Chum, on the other hand, says, no. From Chum the Karka, Haridu to Karka. The Chum says, what are you talking about? This is the Karka case. This is the Karka case. And because it's the Karka case, therefore what? Therefore no Mokim Mitzvahs. So what the exact point of contention between Rabbi and the Chachamim is, we'll see in the Gemara in just a little bit. Next. First thing I want to say, when you swear about something, you can only be made to swear about something that literally, again, can be measured, right? Can be measured, can be weighed, or can be counted. In other words, what the Mishnah is saying is like this. Allah, in order to trigger a motive in mitzvahs, you have to be a defined claim. What's the definition of defined? Something you can weigh, count, or measure. All right, for example, the Gemara says, Ketzad, is very interesting. Bayis mori masarti l'cha, v'kis mori masarti l'cha. V'halo omer, eni yodea, elamashi nechta atanotel. So let's say, for example, I say, Reuben, I gave you a house filled with produce. Okay? Or I gave you a purse filled with coins. Right? And now Reuben says, listen, whatever you gave me, I'm giving back to you. So the Gemara says in that case, what's the halacha? Potter. Ultimately, again, Reuben's potter. What does he mean, Reuben's potter? Reuben's potter from trust Moed Mitzvahs. Why? Because the Gemara said this is not a defined claim. Saying, I gave you a house full of produce. I gave you a bag full of money. That is not a defined claim. Remember, the definition of defined is midah, mishkal, minyan. Weight, measure, number. Saying a pouch full, like the purse full, a house full, that's not enough. On the other hand, listen to this. On the other hand, if I say to Reuben, good. I'm sorry. So the other hand, they say, Reuben, I gave you a house filled with produce. And the house, I gave you the produce, so that's up until the beam of the ceiling. And Reuben says, no, the one went up to the windowsill, that's Moed Mitzvahs. Why? Because that thing has a definition, right? That thing, again, has a measure associated with it. Okay, incredible. Let's go back. Send the Gemara. Now, let's remember again, the Mishnah began by saying that the items, meaning again, avodim, stars, kakaos, hakeshos. So slaves, documents, karka, real estate, hakeshos, hakish, these items are not subject to a variety of halachas. Amongst them, kefal, double payment for a fee. So the Gemara says, Tashumi kefal minon, where do you know that? How do you know these objects are not subject to kefal? So the Gemara said, Titan Rabbanan, we learned, I'll call davar pasha. So what's it? The Gemara is putting over the pasha. It says, I'll call davar pasha, I'll shor, I'll chamor, I'll set, I'll salmo, I'll call aheda shayomar, kivuzeh, Ada Elohim Yavod Vashneim, Asher Yashid Elohim Yishalim Shnayim Re'im. So what's it? The pasuk is talking about the din of kefal. Place of I steal an object, and ultimately again I am caught with the object. I have to pay a double payment. Right, the penalty payment. So the pasuk goes through a list of examples of items that you steal, right? So it gives the example just shar, an ox, kamar, donkey, set, sheep, salma, a garment, any lost object. So now watch the Gemara dash into the pasuk. Here we go. I'll call davar pasha, like for anything with which you sin, cloud. That's a cloud. Al Sharga Al Hamar Al Sevi Al Salma, and it specifies again an ox, a donkey, a sheep, a garment, prat. That's a specific statement. I'll call actually, don't answer the call over again. Chazer the call. Listen, what do we have over here? Cloud, uprat, cloud. So whenever you have a cloud, uprat, cloud, right? A general statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So remember again, in that case, the cloud is expansive, the prat is limited. How does this work? The prat defines the scope of the cloud. How so? Ma'aprat mufurash davar, shemepelto, the group of mamon. So let's say in this case over here, the prat. Right? What's the coming here about the prat? Shar, kamar, set, salmo. What's the coming here on later? Davar hamepelto. These are all movable objects, the group of mamon, and are inherently valuable. Therefore, again, the prat sheds light on the cloud, and therefore, again, I'm going to say what is included in the Guinness Keto, anything which satisfies these two criteria. Then, for myself, how do you know if you have to pay Keto? If you're involved in an object that number one is movable, and number two is inherently valuable. Therefore, the Gemara says, Yatsu Avodim Shukshur Kakos. So first, I'm sorry, Yatsu Kakos, Shani Kakos. Number one, straight out, this is smooth kakao. Why is it a smooth kakao? Why? Kakao is not movable. Next, Yatsu Avodim Shukshur Kakos, and excludes Avodim because in general we find that an Evet is always compared to kakao. Next, Yatsu Sharos. Salvation is also an in-group number, and it's two stars. Why? The living of stars are movable. A star is not inherently valuable. And lastly, it excludes Hektish. Why? Re'ehu. This is enough because the pasuk uses the lesson of Re'ehu, the fellow. Therefore, halacha we exclude ultimately again Hektish because Hektish doesn't apply to Re'ehu, my fellow. So that's the first nugget of information over here. Why the Guinness paper ultimately again does not apply to all of these items. It is learned that from the cloud, we track the cloud. The only thing, so we'll say nugget number one for today. The only thing that paper applies to has to satisfy two criteria. Number one, stuff on the telephone, movable. Number two, group of moments inherently valuable. Incredible. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara below, furthermore, again, there's no 4 or 5 time penalty payment on any of these items as well. My time also but it's very simple. Tashlumi Abba the Kamisha Amrachmona, the Lord Tashlumi Shosha Va'abah. Because the Torah said it's a 4 or 5 time penalty payment, not a 3 or 4 time penalty payment. What does that mean? So it's very simple. Abba the Kamisha, the model of Abba the Kamisha, the 4 or 5 time penalty payment, is built on the shoulders of Ketel. Therefore, once you take out Ketel, by definition, you never get to Abba the Kamisha. Right? What does 4 or 5 time penalty payment come? Well, what does it become without Ketel? What does it become without Ketel? 3 or 4 time penalty payment. But there is no gain of 3 or 4 time penalty payment. Therefore, once you go ahead and essentially pull out Ketel, you pull the rug out from under Abba the Kamisha, and therefore, by definition or by extension, it just doesn't apply. Incredible. Shomachino Ino Mishpah. So an unpaid custodian, Shomachino, will not swear regarding these areas again. Remember, same list. Avodim, Staros, Karkos, Hektish. Minahani, from where do we know this? Like where is this coming from? We'll say top of Mem Gimel, 43a. It's very simple. The Gemara says, it's not about us. So we learn, Yikin is Are'ehu, cloud. So this is really the pasuk the Gemara is talking about over here is the pasuk of Shomachino. Let me just read you the pasuk in its entirety. The pasuk is like this: Yikin ish Are'ehu, Kesef al Kelim Nishma. The person will deposit with his fellow, literally again, Kesef, money, Kelim, utensils, Lishma, to guard. The Guna Nivir Taish. So again, and then it's stolen from the house of the shomer. If they find the thief, once again the thief has to pay Ketel. Here we go, top of the middle. 43a. Cloud. So again, that's payment. If a person will give to his fellow, that's a cloud. Kesef o kelim, money or utensils, prat. Specific statement. Lishmar, to guard. Well, again, what do we have over here? Cloud, general statement, a specific statement, and then another general statement. So once again, I'm both of you are exegetical experts. So what do I know? How does the cloud work? Very simple. The prat modifies the cloud. So the Gemara says, cloud, Remember again, the klal itself is modified by the prat. Not prat before same thing, same klal about the klal. So what's unique about the items mentioned over here in the pasuk? Kesef Okelim, common denominator is stubborn, palpable, removable, and what? Gufamon, inherently valuable. Therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? I've told the Hamatalto, the Gufamon. Therefore, I will say, what do I see from here? And Halakha the Shomerhinam can only be held liable for Shavua in a case of where he's watching something that is movable and inherently valuable. Whereas Yatsu Karka is Shemus Alkoin. Therefore, this excludes Karka. This Karka is not movable. Yatsu Abodin excludes Abodin. Shihok Shulu Karkaos. Because ultimately, again, you're compared to Karka. Yatsu Shtaris excludes Shtaris. Shiapapi Shulu Kalko in Gufan Mummy. And ultimately, it excludes Shtaris. Why? Because even though Shtar is movable, a Shtar ultimately, again, is not inherently valuable. And it excludes Hektish. Why? Re-ehupsid. As the pasuk speaks about again something that's happening with your fellow, and Hektish is not your fellow. Which I will say is such a fascinating idea. Hektish is not your friend. And let's say, what does this mean? You know, the lady is like a Bedusha, Rabbi says, the Bedusha says that we often translate Yiras Hashem as fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Rabbi says it can't be that Yiras Hashem is fear. Like, why can't it be fear? That is because when you fear something, what do? You distance yourself from it. So let me give you an example. For example, a person fears fire. So because I fear fire, therefore by definition, I distance myself from fire. That says the whole approach of the use is to come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So you come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so ultimately again, so why would there be this distance? Rabbi says, you're right. So Yiras Hashem does not mean fear of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He says Yira ultimately, ultimately again of like exaltation, of putting something on a pedestal. When you put something on a pedestal, so by definition, you want to be as close to it as possible, but you recognize that as close as you get, it's always going to be a little bit of buggy. Right? So, but I'm not distant because of fear. I'm ultimately distant because this thing, this entity is so great that no matter how close I get, by definition, I'm never going to be able to throw my arms around it. Rabbi says, this is the pasuk by Matan Torah. What does Baruch Hu tell Moshe Rabbeinu? Says, Bal Yisrael, V'shtachalisem me'rachok. You're going to bow, but you're going to bow at a distance. This incredible nature of our relationship with HaKadosh Baruch Hu is we're always coming closer and always getting closer, but there's always going to be this little bit of a gap between us and HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Not a gap that's caused by fear, right? But a gap because the Rebbe Shalom is on this exalted pedestal. And again, I as a mortal, ultimately again can only get so close to that. I'm going to bow, but I'm going to bow at a distance. And it's fascinating over here, like how is Hektish excluded from all of these things? Because also when it comes to all of these halachos, it's always looking over Re'eh, your fellow. You know he's not your buddy? You know he's not your buddy? You know he's not your fellow? HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Like, Hektish is not my buddy. Like, there's a distance. And that distance is necessary for that proper reference. It's like you go, you meet the double hadar. Right, whoever choose the dollars for me, you know? Like, imagine someone's race. Let's say, second, what don't you do with someone's race? What don't you do with someone's race? You don't throw your arms around them. Right? As much as, okay, this is a place where a lot of hugging goes on, right? But when I saw, there are people you know that you're not, these apply to you, not to me, I'm saying, right? When I saw, there's certain people you know, you're going to meet them, you're not going to hug them. You're not going to hug them. Why? Because there's a certain reference that's there, and a certain distance that's there. And this is incredibly important, also. Why is it incredibly important? Because the Rebbe is not my buddy. Because he's not my buddy, therefore you have to be so careful in understanding that you don't understand what HaKadosh Baruch Hu does. Now, a lot of times in life, you don't like your kindness. You did this, you did that, you did that. There's kindness presuppose that I can and I should understand why HaKadosh Baruch Hu does things. And at the end of it, that's not the way it works. HaKadosh Baruch Hu is not your enemy. He's not your friend. So, of course, is it normal to question? Of course, it's normal and reflexive to question. But right after that question, there has to be that understanding is, Re'ehu below hektish. The Rebbe Shalom is not my friend. He's not my Re'ehu. He's not my buddy. He's not the entity that's on the same level as me that I throw my arms around. Yiras Hashem. And that distance has the condition within ourselves to understand that there are certain things we won't understand because I'm here and HaKadosh Baruch Hu is here. The relationship is beautiful, is passionate, is close, is magnificent, but there is always that little bit of distance, always that little bit of he's on the pedestal and I'm not. And because of that, there's a whole variety of things as I go through life that I'm not going to understand, but yet I find the strength to accept. Incredible. You don't see Schari Mishalim, so Shomer Sofer. Shomer Sofer doesn't pay, so you must know them. From where do we know this? The Tanah Banan. So once we're going to go with our Klal again. We know them. The Tanah Banan. Kiyitin Ish Arei Ehu Klal. Person will give to his fellow. So this is the pasuk over here now. Kiyitin Ish Arei Ehu Chamar Oshar Osef B'chol Be'imah Lishmar Umeis O Nishpar O Nishpa In Noah. So the pasuk by Shomer Sofer. So person will give to his fellow an object to watch. So the Gemara says Klal. That's a general statement. Chamar Oshar Osef Prat. That's a limiting statement. Again, I give Ruben to watch again a donkey, a shara. So that's a prat. The chol behemah lishmar. And again, any animal to go ahead and watch. Chazav v'kalav. That's a klal again. So I'll say what's halacha? Klal u'prat klal. So again, attack the shrei. So again, essentially it's the same exact klal u'prat klal. Namely what? What's the klal u'prat to tell me? Dava on the talto, movable. And inherently valuable. So I'll say, interesting enough to point out, I don't know, you don't often see this, that it's the same klal u'prat klal for all of these halachas in the Mishnah. So again, I'm only going to take kefal. Ultimately, again, if it's a davar metal of a guf al-mamon, only if it's movable and inherently valuable. A shomer chinam is only going to pay if he's watching over something, or I should say, he's only going to swear if he's watching over something that is inherently movable and inherently valuable. A shomer sofer is only going to be chayiv to pay if he's watching over an object that is movable and inherently valuable. So out of the gate, what does that exclude? Avodim karkos, shtarot, and pekdishos. Incredible. Next, you want to remember over. So remember again, the Mayor said there are things that are in the ground, but not like karka. So what is that? Now, I remember again, the Rabbi disagreed. The Mishnah then said, like, give me an example. What are you talking about over there? So remember again, what was the case? I said, Ruvain, I gave you over 10 laden vines. And Ruvain says, no, you only gave me 5. So the Mayor says, oh, motive makes us. But Chachamim say, no, it's not the motive that makes us. So what's going on over here? So you want to say Mechlal, the Rabbi Meir Savar calling Mechula Karka Enu Karka. So I want to say what it sounds like over here is Rabbi Meir saying, even something attached to the ground doesn't have the din of Karka. To which the Gemara says, okay. What it sounds like over here is Rabbi Meir looks at the vines as metalpor. Okay. The Gemara says, so if that's the case, why do you have to set up the case as laden vines? Let it be empty vines. It doesn't make a difference what's on the vines or not. No. What's this fascinating? What's my focus over here? My focus over here is that the grapes on the vine are ready to be harvested. So now what's the focus? Here we go. The Rabbi Sabar Kibitzuras Danyon, but Rabbanan Savi Lo Kibitzuras Danyon. So we'll say, what's the focus? The focus is when you have grapes that are ready to be harvested from the vine, are they considered to be harvested or not? We see this a lot of times in halacha. Something is ready to be removed. Is it considered to be removed or not? The Meir says yes. So because the Meir says if you have laden vines that are ready to be harvested, we view those grapes as harvested. And therefore what? This is not a din of karka. What is it a din of? Metalflin. The Chachamim on the other hand say, as long as it is actually attached, even if it's ready to be harvested, it's considered to be attached, and therefore halacha l'maisa again karka. Karka, incredible. So once it happens to me, by the way, that I'm not passing like Rabbi Meir, that anovim ha'omdim mitzvah kibtzuros danyon. when you have grapes that are ready to be harvested, they ultimately are what? Considered to be harvested. And therefore this would be a din of metaltalin, not a din of karka. Incredible. So also then we stand up with a cloud. What's the cloud? That for most of the mixas, there has to be a claim, a defined claim. What is the definition of a defined claim? Midah, mishkal, minyan. Something that can be weighed, measured, or counted. Okay, so now it says like this. I'm not buying. Lo shana da amalei bayis stam. Aval amalei bayis zeh malei yidia tanos. Listen to this what I'll say. So when we say, what's the example of, let's say, an undefined claim? Undefined claim, say, Ruvain, I gave you a house filled with produce. Okay, because that's undefined. But what the Rabbi wants to suggest is if I said, Ruvain, I gave you this house, and I brought this house filled with produce, that's a defined claim. Now, what's Abaye's logic? Abaye's logic is because very simple. Since I'm identifying the house, therefore, what can we do? We can go measure it. That's a defined claim. Rabbi says, I don't think so. Because Rabbi, if you write Ihak the Tani Seifa, because the Rabbi said like this, let's look at the Mishnah. Like the Mishnah gave an example. What's an example of a defined case? I said, Ruvain, I gave you a house filled with produce, and the produce went up until the ceiling beams. And Ruvain says, no, it only went to the windowsill. So Rabbi says, Abai, if you are right, then lift first white line, lift to this name the beginning. Then the Mishnah ultimately, again, doesn't have to go into a new case. Use the same case. Better, when is this? So Abai is Malay. Abai is Zem Malay Chayim. Abai, if you are right, the Mishnah should have said your case. Right? When do we say it's undefined? When I say to Ruvain, I gave you a house full of produce. But if I say to Ruvain, I gave you this house filled with produce, that's a defined claim, but yet the Mishnah doesn't say that. Which therefore leads Rabbi to say to Abaye, you are wrong. Second white line, Rava. We'll say, here's the rule. The Olam Eno Chayiv Achshit Anenu B'Davar Sheva Midah Sheva Mishkal B'Sheva Minyan B'Sheva Yodelo B'Davar Sheva Midah B'Sheva Mishkal B'Sheva Minyan. Therefore, Rabbi rejects Abaye's idea. Rabbi says, even if I say, Ruvain, I gave you this house filled with produce, that is not enough of a defined claim. In order to have a defined claim, I have to give an explicit weight, measure, or number, and Ruvain has to come back with a different weight. The price that supports Rabbi, cartful I say to Ruvain, I deposited with you a core of wheat. And Ruvain says, what do we call that? Don't make me read my voice. Right? Total negation of the claim. What's halach and kavod bakol? Is pater. Menorah is only menorah gedol yishli yadecha. Right? I say, Ruvain, I deposited with you a large menorah. And Ruvain says back to me, Ruvain says, no, you didn't give me a menorah. You didn't give me a big menorah. You gave me a small menorah. What's the halacha? Pater. And we'll say, now why is Ruvain pater in that case? That's also called kind of kavod bakol. Remember again, we saw this before. In order for there to be modem mixas, the hoda'ah, the admission, has to be min hatayno. Has to literally, again, be a derivative of the original claim. If Ruvain admits something different than what I'm claiming, so I'm claiming I deposited a large menorah. Ruvain says he deposited a small menorah. That's a different item. That's a different item. No different than saying, Ruvain, I deposited with you a Cadillac. And Ruvain says, no, you gave me a Toyota. That's not the same claim. Next. Azura Gidol Yeshli Biyadecha. So Ruvain, I deposited with you a large belt. Ein Lo Chabiyati Ela Azura Kitana. No, give me a small belt. Once again, different claim. Therefore, pater. However, if I say to Ruvain, according to what Yeshli Biyadecha, Ruvain, I gave you a core of wheat. Ruvain says, no, you only gave me a lesser, which is a different measure. That's what it makes us. That's what makes us chayiv. Or menorah bas eser litrin yeshli yadecha. Eno kaviyadi ela bas chamesh litrin chayiv. Or does that change the law to define this case? Ruvain, I gave you a menorah that was 10 pounds of gold. 10 pounds of gold. Ruvain says no, it was only 8. That's what that makes us. Follow shadavar. So we'll say here is the cloud. Li'olam eno chayiv ad she'it anenu b'davar shebamidav shemishkal sheminyan. Yo, dog.
Yo, dog.
So we'll say here is the rule.
What up? What up?
The rule is, in order
How you
to go
living?
ahead
Can
and
you
make
hear
a
me?
proper claim, I must be claiming, my claim must be
Hope
something
you're having
that
a
can
wonderful
be
day, big
defined.
man.
What is the definition of defined? Something that can be weighed,
Hope all's good in your
measured,
world.
or counted. And therefore, again, the hodah, the admission, must also be in the form of something that could be weighed, measured, or counted. And by the way, there's one more piece over here, which is that the hodah, the admission, must be what we call minin hatayna, must be a derivative of the claim. If the admission is not related to what is being claimed, that's not motive of mitzvahs. The admission itself has to be an actual derivative of the claim. When we say close, what is that coming to include? Lav lasui bayis zemone. It must be coming to include a bias case, right? That if I go ahead, even if I say to Ruben, I gave you this house filled with produce. And Ruben said, no, it wasn't filled, it was only half full. That is not a proper claim. Why is it not a proper claim? Because the statement of this house is not defined enough. Even though we could go into the house and what? Measure the amount of produce that the house could hold. The claim itself has to be measured, has to be defined either by weight, measure, or number. Saying this house is not enough. So therefore, again, the cloud is coming to reject Abayi's idea. So I understand. So let's go back for a second. What about the menorah gidol, menorah ketana case, right? I go to Ruben and I say, Ruben, I deposited with you a gold menorah that was 10 pounds. Ruben says, no, it was only 8 pounds. So the price said that's multiple mitzvahs. Why is that multiple mitzvahs? Right? Those are two different menorahs. Right? So on the one side, you're talking about two different objects. Right? So I'm claiming a 10-pound menorah. Ruben is claiming it's an 8-pound menorah. Those are two different objects. Let's see, right? You get the distinction between that case and let's say again, right? A core of wheat. I see Ruben. Core of wheat. Ruben says no, it was a half part. Okay, we're talking the same language, but a 10-pound menorah and an 8-pound menorah are two different objects. So why is that called motiv b'mitzvahs? To which the Gemara says, "Masha tano lo hodlo, masha hodlo tano." Sorry. Masha menorah gidol menorah ketana, masha tano lo hodlo, masha hodlo lo tano. Ihaki bas eser bas chamesh. I'm sorry. I said that wrong. The case of big menorah, small menorah, that's a case of potter, right? That's a case of potter. The Bryce said why? Because again, what I'm claiming is not what's being admitted to, and what's being admitted to is not what's being claimed. Okay, so that makes sense. If that's the case, ihaki bas eser bas the same case in the case of weight. So in other words, if I claim, so what says, right? So in Bryce, we had a case that I say Ruben on what's the halacha? Kofer bakal. He's potter. He's no more than makes us. Why? Because again, what Ruben had interestingly enough, and sorry, so this one more interestingly enough. If I claim Ruben wasn't 10 pounds, it was 8 pounds. The Bryce says that's more than the mitzvahs. Why? Why? It's two different menorahs. So the Gemara says, I'm going to be sure about halacha. The menorah shall fully aspire. Very interesting. We're dealing with a menorah that's made up of parts. It has parts. It has like a modular menorah, right? Right there. Again, also you have like there's sections, and therefore again you can add on and you can take off. I must remember again when we talk about menorah, right? So again, I say menorah, you think Hanukkah, right? So again, or Beis Hamikdash. That's what happens. See, so I'll show you. That's what Galus does, right? How can it be that we say menorah and a Yid doesn't automatically think Beis Hamikdash? How do we think Hanukkah? How do we think Hanukkah? It's simple. 2,000 years of Galus. 2,000 years of Galus changes the neural pathways, right? We think differently. We think differently. Long before there was a Hanukkah, there was a Beis Hamikdash. And that's what happens with Galus. So let's say, so what happens? So if we think about a menorah like of the Beis Hamikdash of Hanukkah, but menorah just means a candelabra. So again, so therefore the Gemara says we're talking about again a menorah that's a modular or has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and Ruben says 8 pounds, we could actually be talking about the same menorah. What it comes down to is how many additional pieces are attached to it. The Kamod if that's the case, Azura Nami Misty look maybe like it. That's the case, why don't you apply this to the belt case also? And maybe when I claim a big belt and Ruben only missed a small belt. It's a modular belt. Modular belt. You can sometimes act like a 3D yontif. You could definitely use one of these, right? You could add on a couple of pieces to it. So you want Ella, the light filo katani. No, it's not the kind of belt we're talking about because that's not a normal kind of belt. People don't normally have that kind of belt. How can I be shall pull yours low katani? So therefore, again, I will say, let's not go with that case. Shiny menorah, hold you up from the gurura, ulamida chamishtachim. No, here's the difference. We're not talking about a menorah made up of pieces. I would say that rather you can understand that what happens is over here, a 10-pound menorah can become an 8-pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metal content wears away. Especially again, I will say that more treated metals like we have, metal content could wear away, and therefore over time, ultimately the weight could be diminished. So therefore, when we say a 10-pound menorah versus an 8-pound menorah, we could actually still be talking the same exact language. So I will say, so therefore I'm not going to myself, what comes out from this piece over here is as follows. In order to go ahead and trigger a shvuah, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, midah, mishtal, meaning. Weighed, measured, or counted. Furthermore, again, in order for Moed Mitzvah's taina to be triggered, the taina, I should say, the hodah, has to be min ha-taina. Ultimately, again, the response has to mirror, ultimately, again, the claim. If the response is unrelated to the claim, then there is no shvuah. Incredible. Mishnah. Hamavis kaver lamashton, va'avad hamashton. This was a very interesting piece over here. I lend you $1,000, and you then give me collateral. What ends up happening over here? I lose the collateral. I lost it. What's the halacha? So let's say now he's done this is going to go. Now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral was. I'm going to sell it or be seen. Check out how you shove it. So ultimately, I said, look, I lent you a seller, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. So I'm claiming, I'm the lender, I'm claiming that clearly again the collateral was not worth the value of the loan. So obviously I lost the collateral. So obviously we're going to deduct that value from Ruben's repayment. But Allah Ruben still owes me money. On the other hand, on the other hand, Ruben says no, the collateral was worth the full amount of the loan. So you lost the collateral, I'm sorry. Silver, you can't collect anything more. So I'll say, what's the halacha over here? Potter. They will say, what is this? So interestingly enough, this Mishnah is a kind of like a case of Moed Mitzvahs as we're going to see. Right? So I'm claiming to Ruben, Ruben, you still owe me money because the value of the collateral, the value of the collateral fully matched the value of the loan. Assuming what we call like a kol for bakol, right? He's not admitting to anything. Therefore, Allah is a potter from shvuah. Next case, seller will be seen. I say to Ruben, I lent you a seller, and you gave me collateral. I lost the collateral, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. In this case over here, Ruben says it wasn't worth a shekel; it was worth 3 dinar. Now, listen, I remember again. Normally, what we say is a seller is equal to 6 dinars, the value of the loan. So shtikal Moed Mitzvahs over here. First, the Gemara says chayiv. Therefore, Ruben is going to be chayiv in the shvuah. We'll see who exactly is shava, right? So what is interestingly enough. So in this case, seller, you lent me a seller. Ultimately, again, the collateral was actually worth twice as much as the loan. That's all Ruben had was worth twice as much as the loan. I, the lender, say lo ki ela seller will be sicha of a seller hayashava. I claim no. I agree that the collateral was worth as much as the loan, not twice as much. What's the halacha? Potter. There's no din of shvuah over here. Seller will be sunny ala b'shtayim hayashava. I'm supposed to say these cases are the reverse because now this is the borrower talking. Right? So here again, Ruben says, Silver, you lent me a seller, and the collateral was worth 2 slimes. The Gemara says, V'alo omer lo kela seller v'sicha lo b'chamish dinarim hayashava. I say no. I lent you a seller, and the collateral ultimately again was worth 5 dinars. Therefore, you still owe me 1 dinar. So what's the halacha chayiv? In that case, again, is a din of shvuah. So the Gemara says, who swears? Who swears in all of these cases? Mishati kadon etzla. Someone said the person in possession, or who was in possession of the deposit, is the one who swears. Now, in most cases, who's that going to be? Who's that going to be? That's going to be the lender, right? Why? What are we concerned about? We're concerned about maybe I really do have the pikadon. What's going to happen? Reuven's going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull out the pikadon tara and show that again Reuven is really lying or Reuven's mistaken, and that will parcel him from being a witness in any future cases. Therefore, Allah for myself, in order to avoid the possibility of somebody actually being in possession of the pikadon, lying that he doesn't have it and taking it out after the other party takes the shula, the one who is in possession of the pikadon is the one ultimately who takes the shula. Incredible. Days. Says the Gemara here. What's that last statement? That last statement, we'll say, right, the last statement of the Mishnah, which was, whoever is in possession of the pikadon is the one who takes the shua. What case is that referring to? If we're talking about the end of the Mishnah, the Seifa play, the shua gabi mil malva. So we'll say in that case over here, really, the shua really resides with the malva, right? Because remember, again, it's the malva, it's the lender who lost the shua, right? And now again, the borrower is claiming that the value of the collateral is actually worth more than the loan itself. Since it is the lender who had the pikadon, the lender who lost it, shouldn't it be the lender ultimately who's taking the shua already? Anyway, Shmuel says, you're right. We're talking about ultimately the first case of the Mishnah. Then we'll see exactly what things just going. Where it says, okay, I got it. My Reisha, which came, but again, there's a lot of cases in the Mishnah. Which case in the Mishnah you're referring to? Seifa Reisha. Little d again, the second case in the first part of the Mishnah. What's the case? Here we go. Seller Hilvi Kalhaya Shaba. Also, here we go. Seller Hilvi Sikhala. So here's the case. I'm the lender. So now I say to Reuven, I'm sorry, I lost the collateral. I want you $1,000. Shekel Haya Shaba. Just to keep things easy, I say ultimately again, the collateral was worth $500. So again, I'm agreeing that because I lost the collateral, therefore what? What have I forfeited? $500 of prepayment. Okay, so I'm admitting to the fact that the collateral had a value and willing to forego that value. But here's the problem. Reuven says, ultimately, again, what's Reuven's claim? Reuven's claim, no. The collateral wasn't worth $500. It was worth, you lost the collateral, therefore you lost $700. I agree I'm going to pay you $300, but Lamai said that's the value of your claim. So Shabbat says, what's the halacha? So what's the halacha? Chayiv shvua. So let's say, so what's the halacha? So I'm sorry. You know how it's Shabbat? Chayiv, the shvua gavi love. Now we'll say, therefore, what's the halacha? Shvua. Now, who takes a shvua in this case? Who, right? Just playing this up. Or go on. Who should take the shvua in this case? What would you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself from payment. So it makes sense, and he's also like a shtickle mode that makes us, right? Because again, remember, he's admitting, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So what he's admitting already is, I only owe you $300. The lender is saying, no, you owe me $500. So it's a shtickle mode that makes us, and therefore, again, it makes sense to say that the borrower should be the one to take the shua about the value of the collateral. And now watch what happens. So we'll say that is the halacha. But watch this is incredible. Oh, what happens over here? This is incredible. Incredible. So the rabbis, Chazal, took the shua away from Reuven, and who they put, right? They took it away from Reuven, the borrower, and who did they put it on? They put it on me, the lender. Now, why? What were they concerned about? They were concerned about over here that maybe there's some shenanigans happening over here, and maybe I still have the collateral. And what am I going to do? I'm going to wait till Reuven swears. I'm going to pull out the collateral. I have it. Reuven, look, you're a liar. You're a liar, and thereby invalidate Reuven for all future aid. Disqualify Reuven. Now, again, it's also Reuven is not a liar. Reuven is mistaken. So Chazal didn't want any shenanigans happening over here. So what did they say? We want to make sure that the lender doesn't really have the collateral claiming that the collateral is worth 700. Lender is saying the collateral is only worth 500. So really what should happen over here is the lender should swear about the value. They take the shua from the borrower and they put it on the lender. The kind of line. So I say now Rashi is interestingly enough, Rashi says actually this shua really morphs, this whole case really morphs into something different. There's really a lot of swearing going on all around over here, right? Because I will say why. The lender has to swear that he does not have the collateral in his possession. He has to make that oath, right? And the borrower has to swear how much the value of the actual collateral is. So let's say now, it's not a question of who swears. What is it a question of? Who swears first? Mi mishpat tchila. Who swears first? Misha pikadon etzlo. So let's say who swears first? He who is in possession of the collateral. Why? Shema yishpazeh biyotzi halah sapikadon. Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that Allah that maybe the borrower is going to swear and tada, the lender is going to take out collateral. I'll say now, the Gemara just threw that out at us, and we have not seen that before. I mean, we saw it above Mitzvah, but we have not seen that referenced over here. And in fact, in a case like this is fascinating. So in this case over here, I lent Ruben $1,000. Ruben gave me collateral. I lost the collateral. Now, what's the point of contention? The point of contention over here is what's the value of the collateral? I'm agreeing the collateral is worth $500. I agree. Ruben says no, it was worth $700. So what happens over here? So we've been focusing on who swears regarding the collateral. By the Gemara says, just want to tell you, there's actually two shuas happening over here. I have to swear that I don't have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I lost it, so whatever it is. I have to make that shua because I am a shomer on the collateral. So I have to swear about the collateral. And then what happens? Then Ruben has to swear ultimately again about the value of the collaterals. Now, really what it comes down to, I will say, is both of us are swearing. So the real shaila is not who's swearing. The real shaila is who's swearing first. So it turns out that halacha l'maisa, here's the order. First order of business, first shua is me, the lender. I swear that what? The pikadon is not in my possession. After that, Ruben swears about the value of the pikadon, and after he takes that shua, we settle up for the remainder of the outstanding money. So if Ruben is really willing to swear that the pikadon itself is worth $700, he swears about it, then what's the halacha? He takes his shua, pays me the outstanding $300, and shalom al Yisrael. Incredible. Amar Shmuel. Also, just read another line. So Shmuel says as follows: Hayman the Osei al Pazuza de Chavre. So it's an interesting case over here. Right? We'll at least start it, then we'll have to stop. So Ruben says like this: I lend $1,000 to Ruben, and what happens? And what happens over here? I'll just tell you this outside, then we'll stop. So I will say we get into an interesting question about collateral. When we know we speak about collateral, we assume that collateral has an inherent value. What do we do in a case where the collateral itself seems to be valueless or certainly does not match the value of the loan? Is there the possibility to ascribe a heightened level of value to an otherwise valueless collateral? And Meretz Hashem to be continued tomorrow. Bosai, Shkoya. What a daf, what a day, what a week. Shkoya, on a good night of Shabbos. All right, good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos. So our brothers here, it's Yisrael and Meretz Hashem, it should be a peaceful Shabbos, a holy Shabbos, a Shabbos of Hashgacha Pratis, Hashgacha of our entire Klal Yisrael, and B'Sel Tovos, Yeshua's Nechamas, and Shalom. Shabbos, I want to say, good Shabbos. Nevertheless, it seems that in our experience, that's the collateral. We accept that collateral as independent of the value of the actual loan itself. Use the collateral, use the appropriate level of transparency. That's right. Now, I tell you, we'll say this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 of the collateral. Now, I tell you, after you don't catch up in that. So
nothing. He says if you receive ultimately again the X handle of a piece of silver, then I'd rather say to you that you receive the X handle of a piece of silver, Avad Nasra Avad Salva, was a two collaterals half of the loan, half of the loan. 50% of the loan is attached to each of the others. Therefore, again, Avad Nasra Avad Salva, if you use the silver, you use half of the loan. Avad Kanda, Avad Kuda. X handle, you use the other half of the loan. Instead of what's Seven of the Sikama, second highest sum, you think I lent you $1,000, but collateral itself is only $100. Now, only has to go to a seller and say, hello, this was the man higher shava, and you think says, no, that's true. That's true, you earned $1,000, but the collateral was worth $500. So you say, what's how I'm higher? So you think the borrower is, I don't know if they're going to publish this one, I name of a talk company, but one second, why don't you say, why doesn't the lender say to the borrower, why doesn't the borrower accept it? When you accept the collateral, you accept that collateral as you bring up the debt. As far as you with a couple of the collateral, you accepted that first. And therefore, again, whether it's worth 100, 500, 200, or 1,000, this is what you accept ultimately again as the root of the debt. Which the Gemara says, Masmusin Shorish Shmuel with the law. It was an ultimately again, talking about a case where one was explicit. Which actually was like the second last line of Rashi Harish. Ain Ina Masabro Alai Ella Ba'akai Shalom Shaka. Was in peace to the as follows. The lender makes the following declaration. I am accepting this collateral for its value. For its value. In other words, listen, so I am not accepting this collateral as a form of completing of the debt. That won't be specified by the way what is that debt. You know, the collateral is something that you use as a form of completing debt. That borrower don't hold that they can discuss what collateral is. It's one of the most difficult to do as follows. The Mishnah speaks of a site. So the lender explicitly says, I am accepting this collateral, but I'm not accepting ultimately again as a form of repayment. Rather, my liability for this item is cash at its actual value, as opposed to the case of Shmuel, when the case of Shmuel, the lender is not making that decision. The lender is not saying the lender just accepts it. So it appears that when the lender accepts it, then I want to remind something to accept it as only payment of the debt. This is how much is the moment. But it's like, what's the difference? So listen, she really not focused. It is a fundamental discussion about the nature of the relationship between the lender and collateral. Is collateral there as a fundamental or is collateral there as something else? Like something else about to receive. What? If collateral is just there as a reminder of objects, like the collateral is there as a tangible reminder of the fact that I have been giving money. I was reminding that I lent you the money. Why else is you being bought my house? Like you being bought something because I lent you money. What's that mean? What's that mean? Exactly the same thing. Collateral is lost. We say when collateral is lost, you go to the claim or you think it's lost as well. Or no, when collateral is lost, I as the lender, I'm on the hook for the value of the collateral. But I have not lost the equity at all. So first, let me take it out. Was if somebody lends you some money, I lend you money on the mashko, right, with collateral. For other mashko, and that collateral is lost. So say, what's the halacha? Shava ito asma usi. So ultimately, again, he swears, like he feel that I swear, like that's Shava Shahako, because I swear ultimately again that I lost the collateral. And I go ahead and I collect my money. If you pay that the other so again, once again, there's a sheet I lose the collateral, I swear that I lost it, and I collect my debt. But if you all that, Yachol, my brother, will be able to send Alamashko, Amadamashko, I was not a sefer, cover everything, as if he was listen. If I lose the mashko, the borrower, you the borrower, so you listen. So when you lend me money with the mashko and the collateral, when you use the collateral, then what? You use the collateral to collect the debt. Avo,
No. It also says, I've been given $1,000, and there's nothing. And but there's also a mash, and you know, give it a call, Avan Hamash, don't talk to most. Everyone will see. So then I use the mash code, and also make your parents use the like, so it's like, here's what we have so far. So again, in a regular case, where I go ahead and I let you make money, and there's a mash. I now go ahead and use the mash. What's the halachah? Rabbi Eliezer says, I remember for sure that I lost the mashkol and I collected my debt. Rabbi Akiva says, nope, you lost the mashkol, you lost the ability to collect the mashkol, and you said the payment, and therefore again you can't go ahead and listen. So I'm not my focus on the Kiva Eliezer part. And for mashkol, is mashkol a form of security, or is it just some type of security? Rabbi Eliezer clearly holds it as a form of security, therefore I use it as snare. I lost that collect my debt, then the says, no, once it's a form of repayment, therefore once you use it, you go through it. However, Gemara then says, everyone agrees that if I was given $1,000, the loan was recorded and adopted, but he also gives me mashkol. In that case, everyone agrees that if I lose the mashkol, I lose the money. Then what's the value of the mashkol is the value of the debt. So I let you get $1,000 and you gave me $1,000 mashkol. Then fine, then you must have a $10 right? My payday, you're going to be Eliezer. You're going to say ultimately again, then what is the logic of Rabbi Eliezer? Why would Rabbi Eliezer hold that the nice again, that why would Rabbi Eliezer hold that I would go to go ahead and collect my debt? Meaning that the end of the day, the value of the mashkol was the value of the actual debt. Then the mice say, once I use the mashkol, what Rabbi Eliezer said, I swear that I lost less, I swear that I lost the mashkol. That I will allow is a low shabi shir. Rather, it has to be ultimately again that the value of the mashkol, not the value of the actual loan itself. And the shul can be, and therefore also the point that I'm focusing here, the shul is what we said before, that when you accept collateral as the value of the debt. And therefore, according to Shua, if the lender reaches the collateral they want, they reach the ability to collect anything more on the debt. So you can actually argue about it. The reason why is low. There's a little shoving. Says the Gemara, everyone agrees that what the value of the collateral does not mirror the actual value of the debt. Only less than Yeshua will say, this says the Gemara. When the value of the collateral does not mirror the value of the debt, and no one holds that shit. No one holds the collateral to the ability to collect. So what's the piece of the halacha? With the shadi and shia.
Welcome.
And when the mice in the collateral is the same value as the actual loan itself. There was in fact the case of the Israel drug. Speaking of that, name about shit on a national but where do we know that about that a lender goes ahead and acquires actual mushrooms? There was like again that the mushroom becomes this. Shene'ema, there was a man who wants to see if the independent mushrooms as to the nature of the relationship between the mouthful of lender and the mushroom and the actual collateral. Does the collateral belong to the system? Why the mushroom? Or is it more like show them and the custodian of the mushroom? So Yitzchak says, from where do you know that the mouthful, the actual lender, goes ahead and acquires the mushroom that is this Shene'ema, because the Pasuk says, in the body yet stuff. It wasn't this. The Pasuk also has something like that. This is like a high seas average as the level. And that's the thing that this is borrowing. So it's not only something that you need, for example, I think it's challenge as collateral. It's what the Torah says. Hashem trust your Lord to have hope to watch them. This shall have a summer from the next part. If I get stuck, it was the third house. If I collateralize the pajamas, I should put it back to the pajamas. And I should go ahead and I should put it back to the next morning. Or I go ahead and I take this camera, I use a carpenter, so I can take this hammer at night, but I should give it back to him. And the So it says to the point yet staka. That's in the focus in the person. As how it says mercy will be the focus of the lender is considered to be the staka, since it's the act of righteousness, of kindness that you are perpetrating. Second Gemara, says Gemara, in Enoch and Mashdo, Tzedaka, Minayino, will say, so only the Tzedaka one, so essentially for 30 years, if I, the lender, go ahead and return the Mashdo to the borrower whenever he needs it, that's the stuff that I can want. That's only the stuff that I will say, what? It's only the stuff that I own. If it's mine, it's really mine, and yet I still go out with my nose, and go ahead and give it back to him, then that is the stuff. However, if you report a Mashdo, if I don't reply to Mashdo, then it's stuff in there, and I will say, what's another step? Depends on what you're working with at one time, the whole shit kind of Mashdo. It really does a release stuff, but also to prevent the powerful creditor, the lender, have to apply which is the law that is called Hazard. Release the credit is fast, you must look into the run. Also, since you never put it up. So when did the release of civilization about it actually acquires ownership of the nation? That's only Shamashakno Shalom Shas Abba. That's where we say that the national is given, not at the time which you have to hold it. However, Mashakno Shas Abba, the Amar, is a release of say that the lender acquires these national. National is given at the time when that never have a practice. Prima German release of Shamashakno Shalom Shas Abba also. When there's a release of say that the powerful wires, the national, that's when the national is given your eye. After the death is required of the national, you go and you reduce it. I should say, that's actually the if the heart of the strength does, it's still the elbow, but what's Tamil, Vaish, but I'm a married slash the athlete. What is this? The Gemara says, I can't stop it. It sounds like what we hear what's happening in the cities is that the license is turning us to where things being paid the lender is national after the loan was made. Soon after the loan was made, something awarded the lender the national. So we'll say that's what this book says, that the Balfour acquires the national. But perhaps it's possible that what? But when the national is given at the time of the loan itself, the Balfour does not apply it. That will say. So the outside national, if a Balfour doesn't acquire a national, then ultimately again, what is the power of that national? So we're going to try to explore it. But you know, this is just what we do, and this really is the context of this. That the license is very constitution, where it sounds like basically the lender a national, perhaps on how these stocks such as the Balfour applies the national, because the national is awarded after a national awarded. It's given after the loan is made. But if the national is given at the time of the loan itself, if the Balfour doesn't require it, it's not just about the envelope. This means that it's not. I'm sorry. Hello.
Francis Channing. Yeah, that's even worse than his last special. Francis question. I love the titles. The titles are just as good. Wait, 377 likes for that one. I'm trying to like it, but there's nothing funny in the entire thing. Brandon needs to stay in his lane. His 25-minute YouTube videos I need to go by. And by lane, I mean disappear. Well, he moved to Texas. I hope you're happy. The Adam Buster. Yeah, more like Gavin Newsom. Yeah, you fucking loser. Refusing to try and prove the institute while refusing dicey. let's go back to the And I honestly, when I saw this, I wasn't really thinking about it. And then third was fucking Rob Gronkowski. Yeah, I didn't even know he had a stand special. We never watched it. Yeah, I think is it on Netflix or where is it? I don't know. Dude, it would be good to know. But yeah, that's another thing I was thinking about during the list is our Patreon, like what we had watched and what we had it. And we watched obviously the Brennan Shop stuff. We watched the Leather special. It was pretty horrible. I don't think we watched. Did we watch the other Amy show? I can't remember. Told me the Leather special. We didn't watch Alana Glazer special. I watched it by myself.
Man, this is unbelievable. I love you, man. Good over everything. Wish you the best. You work hard here. You know, man. God bless you. Keep doing
Why is the poppy like in all the bad specials? That is pretty funny, man. There we go, Poppy and Big Poppy. Yeah, Black Poppy. Oh, God. Good intro. Special. The chapter is just Rob Gronkowski. Yeah. Without the music. It's just. So it's bad, right? Because he's stand-up's not his thing. He's a football player. He's a good one. Yeah. You know, he had more than a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills. Oh, the most? More. Yeah, many touchdowns. Yeah, that's what a lot of people are saying. But I wonder if it's going to be offensive. Because that's what Shop is, Shop special is offensive for sure. It's racist question word. You know? Is that what Gronkowski does? Is that why people say it's bad? I already like Bring Up Up better because the music in the beginning is like, oh, bang. You flow rouse? Oh, yeah. Big boy squad. Big boy. It's iconic, dude. Yeah, I mean, the music here wasn't really anything. It's hard to tell what it is. I'm not sure what it was. I mean, dude. We'll talk about this on Timos, but how many people do you think ask Mark Harley about the Gringo Poppy? That's SNL. Oh my God. Dad didn't even think about that. Dude, he was, I wonder if he saw like James, if they had any James Austin Johnson. He's one of SNL guys. That'd be so fun. James likes to I don't know. Yeah, he tries to be cool by knowing me. Jake Norman. Yeah, this is weird, but like, I'm President Brendan. Yeah. Oh, my God. How many chicks you fuck? Mark would say that. I would say, like, he's like, says that to the Lord. How many chicks you fuck? Oh, man. Let's see. You couldn't even say I haven't even started yet. Look at this dot again. You like to sue. It'd be funny if he came out all wacky and like fucking, what's the guy that smashes the watermelons? He was Gallagher. He was doing like Gallagher and like real physical comedy. I think that would work better for Gronk. Somebody tackles him or he tackles him.
I was gonna say like bring someone on stage, check their phone and tackle them.
Redacted, I like it.
Yeah, or tackle them to get the phone, and then you tell everyone in the audience like he's gay or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, what's this? What do you hear from Facebook? I'm gonna do.
You follow a lot of guys on Facebook. Yeah.
Good, because it's the first time I've worn a shirt in 3 months. Seriously, first time I won the Super Bowl.
No shirt. So why not trick everyone like I put in the Super Bowl again this year? So no shirt again.
I don't know what that means. Yeah, that's like
Everyone in the audience is doing the bird drum thing. Oh yeah. They just throw up everywhere. No shirt again.
you're the booker of these clubs here. I have one rule: no Bird, no Gronkowski. I am not having my staff spend hours cleaning up vomit. Because if they get so drunk, they just throw up. I like comedy. I bought a club. I got into doing comedy because I appreciate the art form. They got these people that get so drunk they don't know what's going on, they throw up. Gronkowski, the reason this is first than Shop is because at least Shop, I understood what he's trying to say.
Yeah.
This I don't even know what he's talking about.
He's not going to get a shirt. It's like if Rodney Dangerfield and Steven Seagal had a baby, dude. I got no shirt respect. I haven't worn clothes since we won the Super Bowl, just to make sure everyone thinks you win the Super Bowl and the party doesn't stop. Yes, it doesn't stop. It keeps going. Every bar I go into, people want to buy you drinks. Yo, Greg, let me buy you a drink. Yo, let me get you a beer.
It's an AA speech. It's really, it's like this fire. I couldn't escape it. Everywhere I go, people are like, you want a drink? And then it was fentanyl. It's like it built and then it ruined my life. I don't wear shirts because I can't afford them.
Yo, let me get you a shot. Hey, man, how about you give me a motherfucking IV, doctor? I got a season. Won the Super Bowl, but I lost my damn liver from you guys. All your guys. All the body shots out there. Dang. You know, if you guys want to buy me another shot, it needs to be a B12, lemon ginger, or a flu shot, please.
Oh shit, vaccines already? That's a strong stance to take in front of the whole YouTube community, Rob. Being an NFL player.
All right. Calm down, everyone. I don't party that hard. Well, let me tell you, when I do party, you can't handle that shit. You can't handle that shit. Trust me, I'm all pro in football and I'm all pro in going. I'll catch a ball with Brady in the end zone, and I'll catch a smoking hot model right off the DJ booth, baby.
Oh my god. Whoa. Oh my god. It's Eddie Cuff. He's gonna fuck around the DJ booth.
Is he in sweats? Or are those pants?
I think they're like jogger pants, maybe.
They turned into sweats when he started filming.
I got those new ice joggers that turn into joggers.
Everyone in the audience now is just like,
I like that this is better than that's what I do. The people smoking. I don't know, dude. I think